On the final day of the college entrance examination, a 60-year-old security guard, Yu Qingbo, collapsed from heat stroke outside the examination hall. With the conclusion of the examination, his life also came to an end. Upon reopening his eyes, Yu Qingbo discovered that he had been reborn 43 years prior, just a week before he would be imprisoned for assault. In his previous life, he squandered his days in frivolity and in a fit of rage over a woman, inflicted grievous harm upon another. Subsequently, he was subjected to 2 years of labor re-education, and upon his release, he found himself bereft of his parents and cast out by his elder brother and sister-in-law. His existence thereafter was marked by relentless turmoil, culminating in his demise outside the security post. Now, fate has granted him a second chance, and he is resolutely determined to avoid the path he once trod. In this life, he vows to live earnestly and savor every moment. Strangely, upon his rebirth, he seems to have been possessed by the spirit of a lucky koi, with his life accelerating toward success. A mere bucket could yield him the equivalent of another's monthly salary. A fishing rod could catch an entire year's income for a family. A boat set forth into the vast ocean, transforming it into his private sanctuary, teeming with yellow croaker, grouper, and tuna. Chapter 1. The jujube steam buns are truly white and remarkably large. If one day you find yourself wrongfully accused, yet those closest to you believe you to be the villain, what would you do? The answer is that life offers no what-ifs. One must seek self-redemption, and if one succeeds, they can only hope for a rebirth to make amends. Wake up, Boga. Wake up, Boga. Are you all right? If you don't wake up, Zhao Mingtao will run off with that scoundrel. Wait, who is Zhao Mingtao? The woman who ruined his life? No, who just spoke? Yu Qingbo's muddled mind gradually resumed its functions as he slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with an enormous face, which he subsequently closed his eyes to again. Boga, you finally awakened. That brat Du Kong is still being arrogant and shouting. This isn't a dream. Memories surge forth. This lad is Fong Yuan, nicknamed the Fool, a so-called friend from his childhood. How could he forget? It was under Fong Yuan's instigation that he severely injured Du Kong, the young master of the Du family, leading to his own 2-year sentence in the labor camp of Debaishan. Upon his return, his fate had irrevocably changed. The death of his parents, the constant brawls between his brother and sister-in-law, and a life of relentless wandering. How could he possibly forget that face? Has he truly been reborn? Has he returned to the scene of the fight with Du Kong 45 years ago? Doubtful. Yu Qingbo shook his head, and upon doing so, realized liquid was trickling down. Upon touching it, blood. Yu Qingbo's head tilted, and he fainted once more. Not again. Bo Gu. Fong Yuan's mouth opened and closed in despair as he shook Yu Qingbo's clothing, then helplessly released his grip. Yu Qingbo, feeling faint from the sight of blood? Not all. Yet this time he inexplicably succumbed to it, and Fong Yuan could hardly believe it. Not fainting? Why would he? To confront Du Kong in a brawl? If victorious, he would face labor education and a lifetime of wretched fate. However, remaining conscious and avoiding the fight would contradict the persona he had cultivated as a rebellious scoundrel since childhood, prompting him to hastily feign unconsciousness. Perhaps he truly lost a considerable amount of blood, or perhaps he was genuinely fatigued. With his eyes closed, he fell into a deep slumber, awakening only to find himself in the familiar comfort of his own bed. Could it be that the second son will never awaken again? Should we not take him to the hospital for a checkup? To the hospital? If I had the money, I would have taken him already. Who would lend us money? The second son has been accustomed to fighting. He should be fine now that he is no longer bleeding. Hearing a voice he had longed for, Yu Qingbo slowly opened his eyes. Second son, how do you feel? Ere long, speak. How do you feel? You're making me anxious. Upon seeing the two familiar faces, Yu Qingbo smiled, yet tears streamed down uncontrollably. Father, mother, it is truly wonderful to see you. Oh no, father, it seems ere long has been rendered foolish by the beating. What shall we do now? Boo-hoo. Yu Qian was overwhelmed with worry, realizing her son had truly been harmed. Second son, your temper is quite unruly, always eager for a fight. We should have anticipated this day would come. Rest assured, as long as your mother and I are alive, we will take good care of you. No, his father and mother truly believed him to be foolish, which only heightened their concern. Father, mother, I am not foolish. Please, do not worry. Perhaps this blow to my head has awakened me to the realization of how I have wronged you both in this family. As Yu Qingbo explained through tears, he felt remorse for them. In his previous life, he had been captured, and in his father's frantic attempts to secure connections, he was struck by a vehicle while crossing the street. His mother, upon hearing of his father's misfortune, suffered a cerebral hemorrhage from distress and followed him shortly thereafter. They were only in their 40s. Now, seeing them again, he could no longer hold back the tears that flowed freely. "You unfortunate child! If you're not foolish, why are you crying? Quickly, rein in your tears." Hearing her child declare he was not foolish, Yu Qian laughed through her tears while scolding him. "As long as you're fine, that's what matters," Gui Yunxiang said, sitting on the stool by the bed, gazing at him with a beaming smile, despite the tears adorning her cheeks. To reassure himself of his clarity, Yu Qingbo engaged them in conversation. "Mother, I am hungry," hoping to prompt Gui Yunxiang to attend to some tasks, alleviating her constant worry. "I will go prepare a meal. We have some shrimp and seaweed at home. I shall make you a shrimp and seaweed soup. Just wait." With that, Gui Yunxiang took Yu Qian with her and stepped outside, allowing him to rest properly. As Yu Qingbo watched them leave, he took a moment to assess his surroundings and, in a sudden impulse, pinched his thigh, wincing from the pain. This was no dream. At the age of 60, Yu Qingbo had truly been reborn. Just moments ago, he had been the security guard stationed at the entrance of the college entrance examination venue, suffering from heat stroke in the sweltering weather. It was the final examination, and he had planned to return to his rented room for some peanuts and beer, never anticipating that he would collapse from heat stroke and awaken anew. Initially, he struggled to accept it, astonished that he had returned to the pivotal year of his life. This meant it was now 1980. Even though he was uncertain if this was merely a dream, he refrained from following the same path as before. He did not wake up to confront Dukong, nor did he inflict grave injuries upon that young master of the Du family. In his previous life, he had succumbed to Feng Yuan's instigation, and due to Zhao Mengtao, he had severely injured Dukong, resulting in his own 2-year sentence of labor education. Upon his release from imprisonment and returning home, he learned that during the days following his incident, his father had been killed by a truck while rushing to secure connections in the county town, and his already frail mother succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage from anxiety within 3 months. His brother and sister-in-law nearly divorced over the turmoil he had caused. Following his incident, the couple had become utterly estranged, and their continued marriage was merely a matter of convenience. Ultimately, Yu Qingbo found himself wandering from place to place, working menial jobs, but due to the stain of his labor education, he could only secure the most menial of positions, ending in a tragic fate from heat stroke. Yet, upon waking a second time, he beheld the living forms of his father and mother, affirming his rebirth, an overwhelming surge of excitement coursing through him. Surveying the entirety of the room, he recognized it as his former dwelling. The stone house was coated with yellow mud, casting a dim light throughout the space. The windows were relatively new wooden frames covered with plastic sheeting. Aside from a bed hastily assembled from wooden planks and a bucket on the floor, there was little else. The house was indeed dilapidated, yet he found joy in it. He had not harmed Dukong, and he could still rest in his own home. Thus, everything could still be altered, and he still had a family. Contemplating the tumultuous journey of his life, filled with hardships that rendered his existence akin to that of a dog, Yu Qingbo could not help but shed tears. In the past, he often pondered a singular thought. If heaven granted him the opportunity for a second chance, he would. Little did he expect that he would indeed win such a chance, and he must cherish it with utmost sincerity. While lost in thought, a voice calling for him suddenly echoed from outside, and a tall figure appeared at the door. "Elder brother." Upon seeing his youthful elder sibling, Yu Qingbo's eyes brimmed with tears once more. "Second brother, must you not aspire to greater heights? Every day, it's either brawling or pilfering. I hear this time you fought over a woman and ended up on the losing side. I will confront that fellow Feng Yuan tonight, who intends to seek out someone surnamed Du, and I shall accompany him to demand an explanation. We cannot suffer blows in vain." Yu Qinglong glared at his troublesome younger brother in exasperation, yet his words bore an unmistakable tone of protectiveness. "Brother, you need not go. It is unnecessary. You coward, how can you endure your beloved being taken away? Is this your fortitude?" Yu Qinglong's voice rose in anger. "Lower your voice. Is there no better way to converse? Your brother has sustained a head injury and is bleeding profusely. What purpose does your shouting serve?" As she spoke, she brought over a large bowl of seaweed and shrimp soup to feed her younger son. "Let me do it, Amai," said Yu Qingbo as he sat up and accepted the bowl. "Brother, you truly need not intervene. What beloved woman are you referring to? I have no affection for her whatsoever. The previous fights were merely thrust upon me. In my foolishness, I rushed in. If I sought to harm someone, it is only natural that I would be harmed in return. What explanation do you seek?" Both Yu Qinglong and Guai Yunxiang were taken aback. Is this truly the second dragon they know? What was his nickname? Fool. He had never spoken with such calmness and coherence before. Second brother, do you recall what you said when caught peeking at Sister Zhang bathing in childhood? Yu Qinglong suspected his younger brother had been possessed by some spirit and decided to test him. Brother, please, do not be this way. I am truly fine. It feels as though after being struck, my mind is cleared. I realize now how much of a scoundrel I was, and from now on, I shall live a proper life, steering clear of such trivial mischief. No, you must answer me directly. What did you say at that time? His explanations only deepened Yu Qinglong's suspicion that something had indeed possessed him. I said that Sister Zhang's red date buns were exceptionally white and large. Is that satisfactory? Red date buns? You unfortunate child. What nonsense are you spouting? I see your mind is still not right. Eldest brother, you too should return. Is it amusing to tease your foolish brother? Yu Qinglong regarded his sibling with skepticism, but was obediently pushed out by their mother. It seemed his brother had not been possessed. He truly had matured. Could it be that sustaining a beating truly sharpens one's intellect? He mused, slapping his own head vigorously. Never mind. If he insists I stay away, then I shall not go. I ought to water the vegetables in the field later. Affection? This body of mine is merely 15, without a single hair, and I know nothing of matters between men and women. How could I possibly harbor feelings? If one were to speak of affection, it would be for my good friend Feng Yuan. Upon returning from labor reform in my previous life, I heard that Feng Yuan frequently caused a ruckus at the Du family, only to be severely beaten after being ensnared in a sack by their hired hands. I was nicknamed Fool, and Feng Yuan, who followed me closely, earned the moniker Second Fool. Yet it was only later that I discovered this so-called second fool was, in fact, exceedingly astute. Chapter 2. Rebirth bestowed with fortune? System father, come forth. Calling the system. Where are you, dear system? Your grandson is in need of you. Isn't it said that rebirth comes with a system? Why have I been left without one? Yu Qingbo attempted numerous methods, yet there was no trace of any system. Alas, it seems the notion that rebirth guarantees a system is merely a fabrication of novels. Coming from a humble background, Yu Qingbo had been a wayward youth. Lacking in academic diligence, having never completed middle school, he had resorted to petty theft, embodying a rather unsavory character. Now, given the chance to live anew, he resolved to uplift his family. How to accomplish this? By amassing wealth, of course. Lacking external aid, he recognized that he must rely solely on himself. After a night's rest, he awoke feeling invigorated. Youth is indeed a splendid gift, far superior to the frailness of his former 60-year-old self. Stepping outside, he noticed the calendar hanging in the living room. March 20th, 1980, a Thursday, marking the spring equinox. March in Hainan was abuzz with activity, as the warming weather heralded the fishing season. Fishermen, having endured the long winter months, were finally poised to reap the fruits of their labor. However, this did not pertain to Yu Qingbo's family, for they possessed no boat. His father, Yu Qian, hailed from Chaozhou in Guangdong and had settled here as a soldier, marrying Guai Yunxiang, the only child of the family, thus becoming part of Haihe village. As the name suggests, Haihe village is bordered by both sea and river. Those who dwell by the sea understand that starvation is a rarity, for even during the most trying times, one could always forage for sustenance along the shore. At this moment, Yu Qingbo was venturing to the beach, a wooden bucket in hand, setting out to gather from the sea, a task he had never attempted before. Yet, a lack of experience did not equate to an inability. Before attending the Red Education class, he had spent considerable time at his grandparents' home, often combing the shores. After drifting alone for a time, he had frequently watched videos of others gathering from the sea, fostering a deep yearning for the experience. Now, as fate would have it, his dreams were materializing into reality. Wow, I've unearthed yet another clam, Yu Qingbo exclaimed, bounding joyfully towards the shore. Hey, isn't that Gua's second son, Erlong? Isn't this rascal known for his thievery? What brings him to the beach today? What is he planning to steal from the sea? Steal? Good luck with that. The ocean is vast, and he is clearly there to gather from the shore. Of course, I know he is there to gather. But isn't it curious? When did the street urchin Erlong decide to walk the straight and narrow? Indeed, a few others were scattered along the beach, but they all kept their distance from him, indicating that he had once been quite the pariah. Is that Erlong? What brings him to the shore? The sun hasn't risen from the west, has it? Upon hearing the voice of the village chief, Feng Biyuan, Yu Qingbo felt a tinge of embarrassment. He couldn't remain ignorant forever. His family was struggling to make ends meet. Uncle Feng, I must be on my way, he said, hastily retreating. Recalling how he had often visited the Feng household for handouts, which had irked the village chief. What was this boy up to? Oddly enough, he wasn't with Xiaofang today. Fang Biyuan watched the boy's retreating figure with a mix of confusion and suspicion. The tides, like the moon, ebb and flow. Fishermen have long recognized the correlation between the size of the waves and the lunar phases. They have formulated their own sayings. When the moon rises, so does the tide. When the moon wanes, the tide recedes. The lowest tides occur on the 8th and 23rd days of the lunar month, while the highest tides align with the new and full moons. Today, being the 4th day of the 2nd lunar month. The timing was not optimal for gathering from the shore, as the tide was currently high. Yu Qingbo only recalled this once he reached the beach, having forgotten the timing due to his prolonged absence from this activity. No wonder he had only encountered a handful of others on his way here. Since he had come all this way, he might as well explore. Let us head over there. Surely the rocky shore might yield some treasures? Though his family possessed a set of gathering tools, they belonged to Guiyunxiang and were entirely off-limits to him. Thus, he was left with only a bucket. And all he could do was scavenge. Scavenging may seem straightforward, yet it requires finesse. If one merely picks up whatever catches their eye, they may end up with little to show for their efforts. Seafood, being a living entity, possesses a keen sense of self-preservation, often hiding in places unseen. Now, Yu Qingbo was putting into practice a grand technique of gathering, flipping stones. If one finds themselves on an unfamiliar shore with no visible seafood, flipping stones can be an effective strategy. As he turned over a stone in a small puddle, a quick little creature scurried away into the shadows. Yu Qingbo, quick-witted, swiftly pinched it from either side with his fingers. The creature protested, threatening with its claws. Back to your home you go. He chuckled. What luck? A stone crab. At least I'm not returning empty-handed. The initial success invigorated Yu Qingbo, and he eagerly raced towards a larger stone. Observing the sizable rock, he had yet to flip it when he noticed a small claw retreating swiftly. Ah, octopus. Today is my lucky day. You won't escape. Come home with me. However, as he stepped forward, the water was deeper than anticipated, and before he could react, he was splashed as the stone was flipped. Wow. Could it be a catch of a lifetime? Upon closer inspection, he discovered not one, but 3 sizable fish. 2 were substantial, while 1 was notably smaller. The larger ones were nearly a meter long, with dark gray backs blending seamlessly with the underwater rocks. No wonder he nearly overlooked them. The smaller one was about the size of his palm, with a short head and small eyes, leaving an impression of being rather unattractive but bearing a fearsome name, the skinning fish. The larger sea bass, weighing over 10 pounds each, and the small skinner, nearly 2 pounds, were rare finds during the high tide. Had he stumbled upon good fortune, or was his rebirth endowed with luck? Chapter 3. Earned 17 yuan and 8 mao. Whether it was mere chance or a manifestation of rebirth as a lucky fish, Yu Qingbo did not dwell too deeply on it. He was simply grateful for his good fortune. After much effort, he managed to haul the nearly meter-long sea bass, weighing over 20 pounds, into his bucket, which was now overflowing. With great effort, he transported the 2 fish to the village dock's purchasing station. Upon arrival, he found the station deserted, save for the proprietor, Wang Laowu, who was washing the entrance with a hose. Ah, Erlong, what is happening here? Where did you procure these fine catches? Planning to sell them to me? The 2 large fish were too much for the bucket to contain. Change of person. Wang Laowu would not inquire in such a manner. It is simply that not long ago, Yu Qingbo and Fang Yuan, during other shellfish gathering, stealthily pilfered 2 large blue crabs from someone else's bucket. Upon their return, they fortuitously passed by the receiving station, after inquiring about the price. They jested and then ran off without selling. Ha ha, 5th brother. In the past, Erlong was rather thoughtless. Please bear with him. Now that he has procured good goods, he is thinking of you, wanting to weigh them and see how much they are worth. No, don't come at me with that. If you claim you'll sell them to me, I'll weigh them, and then you'll just joke with me again. Go home and amuse your father. I have no time to entertain you. Once bitten by a snake, one is 10 years afraid of the rope. Wang Laowu is genuinely apprehensive of him now. Sell them, 5th brother, of course, I wish to sell them to you. Otherwise, why would I weigh them? But let us agree, the price cannot be low. The large sea bass is 4 dimes each. You won't find a different price anywhere. Of course, you could set up your own stall, but then who can say for certain? For dimes, I know prices are low now, but I didn't expect them to be this low. However, considering current prices, rice is only about 14 to 21 cents a pound, and pig heads are merely 70 to 100 cents a pound. Double Happiness cigarettes are only 30 cents a box. Fish at 4 dimes a pound is quite fragrant and not unacceptable. Seeing him nod, Wang Laowu finally placed the fish on the scale. The skinned fish and stone crabs can be set aside. I'll take them home to eat. Observing Wang Laowu still attempting to take more, he hastily called out. 2 fish total 44.5 pounds, totaling $17.80. You can count it. No need. Do I not trust you, fifth brother? In fact, when Wang Laowu waited earlier, he was quite serious. Now he is being generous. $17.80 is quite a sum for a lad born in the 1980s. One must understand that the first month's salary for apprentices in factories is merely this amount, meaning he earned in a morning what others earn in a month. All right. It seems this lad has indeed turned over a new leaf. Watching the departing silhouette, Wang Laowu gave him an approving assessment. My, what are you cooking? It feels wonderful to be home, entering the door and boldly asking for food. Do you only know how to eat? Waiting for something to fall from the sky. Zhao Mingming has long been frustrated with this little brother-in-law. You could say you're young, but at 15, you still cause trouble. The family should be managing well, yet after a year of marriage, we are still so tight on resources. No falling food, nor any bites to eat. Ere long, we will have rice porridge with salted fish later. Gui Yunxiang came out from the main room. She cannot bear to see her youngest son being scolded. He hasn't fought or stolen anything, and it's rare for him to come home for dinner. How can they drive him away? Zhao Mingming rolled her eyes and prepared to head to the kitchen, where she is now the main cook, with her mother-in-law assisting. Big sister. Wait, add a dish. I caught a skinned fish and a crab while gathering shellfish this morning. You can decide how to prepare it. It's normal for my sister-in-law to have grievances against me. After all, I was quite a rascal before. Even though I fought fiercely with my brother later on, it was because I couldn't find work and caused a ruckus by eating for free every day. Generally speaking, this sister-in-law is quite decent, albeit a bit too calculating about small amounts of money. The fish was given, but the matter of money was not discussed. He needs this money for more significant purposes. Handing it over? Once it's handed over, he would never see it again, especially with the family drowning in debt. Did you go shellfish gathering? The question was almost in unison, leaving all three of them momentarily stunned. Haha, I really did go shellfish gathering. There's no need for such surprise. Isn't it quite normal for us to gather shellfish by the sea? It seems my previous image of idleness has left a deep impression, to the point where even my mother and sister-in-law do not believe me. No worries. They will understand in due time. No. Ere long. The tide was high this morning. It was quite dangerous for you to go shellfish gathering. I was just telling your sister-in-law that we should go this afternoon. Gui Yunxiang was thinking of her son facing danger during high tide, while Zhao Mingming, with a knowing look, entered the kitchen with the bucket. What shellfish gathering? He probably stole from someone's home. He usually doesn't gather shellfish. And only during high tide does he pick fish. This is something only the mother-in-law would believe, not the father-in-law. Whether the father-in-law believes it or not is uncertain. For both Yu Qian and Yu Qinglong are not home. Yu Qian is a skilled laborer building houses, earning $2.50 a day when there is work, along with a meal. Yu Qinglong is now following his father, earning $1.20 a day, also with meals. They have been busy building Zhao Lijing's house in the village these days, so he hasn't returned for lunch. At the dining table, Yu Qingbo praised his sister-in-law as cooking endlessly. It must be said, after so many years, eating his sister-in-law's dishes once again brought back the taste of home. Indeed, it is the flavor of home. Even though he has eaten better meals since then, he has never tasted anything like this again. Zhao Mingming, anxiously observing her younger brother-in-law, mused that this fellow is behaving unusually. All this flattery must have ulterior motives. What does Erlong intend to do? Lunatic, have you finished eating? Hurry up. We are going to old Zhu's place. His maternal grandfather Sao has given birth, and we can go get some placentas to eat. Sha Yungue was shouting from outside, waiting for him squatting at the door. He even called out to Gui Yunxiang and Zhao Mingming as aunt and sister-in-law. Yu Qingbo, known as Lunatic at home, is rarely addressed by his full name among peers, especially those of the same age. In their little group, Fang Yuan follows him closely every day, except during sleep. The rest, Zhu Tianshui, Sha Yungue, Bai Yunlong, and Tang Jing, all share a good bond, often dining together, and sometimes even staying over without a care, as good friends do. Placentas? That is something that could taste horrible if not prepared properly. Zhao Mingming interjected, thinking to herself that just this morning he claimed to be shellfish gathering. Let us see how he plays it now. We have Chef Tang Jing. Anything cooked by her is delicious. There's no need to worry. Sha Yungue's words left Zhao Mingming speechless. Yu Qingbo set down his emptied bowl and waved at Sha Yungue as he headed outside. He had just been reborn, and the time was too short to remember these little friends. It seems necessary to arrange a gathering. Chapter 4, Shellfish Gathering and Earning. Are you in? Lunatic. Are you all right? Looking at the yellowed white cloth wrapped around his head, stained with blood, old Sha casually inquired. I'm fine. If I were not, I wouldn't be out with you, he replied. These people often get into fights. Injuries and bleeding are commonplace. Sha Yungue was merely looking for conversation. Zhu Tianshui's home is at the village entrance. When they arrived, Bai Yunlong, Tang Jing, and Zhu Tianshui were amusing themselves under the banana tree in front of their house, watching the ant army transport food while they created floods for the ants using their spit. What is so amusing about this? Watch me flood the 7 armies. Sha Yungue exclaimed as he began to remove his pants. Go, fool. If you need to urinate, do it elsewhere. This tree is a cool place. And if you urinate here, my grandmother will only smell your foul odor. Lunatic, who did you fight with this time? Why isn't Fong Yuan with you? His question made Sha Yungue realize something. Right, I went to find Fong Yuan at his house, but his sister said he wasn't home. I thought he might be at your place, but I didn't see him there either. I didn't pay attention at the time. He wasn't with you today? The boys all turned to look at him. See this head of mine? As he spoke, Yu Qingbo pointed at the bloodied area. He had taken him to fight yesterday. But they were just having a normal conversation. He hadn't realized it would lead to a fight, and Fong Yuan probably felt he lost face by running away, as he hadn't seen him since. Several individuals harbored thoughts, yet in the absence of Fong Yuan, they remained oblivious to the situation and thus could not express opinions on his character, good or bad. After all, it was previously only the two of them who shared a close bond, and now that discord had arisen, it seemed prudent to refrain from commenting. Let us proceed to my grandfather's house. It should be about time, Zhu Tianshui declared, attempting to dispel the awkwardness, as everyone followed him to his grandfather's residence. Zhu Tianshui's grandfather, surnamed Gao, was named Gao Tianbao. Their home was not located in Haihe village, but in Jiaji town. To refer to it as a town was somewhat misleading, as it was merely a neighboring village, with a mere 20-minute walk separating Haihe village from the main street of Jiaji town. Before long, they arrived at Gao's residence, opting not to enter through the front gate, but rather through the side entrance, as Gao's home lay at the southernmost tip of the town, with the Tongtian River flowing right at their doorstep. Consequently, a pig pen had been constructed by the riverside. At that moment, several people stood in the corridor of the pig pen, while a woman inside was assisting a sow in giving birth. Nearby, a bamboo basket lined with straw already contained 8 piglets, black and white in hue, indicating that the delivery was not yet complete. As they leaned against the southern wall of the pig pen, they heard the sow grunt a couple of times, leaving behind a mass of afterbirth. It seems we have 8. That is quite a number, the elderly Gao enthusiastically remarked from the corridor. Zhu Tianshui made his way past, seeking the placenta, for this was a task he was compelled to undertake. The placenta, also known as zehesh, is traditionally believed to be highly nourishing. Though modern experts might debate its scientific validity, consisting mainly of protein and vitamins, it was indeed considered a substantial source of nourishment in these times, particularly for those who had recently given birth. While many might find the sight repugnant, in these times, no one would disdain it. After all, for those who could afford to indulge in pork only once a year during the New Year celebrations, the placenta was indeed a form of meat. Eventually, the venerable Gao could no longer withstand the persistence of his portly nephew, Zhu Tianshui, and yielded for placentas to him, declaring that the remaining ones were to be kept. Yu Qingbo mused that had he perused the manual on postpartum care for sows more thoroughly, he might have been able to request a few more from Gao. Tang Jing, the culinary prodigy among their companions, hailed from a family renowned for its cooking, not just in Haihe village, but throughout the entirety of Qianghai. There was scarcely anyone unaware of the Tang family's gastronomic prowess. In a single phrase, one could discern their status. To the north lay the Tan family's cuisine, while to the south resided the Mo family's culinary tradition. Over a decade ago, during a tumultuous period, Tang Jing's grandfather fortuitously forged a close bond with the Mo brothers, who subsequently imparted their culinary skills to him, thus endowing the Tang family with an everlasting culinary legacy. However, the Tang family refrained from publicly branding their dishes as Mo family cuisine, having mutually agreed not to impede the Mo family's culinary reputation. By the tender age of 7, Tang Jing was already flipping pans, and by 8, he had mastered the art of cooking independently. His skills had since flourished to a remarkable degree, so much so that he could step in for his father when the latter was overwhelmed with work. After cleansing the ingredients with water, he placed them in a pot with white vinegar to boil and eliminate any bacteria. For added safety, he opted not to adhere strictly to the Mo family style, instead stir-frying the placenta strips with dried chili peppers, resulting in a dish that was delightfully spicy and aromatic. Wow, this is incredibly spicy, one exclaimed. If you find it too hot, perhaps you should eat less. Just look at how much weight you've gained. Not a chance. This delectable meat dish is far too good to pass up, Zhu Tianshui responded, shoving more into his mouth. After a while, Yu Qingbo took a sip of cool water to temper the spiciness before addressing the group. Listen up, everyone. I have something to discuss, and I expect you to hear me out. If you have any objections, we can address them later. Upon hearing this, the others paused to look at him, their eating slowing considerably, and the sounds of chewing diminished. We are no longer children, yet we spend our days scavenging bits and pieces here and there. And by the end of the year, we find ourselves unable to procure anything truly satisfying. Moreover, we bear the reputation of being good-for-nothings. Don't you have any thoughts on this? After a brief pause, he continued, to be honest, among us, only Tang Jing's family is somewhat better off, though not by much. They do not lack for food, but what about the rest of us? What do your families eat for every meal? Let us not even discuss pork, beef, or chicken. I doubt any of us even eat fish regularly. That's certainly the case in my home, and I figure yours is similar. I consider you all my brothers. And so I will speak candidly. I wish to earn money and improve our family circumstances. I do not want others to label me as useless. And when my name is mentioned, have it associated with idleness. What about you? He expounded this notion in one breath, and the entire table fell silent. You speak as if we are unaware of these things. Every parent urges us to excel in our studies, yet when it comes to making money, aside from Tang Jing, what can we do? Let us not even entertain the idea of stealing or robbing. We could perhaps pilfer a chicken or duck. But would anyone allow us to steal anything of greater value? Bai Yunlong, who usually preferred silence, fixed his gaze intently on him. Yu Qingbo had been anticipating this moment. He needed someone to step forward and engage in conversation, and Bai's interjection was perfectly timed. With a resounding clap, he struck the table, and the phrase "People's Heroes Unite" resonated across the gathering. Let us not engage in forbidden transactions. Let us keep it casual. Sha Yunhui swallowed nervously, while Bai Yunlong, Zhu Tianshui, and Tang Jing were not in much better financial standing. They lacked funds, and even if they had some, it would amount to mere coins. 10 yuan would be a far-fetched dream. 17 yuan and 80 cents earned from clam digging this morning. Are you in? Chapter 5. What luck? Indeed. Is clam digging reliable? Tang Jing inquired, not out of lack of confidence, but rather due to his ignorance of the practice. Yes, I have been clam digging before, but I never found anything of worth. You might have been lucky this time. Next time, if fortune doesn't favor you, you'll likely return empty-handed, Sha Yunhui lamented, his enthusiasm waning at the mention of clam digging. Why not give it a try? Let us not overthink it. We should persevere for a week. And if it doesn't pan out, as old Sha said, the worst-case scenario is that we return empty-handed. How much worse could it be? Upon hearing Yu Qingbo's words, the group nodded in agreement. Indeed, clam digging required little investment. At worst, they would simply labor in vain. They had all dabbled in clam digging to some extent, given the village's proximity to the sea, but none had undertaken it with serious intent. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was already 5 o'clock. They could still catch the tail end of the activity. What are we waiting for? For the sake of brotherhood, let us go. Let us go. I, old Zhu, shall also partake in clam digging today. They hurried to gather their supplies, buckets, nets, rakes, anything they could find. Meet at the rocky beach in 15 minutes. We have an hour at most. With a shout, Yu Qingbo rushed home, only to be met with an unexpected obstacle. The iron gate is locked. And there's no one home, he realized, recalling that his mother and sister-in-law had mentioned going clam digging in the afternoon. It was clear that all the buckets must have been taken. With no one at home, he resolved to head straight for the beach. However, by the time he arrived, it was already too late. He noticed several individuals returning. Observing their buckets, he saw they were filled with clams and sea snails. But there was no sign of crabs or fish. The returning clam diggers paid him no mind. He was but a vagabond, staring at them with empty hands, causing many to avoid his gaze, especially those who had previously fallen victim to theft. Humph! A disdainful sound caught Yu Qingbo's attention, and as he turned, he was confronted by a strikingly slender woman with an air of fierce beauty. In her 30s, she was at the peak of her allure, her eyes piercing as she scrutinized him before swiftly walking away. Zhang's sister-in-law. Yu Qingbo touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. For the woman before him was none other than Sister Xiang, his neighbor. Because of him, red date buns had become a taboo in the Zhang household, and Zhang's sister-in-law had become a topic of gossip among the village's bachelors. Ere long, what has you lost in thought on the road? Yu Qingbo looked up to see his mother, Gui Yunxiang, and his sister-in-law, Zhao Mingming, approaching. Oh, nothing much. I was just pondering over some matters and got a bit distracted. By the way, I'm heading to the sea. Could you lend me your tools? What sea are you heading to now? The tide is already coming in. It's fine. There's still some time. I've arranged to meet Lao Zhu and Lao Sha. Upon hearing that he was meeting with Zhu Tianshui and Sha Yungue, Gui Yunxiang had no grounds to admonish him, and hastily instructed Zhao Mingming to set down the bag she was carrying and pour the few Haris sea snails from the bucket into it. There's nothing of value here. Even the sea lettuce barely fills half a bag. Good stuff? Who brings good stuff home to eat? Let me tell you. Today your sister-in-law and I had quite the luck. We found a 5-kilogram eel that was on the verge of dying, sold it for $2. Plus, with the weather warming up, the sea vegetables have become quite scarce. You need to hurry if you want to check it out. You're only thinking of going to the sea now that the tide is rising. As she spoke, Gui Yunxiang handed over the empty bucket, urging him to return quickly. But, isn't the idea to go to the sea and return with a bountiful harvest? Oh my. Just give me a net or a pair of tongs. As Gui Yunxiang walked out, she paused momentarily but didn't look back, while Zhao Mingming turned her head and rolled her eyes, implying he should figure it out himself. All right, today you both seem displeased with me. Just wait. I'll definitely surprise you next time. Yu Qingbo thought as he carried the bucket to the rocky beach, where he spotted Sha Yungue sprinting ahead of him. The two arrived together, finally gathering everyone. It was just him carrying a single bucket, while Lao Zhu brought a bucket and a rake. Lao Sha had a bucket and a net, Bai Yunlong carried a bucket and a hoe, and Tang Jing was the most equipped, wielding a stick, an iron bucket, and a snakeskin bag. Well, this truly was an amateur crew. They might as well make do. Everyone hurry up. If the tide comes in, we'll be targeting those large rocks that are quite a challenge to move alone. We'll flip them two at a time. No need to bother with the smaller ones. They'll surely be overturned by afternoon. Yu Qingbo had taken the lead, issuing orders. This group had no designated leader. But in the past, he felt elevated simply because Feng Yuan followed him closely. To put it plainly, it was a matter of vanity, a desire to appear significant. Back then, he would rush and headlong upon Feng Yuan's urging. However, now, it seemed they were beginning to view him as their leader, and why? It was the allure of that $17 bounty. If you could help your friends earn money, you were the boss. Moreover, they were inexperienced with sea forging, so they naturally relied on him. The group swiftly set to work, flipping over large stones. Holy moly, a big octopus. No, not just one, but two. Two sizable octopuses. The five of them split into pairs, Lao Zhu and Lao Sha as one team, and Yu Qingbo, Bai Yunlong, and Tang Jing as another. Before they could even move a stone, Lao Zhu called out, prompting them to rush over. Indeed, there were the octopuses, with the larger one weighing around 3 to 4 pounds, and the smaller one about half that. Why aren't you catching it? Are you trying to rake it to death with that tool? Yu Qingbo hurried over. Make sure to grab the head, not the tentacles. It'll be easy to catch. Oh, and if you see a blue octopus, be cautious. That's not an octopus, but a blue-ringed octopus, which is highly venomous. I know that, Tang Jing. Being a chef, certainly knows more than Lao Zhu and the others. All right, let us continue. Great start. Even if it's just 4 pounds, that's a good deal. Come on, brothers. Lao Sha, hurry up, stop dawdling. We're here to make money. It seemed that Yu Qingbo's luck was particularly favorable, as the three of them, after flipping a stone, uncovered 3 eels and 2 stone crabs, with the largest eel weighing 7 to 8 pounds and the smallest over 2 pounds. The 5 of them turned over 4 stones, and as the tide reached their knees, they quickly retreated. Their haul included a 14 or 15-pound sea bass, 3 eels, 2 octopuses, over 3 pounds of green mussels, 7 stone crabs, and a substantial amount of sea vegetables. They had truly discovered the rewards of their labor. Could it be? The items they discovered could fetch at least $10, and this was after they arrived late, only flipping 4 stones. That meant each person would get $2, which was certainly more than what Yu Qinglong could earn after toiling away at a small job all day. As Yu Qingbo gazed at the bounty in his bucket, a slight smile crept onto his lips. Damn it. I told you, rebirth has to come with some perks. How is that for luck? Chapter 6, Wang Lao's Favor. How are we going to eat all this? Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Tianshui received a playful shove from Lao Sha. Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you think about? These are for selling, you know? Lao Sha was right. They were indeed for selling. However, they couldn't sell everything. The mussels and sea vegetables were too cheap, just a few cents a pound. They should divide those among themselves to take home and leave a good impression with their families, while selling the rest. Let us go, hurry up and sell them. It's time to head home for dinner, Bai Yunlong shouted. In the past, such a statement would have been unthinkable. It was always about sneaking food from someone's house. Yet this time, no one found it strange. They all thought of selling the haul and returning home with money. There was only one purchasing station in Haihe Village, Wang Lao's seafood collection station near the dock. Hey, don't close up. What is the meaning of trying to shut down when you're in business? Seeing Wang Lao hanging wooden shades over the window, he shouted from a distance. Bai Yunlong quickly dashed over to prop the door open, thinking, you want to close? Not happening. Wang Chong observed the group, feeling a bit uneasy. Last time, Lao Sha had tripped outside his door and ended up taking a 3-pound skinned fish from him, insisting on making a scene if he didn't comply. And Zhu Tianshui was no saint either. He had caused a ruckus last time. The Bai family's kid, while seemingly quiet, had a mischievous streak. Brother Wang, it's fortunate you didn't close up, otherwise, we'd have to run to the town's collection station, Yu Qingbo said, catching Wang Chong off guard. So they were here to sell goods. That made it easier. Why are you guys so late? I was about to close up since no one had come by for ages. Let me see what good goods you've brought. He said this while relaxing a bit. Long had sold him 2 large sea bass last time, so it seemed they were genuinely here to sell and not to cause trouble. Haha, fifth brother. The goods we have today are from all of us working together. Please calculate how much it's worth. Wang Chong smiled at him, giving him a thumbs up. Long, good job. Working together, huh? Xian, however, is also convinced that Long, that rascal, is leading the charge. Why in the past? These few rascals were all idle, and now they are out gathering from the sea? Look at the others. They remain silent while only Long speaks, indicating that this scoundrel is now guiding his brothers towards redemption. No, that's not quite right. It's more like a wayward son returning to the fold. Yes, that phrase is indeed appropriate. The sea bass weighs 15.5 pounds, priced at 40 cents per pound. The eel is somewhat cheaper, at 35 cents per pound. 3 eels together weigh nearly 14 pounds, so let us round it to 14. The 2 larger octopuses weigh 4.5 pounds, which can be sold at 40 cents per pound, while the smaller ones weigh 6 ounces and can be priced at 15 cents per pound. Let us just say we'll calculate that at 10 cents. As for the stone crabs, Wang Laowu, be practical, will you? If you set the price too low, you might find your door blocked later, Yu Qingbo remarked, giving a sharp slap to Wang Laowu. If you can't speak properly, don't shout. From now on, you shall address me as 5 Go. And let us drop the nicknames for the stone crabs and the rest of the sea vegetables. We'll divide them up and take them home to make porridge instead. All right, I'll defer to you. Long, you truly understand, brother. The price I'm offering you is the highest from Wang Jingyang. For instance, regarding the eel, if you go to the market, it's only 30 cents. But I'm offering 35. I'm not saying this to put you in my debt. Just remember us when you have good products in the future. Look at him. He doesn't even mention what old Zhu just said, and instead smiles while offering a high price. This is the attitude that a competent merchant should possess. In truth, Wang Chong's actions have their reasons. As a procurement station, he possesses multiple channels. Currently, the fishing boats in the village have not set sail, relying solely on the villagers to gather goods from the sea. Most of these are merely sea snails and other lowly catches. The fish are either dead or far too scarce. Those like Yu Qingbo, who can bring in live fish, are a significant help to him during this urgent time. A total of 13 yuan. Who should I give it to? Wang Chong poured the fish into his own bucket and then carried it indoors, emerging with the money in hand. 5 Go, could you give us some change? We are 5 people, otherwise, it will be difficult to divide. Very well, Wang Chong replied, heading back into the house. What else with him? Why is he so courteous to you? Tang Jing quietly inquired. We are the ones bringing him profits. We are essentially his fortune bringers. If someone is earning you money, wouldn't you treat them well? Tang Jing, along with the returning by Yunlong and Lao Sha, nodded in agreement. Old Zhu glanced at them and then turned to the doorway with a snort. 13 yuan for the 5 of you. That's 2 yuan and 60 cents each. Here, take it, he said, handing the money to Yu Qingbo. Wow, we have money. This is truly my own hard-earned money. Incredible. The others remained silent, yet smiles adorned their faces, clearly showing that earning money brings joy. All right, I want to take the crabs. But I want half of that sea vegetable. We have hardly any vegetables at home. You all can divide the rest. Let us go. Everyone return to your own homes. Wait, Long, Wang Laowu called out as he prepared to leave, handing him a net. This net has a hole in it. Take it home and let your Amai help you fix it, or you can swap it for another net. You don't even have proper tools. You've been using just a bucket. Consider it a gift. Yu Qingbo immediately smiled. When you treat others well, they reciprocate kindness. Even though he hadn't done much, Wang Laowu had shown goodwill towards him. Regardless of the underlying motives, at least this person knows how to relate to others, even if it's exploitation. It indicates that you possess value for being exploited. Although a mere broken net isn't a significant investment, Yu Qingbo decided to ensure that Wang Chong wouldn't regret this investment. La la la, la la la, we workers have strength. Hey, we workers have strength. Busy working every day? I told you to make a quick trip, yet you took so long. Well, at least it was worth it. We can enjoy this sea vegetable for 2 meals. April, you're not speaking the truth. This sea vegetable doesn't keep well. If left too long, it loses its flavor. It's only good for 1 meal. You talk too much. When Qinglong and your grandfather return, let them eat more. They've worked hard and need to replenish their strength. Sea vegetables are nourishing. Yu Qingbo merely listened while continuing to inspect the broken net in his hands. Chapter 7. Chicken heart snails, deadly snails. Gathering from the sea is ultimately not a sustainable endeavor. During dinner, Yu Qian remarked to his younger son. Yu Qingbo internally gave his father the finger, recalling how he had been smacking his lips over the sea vegetables just moments ago, now criticizing sea gathering. Yet, he understood that his father simply wished for him to settle down. However, he was aware that the future lay in a market economy. Merely working for someone else cannot compare to the profits of running a business. Knowing this but unable to voice it, He simply listened, pretending not to hear. His mother, Guo Yunxiang, and his sister-in-law planned to head out to gather from the sea at 4 in the morning. Ere long, aren't you gathering from the sea too? Come with us tomorrow morning. I can't get up. If I force myself, I'll lack energy and won't be able to keep up. His sister-in-law was testing him without any boundaries. Don't try. I might actually show you my true abilities and scare you. Zhao Mingming was purely teasing her mother-in-law, her eyes sparkling with laughter, as if to say, see, I've figured it out. He is not really gathering from the sea. Guo Yunxiang had no expectation of her younger son waking up in the middle of the night. As long as he caused no trouble, it was already a blessing. She slapped Zhao Mingming's hand lightly, signaling her to stop. Initially unwilling to rise early, circumstances often unfold contrary to one's desires. At dawn, Yu Qingbo was jolted awake, not by the need to urinate, but by a lack of breath. Upon awakening, he saw Lao Sha, Sha Yunhui, and Zhu Tianshu at the head of his bed. It was Lao Sha who had pinched his nose to rouse him. What is wrong with you all? Why aren't you sleeping in this early hour? What brings you here? Don't be angry, it's good news. Sandao, with that broad face, grinned widely, unable to contain his excitement. There is something wonderful happening. Spit it out quickly. Ere long, Tang Jing's father has taken on a job. Tomorrow he is heading to a place in Shuan County that seems to involve some kind of trickery while gathering from the sea. Tang Jing thought we could follow along with her father to learn a thing or two. Lao Sha interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. Don't listen to his nonsense about trickery. Tang Jing is talking about stilt walking, Bai Yunlong added. Stilt walking while gathering from the sea? Yu Qingbo had heard of stilt walking in the context of fishing, but how had it become a method of gathering from the sea? Where is Tang Jing? Why isn't she here? She came over this morning to inform me, and then went with her father to prepare for today's outing. Lao Sha lived opposite Tang Jing, making it most convenient for her to seek him out. It was unnecessary to consider that old Zhu and Bai Yunlong had both followed the same approach as Lao Sha. Preparation was not needed. Tang Santai was busy with a wedding banquet, and the family of the deceased would certainly not be exhibiting stilt walking while gathering from the sea. Isn't tomorrow the day for that? Why are you all waking me up this early? After earning some money yesterday, I couldn't sleep well this morning, Sandao admitted. Looking sheepish, and Yu Qingbo felt an urge to kick him. Despite his burly appearance, he had moments of being excessively fussy, which was truly irritating. Let us check the time in the main room. It's 6:30. 6:30? What time did you all arrive? Where are my father and brother? When we arrived, your father and brother were just leaving. Considering they had come early, Yu Qingbo was surprised that they had gotten up so early. Indeed, money could make even the laziest of men rise. Let us go. Let us take a stroll by the sea. Since we're awake, let us head out. As soon as he stepped outside, he noticed that a few individuals had gathered at the courtyard gate, fully prepared for the day's venture, while he himself was unprepared. His bucket for gathering seafood had been taken by his mother and the others, leaving him empty-handed, which was quite disheartening. Nevertheless, recalling that Tang Jing had taken a stick the previous day, he decided to procure one for himself. He retrieved a wooden stick, about the thickness of his thumb, from the firewood pile by the entrance, and the four of them set off towards the seaside. He wielded his stick, while Lao Zhu carried a rake, and Lao Sha had a somewhat coarse net. Presently, he was burdened with 2 buckets belonging to him and Lao Zhu, while Bai Yunlong trailed behind with another bucket, creating a rather awkward scene. They had arrived early today, and the tide was still receding, although it was anticipated that in just half an hour it would reach its furthest extent before beginning to rise again. During low tide, those who gathered seafood followed the water's retreat. Wherever it receded, they would follow, allowing them to immediately collect any seafood left behind. Thus, the shore was devoid of people, all of them chasing the retreating water. In such circumstances, seeking out his mother and sister-in-law would prove quite laborious, as the individuals trailing the water were all engrossed in their own pursuits. Of course, some were scavenging on the beach with rakes, digging for buried conchs in the sand. As for fish, there were none. The chill in the air indicated that it was the off-season for gathering seafood. What remained were primarily shellfish, and encounters with live fish were exceedingly rare. If one did happen upon any, they would be plainly visible on the sand, not concealed beneath it. Yu Qingbo had refrained from leading them to overturned stones, as the presence of too many people could lead to mishaps. If someone were to discover a fish beneath a stone, the question would arise, should one seize it or not? Those with stable jobs would not venture out to gather seafood. Those who did were particularly attentive to every conch and seaweed they came across, let alone fish. In order to avoid trouble, the group meandered along the beach, which had been traversed countless times by others, in relative anonymity. Lo and behold, fortune seemed to favor him today. As they walked, Bai Yunlong appeared to discover something intriguing and excitedly dashed to the left. The others followed suit. But when Yu Qingbo saw Bai Yunlong attempt to pick up what he had found, he startled and kicked him away with great force. Fool! What madness has overtaken you? Bai Yunlong tumbled, covered in mud and water, rising in fury. Fool, this is excessive. It's merely a conch. I could easily give it to you. Lao Zhu attempted to mediate. A conch? Little Bai, you are your grandparents' only grandchild. Have you considered what would happen if something befell you? How would they manage? I've already warned you all, do not touch any unfamiliar seafood. If you do, ensure you take proper precautions. You dared to handle a conch you couldn't even identify? Do you not realize that if you had touched it, we would be lighting incense at your grave this time next year? A barrage of exclamations left the three in stunned silence. You say this conch is poisonous? Bai Yunlong's fear began to set in. The infamous chicken heart conch. Surely you've heard of it? Is this truly the chicken heart conch? He gasped, realizing it was the very one said to possess the venom capable of slaying 10 elephants. Living by the sea, one might have encountered various seafood, but surely, they had all heard tales of this conch. Lao Zhu took a few steps back, gently patting his chest, as his frail heart could hardly withstand such a fright. How terrifying! The notorious toxic chicken heart conch. Lao Sha, swallowing hard, appeared to sway dangerously. Lao Sha, what ails you? Thankfully, Yu Qingbo was swift to catch him before he fell. I can't, my legs feel weak. Do not leave me. Yu Qingbo was incensed, thinking to himself. What a bunch of cowards. Chapter 8. The traditional and ancient method of gathering seafood. A mere chicken heart conch had served to cool the fervor of his impassioned companions, who were driven by the desire to earn some money. The infamous conch, which had become an object lesson, met its demise at the hands of his stick. This day's venture yielded no rewards, or perhaps it was not entirely devoid of fortune. Yu Qingbo discovered that luck was not an omnipotent force. Today, they traversed a beach well trodden by many, even encountering individuals who had just passed. Consequently, they returned empty-handed. Luck, it seemed, was contingent upon one's mindset. Did he not desire fortune today? Indeed, he did not, primarily because he lacked even a bucket. He worried that someone might stealthily follow him. Hoping to ride on his luck, it appeared there was no need for concern. As long as he did not wish for fortune, it would not come to him. However, he intended to test this theory further. His mother and sister-in-law had fared rather well, bringing home 2 golden pomfrets, sold for less than 2 yuan, along with a pile of green mussels. Since they already had some at home, they sold those as well, totaling 2 yuan to take home, which brought them great joy. The next day, Yu Qingbo rose early, skipping breakfast to head to Tang Jing's home. Upon arrival, he found his companions already gathered around the table, enjoying porridge, and hurried over to join them. Full. Not likely. Tang Jing's family is somewhat better off, but not by a significant margin. After all, he had contributed 2 yuan to the household, or else his mother would surely have berated them in incomprehensible Yunnan dialect. Today's destination was Boa Village, located 3 or 4 li north of Haihe Village, a place that would later gain considerable fame due to its influx of presidents and prime ministers. Tang Jing, did you see that master yesterday? Indeed, not only did I see him, but I also spotted his enormous fishing net. Goodness, it stands taller than 2 men. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingbo felt a twinge of apprehension. An enormous net of such size, regardless of skill, required a considerable investment. Among their group, only Tang Jing might manage to negotiate with his father regarding such an expense, while the rest of them would be left out. The high-footed trap, a traditional and ancient method of fishing, was akin to walking on stilts. One would enter the water on stilts, not only balancing on them, but also pushing a large triangular net ahead. Leaning forward, one would maintain balance between oneself and the net, which would rest against the seafloor, allowing a bounty of seafood to be caught as the tides ebbed and flowed. The principle was straightforward. The longest stilts could reach 2 meters, and in the water, the buoyancy exerted on the stilts was considerably less than that exerted by one's legs. Thus, mastering the technique of maneuvering the stilts while pushing the net could yield more than traditional methods of gathering seafood. Of course, this method was fraught with danger. The legs would be securely bound to the stilts before entering the water. Should one fall, without assistance nearby, rising would prove exceedingly difficult, as even a proficient swimmer would struggle. Additionally, this method of fishing required prior observation of weather conditions, wind direction, and tidal patterns to plan a safe route, thereby mitigating greater risks. The master they encountered today was named Zhang Tianshi, not to be confused with Zhang Tianshi, he took care to clarify during his introduction. He was the uncle of the groom. It turned out that the Zhang family hailed from the Xuan area, and had been assigned work here due to their expertise in this fishing technique. However, it was perceived as peculiar in this locale, leading Zhang Tianshi to minimize its use. Now, however, he was thrilled that there were individuals interested in learning, for if this practice became widespread, he might reclaim the high-footed trap. How impressive! It looked so tall. Lao Sha expressed his envy as he watched Zhang Tianshi ascend onto his stilts. Indeed, with the addition of the stilt's height to one's own, it created an awe-inspiring stature. Moreover, one must navigate the water as if traversing solid ground. It is not merely the aquatic environment that presents challenges. But even walking on land feels daunting to Yu Qingbo. I cannot manage this. I yield. Let you all handle it. I concede outright. Lao Sha. I should have spoken up sooner. Now he has beaten me to it. Tang Jing and Bai Yunlong are no better off. Their heads bowed as if searching for coins on the ground. In truth, it seems difficult, yet once you take a few steps, it will not feel so hard. Master Zhang Tianshi has noticed the disquiet among the younger ones and promptly endeavors to soothe them. Master Zhang, could you guide us into the water to demonstrate how it's done? A brief rehearsal would suffice, Yu Qingbo implored. Zhang Tianshi glanced at Yu Qingbo and agreed. Feeling a sense of relief, at least he wasn't outright dismissed. The village lies by the sea, and within 10 minutes, they reached the shore, where the tide was notably high. Without hesitation, Master Zhang stepped into the sea, transitioning from holding the net to pushing it forward, placing the net's end into the water, effectively creating a pivot point. Yu Qingbo observed that the center of the net was equipped with a large empty plastic oil barrel and a sizable round ball, likely hollow, both securely bound to the wooden frame of the net. Thus, even if they were to submerge, they could rely on the buoyancy of the barrel and ball to float. Before long, Master Zhang stood upon the water's surface, commencing to propel the net towards the shore. This scene resembled a martial arts master gliding effortlessly across the sea. Water walking with iron palms, Yu Qingbo mused, recalling an image from old Master Cha's writings featuring Qiu Daxia. The descent was swift, but the return was slower. During this time, Master Zhang executed a lateral push, reminding Yu Qingbo of the methods used in the north to scoop river snails with iron shovels. However, this required balancing on stilts while discerning the clarity of the water, which was considerably more challenging. Haha, let us see the haul. It shouldn't be much, as this is merely a demonstration, not a thorough push. Wow, Master Zhang, there is so much in the net. Zhu Tianshui's knack for flattery was innate, something Lao Sha could not replicate. Indeed, the net contained a plethora of treasures, numerous clams and sea snails, astonishingly including a blue crab, 5 rock crabs, an octopus, and 3 oysters. It seemed the high stilt net was worth a try. Lacking a boat, they could only rely on the tide. Yu Qingbo felt confident this could be accomplished. What do you all think? Would you like to give it a try? Master Zhang began to invite them. I can't do it. Don't involve me. Ask him. Zhu Tianshui promptly sold Lao Sha out. Lao Sha, why am I always a beat behind you? Just as he was about to speak, Yu Qingbo, observing the stilts and net up close, interjected. Master Zhang, please don't put everyone in a bind. Your stilts are excessively tall. We should modify them to 1 meter. What do you think? Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, Xiao Bai, and Tang Jing. You all need to weigh in. Can you manage 1 meter instead of 2? Chapter 9, The Scheme. As Master Zhang bid them farewell, he felt a pang of regret. They were accustomed to 2-meter stilts in Xuan, and even the shorter ones were at least 1.5 meters. The abrupt reduction to 1 meter diminished his enthusiasm. 1 meter signifies merely a 20 or 30-meter advance into the water at most. Beyond that, one risks submerging completely. Of course, one could venture deeper without exceeding waist height, but that would demand exceptional skill. Yu Qingbo had no intention of remaining shallow. When he mentioned 1 meter, it was out of modesty, as he hoped that by merely entering the water, he could access places unreachable by land and enjoy a fruitful catch. However, neither Lao Zhu nor Lao Sha was willing to immediately agree, for they had seen how treacherous those stilts could be, fearing a tumble if they attempted to use them. Yu Qingbo refrained from suggesting an even lower height, preferring to see if they could manage 1 meter first, and if not, they could discuss further. They could prepare the stilts at home, but the net would require Master Zhang's assistance to construct. The net was not inexpensive, costing 6 yuan. Yu Qingbo paid a 2 yuan deposit, with the remaining 4 to be settled upon delivery. This time, he didn't rely on anyone else's funds. He was certain he would use this net, so he decided to reserve it. With just over 15 yuan left from his originally 20-something pocket money, he felt anxious watching it dwindle. On the return journey, Yu Qingbo initiated the first step of his plan, consolidating funds. Did you all give the money from the last tide hunting to your families? Of course, where else would I keep it? That was 2 yuan and 6. Yu Qingbo gave a thumbs up and then shifted his focus downward. You haven't even paid your share, Zhu Tianshui attempted to argue, suddenly recalling the 17 yuan and 8 jiao that Ling Ling had slammed on the table, realizing that Ling Ling had not been contributing all along. Wait, when did Ling Ling become so clever? Lao Zhu thought, glancing around at the others, wondering if he was the first to notice. Was he now the second smartest among them? Aside from Ling Ling, from now on, let us try to avoid giving money when earning. If we must contribute, let it be as little as possible. Surely, you don't plan to tide hunt forever? If not tide hunting, then Lao Zhu began, but upon hearing Ling Ling's remarks, Bai Yunlong could no longer bear to listen to Lao Zhu's ramblings. Lao Zhu, who fancied himself the second smartest, was about to retort. But seeing no one paying him heed, he quieted down. This trivial amount of money is hardly significant. We are destined to earn substantial sums. Tide hunting is merely a means born out of necessity. Once we have capital, we must invest in a boat, for fishing at sea yields far greater returns than tide hunting. Wouldn't you agree? A profound silence enveloped the group. They were accustomed to meager allowances, and the sudden mention of purchasing a boat left them momentarily speechless. A boat? Even the smallest second-hand fishing vessel would cost several hundred yuan. None had ever contemplated such grand ambitions. Lingling, why do I feel like you've suddenly become clever since that time you ate the pig placenta? Tang Jing remarked softly. I was the first to notice. From the moment Lingling suggested not paying, I deduced his newfound cleverness. I am the second smartest. Lao Zhu feared that if he did not assert his position soon, Tang Jing would seize the opportunity to claim the title. Bai Yunlong, internally dismissive of Lao Zhu, nudged Lao Sha before turning his back on Lao Zhu. Lao Zhu, you are indeed the second smartest. I too thought of it before Tang Jing, Bai Yunlong admitted, feigning disinterest. I should take third place. He could no longer bear to look at Lao Zhu, opting instead to kick Lao Sha playfully. It's not so much about becoming clever. It's just that after that fight with Tong Fan Yuan, I must have gained some insight, Lingling mused. It's clear that everyone has become quite perceptive. Even a 15 or 16-year-old child would notice the change. Not that sudden. I only just realized it myself today, Lao Zhu chimed in. Listen to Lingling. I won't be paying anymore. If we save a few yuan each time, we will have enough for a boat in a few months, Bai Yunlong declared first. Previously, this group had been up to all sorts of antics, and during tide hunting, they had never contributed money to their families. They could easily revert to that. I still feel I should contribute a little, Tang Jing said bashfully, scratching his head, as he was considered the better child at home. All right, it's settled then. As for the stilts, Lao Zhu, have your brother-in-law assist in making them. 1 meter is sufficient, not 1 meter tall, just a total length of 1 meter. Let us practice a bit. This is certainly easier than flipping stones. Zhu Tianshui's brother-in-law was a skilled carpenter. So crafting a pair of stilts shouldn't be a challenge. The second smartest. Could someone draw a diagram for me to take to my brother-in-law? I'll go. Bai Yunlong volunteered. The cheerful atmosphere among the group dissipated abruptly upon Tang Jing's remark. Lungzi, aren't we supposed to call Fan Yuan? The mention of Fan Yuan seemed to jog several companions' memories, for they had not seen him in days. Yu Qingbo was waiting, as he had intended to observe just how much Fan Yuan cherished Zhao Mengtao. In his previous life, he had defended his brother fiercely, only to realize later that he had been the one betrayed. You adore this woman, yet fail to protect her with all your might, leaving that task to me? Am I the fool here? Reflecting on his former life, indeed, it was foolish. When Zhao Mengtao was in elementary school, she sat next to Lungzi, with Fan Yuan seated behind them. He had never suspected Fan Yuan's feelings for Zhao Mengtao, nor did he comprehend why she professed her affection for him. Just because Zhao Mengtao had once confessed to him, and Fan Yuan was aware of this, did Fan Yuan then admonish him to fiercely safeguard his woman. However, upon his return from labor education, when he sought out Zhao Mengtao, she had already wed that foolish Du Kong. Why did you marry him? You knew I fought him because of you. Yes, your imprisonment was due to me, but he suffered because of me too. Later, Fan Yuan spread rumors that I was a seductress, claiming that whoever married me would be doomed. My father drank daily and beat me. Who else could I marry? I couldn't wed Fan Yuan, who professed to love me while simultaneously branding me a liar. Memories flooded back, each more sorrowful than the last. Lungzi, don't cry. Sha Yungue was the first to notice a tear cascading down Lungzi's cheek. It's nothing. Just a gust of wind blew some sand into my eyes. But there's no wind here. Where would the sand come from? Old Zhu interjected. Never mind. Let the past fade like smoke. It has dissipated. So why dwell on it? By the way, old Sha, tomorrow you should visit Fan Yuan's house and see what he has been up to lately. Chapter 10. Prepare for the worst. The following day, Yu Qingbo rose early, planning to buy a net bag in town and exchange the one given to him by Wang Laowu. Lungzi, you're up quite early today. Why are you all here again? Are you determined to prevent me from sleeping in? Yu Qingbo shot an annoyed glance at old Zhu. So it's just you today? Tang Jing is home alone. He must have been recruited by his parents. I have no choice but to find you. Yu Qingbo glanced at the clock in the hall. It was already 8:30, not particularly early. I'm heading to town to buy a net bag. Care to join? Sure. I'll go find my brother-in-law and discuss the stilt issue. By the time Yu Qingbo and old Zhu completed their errands, it was already 10:30. It shouldn't have taken so long, but Bai Yunlong had yet to finalize the stilt blueprints. Yu Qingbo had to provide a detailed description to old Zhu's brother-in-law, Wu, who then sketched the plans. Zhu Tianshui's sister, Zhu Tianhua, insisted on keeping them for lunch, leaving Yu Qingbo feeling somewhat embarrassed. especially as Zhu Tianhua kept tugging at his arm, drawing him closer. Do you not realize how substantial those two buns are? Zhu Tianhua was not one to shy away. Her father, Zhu Xian, had named her with the intent of invoking a celestial flower. Zhu Tianhua was quite attractive, and Zhu Tianshui was not bad-looking either. Otherwise, their father wouldn't have chosen such a name. You refuse to eat my sister's meal. Where shall we find food now? Get food, mooch, gather something. They often said. They had grown accustomed to the concept of zero-cost meals, having previously lacked money, and thus understanding little of the idea of food scarcity. Their meager pocket money typically converted into candy. As he recalled their past food-gathering escapades, a term used by monks flashed through Yu Qingbo's mind. Alms. Good sir, might you spare a morsel for this humble monk? Yet, their almsgiving typically occurred without the hostess' awareness. Let us go. I'll treat you to something delicious. Yu Qingbo led old Zhu down the main street of the town. At that time, Jiaji Town was far from the bustling place it would become 40 years later. Yet most buildings along the main street were business fronts. Let us stop by Wang's bun shop. I remember it's up ahead. We should grab some buns. The thought of buns reminded old Zhu of the delightful meat buns they had tasted in Boa village, quickening his pace in anticipation. However, just as they turned the corner, Yu Qingbo noticed a large crowd gathered. Wait, how do we end up at Du Kang's house? Oh no, something must have happened. Realizing this, Yu Qingbo quickly pushed his way through the throng, with old Zhu hurriedly following suit. What are you pushing for? The fight's over, there's nothing to see now. As they reached the front, they discovered no fighting had occurred, only a large pool of blood on the ground, with two uniformed officers maintaining order. Upon seeing them, one officer called out, "Stop pushing, there's nothing to see. The fight is over, and the injured have been taken to Qianghai Hospital. Disperse. Comrade, who was injured? Oh, I know Du Kang. Could you please explain the situation?" Yu Qingbo was aware that the Du family had previously established connections with local law enforcement. Hence he refrained from mentioning Fan Yuan's name. You're a friend of Du Kang? He'll be fine, just two broken arms. However, the one who fought him is in serious condition. His head wound stopped bleeding, and the blood loss is considerable. Both were sent to Qianghai Hospital. You might want to visit. The officer seemed attentive, likely due to the mention of Du Kang. Du Kang was all right, merely a fracture. But Fan Yuan had lost a significant amount of blood, and it appeared he might not make it. This was the information they had received. Damn it, everything was in disarray. In his past life, he had beaten Du Kang until his head bled profusely, ultimately leading to Du Kang's downfall. This time, he would not be the fool. Fan Yuan was seriously injured, evidently deeply infatuated with Zhao Mingtao. After 2 years of labor education, he returned to face the death of his parents and constant domestic strife, struggling to make a living without paying attention to his old friends. Eventually, he moved to the capital, maintaining only a tenuous connection with his family through a letter he wrote to his brother during the Olympics, accompanied by a photo of himself in a security uniform outside the bird's nest, assuring his brother of his well-being. His brother's reply mentioned that his nephew was doing well in school and everything was fine at home, but after that, they lost contact. Let us go check on Fan Yuan, Yu Qingbo said, and without even stopping for a meal, he and old Zhu rushed to Qianghai People's Hospital. At that time, Hainan still belonged to Guangdong Province. It wouldn't be until 1988 that it would become independent. Presently, Qianghai was not even a prefecture-level city, merely a county, and it would be another 12 years before it was upgraded to city status. In those days, not many were hospitalized. Most ailments were treated by local barefoot doctors. If they failed, the local health center would handle it, striving to minimize expenses for patients, quite a contrast to hospitals 40 years later. After inquiring for what felt like an eternity about Feng Yuan's ward, the duty nurse remained tight-lipped, showcasing a commendable dedication to her work. Lungzi, old Zhu, you're here too? Did you hear the news? Bai Yunlong emerged from an unknown place, causing the young nurse to breathe a sigh of relief as she patted her chest. Realizing that he was indeed telling the truth, she had feared he had come to fight, especially since Fan Yuan had been admitted due to a brawl. What was happening? Was Fan Yuan all right? It was unclear. He was still undergoing emergency treatment. His father, Fang Butong, had just arrived and handed me some money to buy food. Speaking of food, Yu Qingbo and old Zhu suddenly remembered they hadn't eaten, and hunger struck them fiercely. Old Zhu snatched a cloth bag from Bai Yunlong's hands, reaching in to discover a large steamed bun, the aroma revealing it was filled with meat. As Yu Qingbo, old Zhu, and Bai Yunlong stood outside the emergency room, they witnessed Fang Yuan swallowing a cabbage and pork bun. Fang Butong cast a glance at them, then emotionlessly turned back to focus on the door of the emergency room. Uncle, have something to eat, Bai Yunlong urged, offering a bun, but Fang Butong merely pushed it back. Just as Yu Qingbo was about to speak, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air. It was Fang Yuan's mother, Pan Billion, who had arrived, accompanied by the tear-streaked Lao Sha. You are Fang Yuan's family. Prepare yourselves for the worst, Pan Billion exclaimed before fainting. Fong Butong could barely stand, and Yu Qingbo's mind went blank, a voice in his head screaming. Have you gone too far? Chapter 11. No money, no end. In his previous life, Fong Yuan's schemes had led to his own miserable existence. This time, he had merely gone with the flow to extricate himself, yet Fong Yuan now faced life and death. Did this count as the cycle of karma? As they waited, the door to an operating room opened about 10 meters away, and 2 soldiers assisted a stretcher and a nurse pushing the gurney toward the ward. Is that Dukong? Old Zhu's voice broke the silence, followed by an unsettling stillness. Then, Pan Billion shrieked, rushing forward with a furious demeanor. What are you doing? If you have something to say it without resorting to violence. If you do, we won't hold back. My son is fighting for his life in there. And if you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. The 2 soldiers blocked her, allowing the nurse to push Dukong away first. They were equally helpless. Having been informed of the situation upon their arrival, they knew Dukong deserved punishment, but as soldiers, their duty was to follow orders and protect him, leaving them feeling conflicted. Unable to break through, Pan Billion ultimately returned to the emergency room door, supported by Yu Qingbo and the others. Right now, Fong Yuan's well-being was paramount, and this thought exhausted her. When Yu Qingbo and the others arrived, it was just before noon. Now it was 5 in the afternoon, and the lights in the emergency room finally extinguished. Fong Yuan was wheeled out, still in danger, yet the surgery had gone relatively well. I must inform you that the blood from the bank arrived late, and prolonged brain ischemia may lead to brain death or stress-induced cognitive impairment. Doctor, what do you mean? Speak plainly. Old Zhu's question struck a chord with Zhu Xinha and Pan Billion. The doctor hesitated, feeling that the truth might be too cruel, especially given the child's young age. Doctor, are you saying Fong Yuan might not wake up, or if he does, he could be mentally impaired? Yu Qingbo's words relieved the doctor, as it was easier for someone else to voice such a harsh reality. It is highly likely. You must be mentally prepared. After the doctor departed, Fong Butong and Pan Billion followed Fong Yuan to the ward, but they could only observe their son, swathed like a dumpling, through the window. As for the surgical fees, they hadn't brought any money, having rushed over without a second thought. However, Fong Butong had signed some papers upon arrival. As hospitals nowadays prioritize saving lives over finances, otherwise, by the time they arrived to intervene, Fong Yuan would have already gone to the afterlife. The prospect of Fong Yuan becoming a vegetable or mentally incapacitated weighed heavily on Yu Qingbo. Dukong was unharmed. What was he to do? He realized that he felt neither joy nor sorrow over Fong Yuan's predicament. It was as if the individual held no significance in his heart. No, I cannot let that scoundrel Dukong off so easily. Brothers, what do you think we should do? Yu Qingbo glanced at Sha Yungue, thinking that this time he had wised up by putting him in charge. Old Zhu, you are the smartest among us. What do you suggest? Old Zhu's mind was blank. Turmoil brewing within, yet his face betrayed no emotion. After much contemplation, he still couldn't come up with a solution. I believe we absolutely cannot let Dukong off lightly. Lao Sha chimed in. Seeing Zhu Tianshu appear to relax and exhale, Lao Sha approached and slapped him on the back, exclaiming, "Damn it. After holding it in for so long, that's all you could come up with? Such a fool. I can't believe I once thought of learning from you." Reng Zi, he said, turning the courage back to Yu Qingbo. We cannot resort to violence. Those 2 soldiers are clearly watching over him. It seems Dukong has a powerful family backing him. Even if we were to confront him, we would not escape unscathed. For now, we can only. Bai Yunlong and Lao Sha nodded in agreement. I also think this is a feasible plan. The 3 of them turned to look at him, then ignored him entirely. Thus, an important decision targeting the Fong family was made by a group of youths yet to fully mature. The following morning, Yu Qingbo, Old Zhu, Lao Sha, and Bai Yunlong arrived at Xianghai People's Hospital, first checking on Fong Yuan, who still had not regained consciousness. Fong Butong's hair resembled a bird's nest, while Pan Billion's face was lined with wrinkles. Both bore dark circles under their eyes, clearly having had a sleepless night. Uncle, Aunt, you should take turns to rest. Don't wear yourselves out. UNZ still needs your care. But witnessing their vacant nods made it clear that words were futile, so they left. After they departed, Fong Butong wondered why these young men, who were usually so close to his son, only came to visit and then left. Yet he dismissed it, as his son's condition was all that mattered now. The 5 of them entered an empty restroom, and armed with the contents of their bags, moments later, they emerged as 5 sorrowful figures, donned in mourning attire, outside Dukong's ward, wailing that their brother had been killed. Dukong was in a regular ward, and the 2 soldiers beside his bed had changed into civilian clothes. The commotion caused by Yu Qingbo and his friends immediately drew a crowd, creating a scene in the hallway. My poor brother, only 15, has been killed by Dukong in this room. That heartless creature first stole my wife, and now has taken my brother's life. The audacity to believe he can escape justice because of his powerful connections. Where's the justice in this? Woe is me. Surprisingly, despite the exaggerated performance, Bai Yunlong effectively conveyed the message. Someone go and chase those scoundrels away. What kind of nonsense is this? I was beaten too. Once I recover, I'll ensure these ruffians pay dearly. The two soldiers, feeling exasperated, wondered if they were now complicit in wrongdoing. They turned their backs, pretending not to hear the chaos outside. If they were to enter, they would undoubtedly have to intervene. Let us head to the county government. I refuse to believe the Du family can shield themselves from accountability. Old Zhu's voice boomed as they descended the stairs, followed by a throng of onlookers. The hats designed by Yu Qingbo were remarkably inventive, fashioned from conical shapes of hard cardboard, adorned with brush-written characters proclaiming an eternal injustice. The son of a high official commits murder. Murder demands retribution. My brother's life is at stake. The hats were white with black lettering, and after emerging from the hospital, they had managed to procure some red ink, which they let drip onto the hats, instantly staining them crimson. Two soldiers observing from the upper floor saw everything clearly. If these hats reached the county government, chaos would ensue. After a brief discussion, one soldier decided to stay behind while the other went to report the situation. The distance from the hospital to the county government was not far, just 3 intersections away. However, Yu Qingbo and his companions appeared to be deeply distressed, staggering slowly as if weighed down by sorrow. This leisurely pace had its advantages, as more and more people began to gather behind them, creating a momentum that could not be overlooked. Old Zhu voiced his concern. What if no one comes? Old Sha replied, keep your voice down. There are so many people watching. I refuse to believe no one will show up. Xiaobai added, how could they not come? Unless the old Du family could somehow capture all of us. Yu Qingbo reassured them, do not worry. If no one arrives, I have a contingency plan. This matter will not be settled without compensation. Chapter 12. Using the compensation to buy a boat. What are you doing? Don't cause a scene. Take those off immediately. What kind of nonsense is this? This is a new China. Such antics are not tolerated. If there are grievances, report them to the police comrades. Don't seek attention here. A middle-aged man in glasses and a Zhongshan suit, resembling a cadre, appeared before them, attempting to remove their hats. Old Sha, seeing this, was about to lose his temper, but Old Zhu, more astute, held him back. He tripped Old Sha, who fell unceremoniously to the ground. They're hitting people. The officials want to help the Du family silence us. Laughter erupted from the crowd, as the performance was quite theatrical, despite the official being several meters away. However, those inside the crowd understood the gravity of the situation, while those at the back could not see. What is going on? An official dares to strike here with so many witnesses? Just how powerful is this Du family? Who knows? Officials can be quite ruthless. Du Tianda was infuriated. Over a decade ago, his son and daughter-in-law had perished at the scene, and in a misguided attempt to compensate, he had been lenient with this grandson, who subsequently went astray. Blaming himself for being too busy and neglectful of Du Kong's upbringing, he had summoned former subordinates to assist. But their involvement only complicated matters further. Ultimately, he had to step in himself. Fellow villagers, please make way. I am the Du in question. I wish to discuss a resolution with the young gentleman ahead. The villagers complied, and the 3 soldiers who had followed him also helped part the crowd to prevent the old leader from being jostled. The old leader, what brings you here? I can handle this. Zhao Yihe hastily approached Du Tianda. You can handle it? Is this how you resolve matters? Du Tianda gestured towards the fallen Old Zhu and Old Sha. Old leader, I was wrong. Old Zhu exclaimed, but Du Tianda ignored him, having retired and no longer responsible for him, choosing not to be too harsh. Young ones, can you get up? If so, let us move to a cooler spot and talk. Of course, if you disagree, that is fine too. It is simply quite sunny. By the way, I am Du Kong's grandfather, Du Tianda. Yu Qingbo studied the elderly man in military attire before him, recalling from the internet era that Du Kong's grandfather was indeed a genuine military officer, having attained the rank of deputy commander before retirement. Hello, sir. Are you two all right? If so, please rise. Lying on the ground invites ants and insects. Du Tianda scrutinized Yu Qingbo, immediately recognizing him as a leader among the group. Sir, let us move to that wall over there, Yu Qingbo suggested hastily. All right, we'll follow your lead. The group removed their hats, holding them in hand as they hurried to the shaded area beneath the building by the roadside. It's fine now, everyone disperse. Go about your business. Zhao Yihe began to clear the crowd. Hey, Bai Yunlong reminded Yu Qingbo. No worries, the old general is a soldier, a veteran. His word holds weight. Yu Qingbo said loudly, ensuring Du Tianda could hear him. The elder considered this young man clever, realizing he was trying to establish credibility. Oh, the grandson has made a mistake. He must own up to it. Old general, you are aware of the situation with Du Kong, correct? This title was unique. It was the first time Du Tianda had been addressed this way, and he nodded, signaling Yu Qingbo to continue. Without dwelling on the cause, Fang Yuan is currently comatose in the hospital. The doctors say he may either be a vegetable or mentally incapacitated. What will happen to his parents as they grow old? What about him? I understand. This time it was Du Kong's fault. Young people getting into fights is commonplace, but let us put that aside. How do you wish to resolve this? Is it about Du Kong paying with his life, or the old fox? Fang Yuan is not dead. Where does the idea of life for a life come from? This is merely a strategic retreat, Yu Qingbo thought to himself, fully aware of the implications. No need for a life. A single mistake should not lead to further errors. In this society governed by law, we must refrain from illegal actions. However, Fang Yuan will need care moving forward. My uncle and aunt's retirement issues are concerning, especially since my aunt lacks stable employment. How about this? I can assist in coordinating a job for Fang Yuan's mother, providing at least some assurance for their future. As for Fang Yuan's care, would it be possible for you brothers to assist? Regarding expenses, would 500 suffice? Before Yu Qingbo could respond, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back as old Zhu's instrument of mischief was discreetly removed by his hand, causing him considerable discomfort. Old General, I believe you should visit Fang Yuan in the hospital and offer my uncle and aunt an apology. Of course, we will be present to prevent any conflict. As for caring for Fang Yuan, that is our duty as brothers. The 500 does not need to be mentioned to my uncle and aunt. Du Tianda began to comprehend that these youngsters were merely using trivial matters as leverage, not representing the Fang family's interests, but rather seeking financial gain from him. However, considering Du Kang's predicament, if the Fang family pursued this matter relentlessly, it would become troublesome. It was better to spend money to resolve the issue with their presence. Convincing the Fang family to accept compensation would likely be easier. Very well, when shall we proceed? Let us wait until Fang Yuan's condition stabilizes. Today, tomorrow, or the day after should be about right. How about we meet at the hospital entrance at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow? Du Tianda extended his palm, and Yu Qingbo took a moment to understand that this was an invitation to seal their agreement with a handshake. However, when he pushed forward, an unexpected force jolted through his arm, leaving him in pain. Curse it, the old fox. The handshake was meant to teach him a lesson. As the meeting concluded and the crowd dispersed, old Zhu, old Sha, and Bai Yunlong were brimming with excitement. 500 should buy a pretty decent boat, right? Old Zhu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Is old Du really that wealthy? Sha Yungue suddenly chimed in. Wealthy? In this day and age, how much do military officers earn? None of them knew, but old Zhu's father, Zhu Xian, worked as an ordinary worker at the shipyard, earning $39.06 a month. Du Tianda must certainly earn significantly more. The reason he refrained from discussing money with old Du was his apprehension about old Du potentially turning against them and falsely accusing them of extortion. Moreover, the sum of 500 had already surpassed the previously established baseline of 300. The boat had been purchased, and consequently, this vessel would also belong to Yuan. We must ensure that our earnings are shared with Yuan. We cannot simply take this money without due consideration. Chapter 13. Are you here to buy a boat? Yu Qingbo and his companions finalized the terms of the extortion agreement. Rather, it should be termed the compensation agreement. After all, if a brother has been assaulted, he is entitled to recompense, is he not? They returned to the hospital. Uncle Fang, Auntie, how is it? Has Yuanzi awakened? Not yet. But the doctor has informed us that Yuanzi's condition is stable and he has survived the critical phase. Otherwise, we wouldn't be allowed in. The doctor mentioned that now we must see if he can awaken within 48 hours. Uncle, what if he doesn't wake up in 48 hours? As soon as Lao Zhu uttered these words, he received a sharp slap on the back of his head from Bai Yunlong. Yuanzi will certainly wake up. He is the smartest among us and knows that living is paramount. Lao Sha's initial words were acceptable, yet the latter part felt somewhat off. Uncle, Auntie, I need to discuss something with you. That brat Du Kong has beaten Yuanzi to this extent. Although he has 2 broken arms, we are still justified in seeking an explanation. However, we heard that his grandfather is a high-ranking official, making it difficult for us to confront him. This morning, we caused a commotion at the county government and eventually met his grandfather, who promised to compensate us. Fang Batong remained silent. Children do fight, and it was at their doorstep. But even though their son was nearly killed, he had not died, and the other party was also injured. Where, then, lies the justification? Upon learning that the opposing grandfather was a high-ranking official, his inherently timid nature deterred him from engaging with such influential figures. Compensation? My son nearly died. Can that Du Kang's life be worth the same as my son's? If he survives, I would risk my life to ensure he pays for this. Auntie, we are also deeply saddened by Yuanzi's condition. While we are angry, our priority should be to find ways for Yuanzi to recover swiftly. Even if you were to kill Du Kong, the law demands a life for a life, and you wouldn't escape punishment. What, then, would become of Yuanzi? Yu Qingbo had anticipated the couple's reactions and had already prepared this line for Pan Billion. Pan Billion gazed at him intently, her meaning unmistakable. What do you propose we do? Auntie, were you engaged in physical labor or temporary work at the shipyard, earning merely 21 yuan a month? To be frank, that amount is too meager. Yuanzi needs proper nourishment to recover. Perhaps he will soon regain his health? You should seek a better job, a formal position. Isn't he a high-ranking official? If he cannot manage this, then let us stir things up. Pan Billion remained silent, contemplating whether the suggestions made by the glib Zhuzi were feasible. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. However, Yuanzi required care. And if she and Fong Budong were to work, who would tend to Yuanzi? Xiaopan, considering Fong Yuan's unique situation, I have communicated with the hospital. They will arrange a separate ward for Fong Yuan, and you will serve as an in-hospital nurse. Of course, you will need to undergo training initially. But your workplace will be within this very building, allowing you to care for Fong Yuan simultaneously. Du Tianda had considered this thoroughly and brought along numerous nutritious provisions. His demeanor was commendable. Truly, he was a leader of distinction. Outside the hospital, Yu Qingbo successfully received a substantial 500 yuan in cash. Now that the money is secured, what are the plans? To everyone's astonishment, Du Dazingwei inquired of a mere adolescent, leaving the soldiers behind him dumbfounded. The funds will be used to purchase a boat. Fong Yuan is our brother, and given his current plight, we must consider Uncle Fong and Andy. We will buy a boat to venture out to sea for fishing, which will also belong to Fong Yuan. This is genuinely my thought process. And thus I present myself sincerely. All right, you have some guts, or perhaps you wish to join the military. Old Du's humor was quite refreshing. He seemed to have taken a liking to him. Old Du, look here. This is also a result of your grandson's handiwork, Yu Qingbo remarked, gesturing to the ghastly scar on his forehead. Commander, Old Du, currently, this young lad does not regard his military political commissar as an authority figure. What a pity he is not your grandson. Du Kong, I shall take him to the army. His grandfather is a hero, and his parents are martyrs. The Du family will not permit him to become a scoundrel. Old Du departed, taking Du Kong with him, as his rebirth had complicated the narrative of his previous life. The following day, Yu Qingbo and his 4 companions set off for Wenchang. Tang Jing was abruptly roused from her slumber early in the morning, bewildered at the notion of buying a boat. Weren't we supposed to save up for a high-footed net? How did we suddenly acquire funds for a boat? Wasn't I merely helping my parents for 3 days? Upon hearing that they intended to buy a boat at Tanmen, village chief Fong Biyuan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Upon seeing Yu Qingbo brandishing a thick bundle of cash, he readily provided an introduction letter. These street urchins were determined to reform and walk the straight path. He would certainly support them. Unlike their usual trips to the county, buying a boat at the shipyard necessitated an introduction letter. Otherwise, they would not even gain entry. It was best to purchase a boat from a reputable shipyard. The shipyard in Haikao was undoubtedly superior, being the shipbuilding hub of Guangdong. However, it was too far, and they were merely looking to buy a small boat. With a total budget of 500 yuan, it was advisable to purchase closer to home. The Tanmen shipyard, although commonly referred to as such, was officially known as Lao Mo Shipyard, located in Qianghai, Tanmen town. Over the years, it seemed that this shipyard had not flourished, as Yu Qingbo did not recall it being particularly notable. However, regardless of its obscurity, it did not detract from the quality of the fishing vessels produced there, which were all wooden boats. This was fortunate, as with their 500 yuan, they might only be able to afford an anchor if they sought to purchase a steel ship. At Tanmen Shipyard, Lao Zhu and Lao Shao were familiar with the area, especially since their families had connections to the shipyard. Tanmen is located just north of Boao. Although they are adjacent, the land separating them is somewhat wide, necessitating a walk to Boao before proceeding to Tanmen. Lao Zhu's father, Zhu Xian, was an ordinary worker at the shipyard, while Lao Sha's father, Sha Tongtian, was a welder, earning a monthly salary of 51 yuan, considerably more than Zhu Xian. Fong Butong worked as an accountant at the shipyard, earning 46 yuan and 50 cents a month. Not far now. The shipyard is just ahead. We have to register at the entrance. We must log in every time we visit. It is quite troublesome. But the guards say it is a factory regulation, Lao Zhu remarked, showing off his cleverness as they approached the entrance. From the duty room, a voice called out, "Oh, isn't this Zhu S. Beiji? Here to find your father again." Hearing the taunts from the security personnel at the entrance, Zhu Tianshu's face turned crimson. Normally, he could endure the teasing, but with his brothers present, this was rather embarrassing. Yu Qingbo understood the psychology of these security guards all too well. The more timid you appeared, the more brazen they became. Conversely, if you presented yourself as a regular staff member, they would behave properly, as he was quite familiar with their conduct. "Comrades, we are here to buy a boat. Please assist us with the registration," Yu Qingbo insisted, adhering to the protocol. You're here to buy a boat. The duty security guard scrutinized the introduction letter before looking back at the group of youths who appeared to be of the same age as his son, feeling somewhat dizzy. Yes, we are here to buy a boat. We are guests, so you should treat us with respect, Beiji retorted, gaining confidence. Chapter 14, The Sandworm Erupts. Currently, the factory has small fishing boats measuring 5.5 meters for 220 yuan, 7-meter boats for 350, and 8-meter boats for 420. Though referred to as a shipyard, it is actually situated in a cove where workers are diligently engaged in their tasks. With several completed boats docked nearby, awaiting collection, my colleague, Master Gong, who is responsible for introductions, provided explanations as they progressed, demonstrating a commendable level of responsibility. Master Gong, is the price you just mentioned for the bare boat? Certainly, the price for one with an engine would be significantly higher. Yu Qingbo felt a twinge of disinterest. A wooden boat without a motor, propelled solely by manual effort, where could it possibly take him? He could only meander along the shore, and if he ventured too far, a strong wind might prevent his return. Let us settle on a 5.5-meter boat then. How long will it take to be ready? You'll need to pay a deposit first. Currently, there are 5 boats ahead of you, but the 5.5-meter model will be ready soon, just half a month, and you can collect it. A deposit of 100 yuan is required. The remaining balance can be settled upon collection. By the way, Master Gong, please remember to paint the words friendship on the boat's hull, Yu Qingbo recalled as he was about to leave. Master Gong glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Typically, 5.5-meter boats are for personal use, and requests for inscriptions are rare. Larger boats, typically 7 to 8 meters, often require such markings since they frequently venture out to sea. Smaller boats, meanwhile, are usually just used for gathering seafood along the coast, or for ferrying passengers from larger vessels. Going too far in a small boat is perilous. Initially, he had aspirations of grand adventures, but he resigned himself to a more modest pursuit of gathering seafood. Tang Jing displayed remarkable equanimity. The purchase of a boat had caught him off guard, but he was now able to accept the current situation. However, on their way back, they made a stop in Boa and purchased numerous items. Having money certainly has its advantages. They acquired a complete set of seafood gathering gear, each person outfitted with gloves, water shoes, clippers, rakes, and buckets. This single set cost them 17 yuan, and in a flash, they had spent 85. But that was all they bought. Yu Qingbo was willing to spend, while Lao Zhu and Lao Sha were more reluctant, still apprehensive about their lack of earnings and feeling anxious about their expenditures. They had departed in the morning and returned by 3 in the afternoon, enduring hunger throughout. I can't take it any longer. I need to drink some water to stave off my hunger, he thought, making a beeline for the water tank upon arriving home. What's this? Haven't you all eaten? Zhuani, do you have anything to eat? We're starving here. Sha Yunggui felt at home in Lao Zhu's house, so he naturally sought to remedy the situation. There's no meal ready, but I'll fetch you some dried shrimp. Each of you can have a little, she said, as she entered the kitchen in the east wing and returned with a full bowl of dried shrimp. Dried shrimp are indeed inexpensive. Nearly every household stocks up on them. Upon seeing the shrimp, they eagerly grabbed some, gulping down a mouthful, then promptly filled their bellies with water using a ladle. Others followed suit, imitating the action until they were all sufficiently filled. Let us go gather seafood. Zhu Auntie had noticed the items they brought in. Each person carried a bucket filled with gathering supplies, reflecting on the 2 yuan and 50 cents her son had received last time. It seemed these young men were indeed on the right path. Little did she know they had purchased a boat, otherwise, her jaw would have dropped in astonishment. On the beach around 3 in the afternoon, the tide had yet to recede. If they calculated correctly, it would be around 7:30 when the timing would be right, allowing them to gather until about 10. If they were willing, they could venture out at 6 and return by 11. As they walked along the shore, the group looked to Yu Qingbo, awaiting his command. Change into your water shoes, or wear your rubber shoes in the water. Do as you please, I'll change first. The yellow rubber shoes are durable, but truly do have a foul odor. Their current water shoes appeared to be modified rubber boots, featuring numerous holes on the surface and sides to prevent water from accumulating inside. As Yu Qingbo walked ahead, he silently chanted, "Come fish, come fish." Yet, after walking for some time, he saw not a single fish. Perhaps his luck had run dry, or had he simply misjudged his fortune all along? After more than half an hour with no discoveries, the group was beginning to feel dizzy from the sun. Let us take a break under that tree over there, Yu Qingbo suggested, pointing to the umbrella tree on the beach. However, just as they stepped onto the sand, Yu Qingbo sensed something was amiss and hesitated to proceed. What's the hold-up? Are your legs numb? Zhu Tianshui, standing behind him, approached and patted his shoulder. Zhu, don't move, something is happening. Zhu Tianshui was startled by Lao Sha's sudden exclamation, and before he could utter a word, he noticed the sand beside his feet shifting, undulating in a peculiar manner. Huh, I knew it couldn't be empty. Brothers, grab your tools. With excitement, Yu Qingbo set down his bucket and took out his rake to begin digging in the sand. Upon seeing this, everyone realized there must be something valuable beneath. The finds were not large, resembling long, naked, meaty worms, and as he rinsed them in the water to remove the sand, Yu Qingbo noticed they were adorned with small squares, shimmering with iridescent colors in the sunlight. These were sandworms, also known as naked starworms or square starworms. While they may appear somewhat unappealing, they are rich in glutamic acid and are believed to aid in various ailments such as deficiency heat, tuberculosis cough, chest tightness with phlegm, swollen gums, and chronic dysentery. It's worth mentioning that sandworms are exceptionally easy to prepare. They are delicious no matter how you cook them, even without any seasoning. They can be enjoyed as sashimi and are renowned as the CS equivalent of MSG. There's a popular saying around here, 3 sandworms make a bowl of dish, highlighting their nutritious and delectable nature. What a haul! So many sandworms. Even Tang Jing, typically reticent, could hardly contain his joy. As he spotted 1 or 2 sandworms with each rake, the others fell silent, realizing that it was wiser to conserve their energy for further digging rather than waste it on chatter. The 5 of them worked diligently for over an hour to clear the sandworms, and when they finally reached a point where no more sandworms surfaced after 20 consecutive digs, they finally relaxed. Each of their buckets was filled to nearly half. This truly was a remarkable bounty. Sandworms are a delicacy that others would be thrilled to find even a couple of pounds, yet here they were with an astonishing amount. Each bucket likely contained 7 to 8 pounds. Sandworms are not cheap, with prices comparable to pork, selling for 7 to 8 mao per pound. To put it in perspective, even large yellow croaker only costs 2 mao and 50 cents per pound in this era, which illustrates just how valuable sandworms are. Yu Qingbo knew that while seafood prices were generally low at present, by 1985, as the country transitioned from a planned economy to a market economy, seafood prices would begin to rise significantly. Let us gather everything together and head to Wang Laowu to sell them, Yu Qingbo suggested as he stood up. But when he did, the others remained seated. In a flash, Yu Qingbo realized the implication. Chapter 15. You convened a meeting without me. Everyone should gather their own catch. And now you suggest we sell them together? Why did I put in so much effort earlier? We could simply divide it equally. I could take my time. While they were good brothers, loyal and supportive, it didn't mean they were devoid of self-interest. Bai Yunlong stood up first, reaching for a bucket. But Yu Qingbo raised his hand to halt him. Are you all feeling uncomfortable? He noticed Tang Jing was about to speak, so he gestured for silence. Please, do not interrupt me, and do not deny it. If we want to maintain our brotherhood in the long run, some matters should be addressed openly. Our future endeavors will undoubtedly differ. Take the boat, for instance. Once we purchase it, who will be the one to operate it? You might assume it's me. But have any of you asked if I'm willing? Upon hearing this, the other 4 brothers looked up at him, astonished that Yu Qingbo might actually refuse. I'll lead the way for gathering seafood, whether it's now or in the future. Shouldn't I receive a larger share? If I feel uncomfortable next time and choose not to lead, who among you will step up to ensure everyone earns? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. Their heads bowed in shame. I expressed these sentiments not in pursuit of monetary gain, but rather to convey the necessity of establishing a set of guidelines regarding the distribution of funds. It is imperative that we reach a consensus on how the money shall be divided, thus preventing any future discontent among us. Given the modest 5-meter vessel, which can accommodate a maximum of 2 individuals at a time, how shall we fairly allocate the earnings between those who embark on the boat and those who remain ashore? Surely, some will harbor feelings of discontent. While this may be tolerable for a time, prolonged inequity can escalate minor grievances into significant discord. What then shall we do? Part ways? Moreover, if we begin with modest earnings and later transition to greater profits, what are we to do if we become reluctant to allocate a portion to Yunz's family, as initially agreed? At this moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the rhythmic crashing of the waves. Let us refrain from further discussion for now. We shall evenly split the proceeds this time, after the funds are distributed. I implore everyone to reflect on this matter, as it is crucial to our long-term sustainability. Let us reconvene at the same time tomorrow. With that, Yu Qingbo hastily made his way towards the purchasing station, followed closely by Tang Jing, by Yunlong, Lao Zhu, and Lao Sha. Lao Zhu remarked, must we complicate matters so? Why not simply heed the words of the fool? To which Lao Sha countered, then why did you not rise just now? Lao Zhu retorted, I noticed none of you stood. My friends, it has been several days since I last saw you. Let us not be like those who fish for 3 days and rest for 2. Should we not strive diligently to earn more? As he observed his companions, he noted their impressive gear. Wang Chong, upon seeing their arrival, greeted them warmly. These fellows typically avoided crowded times, preferring to come when the coast was clear. However, With each carrying a bucket this time, his heart swelled with anticipation, albeit tinged with concern as they seemed less than cheerful. Fifth brother, today luck is on our side. We've gathered some sandworms, and you must offer a fair price. Yu Qingbo forced a smile at Wang Chong, though the effort made his expression even more painful to behold. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Wang Laowu realized that something was amiss. But their presence together suggested the issue was not insurmountable. Shall we weigh the catch together or separately? He inquired, but upon seeing their grim expressions, he feared he had misspoken. Let us weigh them individually and tally the total afterward. Before we proceed, let us agree on a price for the sandworms. What shall it be? Wang Chong fell silent, crouching beside his bucket to inspect the sandworms. Freshly harvested, the quality was undoubtedly excellent, yet his scrutiny was leisurely. Should I charge 70 or 80 cents? This batch is substantial, likely over 7 jin, 5 portions totaling over 30 jin. A mere dime difference amounts to over 3 yuan in total. If I offer 70 cents, I fear I may offend them, while the money is trivial. Incurring their wrath could lead to troublesome consequences. These sandworms are commendable. Rest assured, my pricing is fair, 80 cents per jin. But understand, all must be washed clean. I will not accept any sand in the measure. His words were shrewd, and Yu Qingbo secretly acknowledged the need to learn from Wang Laowu. For while he possessed knowledge of future developments, in matters of business and social finesse, Wang Laowu was leagues ahead. Gentlemen, who shall go first? Yu Qingbo offered. I shall. For my catch has been cleaned, while the others are still laden with sand, he said, turning his back as if nothing had transpired, allowing the others to wash their catch in the basin nearby. The total was 37 jin, just slightly over. As you wash, please remember to account for the weight of the water. Shall we agree on 37 jin as the measure? Seeing Yu Qingbo nod, Wang Chong proceeded to calculate the payment. The total came to 29 yuan and 6 jiao. I know you require change. Wait here while I fetch it. Ah, fifth brother, spare yourself the trouble. Simply provide the total, Bai Yunlong interjected, prompting Wang Chong to reconsider. No need. Let us proceed as usual, fifth brother, he said, noticing that Bai Yunlong had more to say and quickly gestured for silence. Unequal distribution? Wang Chong sensed he had stumbled upon the root of his companion's discontent. 29 yuan and 6 jiao, divided among 5 of us. Surely this will not be equitable. Yu Qingbo contemplated taking a slight loss, suggesting they each take 6 yuan, leaving the remainder for himself. However, upon observing that Wang Chong was distributing whole amounts, he couldn't help but smile. With each person receiving 6 yuan, Wang Chong seemed willing to forego a portion of his profit, covering the remainder himself, a sign of a good-natured individual. After the funds were distributed, Yu Qingbo left with a stern expression, not bothering to look back. Once he noticed that no one was following, he allowed himself a smile. Have the brothers grown angry? I do not believe they will remain unperturbed. He felt a surge of joy at the day's events. Had tensions risen later, it would have been less favorable for him. Now, before they had secured a fishing boat or substantial earnings, he had established a higher ground, perfectly setting the rules. Luck belongs to me. Without my efforts, there would be no harvest. Why should we split evenly? Let us not speak of noble intentions. If it were not for the sake of money, why would I have wasted breath on such matters? I grant you time to ponder what share you are willing to accept. If agreeable, let us continue as friends. If not, I shall pursue my own fortune. And you may go your separate ways, living by your own merits. Good relations? I bring you onto the right path, acknowledging that the old ways no longer suffice. I have fulfilled my obligations to our past camaraderie. Now, I simply wish to earn some extra pocket money. Considering my family's circumstances are the least favorable, am I not entitled to seek a bit more? The following day, the meeting commenced. Tang Jing stated, from now on, Erlong shall be the leader. My proposal is to allocate at least half of the earnings to Erlong. If there are no objections, I believe we should grant him 70 or 80%, with the remainder equally divided among the rest of us and Yuanzi. I concur with granting Erlong 80%. We shall share the remaining 20%. I agree. I too agree. Well, Yu Qingbo thought, stunned. So, you all conspired in my absence? Clearly, this meeting has proven fruitful. I am in agreement. Chapter 16, Erlong Fisheries Company, Limited Profit Distribution Agreement. Cackling away. What do you mean I take 80% while the remaining 20% is shared amongst the rest? You agree to this? You too? Yu Qingbo exclaimed, pointing at their heads. Intelligence resides within, though it is regrettably scarce. Let me ask you, if we solidify this arrangement, who among you will join me on the boat? What if we fail to earn anything? What if, in addition to not profiting, the boat suffers damage? What then? Alternatively, should I successfully take you out to sea and we earn 10,000 yuan in a month, with me keeping 8,000 and you 5 families sharing 2,000? Equating to 400 each, will you not feel a sense of imbalance? Let us consider further. while you may not harbor any thoughts regarding my share. Would it truly be fair for all to receive 400? Lao Zhu, who has been lazy, receives the same as Bai, who has toiled tirelessly. Is this arrangement acceptable to you? The four men fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances, realizing that their meeting may have been in vain. Fool. Does this mean Erlong disagrees with our proposal? Tang Jing cautiously probed. What do you mean I am lazy? I am quite industrious. Thank you very much. Lao Zhu protested. It seemed he had been wrongly accused. The fault lay with the second brother's profound influence on him. For Zhu Tianshui was not like the second brother. He was merely greedy and fond of food. Engaging with the children was truly delightful. Yu Qingbo found that playing with this group brought him immense joy, devoid of any pressure. The camaraderie was genuine, otherwise he would not have wished to include them in his activities. Yet, while he did not speak of luck, he believed that his understanding of future developments positioned him to become a wealthy individual. Thus, he considered that the share they were proposing was excessive. I shall not claim 80%, nor shall you settle for 20. I propose I take 70%, from which we shall allocate 10% each as a bonus fund. This 20% will serve as a differential reward. Those who perform well shall reap greater benefits, while those who do not shall receive nothing. Thus, those who labor diligently and effectively will be duly rewarded. In contemporary factories, it is still widely perceived that workers are merely cogs in a machine, with their performance deemed inconsequential. After all, one cannot simply dismiss them. Many languish through their tasks, and yet, Yu Qingbo's approach has decisively shattered this conventional wisdom. The principle of more work, more reward, and the concept of labor distribution, are they feasible? Tang Jing instantly comprehended the situation. Their family's contracts now reflect this ethos as well. For substantial jobs, they charge more, but one must not be overly demanding. Such audacity could lead to dire consequences. However, her father, Tang Santai, is astute. He prepares meals with copious amounts of oil, while the meat portions dwindle significantly. You provide less, and I will bring more. He seems to imply. Tang Jing, no problem. I find Erlong's arrangement quite agreeable. Xiao Bai, I concur. Lao Sha, I too agree. Lao Zhu, all right, I also consent. Merely verbalizing agreement is insufficient. We should draft a written agreement, complete with signatures and seals, ensuring that if issues arise later, no one can dispute the terms. You are reaping the benefits, yet you still mumble ambiguously about the tasks, Lao Zhu, before loudly affirming your consent. Ultimately, agreement is inevitable. It is better to exhibit enthusiasm. As Yu Qingbo stood closest to him, he heard the murmurs clearly and could not help but notice Lao Zhu's eyes widen in surprise. Oh my! The true nature of a person can be deceptive. Every day, they vie to be the second smartest. Yet who would have imagined that this fellow might indeed be the second most astute in their little group? The bonuses have indeed been earmarked separately. But who will distribute them? Naturally, that duty falls to him. Even if others later seek to assert their influence, it would be futile. His stake is the largest. Granting him absolute authority, his consent is the only one that matters, while dissent from him renders all efforts moot. He retains 70% of the shares outright, covertly controls an additional 20%, leaving a mere 10% for his comrades. Do not deem this excessive. Even this 10%, under normal circumstances, could potentially transform each individual into a billionaire, provided they are fortunate enough to have him on their side. Without him, this group would stand no chance of earning such wealth, perhaps even veering towards a very different fate. Among them, Yu Qingbo holds the highest educational attainment, having graduated from the 5th grade of elementary school, while Tang Jing and Bai Yunlong have only completed the 4th grade. Lao Zhu II and Lao Sha, who barely managed a year before being expelled for sleeping through classes, was rather pleased about it at the time. The handwritten collaboration agreement, with each member signing and pressing their thumbprints, was a comical affair. Lacking ink, they spent an hour and a half capturing a mouse to bleed it for their prints. As for Fang Yuan's share, that was disregarded, save for a clause providing financial assistance to Yuanzi's family, without even specifying a proportion. In truth, these fellows could hardly read well. When signing, they paid no attention to the contents of the agreement, leaving Yu Qingbo feeling as though he had wasted precious time. Had he known it would come to this, he could have merely had them sign a contract of servitude without them even realizing it. The title of the agreement read, Erlong Fisheries Company, Limited Profit Distribution Agreement. Strictly speaking, this contract bears no legal weight, but at least for now, the brothers accept it. Yu Qingbo's demands are minimal. Should anyone later renege, by that time he will have established himself sufficiently to operate independently, unfettered by the whims of others. Following the meeting, they cheerfully ventured to the sea, unburdened by psychological pressures, and their interactions were markedly more harmonious than the previous day. Hey, there are fish! Bai Yunlong exclaimed as he sprinted ahead, spotting not just one fish but a multitude beneath the water. The others hurried over to investigate, and indeed, a vast school of fish swam beneath the surface of the knee-deep water, an astonishing sight. "Sha," Lao Zhu exclaimed as he surged forward. "What are you shouting about?" Lao Sha queried, perplexed. "He wasn't calling you. He meant kill, as in to catch them. Can't you see he's already started?" Lao Zhu had indeed begun his pursuit, thinking to himself that if he worked harder, he could reap greater rewards. Why should he not earn a bit more and treat his mother to a meal of meat dumplings? With this thought, Zhu Tianshui felt invigorated. Tang Jing, by Yunlong, and Lao Sha swiftly joined in, while Yu Qingbo, after a moment's hesitation, also began to scoop fish with his net. This time, Xiaobai had made the initial discovery. Was it sheer luck or merely a stroke of fortune? Now, he could hardly claim credit for leading them here. How would they divide the catch? Although they had previously agreed on a distribution plan, Bai Yunlong would undoubtedly feel uneasy if he received a lesser share. If he felt this way, others might also wonder if they would be compensated fairly in the future, leading to potential grievances. Alas, just after establishing their agreement, they uncovered a flaw. What to do next? Chapter 17, The Worthless Barlang Fish Explosion. A miscalculation, a loophole in the agreement. But as Yu Qingbo pulled in a net full of fish, he smiled, for the situation was manageable. At least this time, there were no issues. The barlang fish, characterized by its spindle-shaped, laterally compressed body, typically measures between 15 to 25 centimeters, with some reaching up to 35 centimeters. Its back is commonly blue or grayish-blue, with a white belly, a deeply forked tail fin, and small finlets behind the dorsal and anal fins. Barlang fish are a regular feature on Yu Qingbo's dining table, not because they are particularly delicious, but rather because they are inexpensive. How inexpensive, you may ask? In the future, by 2025, the retail price in the seafood market is less than 10 yuan, while the current dock purchase price is a mere penny a pound. If prepared, they can be steamed, braised, or pan-fried, but due to their low-fat content, these fish are primarily processed into feed for livestock. This is not to say that some individuals might not have unique tastes. I assure you, dear reader, that the intent is not to offend. Even if you were to collect 100 pounds, it would only yield a single yuan. Could they really catch 100 pounds of fish today? Surely, they would exceed that total collectively, but individually, it would be impossible. The seafood in question holds little value. Selling it is a trivial matter, hardly worth the effort, at most, a few dimes for pocket change, which Yu Qingbo is not particularly concerned about. With the combined strength of many, the seemingly plentiful barlang fish were quickly divided among the group. Yu Qingbo surveyed their haul and estimated they had over 100 pounds. Considering each person's bucket was nearly full, Bai Yunlong exhibited no signs of discontent, aware that he had discovered the fish, and he seemed to accept his smaller share according to the agreement without complaint. Perhaps he was simply too perceptive, adept at concealing his true feelings. Regardless, Yu Qingbo had already contemplated how to support Xiaobai in the future when drafting the reward policy, not for any other reason than recognizing that his family was among the most disadvantaged in the group. Bai Yunlong lived with his grandparents, relying solely on the meager income from the small plot of land behind their home to sustain their family of 3. Bai Yunlong had not dropped out due to poor academic performance, but rather due to financial constraints. His parents had abandoned them for Hong Kong just 3 months after his birth, and whether they succeeded or not remains a mystery, as they never returned with news. Bai Yunlong had also been a part of the past. He was the only friend mentioned in his brother's letter, having once expressed a desire for a detailed address so he could work alongside Erlong, thereby avoiding being bullied. Should we let the barlang fish go? Or should we sell them or divide them for processing? Bai Yunlong's question prompted Yu Qingbo to recognize his overthinking. It made sense. Their family struggled financially, and they often consumed barlang fish, so he knew its worth and felt no hesitation in accepting a smaller share. Let's divide it among ourselves to take home. Surely, our families will be pleased. Selling it, given it amounts to only a single yuan, may not even be worth the trouble. No, Erlong. Do you really think all of this is worth just $1? Tang Jing inquired. He was utterly unaware of the price of this fish. After all, no one would serve barbel fish at a banquet, so it was entirely reasonable for him to be ignorant of its value. Well, it's a penny per pound. Doesn't that mean it's just slightly over $1? The notion of fish being measured in cents brought back a familiar lyric to Yu Qingbo's mind. Fish in cents, grass and trees grow in autumn pants. Which seemed to echo a certain poetic talent in old Zhu. Let us not bother dividing it. There's no profit to be made. We'll just take home what we've gathered ourselves. It's unnecessary to fuss over it. If anyone feels shortchanged, they can take some from me. This worthless barbel fish can still make one appear magnanimous, and in doing so, Yu Qingbo thoroughly played the part. Upon returning and placing the fish bucket down, he indeed brought immense joy to Gui Yunxiang and Zhao Mingming, even if it was merely cheap and unpalatable barbel fish. Ere long, Where did you get this net and water shoes? Zhao Mingming's question momentarily stunned Yu Qingbo, as he had not anticipated his sister-in-law would inquire about such matters. My buddy, that S. Tang Jing, didn't he cater a grand banquet a few days ago? The hostess family was quite well off. And since their son is good friends with Tang Jing, he secretly gifted him a bit. As for why Tang Jing spent money on gear for him, that is self-explanatory. They're all good friends, after all. At that moment, Tang Jing was being taught by his father how to handle barbell fish, and for no apparent reason. A shiver ran down his spine. Cough, cough. Son, you didn't catch a cold at the seaside today, did you? No, it should just be someone missing me. He coughed. Tang Santai looked at his son suspiciously. This was not a cold, but rather a sign that many were thinking of him. How could he be so popular? The following day, Yu Qian and Yu Qinglong were resting at home, having completed their work at the previous job. Father, brother, where are you going? Yu Qingbo asked as he saw his father and elder brother donning straw hats and carrying a bucket, preparing to head out. You're up? Just in time, your brother and I were planning to go fishing at Langsha Corner. Do you want to join us? Fishing? Is that how you're going? Yu Qingbo observed them. They didn't even have a fishing rod, just a bucket. What were they hoping to catch? Who would be foolish enough to leap directly into their bucket? Who told you we only have a bucket? Look, Yu Qian shot him a disdainful glance. As Yu Qingbo approached, he noticed there was indeed quite a bit inside the bucket. A mixture of cornmeal and flour formed into dough balls. And 2 sets of fishing lines, hooks, and weights separated by cowhide paper. It appeared they were genuinely going fishing. A fishing rod? The bamboo rods at home won't do. They've aged and lost their sturdiness. We can just borrow a couple of solid ones from Bai Yunlong down the back street. Bai Yunlong had a good relationship with the second son, so he wouldn't be worried about not being able to get them. Just then, at the entrance, Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, Xiao Bai, and Tang Jing entered the courtyard, looking for Yu Qingbo to go to the seaside. They paid no heed to the tides. They only cared whether Erlong was willing to take them along. The previous day, they had gone to the beach but turned over several stones and found nothing. We're not going to the beach today. Let us go fishing together instead. Just in time, my father and brother are going too. Dad, brother, you go ahead. We know the way to Langsha Corner. We'll join you shortly. Yu Qian glanced at him. Don't mess around with things at home. We don't have much flour left, do we? Hurry up and go. You talk too much. Erlong caught half a bucket of barbell fish yesterday. You can use the dough for fishing, can't you? Gui Yunxiang chimed in just in time. Seeing this, Yu Qian quickly turned and left. This extravagant woman favored her younger son. If it were the eldest and his wife, they would have caused a ruckus long ago. Erlong, fishing? We have nothing. Xiaobai exclaimed. Chapter 18, Novice with Big Fish. With luck on their side at the beach, would their fortune hold while fishing? Yu Qingbo was eager to try. He had previously thought about purchasing a bigger boat. So why settle on the smallest 5-meter one? He felt uncertain. Truth be told, he didn't know if sailing out to sea would also depend on luck. What if his luck was only good for beachcombing? Then he would stick to it. If sailing out to sea was indeed the case. Everyone knew that fishing at sea yielded more than beachcombing. Worst case, he could earn some money and then upgrade to a larger boat later. That was his thought. Today, seeing his father and brother going fishing stirred something within him. He wanted to give fishing a try. Beachcombing, fishing, sailing out to sea. Which venture would yield the highest prices? The answer was undoubtedly fishing. The survival rate of the fish caught was high, and they looked the best, with minimal injuries, thus fetching a better price. This remained true even 45 years later. I'll bring the fishing rods. We have new bamboo rods at home. And last year S and the year before S too. Take your pick. Bai Yunlong took the lead, as his family owned a piece of bamboo forest behind their home and collected bamboo rods each year. His grandfather would often take some to sell in town when he had free time, which was why Yu Qian mentioned going to his house to borrow them. Now they had the fishing rods. They still needed hooks, lines, and bait. The bait was simple. Just chop up a few of yesterday's barbell fish. That would work better than dough. Can we use shoelaces for the fishing line? My brother-in-law's shoe stall isn't in operation anymore. So we still have a lot of repair threads at home, Lao Sha suggested, losing confidence as he spoke. Shoelaces? Let us see what you've got first. I'm not sure if that will work, Yu Qingbo replied, uncertain, as he had no prior experience with shoelaces. As for the hooks, wait here. I'll go ask someone. Yu Qingbo recalled a person who might have fishing hooks. Who? Wang Laowu. What? Fishing hooks? Why are you coming to me? I don't fish regularly. Fifth brother, I refuse to believe you didn't sell clean fish back in the day. You little rascal. All your cleverness is in your head. I do have some, but you'll have to pick them out yourself. He tossed a metal box in front of Yu Qingbo, who opened it only to be taken aback, for what he found was not fishing hooks, but an assortment of junk. Isn't this just a bunch of nails? I can understand the push pins as hooks. My father used those, but nails, iron wires, not steel wires. Why do they look like aluminum? How on earth did the fish eat those? Didn't anyone straighten them out? In a hurry, he selected 5, paused briefly, and then grabbed 3 modified pushpin hooks before leaving. No charge. 5 is a favor owed, 8 is still a favor owed. It's better to take a bit more while I can see you, and if you have fish to sell later, that would be great. Tang Jing, you're no longer needed to help your parents with their work? No, I've made arrangements with my dad. This craft won't be lost. I have a son to pass it on to, but I don't want to rely on it for a living. After all, MO family cuisine isn't my family s. It wouldn't be fair to depend solely on it for our livelihood. From now on, my latter half of life will rely on you, ere long. Hearing this, Yu Qingbo felt a chill run down his spine. If he didn't bring him wealth, he would be a scoundrel. Langsha Corner, just by name, one could guess the waves were fierce, with sandy rocks and a bend. This place marked the corner between Haihe village and the neighboring Nangang village to the south, with deep waters and strong waves. No wonder his father and brother chose this spot. It was indeed an excellent fishing location. On the shore, besides his father and Yu Qinglong, there were 5 others. And he didn't want to annoy anyone by asking about their haul. Friends who frequently fish know that anglers tend to show off, in formal terms. It's called boasting. Once they catch a big fish, they want to let anyone else know. If they don't, they curse your entire family in their hearts. The 5 brothers stood in a line, forming a chain. Yu Qingbo pondered how to proceed, as each one of them was a novice at fishing. Akin to a child observing the festivities during the new year, eager to imitate the adults. Before tying the hook, Yu Qingbo tested the shoemaking thread. It was sufficiently thick, sturdy, and quite effective. He first folded the line in half, then aligned the back end of the hook, known as the hook shank, with the line. Pulling the longer end taut, he began to wrap the shorter line around the hook shank several times, around 8 to 10 loops, to be precise. Finally, he ensured that the end of the short line passed through the lower line loop, pulling the long line to secure the hook tightly. With no one among them possessing any knowledge, he had no choice but to impart the technique of the wrapping knot to them, as his assistance was in high demand. The waves crashed against the rocks in this cove, which could be described as a small bay. A considerable amount of tide would surge in, only to recede. But before it could fully withdraw, the following wave would crash in, causing the previous one to meet its end upon the rocks, creating a frothy spectacle upon the water's surface. This phenomenon was precisely why Yu Qingbo deemed this fishing spot promising. He had previously watched videos during his time as a security guard, and he had observed that beneath such a surface teeming with foam, fish were plentiful. The presence of foam obscured the fish's view of the sky, while simultaneously blocking human sight, creating a false sense of security for the fish, encouraging them to gather here. Particularly, the rocks below provided ample hiding spaces for the fish, making this area even more enticing. Not to mention, even in windy conditions or during a storm, this would still serve as an excellent fishing spot. This situation was particularly well suited for their current bottom fishing technique, the only method Yu Qingbo was familiar with. As for other fishing styles, such as chicken fishing or marinated duck fishing, he had only heard of them but possessed no actual experience, having merely skimmed through videos in passing. Those pursuits were typically reserved for the affluent, a realm far removed from his life as a security guard. Fishing skills? Non-existent. Yu Qingbo had never caught a fish in his life. This was, without a doubt, his inaugural experience. Those acquainted with fishing are aware that it is generally unwise to fish alongside novices, as their lack of understanding can lead to considerable frustration. One often finds themselves in the absurdity of the novice catching fish, while the experienced angler reels in nothing. Old Zhu, holding a fishing rod, looked around in confusion, entirely at a loss for what to do next. It was imperative that he listen to the instructions from Long, who advised him simply to wait. Indeed, waiting was all that was required. Old Shao, on the other hand, was either starving from breakfast or had not eaten well the night before. He let out a loud fart, and the wind carried the scent towards Old Zhu, causing him slight discomfort. As he pinched his nose with his left hand, he suddenly felt a tremendous force tugging at his right hand. Thankfully, he gripped the bamboo rod firmly, preventing it from being yanked away. Someone was pulling me. No, it was a fish tugging at me. Damn it, pull up, he exclaimed. The resistance was formidable. This fish was lively. Old Zhu had both hands now gripping the rod, which bent into a dramatic C shape, a testament to the new bamboo's elasticity. Don't exert too much force. Maintain this tension until it tires. Then you can reel it in, Yu Qingbo commanded, stepping in to direct the operation, recognizing that this was likely a sizable catch. Chapter 19. Hooked, a grouper of the dragon and tiger variety, baited with an East Star grouper. To fellow anglers, take heed. Once a large fish is hooked, the center of gravity of your rod must be directed downward. For instance, if you are standing, crouched down, allowing the rod to brace against the ground. While the fish is not exerting full force, you may take a couple of steps back. Yu Qingbo had merely observed the renowned fishing influencer, Old Deng, in competitive fishing events from a previous life, He was unaware of the specific techniques, yet he had witnessed the post-hooking maneuvers. The advantage of stepping back is that if the fish exerts force, you create space to maneuver. Should it pull hard, you can step forward to give it the impression of control, and once it relaxes, its strength diminishes. Additionally, a small tip, when dealing with a large fish, do not rush to bring it to the surface. If you attempt to lift it before depleting its energy, it can be perilous. Upon surfacing, the fish, exposed to the unfamiliar environment above water, may panic and struggle fiercely, leading to broken rods or snapped lines. While old Zhu was engaged in this endeavor, Yu Qingbo offered guidance from the sidelines. If he was inexperienced, the rest of his companions were utterly clueless, necessitating his intervention. Don't rush to lift it. Tire the fish out first before bringing it out of the water, he shouted while observing the water's surface. Nearby anglers turned their attention to the scene, and Yu Qian and Yu Qinglong abandoned their rods to witness the unfolding drama, having experienced nothing but silence for quite some time. Sweat poured down old Zhu's face, not from exhaustion, but from anxiety, given the crowd watching him fish. Some might argue that old Zhu, a man of audacity, would not easily succumb to nerves. Yet, it is only natural to feel apprehensive when venturing into an unfamiliar domain, especially under the gaze of an audience. Regardless of one's typical bravado. Ere long, I'm thirsty. Suffer through it, you lazy pig. You never seem to work. Whenever you do, it's either thirst or fatigue. Old Shah seized the opportunity to retaliate against old Zhu, who had been basking in glory for several days. Today, however, the moment of triumph was destined for old Zhu. It's coming up, it's coming up. This fish is no small fry. Wow, a large tiger grouper. It must weigh around 7 to 8 pounds, exclaimed one of the nearby anglers, who recognized the fish first. Only then did Yu Qingbo approach to see what was caught, having spent the time comforting old Zhu, who had nearly given up midway. Indeed, it was a tiger grouper, confirmed by Tang Jing. The tiger grouper, or pearl grouper, is a hybrid species developed from the tiger grouper and the dragon grouper, characterized by its distinctive striped head and dragon-like tail. This fish is renowned for its delicate flesh, rapid growth, and strong disease resistance. Decades from now, it will be among the most sought-after seafood in the market. Upon realizing it was a hefty grouper weighing at least 7 to 8 pounds, excitement radiated among the brothers, with Yu Qian and Yu Qinglong sporting broad smiles, sharing in the joy of the moment. But hold on, old heir, what's wrong? Why the frown? Yu Qian inquired, noticing his son's troubled expression. Yu Qingbo was not doubting the quality of the fish. Rather, he was pondering a hypothesis. It was commonly asserted that the pearl grouper was a hybrid of the tiger grouper and dragon grouper. But how could this fish exist now? Had experts been conducting hybrid breeding experiments as early as the 1960s and 70s? It seemed plausible, yet unlikely, given the dire conditions of the country at that time, which would have made it difficult to allocate resources for such endeavors. However, considering that the nation managed to produce the 2 bombs and 1 satellite during such challenging years, it might not be entirely out of the realm of possibility. Was this truly a hybrid of the 2 species? He decided not to dwell on it. Whether it was a result of artificial hybridization or an instance of the tiger grouper's infidelity, it was of no consequence to him. His goal was merely to earn a bit of pocket money through fishing, which was ultimately what mattered. Old Zhu, have some dignity. If you keep holding the fish like that, it'll die? No one is trying to snatch it from you. Hurry and get a bucket to fill with water and put it in. I didn't ask you to carry the fish to fetch water, you silly pig. Yu Qingbo was truly infuriated at this moment. The grouper was not a fish that would only appreciate in value decades later. Even now, the grouper undoubtedly belonged to the aristocracy of fish. The exact price was uncertain, but it was undoubtedly high, for Tang Jing, when out assisting with tasks, always encountered grouper on the tables of affluent families. A 7 to 8 pound grouper, at a rate of $1.50 per pound, could fetch $12 to $13. Yu Qian envied this immensely. It would take him 5 to 6 days of labor to earn such an amount. Yet this young rascal Zhu Tianshui had managed to earn it in less than an hour. Upon hearing this, the nearby companions were equally exhilarated, quickly grabbing their fishing rods to resume their own pursuits. Hey, bro, let me see what bait you're using, Yu Qian called out, having previously overlooked the detail from a distance. Notably, these young men were not using dough for bait. All right, you've got something good there, Haven to you? You're not sharing with your dad, are you? I was wondering how you managed to catch such a large dragon fish. It turns out you were using chunks of fish meat. Hearing his father's excited exclamations, Yu Qian hurriedly covered his mouth, but it was too late. Others had heard. Yu Qian realized he had acted recklessly. Old Yu, your son here looks quite impressive. Could you spare me a bit of that bait? Spare you a bit? Spare you? What about these folks behind you who are watching me? Well, sir, I can spare you some, but this East Star grouper was hard won by us yesterday. At the time, it was too small, less than a pound, so we didn't sell it, thinking to use it as bait. Since you want it, I'll let you have it. We only used a piece weighing 5 ounces, so let us say you can have 7 ounces. How much does each star grouper cost? About $15. You can give me $8 for it, nothing more. The old gentleman's face fluctuated between red and white, resembling a performer from the Sichuan opera, showcasing exceptional skill. Stingy. The Yu family is all the same, grumbling as they leave. Throughout this exchange, Yu Qian remained silent. Watching his younger brother boldly spinning tales about the East Star Grouper, a fish he believed everyone recognized. Yet, the audacity with which he lied lent an air of authenticity to his claims. Nearby, a fisherman asked if it truly was an East Star Grouper, lamenting. Are you living in such poverty that you're using East Star Grouper as bait? To hell with your East Star Grouper. Your entire family is East Star Grouper. Hey, Lao Wu, that is going too far. I'm trying to speak kindly with you. Why resort to insults? You're in the Air Force, which is perfectly normal. Don't take issue with everyone you see. Have I insulted you? Chapter 20. Fishing Frenzy. As the commotion escalated, Yu Qian discreetly grabbed a handful of barramundi flesh from the bucket and stuffed it into his pocket before returning to his fishing spot. Feeling a bit too close to those 5 fishermen, he exchanged glances with his elder brother, and they switched places, positioning themselves directly beside Bai Yunlong. The 5 fishermen exchanged glances, understanding the situation, their frustration palpable. Although Yu Qian was not a frequent visitor, they recognized him. What was the meaning of his relocation? Was it a blatant attempt to sever ties with them? What was the point in climbing social ladders? The most vital aspect was catching fish. Perhaps the change of position brought favorable fortune, or perhaps the bait was simply too enticing. Within 5 minutes of settling in, Yu Qian surprisingly hooked a fish, becoming the second to catch one after old Zhu. Not an expert angler, Yu Qian had nonetheless fished for many years and possessed a fair bit of skill. Incredible. This one is a dragonfish. It might even be larger than old Zhu's. He observed the rod trembling vigorously, and any onlooker would surely believe it. Old Xiao approached, intrigued. Wow, uncle, your skills are impressive. Teach me later, will you? I hope it's larger than old Zhu's. Yu Qingbo could hardly bear to watch. The size of the fish isn't what matters. Observe the strain on the rod. Old Zhu's fish was bending significantly, while Dad's rod barely bends at all. How could it possibly be larger than the previous one? He merely deceiving old Xia. Dad has always been a performer, unable to resist the stage. Uncle, this one is not too small, but it surely can't be bigger than my dragon fish, old Zhu thought, unwilling to hear that someone had caught a larger fish. It's coming up. It's coming up. Yu Qian shouted exaggeratedly. The fish surfaced, appearing sizable, yet compared to the previous dragon fish, it was merely a tiny shrimp. Dad, it's a black snapper. Yu Qinglong exclaimed excitedly upon recognizing the fish. A black snapper, and it looked to weigh around 2 pounds, among snapper varieties. It was considered a prized catch, typically priced around $1. The exact amount required further inquiry, but Yu Qingbo merely glanced and turned back to his own fishing. He could no longer endure his father's smug demeanor. The 5 seasoned fishermen watched, saliva nearly dripping from their mouths. They exchanged glances, and one stood up to subtly shift positions closer. The others followed suit, with one even moving to the far end, right next to Yu Qinglong. Yu Qingbo felt exasperated. It was evident that others recognized their good fortune, shamelessly attempting to intrude. Just as he was pondering this, the rod in his hand suddenly dipped. He too had hooked a fish. Second brother, you've got a red one. A red one. Red is good. Yu Qingbo, stepping back, could not see the fish in the water due to his position, but the sunlight reflected off the surface. Before long, the fish was pulled up, indeed red. A substantial 3-pound true snapper, also known as the red grouper, thrashing its tail defiantly in the air. Second brother, this is fantastic. A great start. This fish alone is worth several dollars. Yu Qian, witnessing the catch, chose not to approach but instead offered distant applause. Second brother, this is indeed impressive. Though still smaller than my dragon fish. Yu Qian turned back, feeling a tinge of annoyance towards Zhu Xin's child. He was genuinely pleased for his younger son, who had been aimless for over a year, often embroiled in petty theft and brawls, causing no small amount of trouble at home. Having returned injured one day, he claimed to have seen the light. Today, it seemed he was indeed on the right path, albeit not entirely straight. Nevertheless, being able to catch fish meant he could earn a living for himself, and that was commendable. He felt a sense of relief. High towers rise from flat ground. Dragons and tigers coil atop the mountains. He hummed a few lines, but before he could finish, Zhu Tianshui announced his good fortune again. Tang Jing, you're impressive. This flat snapper isn't smaller than mine. What a pity it's just a flat snapper. Realizing he had perhaps boasted too much, Zhu Tianshui quickly retracting his neck and obediently focusing on his fishing rod. Next, Bai Yunlong and Lao Sha consecutively caught fish, while Lao Zhu, being the most honest, was the first to hook a mudfish. It put up quite a struggle, and when it finally emerged from the water, it weighed only about a pound. However, in the depths of the water, it had felt as formidable as a large dragon. Xiaozhu, stop. Don't try to grab it with your bare hands. Mudfish are not to be handled directly. If you get pricked, your hand will ache for at least 3 days, Yu Qian admonished, rushing over in a fit of anger. Fortunately, Lao Zhu had indeed touched the mudfish, but luckily he wasn't pricked. Upon hearing Yu Qian shout, he immediately released it. These mudfish are quite venomous. It's best to wear gloves and avoid touching their dorsal fins, Yu Qian explained, indifferent to whether they understood him or not. As long as no one got pricked. He felt it was fine. If someone did, he would not be around to take the blame. Dad, I caught a fish. Yu Qian's eldest son exclaimed excitedly before even reaching his seat. Indeed, he had hooked a black eagle fish, which seemed to weigh over a pound. Unfortunately, as he was bringing it ashore, the fish slipped off the hook and plopped back into the sea, leaving him with nothing but disappointment. Yu Qian looked at the water's surface in silence, then patted his son on the shoulder to console him. It's all right, we'll catch more. Yu Qingbo observed his elder brother with a contemplative expression before he walked over with his own fishing rod. Guijing, you all move a bit that way. I'm switching spots to fish near my brother. His elder brother was the closest family member he had from his past life, honest and introverted. He kept all his thoughts to himself. In their previous life, when his elder brother wanted him to work, but others didn't need him, he had been so upset that he refused to go, returning home to argue with his sister-in-law without any explanation. His brother loved fishing, and the excitement he had just shown when catching a fish was no less than Lao Zhu's. However, losing his first catch must have been disheartening. He feared that his brother might shy away from fishing altogether in the future. Brother, can you pull up your fish hook for me to see? Chapter 21, The Frenzied Dragonfish. Brother, you need to fix your fish hook. It's not right. The opening is too wide, making it easy for fish to escape. He took out a paper bag from his pocket and revealed a rusty fish hook. It's so rusted. Is this even usable? Yu Qinglong knew his brother was trying to cheer him up, but he doubted the efficacy of that old hook. Trust me, I guarantee you'll catch fish, Yu Qingbo said, attaching a piece of barramundi meat to the hook. He never expected his brother to catch a fish right away, but things often unfolded unexpectedly. As Yu Qinglong cast the bait into the water, Yu Qingbo fished on his own. Within 2 minutes, he saw his brother's rod bend sharply, followed by the sound of the fishing line slicing through the air. Yu Qinglong gripped the rod tightly, watching the line dart left and right. As it swam farther away, the bamboo rod bent alarmingly. This fish was undoubtedly much heavier than the large dragonfish that Zhu Tianshui had caught earlier. Just as Yu Qingbo was about to say something, there was a loud crack as the bamboo rod snapped in half. Instinctively, Yu Qingbo used his own rod to entangle the line. This was sheer luck. He had inadvertently caught the broken half of the rod, which now served as a makeshift float in the fishing line. Everyone, clear the way. With the line being longer, the fish had a much larger range to swim, prompting Yu Qian and the other anglers on the opposite side to reel in their rods. Brother, this isn't going to work, is it? Yu Qinglong felt a twinge of doubt. He was certain that something substantial was on the other end. Brother, when I pull back, remember to grab that broken rod. And don't throw the other half away. Pick it up. Use this broken rod as a spool, as long as you can reach the unwound line. Use it to wrap around the spool. The fish is too big. I'm worried my rod might snap too, Yu Qinglong said, astonished by his brother's resourcefulness. He was attempting to forego the rod and directly wrestle with the fish, which was quite dangerous, as the line could snap. However, he was confident that the line wouldn't break. He used a nylon rope from a fertilizer bag and had even doubled it for safety. Not even a 200-pound strain could snap it. Seeing his brother move back, he hurried forward, and once he reached the broken half of the fishing rod, he began to pull back. This time, it was Yu Qingbo's turn to step forward. He picked up the wooden stick that his brother had tossed aside. It was practically a short club now. As soon as he could reach the fishing line, he began wrapping it around the stick with one hand. Winding the line was no simple task, as the line was taut and snapping back. Just as he managed to wrap it 3 times while the fish was momentarily slack, he felt an immense force trying to pull him forward, and he quickly let go. If he hadn't, he would have fallen in. They had no idea how deep the water was, knowing they were still over 3 meters from the surface. At this moment, a crowd had gathered behind them. None of the 5 little ones were fishing anymore. They wanted to help, but were clueless on how. Among the anglers, only the old man with a white beard standing next to Yu Qinglong remained, while the others kept their distance, hoping to catch their own fish. Fortuitously, Yu Qinglong managed to reel the fish back in, and crucially, the stick hadn't slipped from his grasp. Fatty, you go. Grab the stick. Yu Qinglong shouted at Lao Zhu, but Lao Zhu was momentarily taken aback, as no one had ever called him fatty before. Yu Qingbo seized the opportunity, quickly grabbing the wooden stick and winding it tightly 4 or 5 more times to secure it. Fatty, hold on to my brother, Yu Qinglong called out. turning to face Lao Zhu. With Zhu Tianshui's weight of around 130 to 140 pounds added to the equation, Yu Qingbo felt a surge of confidence. He gripped the stick firmly, and although the bamboo rod was reduced to 2 segments, he could still manage it with one hand. For safety, he tightened his grip with both hands. However, this situation was also precarious. If the stick broke, it would mean he was directly pulling the line. A large fish, especially when exerting force, could easily pull the line into his palm, resulting in serious injury. Luckily, the fish had expended a lot of energy swimming wildly at first and was now nearing exhaustion. It took nearly another quarter of an hour before the fish finally surfaced. A dragonfish. This is the father of the large dragonfish Lao Zhu caught earlier. It's nearly half a meter long and weighs around 30 to 40 pounds. We struck gold. Erlong, it's a dragonfish. What's the difference? This is my brother's fish. Furthermore, whoever catches the fish today keeps it. The money from selling it is theirs alone. Long live Erlong. Lao Zhu was ecstatic. He had long craved the pig head from Wang's marinated meat shop in town. After sending money home last time, he had only just remembered it, and now he finally had the chance to indulge. He had been pondering how much the large dragon fish he had caught earlier would sell for, but now, with no division of profits, he could feast to his heart's content. Are we really not splitting it? Bai Yunlong asked quietly. No splitting. From now on, whoever catches the fish keeps it. Yu Qingbo decisively established the rule. These fellows were not his employees. At best, they were shareholders. They had all grown up together, and there was no need to act like a capitalist, exploiting brothers as if they were mere beasts of burden. Upon his utterance, the atmosphere lightened, and joy enveloped the group. Yu Qinglong and Yu Qian together managed to haul up the Grand Dragon Grouper. Yu Qinglong's bucket was so small that it could scarcely accommodate a single fish. The Dragon Grouper, scientifically known as Epinephelus lanceolatus, also referred to as the giant grouper, is a sizable species that can grow to an astounding weight of 700 to 800 pounds. Yet, the specimen before them was merely a modest juvenile. Previously, I had inquired with Wang Laowu, who asserted that even the least desirable green grouper would fetch $1. Thus, this dragon grouper would surely yield at least $40 to $50. What does that amount to? Zhu Xian, working at the shipyard, earned a meager $39.60 a month. One could hardly dismiss the fortune represented in their gleeful expressions. Yu Qingbo approached the elderly man with a white beard, offering him some chunks of barramundi as a gesture of apology, recognizing that his presence had disrupted the man's fishing, even though the latter had subsequently insisted on joining them. It's different now, Yu Qinglong remarked. Yu Qian, beaming with delight, chimed in. That's Uncle Jia from Nansong Village. Don't let it slip your mind next time. Yu Qingbo exchanged pleasantries with Uncle Jia before starting to gather their belongings. Are we heading back already? Yu Qian exclaimed, still yearning for more fishing. Without our rods? Are you truly willing to let such a magnificent dragon grouper go? What if it perishes before we can sell it? Chapter 22, Selling Fish. Hey, have you fellows caught anything? Wang Chong blurted out upon seeing someone with a fishing rod. Isn't that obvious, Laowu? What would bring anyone here if there were no fish? Brother Qian is right. It was my mistake, Yu Qian admitted. No, Wang Laowu, you should call me uncle. We're all on friendly terms here, and you've muddled the relationships. Sha Yunui finally found an opportunity to showcase his wit. Old Zhu, feeling embarrassed, fell silent, realizing his own momentary lapse in thought. Let us keep our discussions separate. By the way, what a massive sea bream, Tang Jing exclaimed, noting that his sea bream weighed 7 pounds and 4 ounces, and Wang Chong quickly calculated it to be $3. They each accounted for their catches separately, ensuring they were paid fairly, even if it meant earning a little less. 5 brothers, you all wait a moment. Let us weigh this dragon grouper first. If it stays in this bucket too long, I fear it may die, Yu Qinglong interjected, cutting to the front of the line. Wang Chong then noticed the fish's tail hanging limply over the edge of the bucket. All right, let us weigh it first, he replied, a smile breaking upon his face. Finally able to silence his critics regarding his high-end connections. The dragon grouper weighed in at 42 pounds, currently valued at a base price of $1.50. For you, Qinglong, I'll give $1.60. That's a premium price, totaling $67.20. Does that sound correct? The money will be ready shortly. That's mine, Zhu Tianshui exclaimed, having anticipated that the most impressive catches would be saved for last. However, he hadn't expected Yu Qinglong to be so ahead of the game. His reasoning made perfect sense. If the fish died, it would be a significant loss. Upon witnessing Yu Qinglong's accomplishment, Zhu Tianshui rushed over to cut in line. The previously standing Bai Yunlong stepped aside, choosing not to argue with the boorish fellow. A dragon grouper. What a fine catch. But wait, why is it damaged? Observing old Zhu's smug demeanor, Yu Qingbo nearly remarked that the fish had been mishandled in an attempt to show off. The standard price for a dragon grouper is $1.60. but due to its less than ideal appearance, he could only offer $1.50. It weighed 6 pounds and 8 ounces, falling short of the anticipated 7 to 8 pounds. No, Laowu, no. Brother 5, this is indeed a dragon grouper, quite rare. Isn't it's supposed to be valued at $1.60? It's merely a bit scuffed on the skin. Nothing is missing from its body. How can you justify $1.50? You mustn't be unfair, he protested, but was silenced by Yu Qingbo's firm hand on his shoulder, noting the darkening expression on Wang Laowu's face. $1.50 is the offer. Take it or leave it. If you don't sell, just know there's only one purchasing station in town now, and they certainly won't give you $1.50. Go ahead, try your luck, Wang Laowu stated matter-of-factly. Is that true? I thought there were 3 purchasing stations in town. Yu Qian responded, astonished. Brother Qian, have you not been to town recently? No, wait, Erlong, you should be aware. A general has emerged, and the Qin family's purchasing station is now run by their distant nephew. Somehow, they've managed to put the other 2 out of business. He explained. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingbo felt a shift in his heart. Wang Laowu, known for his fish dealings, would certainly need to sell elsewhere. It was common knowledge that tensions had arisen between Fan Yuan and Dukong. The rumor mill regarding the Dukong family and their military connections was rampant. Initially, they had referred to him as an officer, and while it was not incorrect to call him a general, Yu Qingbo remained skeptical that mere familial ties could close down competing purchasing stations. $1.50 it is, Brother 5, whatever you say, Old Zhu declared decisively. The dragon grouper is $10.20, Mudskipper 35 cents, just shy of a pound. Let us call it $10.05 altogether. Black bream, which is rare, goes for a higher price at $1.80 per pound, totaling $3.60 for 2 pounds. The barramundi is excellent, symbolizing good fortune, weighing 2 pounds and 2 ounces, so I'll offer $1.70 per pound, totaling $3.70. Little buy, this is a yellowfin bream. You truly struck gold in your fishing spot. It weighs 1.5 pounds, priced at $1.20 per pound, making a total of $1.80. Little Shah, this is black bream, priced at $1.80. No, wait, this is actually cow dung bream. Even rarer than black bream, so let us call it $2. But it's a pity it only weighs 9 ounces, still totaling $1.80. After collecting all the fish, Wang Chong went inside to fetch the money, emerging with everything neatly divided, ensuring that no one had to search for their dues. Both parties parted ways amicably. Erlong, today I've surpassed you, Old Zhu boasted, one arm draped over Yu Qingbo's shoulder, reveling in his triumph. Yu Qingbo, however, paid little heed to his boast. Did he truly believe he had outshone him? He didn't share that sentiment. The great dragon grouper, credited to his older brother, was, in actuality, a reflection of his own efforts. Without him, that grouper would never have surfaced. This was a truth he held dear. Yet, seeing his brother delighted with the earnings, he was more than willing to share in the joy, knowing that true brotherhood transcends monetary transactions. Yu Qingbo's thoughts were now consumed by the situation at the purchasing station in town. Had the Dukong family truly taken action? In his past life, he had drifted aimlessly at the lowest rungs of society, lacking information and insight into the true character of the Dukong family. However, hearing from Du Tianda that both of Dukong's parents were martyrs, he assumed they must have instilled a strong moral compass in their children. Thus, one possibility emerged. Dukong may have facilitated actions on behalf of this so-called relative. You might wonder how a wounded soldier still confined to a hospital bed could manage such affairs. I assure you, anything is possible. Every era has its share of sycophants and opportunists who believe that the higher-ups may not be able to voice their opinions directly. Thus, they could transmit messages through this seemingly ineffectual descendant. Perhaps Dukong's actions were unintentional. Yet the current circumstances could very well become a stumbling block in his path to advancement, necessitating a resolution. Erlong, are you listening to me? Yu Qingbo glanced at his older brother, who appeared lost in thought, having not paid attention to what had just been said. You truly have a gift for daydreaming while walking. I won't waste any more time. Half of this money is yours, and with that, he handed over a hefty wad of cash. Yu Qingbo's momentary lapse in reaction was merely due to his mind wandering off, but upon observing the situation, he quickly grasped his elder brother's intentions. Fine, I shall take half of it, he decided, reasoning that it was his rightful share anyway. You too, keep your mouth shut. I am an airman, after all, and have caught not a single fish. It was only when Yu Qian arrived at the door that he remembered to remind his 2 sons. Chapter 23. Fang Yuan returns home and subsequent arrangements. April 1st. April Fool's Day. Although at this moment, no one was aware of the significance of the day, it was merely another ordinary day. When Yu Qingbo awoke, only his mother, Guo Yunxiang, and his sister-in-law were in the courtyard, weaving fishing nets. It seemed that his father and brother had gone out again in search of work or assistance. His mother and sister-in-law were not weaving nets for naught. They were crafting them for families in the village who owned boats and would be compensated for their labor, though it amounted to only 2 or 3 dimes a day. In the village, there were a total of 4 families with boats, the largest belonging to the village head, now referred to as the brigade leader, Fong Butong, whose vessel measured 8 meters in length. The other 3 boats were each 7 meters long. These boats were originally communal resources of the production team, but since last year, the village had tacitly allowed several boats to be privately contracted. This year, personal ownership of boats was permitted, resulting in lower rental fees. Otherwise, the owners would likely have purchased them outright. As he squatted nearby, watching the intricate process of net weaving, something he did not comprehend, he overheard Zhao Mingming's incredulous question, "Ere Long, your brother said that Long Dun was the one who helped him catch that fish?" Her tone dripped with disbelief, not doubting Yu Qinglong's capabilities, but rather questioning her brother-in-law's ability to assist in reeling in a massive fish weighing over 40 pounds. She assumed he must have merely helped lift it for a brief moment, while her brother insisted on crediting him, leaving her, as his sister-in-law, rather helpless. Ere Long, Yuanzi is back." Lao Sha's timely arrival rescued Yu Qingbo from this awkward situation, as he now found himself least inclined to confront his sister-in-law. "Yuanzi is back? Is that a good sign?" "No, Ere Long, you're not still half asleep, are you? Didn't the doctor say he might end up a fool?" "No. We cannot simply go empty-handed. We've been too busy these past few days to visit him. It's unacceptable to show up without something in hand. Let us stop by the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a few items, then we shall proceed." Initially, he had contemplated purchasing some goods, but as memories of his previous life flooded back, specifically the misfortunes stemming from Fong Yuan, his heart turned to ice, hardened by the weight of despair. "Uncle, how is Yuanzi?" Old Zhu inquired first. "Not too well." Fong Butong's face appeared gaunt, his eyes sunken, and his hair and beard a tangled mess, as if he had aged a decade overnight. Yu Qingbo silently prayed for his well-being, hoping he could live on. Otherwise, Fong Yuan's fate would be dire. A sudden thought struck him. Perhaps it would be better if Fong Yuan were no longer around. Fong Butong and Pan Billion were still under 40 and could certainly strive to have another child. With Fong Yuan in such a liminal state, they would never be able to conceive again. This led him to ponder his past life. If he had managed to eliminate Du Kong, perhaps his own life could have been exchanged for his parents' survival? Was death, then, a form of liberation? A chilling epiphany gripped him momentarily, but he quickly dismissed such thoughts. Du Kong was a war hero. How could he ever? Yet, the seed of that notion had been sown. In this life, Du Kong remained unscathed, while Fong Yuan endured such relentless suffering. He resolved to investigate whether the Du family had any subsequent developments. If they did, it would suggest that his previous self had been ensnared in a lifelong trap. If that were indeed the case, he could not be blamed for his harshness. "Ere Long, what is wrong? Why do you suddenly seem so cold?" Tang Jing's voice jolted him from his reverie. Fong Yuan could only stay for 2 days. It was impossible for him to remain at home longer. Fong Butong had to return to work, while Pan Billion was already employed at Xianghai People's Hospital. The reason for bringing Fong Yuan home was the doctor's suggestion that familiar surroundings might stimulate his brain's recovery. As they beheld Fong Yuan, drooling and smiling vacantly at them, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Once outside, the brothers walked along the path, their spirits dampened. "Ere Long, can that boat of ours really sustain Fong Yuan?" Bai Yunlong's words prompted all eyes to turn toward Yu Qingbo. "Certainly. From now on, whoever catches the fish will keep it. As for the coastal and boat share, we'll adhere to the prior agreement. We are bound to acquire more boats in the future. Perhaps each of us will eventually own one, and we shall upgrade from small boats to larger ones. Our fortunes will surely flourish." Unbeknownst to Yu Qingbo, as he spoke those optimistic words, he was basking in sunlight, while his companions were shrouded in shadow, witnessing him as if he were surrounded by a halo, appearing almost divine. "I must be mistaken. How has Ere Long become the god of wealth?" Lao Sha murmured, to which the other companions nodded in agreement. "By the way, everyone remember to collect your textbooks when you return home. We wouldn't want to be unable to decipher the manual for operating a large boat or struggle with basic arithmetic." "What? We have to attend classes? Ere Long, is it too late for me to withdraw? I can't afford to lose this body." Old Zhu chimed in. "Textbooks are just a distraction." Tang Jing and Bai Yunlong simultaneously raised their middle fingers at them. Neither Tang Jing nor Bai Yunlong were the type to abandon their studies. Tang Jing simply believed her parents thought school was of little use compared to learning to cook, while Bai Yunlong was unable to afford tuition. "Bai Yunlong, go to my house and grab my textbooks. You can use them." "Oh, I forgot about Fong Yuan's set. His family doesn't need them anymore. We can borrow them." Bai Yunlong replied. "I'll make another trip tomorrow to retrieve his set." You can leave yours for them. This arrangement seemed favorable once the funds were secured. It would not hinder their next steps. Contemplating the lucrative opportunities ahead, he considered the 1980 monkey stamp. This year, the post office was set to issue a stamp featuring the monkey from the Chinese zodiac. There were rumors that a single stamp could purchase a house, though its veracity was uncertain. Nonetheless, it seemed prudent to make a trip to Beijing this winter. The 1992 stock subscription certificates warranted attention, and he pondered other prospects. The 1985 price surge, which would cause seafood prices to soar. In 1985, there was also the gentleman orchid bubble, a potential consideration for the future, along with the real estate speculation and automotive market near his home. The real estate market seemed manageable, but he had no intention of engaging with automobiles, avoiding illegal ventures. Armed with substantial financial insights, he deemed it unnecessary to take risks. As he organized his thoughts, he refrained from documenting everything in detail. Instead, he noted down cryptic reminders: 85 flour, price, 92, 93, etc., figures only he could decipher. Despite having recorded these pivotal points, Yu Qingbo remained focused on fishing as his main pursuit. There were countless avenues to wealth in this world, and myriad ways to live. His 60 years of experience in his previous life had taught him that he was ill-suited for human interactions. He found dealing with fish far more agreeable. If certain individuals and circumstances could simply vanish, that would be ideal. Chapter 24, Jinchong Fish Explosion. First settlement. Fong Yuan had left, having only spent 2 days at home. In truth, Fong Batong had hoped he could linger a bit longer, as Fong Yuan's friends had come over to engage him in conversation during those days. It was evident to him that Fong Yuan thrived in the company of others, even as he continued to smile vacantly and drool. However, he had to return to work. The 10-day leave had already been generously granted by the factory manager, and asking for more would be overstepping boundaries. As Fong Yuan departed, the villagers gathered once more at the entrance to bid him farewell. A donkey cart bore him away from Haihe village, and Fong Yuan gazed back at his former playmates, a smile illuminating his face. Lao Zhu and Lao Sha were in tears, while Tang Jing and Xiao Bai had reddened eyes. None could fathom if Fong Yuan would ever return to Haihe village. Yu Qingbo remained composed, having resolutely decided not to afford himself the luxury of regret. In this world, any man who achieves great success must possess a heart of steel. Even those who appear weak on the surface often harbor inner fortitude akin to stone. At 2 a.m. the following day, the 5 brothers set out on their coastal expedition. Despite Feng Yuan's absence, they refused to let the high tide deter them. Yu Qingbo was determined to maintain an image of camaraderie and loyalty. Even if Feng Yuan were to awaken, he would not shoulder the blame. Whether by virtue of facts or social connections, Yu Qingbo vowed to uphold a moral high ground. Ere long, my brother-in-law's stilts have been prepared long ago, and we must also retrieve the fishing net crafted by Master Zhang from Boa. You did pay for it. Bai Yunlong's words jolted him from his thoughts. For days, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of the Du family and Feng Yuan, neglecting practical matters. However, it was not entirely his fault, due to Feng Yuan's situation. They had received a sum of money that enabled them to arrange for a boat. The fishing net seemed less necessary now, but since the deposit had already been paid, it would be unwise not to reclaim it, especially with inclement weather on the horizon. Today, the tide is particularly high. Let us pursue it as it recedes. We'll keep pace, collecting whatever we discover directly into our buckets. We have 3 flashlights among us 5, but we must not venture too far, lest we miss unseen treasures in the darkness. He instructed, and no one interrupted him. All listened attentively to his commands. Yu Qingbo stood in the center, flanked by Bai Yunlong and Lao Sha, both lacking flashlights. Lao Sha had one at home, but it had broken during a trial run the previous evening, while Xiao Bai's family had none at all. Yu Qingbo's flashlight was borrowed from his mother, who typically used it for fishing. Today, his father and elder brother were occupied with work, and his sister-in-law had risen early to prepare breakfast. Guo Yunxiang stayed behind with her younger son and the other boys, fearing that the little ones might not behave properly. Everyone, watch your footing and keep an eye out for any disturbances in the nearby waters. Coastal foraging was arduous, as it required vigilance not only for oneself, but also for the others. With 5 individuals managing 3 flashlights, the task was indeed taxing, and Yu Qingbo contemplated turning back to fetch a flashlight, returning the next day instead. "Haha, I'm the first one today," exclaimed Lao Zhu as he bent down and deftly scooped a fish into his net. Yu Qingbo shone his flashlight in that direction. Indeed, it was a splendid golden pomfret. Before he could redirect the beam, he heard a commotion behind him. Lao Sha had successfully trapped a fish as well, another golden pomfret. "I've caught one too," Tang Jing chimed in, and Yu Qingbo promptly directed his flashlight to the water's surface. The waves undulated, revealing the darting heads of small fish. A gentle reminder that even the smallest actions could lead to significant rewards. Without uttering a word, Yu Qingbo plunged his net into the water, capturing 3 or 4 fish in one swift motion. As he deposited the catch into the bucket, the others began to spring into action. None were foolish. Even the dimmest among them understood the importance of watching their neighbors during such a bounty. Yu Qingbo managed to scoop several fish at once, while others, still in ignorance, marveled at the abundance before them. Flashlights. Such luxuries were unnecessary. A little light to see their buckets would suffice. They scooped from the front and the back, ensuring they did not mix their catches with those of others. After all, they had agreed on how to share the spoils. After a flurry of activity, Lao Zhu was now squatting, gasping for breath, while the others were not faring much better. The buckets were not simply full, they were overflowing, which was one reason they paused. What should we do? There are too many fish. Bai Yunlong expressed his disbelief, astonished that he would ever lament an overabundance of fish. Yu Qingbo too felt a pang of regret. He had miscalculated and should have brought a sack, but it was too late now. Let us strip off our shirts and fill them instead. Thus, the 5 youths shed their tops. Fortunately, the weather was still mild, and they were all clad in long sleeves. Otherwise, they would have found it impossible to use their vests. The ground was littered with golden pomfrets, easily collected without the need for nets, as the tide had receded significantly. However, they were quite far from the shore, having ventured far out to chase the retreating waters. Yu Qingbo surmised that they were not far from the lowest point of the tide, which was why he had not instructed them to return for supplies. It was even possible to call for help directly. His mother could surely come and assist them to great success, yet he dismissed the thought. By the time anyone returned or assistance arrived, the tide would have already risen, and it would be too late. As for summoning others from the village, he hesitated, feeling unfamiliar with them. Not only was he unacquainted, but he feared that even if he called out, he could not ensure that the newcomers would manage to control their own catches, let alone ensure they returned safely. He did not perceive others in a negative light. Rather, he had grown accustomed to the cautiousness that came from laboring at the bottom of society. As the group made their way back, one hand gripping the bucket and the other clutching the net, fish still dangling from their shirts, passers-by stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Those with wit quickly retreated, while the fortunate among them found fish along the way. However, the buckets were so full that a few fish inevitably slipped out as they walked. Wow, you guys must have just returned from the sea. To gather so many during coastal foraging is truly remarkable. You must be incredibly lucky, Wang Chong exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he witnessed their haul. The buckets overflowed with golden pomfrets. Together with the fish tucked into their clothing, they totaled 436 pounds. The pomfrets fetched $3.50 a pound, culminating in a total of $152.60. Wang Chong, his abacus clicking away, finally confirmed the amount. Yu Qingbo gazed at the rounded abacus with curiosity. He had not anticipated that Wang Laowu would still possess such a skill in this day and age, where calculators ruled the realm of numbers. $152.60, of which Yu Qingbo claimed 70%, the bonus accounted for 20%, and the remaining 10% was to be shared among the 4 brothers. Yu Qingbo swiftly took Wang's abacus and began calculating on the spot. It was a simple calculation. He first disregarded the 60 cents, dividing $152 into 10 parts, each amounting to $15.20. He directly handed $15.20 to Guijing, instructing them to divide it among themselves, as he had no intention of managing their calculations. By encouraging them to figure it out themselves, he also motivated them to learn. He personally took 7 portions of $15.20, totaling $106.40. The 2 portions of the bonus, $15.20 each, added up to $30.40. Since everyone had worked hard that day, he decided to split this equally among the 5 of them without rounding off. He set aside the 60 cents, allowing each to receive an additional $6.20. In total, Yu Qingbo earned $112.60, while each of the other brothers received exactly $10. Chapter 25. The Vessel of Friendship. Did Yu Qingbo take more? Some might think so, yet none dared to voice it. Yu Qingbo was unconcerned with how the others perceived him. His focus remained on ensuring that everything was handled appropriately. First, he resolved the flashlight situation, then took his brothers to the town to purchase a pig's head from Wang Ji's renowned establishment, treating them to a delightful feast. The outing cost nearly $15, yet it brought immense joy to his friends. People often say that friendships forged over food and drink are the most profound. It is through shared meals that bonds are formed. As for the notion that such friendships are unreliable, he chuckled softly. Once friends are established, how many truly remain dependable? Not only did they indulge in a feast, but in the end, they also insisted that each person take home a portion, relishing in their indulgence. Oh, They were still young and hadn't partaken in drinking, yet one must not forget their families. As for whether the pig's head could make it home, it was of no concern to Yu Qingbo. Regarding money, he had previously stated that it should not be given to their families. Whether they heeded his words was not his obligation to enforce. However, when it came time to earn money, if one could not produce funds, it would no longer be a matter of his responsibility. When Yu Qingbo returned home with the pig's head, Zhao Mingming was taken aback. You, with a bit of money, can't even save it wisely. Do you think it's so easy to foresee the future, like a dragonfish? Later, when it came to marrying a wife, money was essential. His mother had taken his younger brother into the house, yet Zhao Mingming's smile faded. Initially, she thought the pig's head was something her younger brother had scrounged from somewhere, but judging by her mother-in-law's words, it seemed that the money from his older brother's dragonfish had been flamboyantly spent on meat. Oh well, no need to be angry. They could bring food home. What more could one desire? After a long day, they would lend it out the next day. Although they were not small anymore, at 15, they had not fully developed and were truly exhausted. It would be difficult to make up for this later. After a day of rest, Yu Qingbo, Tang Jing, and Bai Yunlong set off together. Where to? Their destination was the shipyard in Tanmin town, as the day to pick up the goods had arrived. They were uncertain whether the boat was ready. What about Lao Zhu and Lao Sha? One had gone to fetch the stilts, while the other went to get the fishing nets. Today, they planned to surprise everyone. The guards at the shipyard recognized them this time and did not make things difficult. After registering, they allowed them to enter. The 5-meter-long wooden boat awaited them, and the head of the sales department didn't bother with introductions. After all, there was little to elaborate on. The bow was pointed, and the stern was broad, with the section connecting the two serving as the cabin, where fish could be stored. There weren't many fish, or perhaps none at all, allowing people to stand in this area. The bottom of the fishing boat featured small partitions, dividing it into 5 small compartments, which could be used for categorizing fish if there were enough. The stern also had a small compartment for machinery, accommodating a diesel engine for easier offshore excursions. This small wooden boat bore no distinguishing features compared to others, save for the 2 blue characters inscribed on its hull, Friendship. This name had been specifically requested by Yu Qingbo when he departed that day, and to his surprise, the other party had genuinely taken it to heart. Because this boat had been named the Vessel of Friendship, it symbolized their bond. Having only paid a deposit previously, they were now completing the payment for the boat, and, armed with the necessary documentation from the shipyard, Yu Qingbo, Bai Yunlong, and Tang Jing boarded the vessel. However, upon stepping aboard, they were momentarily dumbfounded. The 3 exchanged blank stares, as none of them knew how to operate a boat. The crux of the matter was that this wasn't merely steering. They had to row, which they had never attempted before. Seizing the opportunity while the small boat remained stationary, Xiao Bai ventured toward the employee work area and soon returned with someone Yu Qingbo recognized, Master Gong from their last visit. You ought to bring an experienced sailor. Or how will you get back? Master Gong boarded the vessel and began to demonstrate how to row, explaining how to apply force to propel forward and how to maneuver for turning, instructing them on which side to row for the desired direction. By then, the boat had already left the shipyard's bay. Master Gong ceased his rowing and instructed them to try it themselves, ensuring they did it hands-on. You must find someone knowledgeable about boats. Fishing offshore is not the same as along the coast. Even if you can steer, you need to understand the weather, wind direction, and ocean currents, among a myriad of other factors. Otherwise, if you misjudge and find yourselves near the shore, you may not be able to row back. And panicking won't help. Rowing turned out to be relatively easy to learn, and the 3 quickly grasped the skill, successfully docking the boat at the shore. If they could find an experienced sailor, that would be ideal. If not, they should refrain from venturing out to sea. They could spend some time on another person's boat, learning for a month or so before attempting to navigate themselves. Otherwise, if they boarded the vessel without knowing their bearings, they could easily find themselves lost. Master Gong's guidance could be considered exemplary after sales service. Had the attitude of a few others been less accommodating, they might not have received such advice. Grateful for Master Gong's help, the group rowed back in the direction he had indicated. Mistakes were inconsequential. They merely needed to remember one principle: row along the coastline, and if they encountered difficulties, they could always seek directions from those on shore. Thus, the trio of inexperienced youths set forth, rhythmically and somewhat clumsily, on their small boat. Ere long, I have something to discuss. Xiao Bai, just speak. Why are you hesitating? Regarding the old sailor Master Gong mentioned, that would be my grandfather. What? You say your grandfather is? That makes sense. He is an elder from Haihe village and surely knows how to navigate a boat. But then you. Xiao Bai, what were you trying to say? My grandfather understands how to operate a boat. He even served as a captain. Although he hasn't been on a boat for many years, his skills are undoubtedly intact. It's just that he is quite old now, and I worry it might tire him. What if something were to happen? He left the rest unsaid, but Yu Qingbo understood, His grandfather was around 70. And at 60, he personally felt numerous health issues. A 70-year-old man, having endured significant hardships in his youth, could indeed face dire consequences if anything were to occur while at sea. Ask your grandfather. Our boat isn't going far. At most, we'll set some traps along the coast or go fishing. There's no need for him to accompany us long-term. In a month or two, we should all be quite proficient. By the way, the old man's wages should be calculated separately, 3 yuan a day, in line with the pay for skilled labor. Once on the boat, all the strenuous tasks won't fall to him. All right, I'll ask him. Bai Yunlong felt conflicted. On one hand, he wished for his grandfather's assistance. Yet on the other, he genuinely worried about his grandfather's health. When the small boat docked at the Haihe village pier, the village suddenly bustled with activity. Xiangzi, why are you still here weaving nets? Your son Erlong has returned from sailing, claiming he bought a boat. Upon hearing this, Gua Yunxiang hardly knew which leg to move first, hastily rushing towards the dock, while Zhao Mingming locked the door and hurried after her. They bought an old wooden boat from the 80s that has been fitted with an engine. Did they really buy this boat? Where did they get the money? Could it have been stolen? Now that you mention it, it's quite possible. You're always gossiping without cause. Erlong and the others have been making good earnings from the sea lately. Didn't you see the whole barrels of Jinchong they brought back? Be careful. If Aunt Xiang hears, she'll come knocking on your door. The speaker was U.S. neighbor, Sister Zhang. Humph, the red date steam buns are indeed large. Could it be that the old bull has taken a liking to the young grass? In this day and age. Just as the old woman was about to say more, she was interrupted by someone pulling her away. Gua Yunxiang had arrived. If they continued, she would have to test the strength of old Guai's punches, for she was undoubtedly the fiercest woman in Haihe village. Erlong, did you really buy this boat? Yu Qingbo was conversing with Lao Zhu and Lao Sha about rowing techniques when he heard his mother's voice and quickly turned around. This isn't solely mine. It belongs to all 6 of us, 5 of us plus Fang Yuan. Erlong, you've truly transformed from a little snake to a dragon. And you've actually bought a boat. Do well. Uncle is counting on you. The words of the brigade leader, Fang Yuan, silenced the crowd, clearly indicating that he had already noted their endeavors. What do those 2 words mean? Uncle, this boat symbolizes our friendship, as we pooled our resources to buy it. Hence the name the Vessel of Friendship. Though the modest wooden boat is not particularly large, it commands a price of several hundred yuan, making it an unattainable luxury for an average family. With income sources often limited, even a single formal worker's salary must cover the family's daily expenses, implying that it would take 3 to 4 years of diligent saving for a typical household to afford such a vessel. The distinction between being able to purchase and the act of buying is vast. Venturing out to fish is fraught with uncertainties, and this is merely a small wooden boat. A truly seaworthy fishing vessel would necessitate a diesel engine, which would cost an additional 100 yuan or more, demanding a person of considerable resolve to make the decision to invest. However, the boat owned by Yu Qingbo served as an inspiration for the villagers. If one person finds it arduous to purchase a boat, perhaps they could pool their resources and buy one together. Yu Qingbo later discovered that several small boats had appeared in the village, all linked to his initiative. During dinner, the smiles of Yu Qian and Yu Qinglong were unceasing. Gua Yunxiang even went so far as to prepare a chicken, while Zhao Mingming generously placed 2 chicken legs into her brother-in-law's bowl, a blatant display of flattery. With a small boat, they could venture out to sea without traveling far. Even a trip to the nearby Sun Island, often visible from the village shore, would surely yield greater catches than fishing from the coast. The last time, Fang Deyuan's daughter-in-law had returned with a snakeskin bag brimming with clams and sea snails. Zhao Mingming was undoubtedly hoping that her brother-in-law could pave the way for her. The family continued to chat animatedly after their meal, the atmosphere within the home radiating warmth and harmony. Yu Qingbo was taken aback by the profound effect a mere small boat had on their spirits. Bai Yunlong's grandfather, Bai Wantian, beamed as he knocked on their door and, upon entering, offered Yu Qian a cigarette. Yu Qian, feeling unworthy of such attention, found himself addressing the elder as uncle. Ere long, my grandson has returned and expressed a desire to invite you aboard for some fishing. Is this feasible? Grandfather Bai, there's no need to overthink it. I am nearly as close to Xiao Bai as a biological brother. Your assistance would simply involve helping us analyze wind directions and currents, nothing too taxing. Has he mentioned the payment to you? He did. 3 yuan a day, calculated at the rate for skilled labor. Doesn't that seem a bit excessive? Grandfather Bai, please don't be offended. I'll speak candidly. This work will not be long-term. Perhaps 1 to 2 months at most. The boat is rather small, and your presence would occupy a spot, allowing us only 2 aboard. We understand that it will likely be just the 5 of us on the boat, and we aim to earn a little. Ere long, even without payment, the old man would gladly assist you. I know your brothers are eager to earn alongside Xiao Long, he remarked, his voice thick with emotion as he struggled to continue. Caught in a moment of nostalgia. Oh, Uncle Bai, don't dwell on past misfortunes. We must look forward. You and Andy have brighter days ahead, Gui Yunxiang interjected, skillfully lifting the elder's spirits. Thus, the matter was settled. The following day, Yu Qingbo and his brothers collectively ventured to the town for procurement. Having acquired the boat did not mean their troubles were over. There were numerous items to purchase. The traps for sea creatures come in various forms: shrimp traps, crab traps, and larger traps specifically for fish. Without a clear target, they decided on 5 crab traps at 3 yuan each, for shrimp traps at 5 yuan each, and 5 sets of fish traps at 20 yuan per set. Yu Qingbo also purchased 2 hand nets, which he had long desired, at 25 yuan each. All right, brothers. Let's tally the expenses. Initially, we had 500 yuan from Yuanzi, of which 220 were spent on the boat. Last time, we spent 85 on coastal fishing gear, and this time the traps and hand nets cost 190, leaving us with 5 yuan. Lao Zhu, use that 5 yuan to buy some pork. If there's no meat, we'll settle for offal or bones to share among ourselves. Just take the 5 yuan for yourself. Ere long, Lao Sha remarked, but was quickly silenced by a glare from Yu Qingbo. Let's not discuss money among brothers. We intend to pursue this endeavor long term, and we cannot let small sums distract us. Today, it's just 5 yuan. Tomorrow, another 5. If we treat small amounts lightly, it becomes easy to pocket larger sums for oneself. I can't afford to return empty-handed after a day at sea. Lao Sha quipped. I'm just mentioning 5 yuan. Are you really going to fire back at me with artillery? Yu Qingbo, grateful for Lao Sha's jest, took it as an opportunity to shift his demeanor. No longer indulging in solitary revelry while neglecting household matters, he resolved to embody the ideal son, the child that others would envy. The 5 yuan would suffice. Pork is currently priced at 1 yuan, and purchasing offal or bones should be even cheaper, allowing them to divide the spoils among the 5 of them. They miscalculated, however, as the traps were somewhat oversized, failing to fit into the snakeskin bag. Ultimately, they requested a length of rope from the vendor to bind the traps together, and the 5 of them carried them back. Ere long, can our little boat manage this? This must weigh over 100 jin, Bai Yunlong panted, clearly fatigued. Lao Sha, Lao Zhu, you two are clever, carrying one end and lifting it so high. Aren't you just bullying Xiao Bai and Tang Jing? Yu Qingbo lightly scolded. Xiao Bai was instructed to switch roles with Lao Sha, who was merely tasked with carrying the snakeskin bag filled with hand nets and pork, while Yu Qingbo managed the others with ease. Upon reaching the village entrance, they spotted Captain Fang Biyuan smoking beneath a tree. The production team here had become more ceremonial than functional, leaving him with little to do. Ere long, it seems you've brought home 2 young ladies, both quite lovely. Everyone's gathered to see the spectacle. Do tell your uncle how you managed to charm them so. And you even got 2 at once? Yu Qinglong appeared bewildered, while the other young men looked on with eager anticipation. Could it be Zhao Mingtao? Bai Yunlong murmured, prompting the 5 young men to scatter in surprise. Surely it's Zhao Mingtao. She once mentioned her fondness for ere long. Lao Zhu declared definitively. Yu Qingbo pondered the possibility of Zhao Mingtao's presence, but wondered who the other woman could be. The only female from his past entanglements had been Zhao Mingtao. Afterward, he had drifted through life, tending to the modest business of a roadside salon. When they arrived, the crowd at the entrance had yet to disperse. Upon spotting him, Zhang's wife called out, ere long. Yu Qingbo, recognizing her, dared not stop, while others nearby teased her, for it was he who had spread tales of her large, white-red date buns. Zhao Mingtao. Wu Qiyue? Yu Qingbo could hardly believe his eyes. The strongest female student from his elementary school days now stood before him alongside Zhao Mingtao. Let us converse properly. Your classmates have come a long way to see you. Make sure to chat with them, Gui Yunxiang urged, her eyes narrowing into joyful slits. What could I possibly say to them? We inhabit entirely different worlds. But as Gui Yunxiang spoke, she deftly pocketed the items, while several brothers set down the traps against the wall and joined the crowd to enjoy the spectacle. Can we talk together? A female voice broke through his uncertainty. Chapter 27, Zhao Mingtao and Wu Qiyue. Zhao Mingtao desired a private conversation, but he was at a loss for words, gazing at the woman whose presence had once heralded a lifetime of misfortune. Shall we move over there? The eyes of others are upon us. Wu Qiyue suddenly stepped forward, alleviating Yu Qingbo's discomfort. Old classmates, it has been a long time. As a myriad of emotions surged through Yu Qingbo's heart, he pondered the absurdity of their situation. What old classmates are we, really? He mused. You are the center of attention among the most distinguished in the school, while I am merely a lackluster student known for my notorious mischief. Despite never sharing a class, they were indeed from the same grade in school, so perhaps they could be considered old classmates after all. Ah, hello? He greeted politely, maintaining a courteous demeanor. As he walked ahead, flanked by 2 girls, the throngs of people made conversation nearly impossible. Fortunately, his home was not far from the seaside, so he led them to the shore. Wow, the ocean! The spring river's tides meet the sea's horizon, and the bright moon rises with the waves, he thought, recalling how Zhang Ruoxu must have felt inspired by the ocean's beauty. Yet Yu Qingbo found himself at a loss for words. As this academic prodigy seemed to possess a mindset entirely different from his own, his thoughts were solely consumed with the possibility of fishing. Yu Qingbo, what do you think? Zhao Mingtao attempted to voice her thoughts, but hesitated, glancing at Wu Qiuyue with a hint of exasperation. She was puzzled by her good friend's sudden interest in Yu Qingbo. When she heard that Zhao Mingtao was seeking him out, she felt compelled to accompany her without a second thought. With Zhao Mingtao's dark features contrasting with Wu Qiuyue's fair complexion, she finally urged, if you have something to say, just say it. Yu Qingbo regarded Zhao Mingtao, recognizing her beauty, her large, single-lidded eyes, a well-defined nose, and an expressive gaze that seemed to speak volumes. It was no wonder she captivated both Feng Yuan and Du Kong. I heard you were injured, so I came to see how you are. Are you all right? Zhao Mingtao inquired. Injured? How long ago was that? Yu Qingbo thought, recalling the bandages that had long since been discarded at home. I'm fine. Can't you see the scar on my forehead? He thought, recognizing her attempt at conversation as mere small talk. He had no desire to engage with someone he considered a past romantic disaster. Zhao Mingtao, I am aware of your feelings for me. Yet I must confess that I do not share them. Please do not be disheartened. It is not a reflection of your appearance, but rather a matter of compatibility. To his astonishment, Zhao Mingtao began to weep. But if you reject me, who else will want me? Du Kong is gone. And I don't know where he spread those rumors about me being a reincarnated vixen, a harbinger of misfortune. My admirers have all turned away. And you were the one who vowed not to marry anyone but me. What am I to do? Yu Qingbo was taken aback, while Wu Qiuyue stood equally stunned. The cascade of revelations overwhelmed her, leaving the academic achiever momentarily speechless. You fought him because of me, yet he was assaulted for the same reason. Your brawl has tarnished my reputation. If not with him, then with whom should I associate? This echoed Yu Qingbo's confrontational words to Zhao Mingtao in a previous life, when he sought answers after her union with Du Kong. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mingtao found herself still shackled to that past, and Yu Qingbo realized he had underestimated Du Kong. This man would stop at nothing to bind Zhao Mingtao to him, and his intentions were undoubtedly nefarious. Hey, Feng Yuan, didn't you have feelings for her? You fought for her, yet I am to marry your woman. Can you truly be at peace with that? If Du Kong harbored such deep-seated thoughts, perhaps the misfortunes of Yu Qingbo's previous life were orchestrated by him. Once a mere suspicion, today's events had transformed his doubts into certainty. Beware the biting dog that hides its teeth. A flashy dog with connections will employ all sorts of tricks to ensnare you. Are you afraid? Yu Qingbo was indeed afraid, but having faced such bites before, he understood the nature of his suffering. Previously, he was denied credit cards, loans, and even high-interest lenders refused him. He had always believed it was due to the blemish on his record from 2 years of labor reform. Now, he saw that the death of his parents and the discord among his brother and sister-in-law had been meticulously planned, rendering his tragic existence a script written by others. Yu Qingbo, are you alright? I admit that the information I just shared might be overwhelming, but it shouldn't leave you speechless, Wu Qiuyue remarked, waving a hand in front of his face. Cough, I'm fine. I was indeed startled, he stammered, turning to see Zhao Mingtao slowly approaching the water's edge. Zhao Mingtao, stop right there. Panic coursed through him as he dashed towards her, quickly grasping her arm and pulling her back, causing her to stumble awkwardly. He harbored no intentions of being gentle. Zhao Mingtao, already distraught, fell into the sand, her face and mouth now smeared with dirt. Ugh, Yu Qingbo, I'll kill you. Transforming sorrow into rage seemed to ignite a new vigor in her, at least preventing thoughts of despair. Kill me? I was saving you. I saw you heading for the water, and I pulled you back, perhaps a bit too forcefully, but it was for your own good, understand? You were the one wanting to drown yourself. I'm the one with a sore face and need to wash it. Yu Qingbo felt as if a flock of crows had flown over his head. Let us go wash your face. You're covered in sand. A man shouldn't admit to being wrong immediately. It lacks masculinity. Let us change the subject. A giggle erupted from Wu Qiuyue, whose amusement made her double over. I'll accompany her to wash her face. You don't need to help. Don't you know that men and women should keep their distance? She interjected, swatting Yu Qingbo's hand away as he reached to assist Zhao Mingtao. The girl had surprising strength, and although her oversized shirt initially obscured her figure, the sea breeze revealed a hint of her charming form. What should we do? Zhao Mingtao, a 15-year-old girl, found herself bewildered by the present circumstances. About your parents, Yu Qingbo began, but Wu Qiuyue interjected. It's not easy for Mingtao's mother, who works tirelessly to raise both her and her brother Mingyu. It's truly commendable that she manages to support them alone, even if she lacks the means to help. Damn it, Du Kong. You're bullying a single mother without a shred of decency. You truly deserve to be cursed. Focus on your studies. Once you finish high school and college, you'll discover the world is vast, and you'll meet many remarkable people. The challenges you face now are but minor tests. As for educational expenses, worry not. I'll help you find a solution. Zhao Mingtao was momentarily taken aback. You don't like me? What does this mean then? Wu Qiyu pondered, realizing how deeply Yu Qingbo concealed his feelings. He was already contemplating high school and college, and she thought, what a despicable person. He claims not to like Zhao Mingtao. Yet he is already planning to help her with tuition. How insufferable. Chapter 28. An indirect life-saving grace. You secretly like me, even if you refuse to admit it. I won't hold it against you. We're simply not of marrying age yet. Rest assured, I shall wait for you. In her heart, Zhao Mingtao silently resolved to regard Yu Qingbo with affection, and if he ever discovered this, he would undoubtedly respond with an exasperated thanks. Old classmate, I came here to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. I have nothing to offer in return. Hold on, one can indulge in food, but one cannot speak recklessly. What do you mean by life-saving assistance? This is our first conversation, isn't it? And as for repaying me, are you suggesting some sort of romantic exchange? I'm hardly handsome, and my family is poor. I truly cannot fathom why you and Zhao Mingtao would be interested in me. Wu Qiyu cast a significant eye roll at Yu Qingbo, exclaiming, what nonsense. You think you can offer yourself to me? You, who just moments ago, with such righteous indignation, turned down Mingtao, yet harbors such illicit thoughts. She then presented him with a watch, saying, here, this is my token of gratitude. Yu Qingbo was utterly taken aback. This girl was serious. Unlike Zhao Mingtao, who was lost in romantic fantasies, this watch was clearly a man's timepiece, one she had evidently prepared in advance. He realized he had misjudged her intentions, but it wasn't entirely his fault. She had clearly led him to misconstrue her motives. No, Wu Qiyu, I apologize. I indeed misjudged the situation earlier, but as for this watch, one must not accept gifts without merit. I don't recall having any prior association with it, so I cannot accept it. Yet, he found himself wanting the watch. After all, a decent timepiece cost over 100, and without the proper industrial receipt, purchasing one was nearly impossible. He had the boat, but what good was it to sail without knowing the time? A watch was quite significant for him at this moment. However, he was determined not to entangle himself with those unrelated to him, especially women. He recalled a line from a drama where In Susu advised Zhang Wuji to maintain a respectful distance from women, and for now, he intended to heed that advice. He also remembered a particular day 2 years ago after school when he had fought with Pang Meng. It was about to rain, and he had insisted on confronting Pang Meng midway. As the class president, upon learning of their impending clash, he had followed Pang Meng. In the dense woods, he witnessed Wu Qiyu besting Pang Meng. The memory was hazy, but he recalled being knocked over by her and blacking out after hitting his head against a tree, only to awaken drenched by the rain, with both of them having fled the scene. No, I remember fighting Pang Meng, but I thought I had collided with a rabbit. How could it have been you? Upon uttering this, Yu Qingbo wished he could take back his words. Although Wu Qiyu was not overweight, she was about 1.6 meters tall and had developed quite well. He had noticed her figure before, but chose not to dwell on it now. You are the rabbit. Your whole family is made up of rabbits, she retorted, clearly annoyed at his interruption. That day, the rain poured heavily, and I returned home drenched, only to find my house gone. The landslide triggered by the rain had destroyed our old home on the hillside. My parents were in Haikao visiting my grandmother at the time. I shudder to think what might have happened had I returned home as usual. Realization dawned on Yu Qingbo. He had indeed made the right choice in confronting Pang Meng, albeit for reasons now lost to him. What mattered was that he had inadvertently saved Wu Qiyu's life. Even if what you say is true, it was merely an accident on my part. Frankly, had you not stood before me today to recount this, I would have been none the wiser. So, I will graciously accept your gratitude, but the watch, it is rather expensive, and your family deserves better. He intended to continue, yet noticed Wu Qiyu smiling at him mischievously, leaving him momentarily speechless. What do you mean by saying my family has it tough? You have no idea about my circumstances. Go ahead, take your time to expound upon it. I'm curious to see how far your imagination stretches. Yu Qingbo found himself at a loss for words, recalling Confucius' wisdom that women and petty individuals are difficult to manage. It seemed even the sage had been troubled by women. My family is moving to Haikao next week. Presenting you with this watch was merely to ease my conscience. If I genuinely wished to express my gratitude, I wouldn't have waited so long, she murmured. The latter part of her statement, so softly spoken that only she could hear. In truth, she had never intended to express gratitude. She had always believed that Yu Qingbo's accidental collision had fortuitously saved her, a stroke of luck. Yet, the more she consoled herself with this notion, the more she felt like a bad person. Yu Qingbo had taken root in her heart, becoming an inner demon, which was why she felt compelled to follow him upon learning that Zhao Mengtao had sought him out. Initially, she thought he would become her tormentor. But upon seeing him again, she realized her previous perceptions had been misguided. This boy was not a mere brute, but rather someone knowledgeable, capable of deceiving both classmates and teachers alike. The villagers treated him well, he had a group of loyal friends, and his family was amicable and harmonious. When he had turned down Zhao Mengtao, he had done so with reason, even suppressing his own feelings for her, claiming he did not wish to distract her from her studies, while offering to help her fund her education. This boy's depth of feeling was profound. Women, after all, are creatures of emotion, often filled with imagination. Just observe the female-oriented novels. Those female authors possess a creativity that transcends conventional thought. One gesture can elicit 1,000 different interpretations. Very well, seeing your sincerity, I shall accept this. I would hate to think you would lose sleep over it, she conceded. As Yu Qingbo accepted the watch, slipping it onto his wrist with an ease that belied his previous inexperience with such items. At that moment, both Wu Qiuyue and Zhao Mengtao regarded Yu Qingbo with newfound intrigue. He seemed like a fallen nobleman, a celestial being residing among mortals, or a prince mingling with commoners. In short, he was anything but ordinary. Unbeknownst to him, he was oblivious to their perceptions, and despite having lived a life at the lower rungs of society, he still had the means to wear a fine watch should he choose to. Chapter 29, A Tribute, The First Voyage with Zhao Mengtao and Wu Qiuyue gone. Grandma Gui Yunxiang wore a discontented expression. Initially, she considered both girls potential daughters-in-law, only to find that neither was suitable. That good-for-nothing must have said something to offend them, driving them away. I'm starving. Is dinner ready? Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you know? Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? What do I owe you? That you should devour everything I make? Yu Qingbo found himself on the receiving end of an unexpected tirade, baffled by the situation. He mused that his mother might be experiencing early menopause. At 43, it was not uncommon. He decided against arguing with her, recognizing that women's tempers defy reason. This only reinforced his belief that distancing himself from women had been the right decision. Dinner consisted of pork dumplings made with the pork he had brought home. Zhao Mingming's culinary skills were commendable, while Tang Jing excelled at cooking. When it came to staples, Zhao Mingming took the crown. Yu Qingbo mentally awarded his sister-in-law a trophy for her culinary prowess. Don't blame me for your predicament. We made the dumplings with the thought of those two girls joining us. Who knew you would bring back neither? Zhao Mingming remarked. However, her expression while eating the dumplings betrayed no displeasure. In fact, she seemed relieved that they had not come, allowing her to enjoy a hearty meal without sharing. The following day, Yu Qingbo began his formal preparations. Although the boat was jointly owned by his friends, it was registered in his name, and he had signed all the necessary paperwork. Thus, certain responsibilities fell to him. Taking a new boat to sea was not a casual affair. It required a ritual. Ideally, this should have been done upon leaving the shipyard, but none of them were aware of this step, and it had been overlooked. Now, however, it was unavoidable. Grandpa Bai had informed him about the ritual, and his father, Yu Qian, had also imparted numerous instructions. Interestingly, Grandma Gui Yunxiang had mentioned that his father had once worked on boats in his youth and could have handled the ritual himself. But since they had already discussed it with Grandpa Bai, they decided to let him take charge, as it also provided him with some income. Considering the Bai family had been through tough times, the launch of a new ship is accompanied by a ceremonial rite, a fact that Qingbo is well aware of. In videos from the future, he has observed grand vessels being inaugurated with a lady smashing a bottle of champagne at the bow. However, he finds himself at a loss for where to procure champagne. After a moment of panic, he realizes that in this era, the practice of using champagne is a result of Western cultural influence. There is no need for such customs now, as they have their own set of traditional procedures. First and foremost, setting off firecrackers is essential. This cannot be overlooked. Following that, they must pay homage to the sea deity. Here, they honor both the Dragon King of the Sea and Mazu. Gui Yunxiang has taken the liberty to decide that they will honor both, thus preparing an extra offering. After all, the gods merely appreciate the aroma of the offerings. They do not consume them in the literal sense. Modern tributes to the Dragon King often include 3 types of livestock, traditionally consisting of cattle, sheep, and pigs. However, in their current practice, these have been simplified to chicken, duck, and fish, with pork serving as an acceptable substitute if any are missing. For Mazu, offerings of fresh flowers, fruits, peanuts, red dates, and dried longan are indispensable, as the list of modern offerings to Mazu has expanded considerably. Thus, this day has transformed into an occasion for procurement. However, Qingbo is now solely responsible for the expenses. As the public funds have been depleted, Old Zhu, you and Old Sha go buy some pork, and think about getting some intestines as well, understood? He instructs. No, Erlong. "We don't offer the gods pig intestines. That would be foul," comes the retort. "Don't speak out of turn. Who said those are for offerings? We can't let the dragon nets go empty, can we? Fish aren't foolish enough to jump into the nets uninvited. We must provide some bait," Qingbo reflects. Exasperated by this second-in-command's lack of foresight, Qingbo, accompanied by Tang Jing and Xiao Bai, sets off to acquire firecrackers, bulk white liquor, various vegetables, and bright red cloth. The red fabric is to cover the bow of the ship, which must be dramatically unveiled before setting sail, symbolizing a prosperous maiden voyage. The liquor and food are also essential, as the launch of a new ship is a momentous occasion, one that could alter the course of a life, and thus requires inviting important figures from the village for a celebratory feast. Qingbo does not object to this notion. Given the sweltering weather, the offerings of chicken, duck, and fish would be unmanageable after being presented to the deities. He has no qualms about his parents using this opportunity to strengthen their social ties. Previously, his elder brother's dragon catch had netted him half, and the Jinchong fish had provided him with nearly 200 yuan in assets. Otherwise, this entire endeavor would have been financially unfeasible. His mother, Gui Yunxiang, had not given him a single penny, and asking for money would earn him nothing but a scornful glance. After all, he had driven away his fiancée, and the notion of requesting funds from her was nothing short of a fantasy. The following morning, Yu Qian and Yu Qinglong both took leave from work to accompany Yu Qingbo on his pilgrimage to pay respects to the deities. Not only did Qingbo's family attend, but also Tang Jing's family, Zhu Tianchui's family, Shai Yungui's family, and Bai Yunlong along with his grandparents. They first visited the Tianhou Palace to honor Mazu, the sea goddess, and subsequently proceeded to the Dragon King Temple to pay homage to the Dragon King of the Sea. It is worth noting that the offerings must not overlap. No deity would accept leftovers from another, as that would be a grave disrespect. Of course, reverence for the divine is rooted in belief, and it should not be conflated with superstitions. Esteemed individuals need not take offense. After properly venerating the deities, the group made their way to the dock, where the small vessel awaited, draped in a vibrant red cloth at the bow. 3, 2, 1, ignite. Of course, this was not as complex as a spacecraft launch. Grandpa Bai simply announced the ignition, and old Zhu set off the firecrackers. The firecrackers must be red. Their loudness is secondary to their color. Following a flurry of crackling firecrackers, Qingbo took Bai Yunlong and Grandpa Bai out with him. Since today marked the maiden voyage, they had no intention of venturing far, as they needed to return promptly for the communal meal. Hence, they only brought along crab traps and 2 sets of fish traps. The boat reached Langsha, dropping the traps about 200 meters from the shore. Using pig intestines for bait felt excessive. Next time, they could simply use small fish or rotten shrimp. Observing Qingbo toss the pig intestines into the trap as bait, Grandpa Bai felt it was rather wasteful, but knowing better than to press the matter, he merely mentioned it once and dropped the subject. Large bait for large fish. We're giving them pig intestines, so surely they ought to return the favor. Qingbo mused, convinced of his good fortune. After all, fishing could yield grouper, which was certainly preferable to mere fishing. He believed in his luck. Row gently. Don't exert too much force. While we're near the shore, it's manageable. However, if you lose sight of the coastline and don't know how far you are from it, you'll tire quickly. A steady, unhurried stroke will allow you to last longer and travel farther, Grandpa Bai advised as he noted Qingbo's vigorous rowing. Qingbo promptly moderated his pace. Taking the advice to heart, the wisdom of the elderly is a treasured asset, and Bai's counsel is indeed invaluable. Upon returning to the dock, they found it deserted, save for Wang Laowu, who was enjoying the sea breeze beneath the umbrella at his procurement station. "Fifth brother, care to join us back home for a drink?" he called out. "I'll pass on the festivities. A boat should be returning soon," Wang Chong replied cheerfully, acknowledging them. With Erlong now in possession of a boat, he had become a key potential client, deserving of careful cultivation. April had arrived, and the village's boats were all at sea. Naturally, those were powered vessels, far superior to Qingbo's. However, the advantage of rowing is the savings on fuel costs. The consumption over 100 kilometers is negligible, requiring only the equivalent of a pot of rice for fuel. Erlong had indeed taken a leap. Upon entering this venture, he had been astounded, promptly purchasing a ship, ensuring a limitless future ahead. The round-faced Aunt Hong was loudly praising him to Gui Yunxiang, who was beaming with delight. "Erlong is 15 now, no longer a child. I have a niece who," she began, but upon realizing the time, Gui Yunxiang quickly stood up. "I'll check on the kitchen. There's still a soup simmering. We mustn't let it overcook." Just as Gui Yunxiang stepped out, she spotted Qingbo entering and hurriedly pulled him toward the kitchen. "Oh my, what are you doing? I thought you were going to toast the captain and the others. Your father and brother are sufficient for the toasts. You don't need to stir up trouble. Just stay here and eat. Don't wander off. There are dishes in the basin that haven't been touched." The weasel paying respects to the chicken. Someone wants to introduce you to a match. I'm treating her to dinner. She asked trying to steal my son. And her heart isn't in the right place. Humph. Qingbo instantly understood the source of the dilemma. Even if he were to be sent out now, he wouldn't go. The notion of being introduced to a potential partner was too troublesome. Women are often the most complicated of matters, and the simplicity of pig intestines was far more appealing. Isn't there any other dish? The only meat we have is pig intestines. I was hoping for chicken, he lamented. Oh well, if there isn't any, there isn't. In comparison to the complexity of women, having chicken is trivial. That day, Yu Qian and Yu Qinglong indulged heavily in drink, while Qingbo rose early the next morning. As his mother and sister-in-law were heading to the shoreline, conveniently leaving at the same time as him. When sailing, don't exert yourself foolishly. Let them work on the boat while you remain idle, Gui Yunxiang advised. In her eyes, her child was always the best. The well-being of others' children was of no concern, as her own must not be burdened. Joining him on the boat was old Zhu. As they took turns manning the vessel, however, Qingbo remained steadfast in his position. Determined that once everyone was adept at operating the boat and knew how to set nets and retrieve traps, he would encourage them to venture out on their own. Not for any other reason, but to instill in them the understanding that being aboard the ship was the only way to ensure a steady income. Otherwise, he feared that over time, they might develop other aspirations. Lao Sha, do not exert yourself too forcefully while rowing. Our task of navigating the boat is a prolonged endeavor. You must learn to conserve your energy, employing a steady and measured rhythm. Even if you are anxious, hastening will not yield a greater catch, so why the urgency? Yesterday's lessons have been directly imparted to Lao Sha today, while Grandpa Bai observes them with a smile, choosing to remain silent. The seafood prices in our area are relatively low. Should we later equip the boat with an engine, we could sell our catch in Wenchang or Haikou, where the market is considerably better. Grandpa Bai disregards their earlier remarks and instead shares seemingly unrelated tidings. Yu Qingbo is well aware that local seafood prices are modest. And while Haikou may offer higher prices, Wenchang's increases are negligible. In a few years, once Yaxian is dissolved and Sanya is established, seafood prices there will likely rise. He hopes for the passage of time to hasten, as Hainan seeks independence from Guangdong and embarks on a trajectory of rapid development. Yet, he also wishes for time to slow down, for he is not yet prepared and requires a foundational accumulation of capital. Fortunately, time remains ample, and all is still within reach. We're almost there, Yu Qingbo announces, pointing at the yellow buoy marking their trap. This time, he brings along a cast net, planning to venture deeper and test his luck with a couple of casts. However, as soon as he pulls the line of the trap, he realizes something is amiss. Oh no, it seems to be snagged on the bottom. I can't move it at all. Sha Yungue comes over to assist, and to their astonishment, they manage to lift it, but it is exceedingly heavy. What could be weighing it down so much? Surely it's not a massive anchor or something. Grandpa Bai remarks that if it proves too heavy, they might have to abandon it here, suggesting that they let the elder handle the labor. Knowing well that his own condition would prevent him from causing further trouble, they discover they can indeed move it, albeit with great difficulty. Yu Qingbo and Sha Yungui's faces flush with exertion, beads of sweat cascading down. Grandpa Bai, seasoned and wise, although unable to perform heavy labor, quickly devises a solution. He secures one end of the rope to the bow of the boat, using the edge of the wood to effectively wedge it, creating a loop that he hands over. This makeshift pulley system allows them to rest before attempting to pull again. In this moment, Yu Qingbo is immensely grateful for Grandpa Bai's ingenuity. After several rests, they finally manage to bring the trap to the surface. Ere long, am I seeing things? This can't be real. It's utterly outrageous. Grandpa Bai exclaims, his words slightly faltering. Oh, Mazu, it seems you've delivered a feast for us. Don't dawdle, haul it up quickly. Their excitement is understandable, for the trap is overflowing with fish. Alas, they are merely worthless toadfish. Even if they were exchanged for gold, it wouldn't matter. Yu Qingbo feels a twinge of disappointment, sensing his luck has waned. Lao Sha remains silent, seated and fervently drinking from his flask, having exerted considerable effort. This haul weighs no less than 300 pounds, buoyed only by the seawater. Without that support, the two of them could never have managed to lift it. Surely the next one won't be like this? Lao Sha's voice trembles with trepidation. He fears the boat lacks any leverage points, relying solely on their strength. As they prepare to lift the second trap, Yu Qingbo's expression shifts dramatically. Lao Sha, your words are akin to a raven's curse. From now on, refrain from speaking. Lao Sha, upon hearing this, pales, but then rallies. All right, let us get to work. Another trap brimming with toadfish fills the boat's hold. Have you ever witnessed a boat overflowing? Although the pitiful toadfish fetches but 1.5 cents per pound, it was still a bounty. Chapter 31, A Day of Rest at Home. A boat filled with toadfish, totaling 720 pounds, sells for a mere 10 yuan and 8 jiao. Who can blame the fish for their lack of value? It's so inexpensive that anyone fortunate enough to catch them would simply take them home rather than sell a few for money. This is one reason why coastal dwellers seldom lack for food. While the quality may be questionable, affordable seafood is a staple in their diets. The finer seafood, even in this age, remains costly, though some varieties, such as the large yellow croaker, are indeed cheaper than in later times. Both Yu Qingbo and Sha Yungue are utterly exhausted. Initially intending to work daily, Yu Qingbo decides to grant himself a day of respite. After all, his arms are so sore that even holding chopsticks poses a challenge. Distributing the earnings, 10 yuan and 8 jiao, he takes 7 yuan and 5 jiao for himself, sharing the remainder among the others, giving a larger portion to Lao Sha, the true hero of their small fortune. Ere long, can you manage that? Tang Jing watches as he clutches the money, nearly dropping it, feeling quite uneasy. Yu Qingbo offers a wry smile, utterly drained. Lifting even a chicken would be beyond him at this point. Could you help me carry this home? Oh, and tomorrow, Xiaobai, you and Tang Jing will head out to sea. Remember, if the trap is too heavy, oh. And don't forget to collect the crab traps. Lao Sha and I forgot today. Yu Qingbo asks Tang Jing to help with the money. He initially intended to caution them about the weight of the traps, but ultimately refrains, knowing that if they struggle, Grandpa Bai would intervene, being Xiaobai's grandfather. As for bait, there is no need to procure anything new. The traps are already filled with toadfish, over 30 of them chopped in half for use as bait. Fishermen often resort to such practices, sourcing bait from their own catches. Only those who rarely fish or often return empty-handed need to prepare bait in advance. Fishermen's homes seldom lack fish. Upon returning, Yu Qingbo and Tang Jing find that Tang Jing carries a bucket full of toadfish, which includes a portion for his family. Hand me the money, Amai, Yu Qingbo says as he steps through the door, suddenly realizing the need to handle the cash discreetly. It's not merely a question of trust. In fact, the closer the relationship, the more one should avoid mingling finances. 7 yuan and 5 jiao may not seem much to Yu Qingbo, but for Gui Yunxiang, it is substantial. She might earn just a couple of yuan for a long day's work at sea, so this sum feels like a generous gift from her son. What is this? His mother, Gui Yunxiang, emerges to see her son with arms dangling limply, resembling a zombie. Auntie, Tang Jing calls to her, drawing her attention to Yu Qingbo's companion. Upon recognizing him, she quickly takes the money from Tang Jing. Wait, Erlong has caught some good fish, hasn't he? Gui Yunxiang is momentarily flustered. Initially puzzled by the money Tang Jing offers, but quickly deduces it must be from her son's fishing endeavors. She can hardly believe that her son has willingly given her money, having only ever sought it in the past. 7 yuan and 5 jiao may seem trivial to Yu Qingbo, but it is significant for Gui Yunxiang. She finds joy in earning a couple of yuan from the sea. She recalls that Yu Qian earns only 2 yuan and 50 cents for an entire day's labor. This gesture from her son equates to 3 days' wages for her husband. When she finally collects her thoughts, Tang Jing has already departed, leaving half the fish in the kitchen. What has Erlong gotten himself into? She wonders as she opens the door. Zhao Mingming's words reminded Gui Yunxiang of her younger son's peculiar condition. It's nothing serious, just overexertion in his arms. There was quite a catch, but hardly any good fish, just some bullheads. Tang Jing has already taken them to the kitchen. They managed to haul in over 700 pounds of bullheads. His arms are merely sore now, lacking any significant strength. After hearing this explanation, both Gui Yunxiang and Zhao Mingming felt reassured. Once they exited, they hurried to the kitchen to deal with the fish. Yu Qingbo lay on his bed, somewhat troubled. He couldn't manage to feed himself. He could only shamelessly ask his mother to feed him. However, how would he handle going to the restroom? It was out of the question to ask his mother for assistance. He had his pride. He decided to forego eating and drinking until his arm felt better. And as he pondered, he eventually drifted off to sleep. Exhaustion, indeed, aids in slumber. His rest was not lengthy, perhaps merely 2 hours. Upon awakening, Yu Qingbo realized his worries were unfounded. His arm remained sore, yet he was no longer concerned about light movements. At least he could manage the restroom and meals without anyone's help. During dinner that evening, Yu Qian observed him eating slowly and remarked that it was due to his lack of practice. If he trained more, he would be fine. Whether muscles could truly be developed, he was uncertain, as he had never had the opportunity in his previous life. Back then, he had chosen to be a security guard after being worn out from labor on a construction site, which had caused issues with his lungs, rendering him unable to engage in strenuous physical work. In truth, being a security guard had its merits, steady income, with the only caution being to avoid danger when it arose. It was not that security work lacked responsibility, but for a salary of 3,000 a month, risking one's life did not seem prudent. Of course, this was merely his perspective, Other security personnel, particularly those in upscale neighborhoods, were likely very diligent. The following morning, he indulged in a leisurely sleep, awakening at 7 o'clock. Not that it was late, but with the heat and no air conditioning, it was indeed a late start. As he moved his arm, he discovered that aside from a slight soreness, he was largely unscathed. Hunger struck him, and he couldn't help but commend the vitality of youth. He skipped a proper meal and instead plucked a sweet melon from his sister-in-law's garden, consuming it in 3 bites before heading out for a jog. Health is the cornerstone of revolution. Having suffered from poor health in his previous life, he was determined to ensure his well-being in this one. Upon reaching the seaside, he noticed many people present. Calculating the date, it was indeed a perfect morning for clam digging, although by this time, the tide was nearly out. Ere long, he heard his sister-in-law's voice and quickly turned to locate her. In the distance, he saw Zhao Mingming waving, and he hurried over. His mother, Gui Yunxiang, was busy digging in the sand nearby. Upon peering into her bucket, he found it filled with sandworms, half a bucket's worth. He noted that his mother was so engrossed in her work that she hardly acknowledged him. Ere long, keep an eye on things. I'm heading over there, Zhao Mingming said, grabbing a rake and moving to the side. Wait, isn't that my rake? He thought, realizing his clam digging equipment had been commandeered. Observing his surroundings, he noticed everyone else was also digging in the sand. Clearly, it was an exceptional day for sandworms, as everyone appeared jubilant with their bountiful catches. He even spotted old Zhu and his mother diligently excavating sand together, indicating that old Zhu was lending a hand at home. Chapter 32. The debtors arrived the previous evening. Upon the return of the small boat, Yu Qingbo had made a special trip to the dock to welcome it, but the outcome was disappointing. The earthworm catch yielded 1 empty hull, while another brought in an eel and an octopus. However, 2 crab traps had surprisingly captured over 30 blue crabs, though half of them had perished and were repurposed as bait. While the crab traps' yield was meager, the hand-thrown net proved fruitful. Bai Yunlong and Tang Jing had thoroughly enjoyed themselves, to the point where they could hardly lift their right arms. Their netting had resulted in a full bucket containing 7 golden pomfret, 5 small yellow croakers, and 2 mackerels, an impressive haul indeed. Mackerel, a prized catch worth $1 per pound, might not be familiar to some northern friends. To clarify, those residing in the north refer to this species as Saga. The 2 mackerels together weighed approximately 15 to 16 pounds, a catch that definitively surpassed the earnings of Yu Qingbo and Lao Shao's duo. The reason for such a bountiful harvest was not merely luck, it was the spring tide. With warming weather causing a multitude of fish to migrate from the deep sea to the shallows. During this period, fishermen experienced better yields than usual. Conversely, there exists a winter tide, where the cooling temperatures prompt fish to retreat to deeper waters for the winter. This season marks the final opportunity within the year to catch a significant amount of sea fish. Typically, fishing boats cease operations after the winter tide due to the exhaustion of a year's work and the inadequacy of earnings to cover expenses. The weather forecast predicted strong winds for tomorrow, so it was decided they would refrain from going out to sea. Yu Qingbo promptly relayed this news to his mother. So, ere long, no sea fishing? Shall we go clam digging instead? Old Zhu inquired. Observing his enthusiasm, Yu Qingbo felt a sense of accomplishment. This was the same child he had transformed. Once solely focused on scavenging for food, now he had developed a love for earning money, which was no small feat, all right. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall go clam digging. Just ensure to rise early tomorrow. Arriving at the beach by 9:30 will be just fine. As they chatted, they transported their catch to Wang Chang's purchasing station. The total earnings amounted to $22.60, with Yu Qingbo receiving $15.80. However, he opted not to claim the bonus portion, $4.50, with $2 for Xiao Bai and $2 for Tang Jing, leaving 50 cents for Lao Sha and Old Zhu. Despite not having worked a day, Lao Sha and Old Zhu were satisfied with their earnings of over $2. After distributing the money, they returned home. Yu Qingbo began to calculate his finances. He currently had around $80, but he had neglected to keep track of his expenditures, leaving him unsure of where his money had gone. He realized that he needed to start documenting his daily income and expenses. Otherwise, saving money would be impossible. However, life often brings unexpected surprises. Upon returning home, he discovered an uninvited guest waiting for him, someone there to collect a debt. Sister, it's not that we lack understanding of your family's difficulties. It's just that we desperately need the money. Xiao Bao is hoping to expand his land for betel nut cultivation, and we can't find loans anywhere else, which is why we've come to you. When I entered the village, I heard that your family has bought a fishing boat. A boat costs at least several $100s. If you can afford a boat, why can't you repay us? Sister, are you treating us like fools? Her loud, piercing voice could carry for 500 or 600 meters. likely alerting neighbors in all directions to the fact that someone had come to demand payment. This was not merely a standard debt collection. It came with the intent to tarnish their family's reputation. Yu Qingbo was no longer the same as in his previous life. Back then, he had no reputation to speak of. Now, he had become a paragon of redemption in the village and needed to uphold his virtuous image. His sister-in-law arrived. "Oh, you're back. Did you go out to scrounge for food and drink?" Yu Qingbo's notorious reputation was not easy to dispel. "Your mouth is like a latrine, spewing filth. You waltz in here like you own the place. You think I owe you money?" The money was borrowed by Xiao Bao. If he wants to repay it, he should come and see me himself. "Who do you think you are, demanding money from me?" The air hung heavy for 5 seconds. "Oh dear, life has become unbearable. I cannot go on any longer. The Yi family is truly tormenting me. Woe is me. My aunt, Ran Xiaohong, is well aware of my elder sister's unparalleled skill in quarrels. Initially, she thought that as a borrower, she was in a position of weakness. Thus her words became rather unpalatable. Little did she expect that her sister-in-law would play by her own rules, rising to the challenge with an intention to incapacitate her. Winning an argument was out of the question, and physical confrontation was even less feasible. Not only would she fail here, but upon returning home, Xiaobao would certainly put an end to her. "Oh my, how much do we owe to your uncle?" Yu Qingbo could not bear to witness his mother and aunt embroiled in conflict. Not only would their reputation be tarnished, but it would also be unacceptable to his uncle. "How much is it?" "A mere 40 yuan in total. Your uncle stated that it need not be repaid within 2 years, and only half a year has passed." Yu Qingbo did not catch what his mother said afterwards and turned to retreat into his room. His aunt's initial crescendo of wailing had yet to reach its peak, while 4 large bills were already waving before her eyes. "Why are they so unreasonable? They have money but refuse to give it to me." Upon seeing the money, Ran Xiaohong immediately perked up, springing from her stool to seize it. "If you want the money, bring forth the IOU." "Sister, did you write an IOU when you borrowed the money?" His aunt, capable of both humility and aggression, now spoke to his mother with a pleasant demeanor, utterly unrecognizable from the sharp-tongued, sobbing woman just moments prior. Guo Yunxiang shot her a glare, stating, "We siblings have a good relationship. There is no need for an IOU. There is no need to say more. Borrowed money must be repaid." His aunt mentioned that his uncle could arrange a private deal, and while it wasn't public yet, we could still proceed discreetly here. Once the higher-ups implement policies, beetle nuts will also be in demand, presenting a lucrative opportunity. "Without an IOU, let us draft a receipt today. Aunt, you can write this, can't you? If not, it's all right. Can you at least sign your name? If that proves too difficult, I can write it, and you can leave a thumbprint. I can return the money, but we must have proof. While we may have a good relationship, when it comes to money, he trusts evidence more. Aunt, this 40 yuan is all the money we have. If we give it to you, please refrain from spreading it around. Otherwise, others may come to our home demanding debts, making our lives unbearable. In such a case, the whole family might end up at your place, consuming your provisions. Don't say I didn't warn you." Having received the money, Ran Xiaohong handed the receipt with her thumbprint to Erlong. She nodded at everything Erlong said. "Furthermore, that boat was not purchased by my family. Do not spread rumors. It was acquired jointly with 5 brothers, 6 individuals in total. Each day of hard work yields a mere 1 or 2 coins. Although my grandfather's family does not reside by the sea, they are well aware that not every day is suitable for sailing. And there is no guarantee of profit from the sea, especially considering we only possess a 5-meter wooden boat, devoid of any power. Aunt, do you understand? Do not let your mouth run wild and attract trouble." Ran Xiaohong suddenly recalled that Erlong had once attacked a teacher and kicked his uncle. If he truly lost his temper, he might turn his aggression towards her. Chapter 33, Criminal Record. His aunt joyfully departed with the money. Yet Guo Yunxiang could not share in her joy. Her tightly furrowed brows revealed her deep concerns. Yu Qingbo remained, taking a seat opposite his mother. "Oh my, how much external debt do we still have? Please enlighten me," for he could not feign ignorance. "Today's debt collector is merely one. What if a group of them arrives together later? Now you are anxious. Why didn't you consider the family's affairs earlier?" She shot him a glare and retreated into the house to retrieve a ledger. "It's all here. Do the calculations yourself." Yu Qingbo stared blankly at the ledger in his hands, realizing the family was in deep debt, far beyond what he had anticipated. The ledger was thick, nearly filled to the brim, reminiscent of the graph paper he had used in school, when his mother had thrown it at him earlier. It was as if she had implied that he owed an entire volume. Debt, in a future context, could signify strength, the phrase "I borrowed based on my abilities. Why should I repay?" could silence many creditors. Some borrowers lived as kings, while others lived like beasts of burden. However, in this day and age, failing to repay debts is met with disdain. If mishandled, finding suitable matches for marrying off daughters or sons becomes impossible. and both adults and children alike would walk with their heads down in shame. Though the numbers appear overwhelming, upon closer inspection, Yu Qingbo's heart sank even further. This ledger not only documented the amounts owed, but also the reasons behind the debts. Most notably, it chronicled his own transgressions. Every instance of violence against others, compensation for damages, or theft was meticulously recorded. This was not merely a ledger. It was his dark history, or rather, his journey thus far. The ledger contained his criminal record, spanning a total of 16 pages, with 12 pages dedicated to his offenses. The remaining pages detailed his borrowing history, who he borrowed from, where, how much, and when he was to repay, all meticulously documented. The total debt amounted to 236.50 yuan, with the largest loan of 140 yuan from Guidebo, his uncle. And the reason for the debt was to compensate the Pangming family. Upon reading this, he glanced at the watch on his wrist, muttering a curse under his breath. Good and evil ultimately receive their due. The cycle of karma is relentless. If you doubt, just look up. Does heaven spare anyone? These words, which he had previously considered mere manipulation, seemed to hold a sliver of truth now. 236 yuan. This was even more expensive than their boat. He could not fathom why he had been so foolish in the past, only ever thinking, if you bully me, I shall retaliate. If I cannot overpower you, I will steal from you. In essence, it was vanity that had led him astray. He had to maintain his facade as a leader. Fearing embarrassment in front of his subordinates, even if he did suffer shame, he felt compelled to find reasons to make amends. Regarding the family's compensations, he had never considered their plight. In essence, he was a selfish individual. In retrospect, his previous life of hardship, wandering alone and dying far from home, seemed to bear a trace of karmic retribution. No, it was not merely that. It was all orchestrated by Dukong's machinations. How foolish he had been to seek justifications for his actions. Raising his head, he spoke, I have repaid my uncle the 40 yuan. Yet I still owe 196 yuan and 50 cents. I acknowledge my debts and do not require you all to repay them. However, we cannot allow anyone to come demanding repayment all at once. That would be impossible for us to manage, and we would be unable to continue living. That is nonsense. This money was borrowed by your father and me, so it is only right that we repay it. You should save your money. We are well aware of the repayment situation. Until the due date arrives, we shall not repay. My dear, I know you mean well, but I must bear this burden myself. You all have already shouldered enough. Regardless of whether my brother has thoughts on this matter, it is inappropriate to place blame on my sister-in-law. She is innocent. This money should not be their burden at all. Furthermore, regarding the repayment of this debt, it is not as though we shall refuse repayment when the time comes. It will depend on the circumstances. If someone is in urgent need of money for medical expenses or school fees for their children, we can certainly repay them. However, regarding circumstances like my aunt S today, immediate repayment is not feasible. The inability to repay immediately is one thing. The attitude is another matter altogether. We should not resort to conflict with them. After all, they were willing to lend us money at a time of need. We should approach them with understanding. If that fails, we can always feign poverty. Little rascal, how dare you speak ill of your aunt? When your father returns, I shall ensure he gives you a good thrashing, Gui Yunxiang said, looking at her younger son, who was speaking so confidently, and she ended with a chuckle of exasperation. At dinner, both Father Yu Qian and elder brother Yu Qinglong were present. They discussed today's events, with Yu Qian remaining silent, while Yu Qinglong listened, visibly displeased. The little rascal, without much ado, is already contemplating a division of the family estate. What is yours, if not a shared possession of the household? Why delineate so rigidly? He remained oblivious to the implications of his words, yet as soon as he spoke, Yu Qingbo distinctly noticed the pause in his sister-in-law's chopsticks as she served food. While he himself felt unaffected, he couldn't allow his sister-in-law to bear the burden of his remarks. However, he refrained from voicing this concern directly to his brother, for doing so would only sow discord between them. Brother, I understand your perspective. My intention isn't to evade debts. It's merely to ensure a safeguard. When the time comes and we declare a division of the family, the property will be yours, and they can't justifiably demand money from you if they come after me. In these times, the act of debt collection can escalate to the extreme, even to the point of threatening one's home. Once he articulated this, Yu Qinglong fell silent. And for the sake of their parents, the rationale of preserving the house held considerable weight. Observing his brother relent, Yu Qingbo could see his sister-in-law's previously tense posture relax. He believed in shouldering his own debts without imposing them on others. Although he had never utilized credit cards or taken out loans, he understood that his financial obligations were his alone to fulfill. It was a matter of personal integrity rather than a critique of the borrowing system. After 40 transactions, he returned home to find his modest savings had dwindled to 66 yuan, a sum that had been bolstered by a small favor from Xiaobai and Tang Jing just yesterday. or it would have been even less. This simply wouldn't he do. He needed to expedite his efforts to earn more. Was there no swifter way to acquire funds? Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unaware of the time, and breakfast had long since passed. Upon waking, he was greeted by the sound of the wind howling outside. The weather forecast had proven accurate. Glancing at the clock, it was 5 minutes to 8. Had he arranged to meet his friends at 9 or 9:30 to go to the beach? The matter of borrowing money had distracted him so much that he had forgotten the precise time of their rendezvous. In the kitchen, a pot still simmered with shrimp and vegetable soup, while the previous fish had been prepared as dried fish. My sister-in-law, you ought to stop weaving. It hardly earns you anything. We're off to the beach soon, he said, putting an end to his mother and sister-in-law's work. This isn't for others. It's for the family. Your father has fewer tasks now. Let him try his hand at making some traps by the seaside. Yu Qingbo suddenly felt this was a feasible idea. He wasn't sure about others, but he was certainly capable of it. Isn't adjuster along? Are we heading to the beach with just a single bucket? Zhao Mingming seemed oblivious to the quantity of items in her hands. But Yu Qingbo recalled the last time they went fishing. Indeed, one bucket would not suffice. He hurried back to fetch 2 fertilizer bags. Chapter 34, The Greater the Storm. The higher the price of fish. Upon arriving at the beach, they discovered the waves were even larger, almost terrifying. Erlong, Lao Sha shouted from a distance. But due to the wind blowing against him, his voice barely reached them. Furthermore, he was quite far off, while Tang Jing and Xiaobai clung to a nearby tree. Unable to lift their heads, their faces distorted by the fierce gusts. The current wind force was no less than 9 or 10 on the Beaufort scale. Their position, shielded by the nearby Wangchang's purchasing station, mitigated the wind's intensity, otherwise it would have felt even stronger. Sister-in-law, you and I should head back. The wind is too fierce. It appears we won't be able to fish today. Nonsense. The worse the weather, the more valuable the fish. Don't you know that? Besides, this wind may be strong, but we've weathered worse. Look over there. People are still fishing. Gui Yunxiang pointed toward the beach, where indeed a figure was hunched over, laboring in the wind. Wow, the beach is teeming with fish. Hurry. Gui Yunxiang suddenly exclaimed upon spotting something jumping beside the person. Without hesitation, she dashed forward. Zhao Mingming, being her mother's faithful follower, followed suit without a second thought. Yu Qingbo, while running, couldn't shake the feeling that the figure in front of him seemed familiar. The individual dashed forward, their movements graceful, but after just 3 or 4 meters, they began to struggle against the wind. Erlong, I finally caught up with you. As Yu Qingbo paused, he felt someone steady him from behind. It was Lao Sha who had caught up. In less than 5 seconds, Gui Jing and Xiaobai followed closely behind. Not only did they catch up, but many others were also rushing toward the scene. Those familiar with the beach understood a fundamental truth. The more severe the weather, the more bountiful the catch, albeit with greater risks. Yet, these individuals were well aware of the dangers. They wouldn't rush headlong into peril without a second thought. Wow, Erlong, why did you take so long to arrive? We're striking it rich. Look at all the fish. Just as they were racing toward the beach, a familiar voice called out, confirming Yu Qingbo's suspicion about the earlier silhouette. It was Lao Zhu Tianshui, who had been collecting fish earlier. As Yu Qingbo approached, he noticed that Lao Zhu's feet were surrounded by a line of fish, which had been pushed ashore, forming a striking straight line. This wasn't merely a line of fish. It was a veritable highway of fish. They dashed over to begin collecting their bounty. A veritable treasure trove of small yellow croaker, fetching a price of 3 to 5 jiao per jean, abundant and practically free for the taking. Erlong, give me the bags. His mother was already demanding the bags from behind him. Oh no, I brought too few bags, only 2 snakeskin bags. I gave one to my mother. What am I to do now? While they were gathering fish, his mother was purely there to collect money for the family, leaving him in a bind. Everyone, please share your thoughts. I need help urgently. Before he could ponder further, his mother, moving with impressive speed, snatched the bags from him. Now he was merely an onlooker. Fish were everywhere. If he didn't collect, others would. What was he to do? Quick-witted individuals often stumble upon clever solutions. Yu Qingbo noticed that Lao Zhu's bucket was already overflowing. He had even removed his outer shirt to stuff it full. Lao Sha, Tang Jing, and Xiaobai were too engrossed in their task to pay him any mind. Their buckets were not yet full, but they were close. Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, stop gathering. Follow me. He called out loudly to Zhu Tianshui and Sha Yingui. Although they didn't understand why he was calling them at this moment, they still got up to follow him. Let us fetch a boat to bring the fish aboard. Otherwise, once the tide rises, we'll lose everything. Hey, why didn't I think of using a boat? Zhu replied, realizing that their small boat would be advantageous. It could carry far more than buckets or bags. Lao Sha shot him a disdainful glance. He was aware that Lao Zhu had a bit of cleverness, but it was limited. However, Even that limited cleverness kept him from dismissing Lao Zhu as foolish. The three of them reached the dock, where the small boats bobbed up and down in the waves. Had the boats been larger or equipped with engines, Yu Qingbo would have refrained from using them. A capsized boat would lead to significant losses. Fortunately, their friendship boat posed no such risks. Its small size was advantageous at the shore. With Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, and himself, they could even lift the boat, though it would take some effort. With nothing aboard, even if it capsized and rested on the shore, they could wait for better weather to ride it and continue using it. This rationale motivated his desire to use the boat. Their vessel, since it could dock at the shore without anchoring, was merely tied to the cement railing with a thick hemp rope, which proved convenient for them. Yu Qingbo climbed aboard, maneuvering the boat backward before it was pulled out sideways by Lao Zhu and Lao Sha. They had merely dragged the small boat for over 200 meters along the shore before wading into the water, where they proceeded to traverse the knee-deep waves. With a modicum of effort, Yu Qingbo adeptly guided the vessel's direction, but now he simply pulled it forward with ease. Those scavenging for fish along the coastline initially failed to comprehend their intentions, yet upon further reflection, the brilliance of using a boat to haul fish became apparent. With the tide rising, the fish were already aboard, unperturbed by the prospect of escape. All they could do was observe, as they lacked a vessel of their own. Having failed to launch their boat into the water, Lao Zhu and Lao Sha continued to drag it ashore, where there was no place to secure it. Should the fish be placed in the boat and the tide rise, they could reclaim it towards the dock. If the tide did not rise, the boat, stranded on the beach, would remain safe. The group of them swiftly descended into a frenzied ant mode, scurrying back and forth with buckets to load fish onto the boat. The sky was overcast, though rain had yet to fall. However, given the circumstances, one could surmise that the rain god was en route. Suddenly, a cry rang out, "Shark!" Uncertain of who shouted, the group turned their gazes towards the sea, and indeed, a shark approached. Yu Qingbo climbed onto the boat for a clearer view. This was no ordinary shark. It was a fearsome great white shark, renowned among its kind. The creature was quite sizable, measuring over 3 meters in length and weighing an estimated 200 kilograms. While Yu Qingbo and his companions had corralled a small school of yellow croakers, which made it convenient for them to load the fish into buckets, this pile of fish was an irresistible temptation for the great white shark. It swiftly swam through the water and, propelled by a wave, lunged onto the beach. The group, including Tang Jing and Lao Zhu, had already retreated to a safe distance. Fearful of being bitten by the shark, the mighty had fallen to the lowly, and even the dragon feared to ascend to shallow depths. Yet here was a mere shark daring to venture ashore. Brothers, fortune smiles upon us. Let us vanquish it. Chapter 35. A great ship emerges. What does it mean to encounter a 300-kilogram great white shark? To two adults, it would merely serve as a meal. Yet this only holds true in the ocean. Once on land, the great white shark would become an easy target for them to butcher. Gui Yunxiang and Zhao Mingming, along with a group of others, gathered around, some eager to assist, while others were less than sincere. Everyone stay back. We can manage this. Don't get yourselves hurt. Yu Qingbo shouted, while he and Lao Zhu struck the shark's head and belly with wooden buckets. This is a protected species. You cannot harm it. Apologies, dear animal rights advocate, but it is the year 1980. The designation of the great white shark as a protected species will not occur until decades later, in 2017. If you capture it now, you will be hailed as a hero. In truth, shark meat is not particularly palatable, nor is it highly valued, only 2 cents per pound. However, it possesses something invaluable: shark fins. Shark fins are made from the fins of the shark, making the tail, pectoral, dorsal, and anal fins the most sought after, with the tail fin being the most prized. Be careful not to damage the fins. They are the most valuable part, Yu Qingbo cautioned. Though Lao Zhu and the others were oblivious to its significance, nonetheless, they had developed a good habit of heeding whatever Erlong said. As the spectators realized they could not benefit from the situation, they gradually dispersed, leaving behind only those genuinely willing to help. Oh my, don't linger here. Hurry back home and fetch Uncle Zhang's cart. Then take your fish to the purchasing station. Seeing Gui Yunxiang still assisting with loading fish onto the boat, he hurried to call her. Gui Yunxiang, suddenly awakening to the reality, replied, "Right. We must sell the fish first. If we don't, they might wash back into the sea with the rising tide or rain." She rushed over to inform Zhao Mingming, then dashed back. In truth, Yu Qingbo had anticipated this, having already spotted someone pushing a cart towards them, indicating that word of the fish had spread along the coast, and a large crowd was making its way here. Yu Qingbo felt a twinge of regret for his father and older brother, who, missing such a splendid opportunity, had ventured to Jiajiatown. They would surely regret it, otherwise they could have earned a month's wages in just a morning. With their continued assistance, the great white shark finally met its end. Yu Qingbo remained to watch over the shark while the others returned to loading fish onto the boat. Don't overfill it. If we reach 1,000 or 1,800 pounds, we must stop. Our small boat cannot bear too much weight. In the event of a rising tide, it may capsize. He exclaimed. 1,000 or 1,800. They estimated the boat was nearly full. What now? Shall we stop? Absolutely not. To refrain from loading fish at this juncture is akin to letting money lie on the ground without picking it up. How could we allow that? Despite their disobedience, they continued to load fish until the boat could hold no more. They filled their buckets and even began to strip off their clothes to load the fish. As more and more individuals joined the fray, their determination was unyielding, and Yu Qingbo could only watch helplessly, but upon seeing the approaching crowd, he hurriedly called for them to cease loading. Everyone stop. Bring your buckets over here. Quickly. He noticed some children as young as 7 or 8 among the newcomers, and he was determined to protect the fish they had worked so hard to gather from being snatched away. Lao Zhu and the others also recognized the urgency and quickly returned to the boat. As for Yu Qingbo, he had no choice but to guard the massive shark, reassured that the mere sight of such a large creature deterred others from attempting to claim a share. Fortunately, the fearsome reputation of Lao Zhu and his companions still lingered in the village, causing both children and adults to keep their distance. Moreover, the beach was still abundant with fish, ensuring that everyone could gather a share without coveting Yu Qingbo and his companions' entire haul. His mother was resourceful, successfully borrowing Zhang's cart, but she didn't just bring the cart. She also brought along Zhang's eldest brother, Zhang Zhongshan, and with them, the awkwardness of their meeting, as well as Zhang's sister-in-law. Yu Qingbo beckoned Lao Zhu over to help him watch the shark while he rushed to assist his mother and sister-in-law with loading the cart. 2 woven bags, along with 2 buckets of fish, weighed around 160 to 70 pounds. Zhang Ge and his sister-in-law, equipped with the buckets left behind by Zhao Mingming and the others, had already begun to gather fish. Indeed, they were gathering, as it had become a matter of territory. I'm here, this area is mine. Anyone wishing to collect fish must compete. Yu Qingbo glanced back at Lao Zhu and the others, gesturing with a fist, then turned to escort the cart alongside his mother towards the purchasing station. Upon their arrival, Wang Chong was already bustling about, hardly pausing for breath, but fortunately, only 2 individuals were ahead of them, allowing them to reach the front swiftly. Ere long, sister-in-law, your haul is truly impressive, surpassing the previous ones, he exclaimed. However, I must mention that while yellow croakers typically fetch 35 cents, this recent influx will undoubtedly impact the market, and my selling price will have to adjust to 30 cents. Wasn't he at 35 cents before? Why the sudden price drop? Guo Yunxiang attempted to leverage her negotiating skills, but Yu Qingbo swiftly interjected, denying her the chance to waste time. Let us get this weighed and sold. Oh my, in the time it takes to dally here, you could have gathered another bucket of fish. At last, Guo Yunxiang reluctantly acquiesced. 186 pounds, 30 cents a pound, totaling $55.80. Sister-in-law, I'll give you $60. Come back tomorrow at this time to collect the cash. As he spoke, Wang handed over a receipt detailing the weight, price per pound, total amount, and the words unpaid prominently displayed. The abundance of fish and their exorbitant prices, along with the traditional reluctance to pay in cash, were well-known issues. Hence, Yu Qingbo and his mother hurriedly made their way to the seaside after receiving the order. By the time they arrived, the commotion was largely over, with Guo Yunxiang exclaiming in frustration as she slapped her thigh, lamenting their losses. Yu Qingbo handed the receipt to his mother, urging her to keep it safe and not to let her anger lead to its misplacement, for that would truly be a cause for tears. Thankfully, Zhao Mingming appeared, carrying a full bucket of fish and a half bag slung over his shoulder, which lightened old Guo's mood considerably. Quickly, load the car and deliver the goods to the purchasing station. With that, the 2 of them set off to deliver the cargo, while the others remained to keep an eye on the fish and the large shark aboard. After 6 successful trips, most of the people by the seaside had already departed, while they were just finishing unloading their boat. Ere long, this is the final receipt, Tang Jing said, handing over the last order. They had a total of 2,348 pounds of fish, quite an impressive haul indeed. The total payment amounted to 704 yuan. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. One cannot prosper without external wealth. This was Yu Qingbo's earnest sentiment at that moment. With over 700 yuan from a single large vessel's catch, he contemplated opening a fast food stall. Brothers, let us put in the effort and get this onto the cart, Yu Qingbo directed, gesturing towards the sharks on the ground. Everyone was aware that sharks weren't particularly valuable, which dampened the enthusiasm of Lao Zhu and Lao Sha, leaving only Tang Jing to approach. Ere long, let us forego removing the fish fins directly, Yu Qingbo suggested after a moment's thought. Who among you has a knife? They exchanged glances, none daring to speak up. Enough chatter, let us get to work. Tang Jing called out, promptly starting with the tail end, not out of laziness, but rather because he recognized the value of the fins. Xiao Bai and I will take a trip. Let us head out, Yu Qingbo said, realizing he could not afford to wait around for a buyer in Shanghai, where he knew no one. If he ventured there and failed to find a buyer quickly, the fish would spoil. Forget it. Let us go to the purchasing station. I'll talk to fifth brother and see if he can help sell this lot. Xiao Bai, come with me. You three can bring the boat back to the dock, right? Upon receiving their nods, Yu Qingbo and Xiao Bai hurried towards the purchasing station. Wang Chong was far too busy to pay them any attention. He was overwhelmed with work, having even enlisted his wife to assist him. Although she lacked formal education and struggled with arithmetic, she was adept at counting money, always ensuring she gave out less rather than more. This was why Yu Qingbo and his companions had never encountered her during their previous visits. This is just under 12 pounds. I'll round it up to 12 pounds for you. That's 3 yuan and 60 cents in total, Wang Chong's wife said, finally lifting her head after he called out to her. Ere long, I've heard you've brought in a massive shark. I was hoping to discuss this with you. You've really taken care of me, but with the yellow croaker you've already delivered, that should suffice. As for this shark, let us talk about it later. You can handle the price, fifth brother said. All right, fifth brother, I knew you had connections. I was thinking of bringing it to you. When can we expect the supplier? There's no rush. It's already 11 o'clock. We should eat before heading out, generally around 12 or so, Wang Chong replied, glancing at Yu Qingbo. Recognizing that he was someone capable of significant endeavors, he understood immediately that Yu Qingbo wished to negotiate directly with his supplier. However, Wang Chong was not concerned about losing his channel. He had several avenues to sell his goods, even if this particular supplier chose not to take his catch. The thought of food struck Yu Qingbo suddenly. He realized there were no vendors at the dock, not even one selling food or water. Don't overthink it, he admonished himself. It was merely the mention of food that made him feel both thirsty and hungry. Nonetheless, this presented a genuine opportunity. The potential profits from his sister-in-law's cooking were undeniable. She was an excellent cook, and as for beverages, he recalled that she could brew a delightful tea that would satisfy nearly all fishermen heading out to sea. The key was that fishermen had money, especially after selling their catch at the purchasing station. How could they resist the allure of good food and drink nearby? Yu Qingbo was doubtful they could. With the idea firmly planted in his mind, he resolved to discuss it with his sister-in-law and mother upon his return. He had already identified a suitable location right next to the purchasing station, ensuring safety by having a neighbor nearby. Ere long, once we divide the profits, what shall we do? He pondered about starting a stall, while Xiao Bai contemplated how to spend the money. With over 700 yuan, even a mere 10% would amount to over 70, translating to a little over 10 yuan for each person, plus a bonus of 20%. Ere long was never one to be stingy. This time, we'll split the money evenly. Let us not discuss anything else. The fish we caught were purely due to fortune. Everyone worked hard, so it's only fair we share equally. If we venture out to sea again, I'll take my fair share as well, he declared, having already contemplated the distribution of money while observing the sharks on the shore. Today, his primary thought was merely to load the fish onto the boat. The rest was accomplished by his brothers. In fact, he spent most of his time merely watching the sharks. He couldn't allow himself to be greedy when it came to the money that rightfully belonged to his companions. Xiao Bai found himself increasingly troubled. With over 700 yuan to share among 5 people, each could potentially receive over 140 yuan. How should he spend such newfound wealth? He had never possessed this much money before, not even at home, and it was genuinely giving him a headache. You can keep the money, but I don't recommend spending it on anything else. My suggestion is we pool our resources to buy a large boat. Yu Qingbo interjected decisively, cutting short Xiao Bai's deliberations. Just as they were discussing their plans, Wang Chong's wife unexpectedly brought them a bowl of cold sea lettuce and 4 large steamed buns, along with 2 bowls and a kettle of water. Thank you, sister-in-law, Yu Qingbo exclaimed gratefully. Wang Chong's wife scrutinized him intently, prompting Yu Qingbo to feel somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. You really have changed. I used to hear about how Yu Qingbo, would steal things, but now you seem to have improved. Last time, your 5th brother suggested I introduce my niece to you, and I was skeptical, but now, I see I can speak well of you, she remarked. Please, sister-in-law. This is merely a temporary change. I want to make the family happy for a few days, and then I'll return to my usual activities. Fishing is far more lucrative than stealing, isn't it? You humph. How shameless. As Wang Chong's wife stormed off in a huff, Yu Qingbo finally relaxed, while Xiao Bai, halfway through his drink, burst out laughing, spraying the remainder everywhere. If you're not thirsty, then don't drink. I haven't had any yet, Yu Qingbo retorted, feeling a mix of irritation and humor. I've treated Wang Chong well, yet you turn around and sell me out. Sharing 2 buns and some cold water was enough to assuage their hunger, but he was convinced that establishing a fast food stall was an urgent necessity. As he contemplated this, The thunderous roar of a large vessel docking at the pier caught his attention. The supplier had arrived to collect the fish. Upon seeing the crew disembarking, Yu Qingbo refrained from rushing over, as it wasn't appropriate for him to engage with them regarding the pricing of their catch. Young man, you've had a stroke of luck catching such a large shark. Let us discuss how you wish to sell it. One of the newcomers, appearing to be in his 30s and slightly older than Wang Chong, addressed him. Wang Chong followed closely, indicating they had already discussed matters. Boss, as a major dealer, surely you wouldn't want us to be at a loss, would you? The term boss sparked a glimmer of surprise in the man's eyes. Peng Dongfeng had not anticipated that this young fellow would possess some business acumen. He recalled a conversation he had overheard in Haikao, where a visitor from Hong Kong had suggested such a title of respect for businesspersons. The words of Yu Qingbo are quite intriguing. He refrains from quoting a price, as he is unaware of the market rate for fish fins. Yet, he seems to imply that he is cognizant of the price and cannot be easily deceived. Let us proceed this way, my young friend. In my business dealings, I, Peng Dongfeng, value mutual consent above all. I shall present you with two options. One is to sell me the fins at a direct weight of 1 jiao 5 fin per jean, or alternatively, you could cut the fins off, and I shall pay you 5 yuan per jean for those, while the remaining flesh will be compensated at 3 fin per jean. What say you? How do I respond? Bewilderment strikes me. He is indeed a cunning negotiator. I have never weighed fish fins before, so how could I ascertain what is fair? Nevertheless, his mind works swiftly. Since he has proposed the options, I need not fear his choice. Both offers are likely comparable. Mr. Peng is meticulous, and I prefer to avoid unnecessary complications. Let us proceed with weighing. At 1 jiao 5 fin per jean, for a total of 330 jeans. That amounts to 49 yuan and 5 jiao, which Peng Dongfeng promptly hands over in 5 crisp notes. I appreciate the young man's approach to business, and hope that we may have further opportunities for collaboration. Should you find yourself in Shanghai, do visit me at Jingxing Aquatic Products. Chapter 37. The decision to acquire a second fishing boat. Jingxing Aquatic Products. Yu Qingbo murmurs to himself. It is worth noting that we have only just entered May of 1980. The first individual business license was issued in November 1979 in Wenzhou, Zhejiang. The early establishment of his own enterprise by Peng Dongfeng indicates a remarkable business acumen, though it remains a mystery why his name has not surfaced in later narratives. Nevertheless, this does not dissuade Yu Qingbo from seeking greater engagement with Peng Dongfeng. With his memory of the future's grand trends, he realizes that he has much to learn about commerce, having previously regarded Wang Chong as a mentor. Now he feels the need to add another figure to his list of inspirations. Ere long, snap out of it. 50 yuan isn't an insurmountable sum for you, is it? Here, take the receipt. I shall settle with you. Wang Chong refrains from revealing that he has cash on hand. He prefers to cultivate the impression of limited wealth, lest others perceive his earnings and come to encroach upon his business. The exchange of receipts and cash is swift, and by Yunlong watches as Yu Qingbo carelessly stuffs over 700 yuan into his pants pocket, fearing it may spill out. Yet, Yu Qingbo appears utterly unconcerned, treating such a sum with nonchalance. 700? Once upon a time, Yu Qingbo earned as much as 3,000 yuan in a single month. He hardly regards anyone with disdain. Bai Yunlong escorts him home, and only then does he return to his own dwelling. Once home, he secures the money and lies down to rest, utterly exhausted from the day's exertions. As for dinner, he has long ceased to harbor expectations. His mother and sister-in-law often head to the sea whenever the weather permits, and their meal schedule is perpetually erratic. Furthermore, Yu Qingbo has not regularly dined at home for years. He recalls a time when the household subsisted on dried fish for an entire month, which he could no longer endure. Ah, had I known, Qinglong and I should have refrained from working today. His father's voice penetrates the veil of sleep, rousing Yu Qingbo from his slumber. It is already 7 in the evening. Both his father and elder brother have returned. Listening to his mother and sister-in-law recount the day's haul, regret washes over him. Ere long and his crew are impressive. They brought in an entire boat of fish. Zhao Mingming exclaims upon seeing him emerge. How much did you earn today? Yu Qian inquires, typically indifferent to his younger son's affairs. But now it seems he is taking a genuine interest as the boy begins to walk a righteous path. Gui Yunxiang and Zhao Mingming also fix their gazes upon him, clearly eager to ascertain the total sales from the boat. Quite well, we sold over 700. 700? So much. Yu Qinglong rises abruptly upon hearing this. Why the uproar? Ere long articulated it clearly. Have your ears failed you? Yu Qian scolds his elder son with a disapproving glare. Father, 700 is enough for us to last over a year. Not to mention, his brother's outburst causes a stir. Did no one notice his sister-in-law's jaw hanging open for an eternity? Brother, do not think of it that way. That 700 is to be divided among the 5 of us, so it amounts to just over 100 each. His explanation only earns him a further glare from their father, who exclaims, "What nonsense! Just over 100 is sufficient for 2 or 3 months of work." While the daily wage for laborers may be 2 yuan and 50 fun, work at the construction site is not guaranteed every day. The rainy season is imminent, and for the next half year, opportunities will be scarce. Brother, since both you and your sister-in-law are here, I have something to discuss with you. Do not be alarmed. It is not a bad matter, but a lucrative venture. What profitable venture? They both inquire almost in unison. Seeing the eagerness in their eyes, Yu Qingbo feels uncertain. Who exactly is this for? It is nothing major. I simply went to Old Wang's collection station to deliver fish today. Around noon, feeling a bit parched and hungry, I realized that apart from Old Wang's station, there was nothing else around. So I thought to myself. He lays out his thoughts. Once he finishes speaking, a profound silence envelopes the yard as everyone contemplates the feasibility of his proposal. Opening a stall sounds simple. Yet one must acquire land approval from the collective and level the ground, construct a shelter or building, and then determine pricing and fees. If the price is too high, sales will falter. If too low, profits will dwindle. All these factors require meticulous consideration, especially given the current climate for business. While many operate clandestinely, setting up a stall openly poses risks. After all, the crime of speculation has not been abolished. Yu Qingbo is confident that this endeavor will succeed. As the market economy continues to reveal its advantages, with more individuals poised to benefit from it, why should their family not partake? Let us agree on this. If we are to proceed, we must ensure everything is above board. It appears that personal business licenses can now be obtained. I believe they are called business permits. It would be best to secure one, so we need not fear anyone reporting us or being investigated. Ere long, is this true? Are individuals really allowed to engage in trade? Zhao Mingming asks, her face betraying her anxiety. The family exchanges glances. If it is indeed permissible to engage in business, they must pursue it. However, they suddenly realize they have no idea what to sell. Dear sister-in-law, that question need not concern me. Old Wan's collection station has been operational for a year now. Has anyone ever scrutinized him? Do not be swayed by tales of his connections. While they may hold some truth, he possesses the necessary permits, and the higher authorities have indeed relaxed restrictions. Otherwise, how could he operate so freely? Though he is uncertain about Wang Chang's station's legitimacy, this does not hinder him from using it as an example. Ere long. A voice from outside interrupts his thoughts, and he decides not to dwell on the family's opinions, turning instead to exit. Tang Jing, Zhu Tianshui, Sha Yungue, Tang Jing, and Bai Yunlong have all gathered, likely having received prior hints from Xiao Bai about his intentions. He gestures for them to follow him as they turn a corner, seeking shelter from the wind. Although the breeze has lessened considerably, he prefers not to speak against it. Has Xiao Bai informed you? I am contemplating not distributing the funds this time, but rather pooling it to purchase a larger boat. After all, we have all become accustomed to the small boat over the past month. Only a larger vessel can truly venture into the sea and yield substantial profits. Of course, if anyone disagrees or has pressing financial needs at home, please speak up. We can distribute the funds if necessary, he adds, observing that there are no immediate reactions. Let us heed ere long's counsel. If anyone requires funds, now is the time to voice it, Tang Jing asserts, stepping into the role of his first mate. The air fell into a tranquil silence for 5 seconds. Very well, no one voiced any objections. So it shall be settled that tomorrow we shall all head to the shipyard to place an order for a vessel. Chapter 38. The News of the Iron Ship. In truth, he could have gone alone to secure a ship, yet Yu Qingbo desired to demonstrate to his companions how he engaged in negotiations with others. His intention was to cultivate these brothers of his into capable allies. As the saying goes, a single thread cannot form a line, and a solitary tree does not make a forest. He aspired to establish his own commercial empire, and having assistance was imperative. It was far better to nurture those who grew up alongside him rather than select from a pool of strangers. He was uncertain whether Du Kong would harbor any ulterior motives against him in this lifetime, but he knew he must remain prepared. These brothers were his most vital human resources. Master Gong, the engineer of Tanmin Town, had not anticipated that his increasing responsibilities were leaning more towards sales. There was little he could do, as several guests informed him they had previously met him and insisted that he assist them in inspecting a ship. Upon hearing this, Master Gong comprehended why he, an engineer, was summoned to entertain clients. As he approached and recognized the familiar figures from a distance, he immediately inquired, "What? Are you all looking to purchase a ship so soon again?" "Indeed, Master Gong, but this time we seek a larger vessel, one with power." Master Gong scrutinized the young men before him, noting that they were younger than his own children, yet their pace of earning seemed remarkably swift. He wondered if they had strayed into dubious dealings. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. It was their concern, not his, as he felt trapped in this small shipyard. merely passing the days as one does in a monotonous routine. The shipyard was indeed modest, producing wooden vessels, with the largest measuring 16 meters, a steel-clad wooden ship requiring a budget of 1,200. Upon informing Master Gong that their budget was 700, his demeanor shifted noticeably. Yu Qingbo, having honed his ability to read people's expressions while working as a security guard, swiftly retrieved a pack of coconut cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to Master Gong. Coconut and Yanqing cigarettes were the most accessible gifts in this area. While he had seen other brands like Daqianmen, Fima, and Guangrong in Shanghai, he had only managed to procure 2 packs of coconut cigarettes in his hurried visit to Tianmen. Seeing the cigarettes thrust into his hands, Master Gong couldn't help but smile. This young man was clever and understood the nuances of human relationships well. Without hesitation, he opened the pack, extracted a cigarette, and struck a match to light it. "You lad, you're quite astute." Beside them, Tang Jing and Bai Yunlong's eyes sparkled with surprise. They had not anticipated that Erlong's purchase of cigarettes in town was meant for gifting. As for old Zhu, it came as no surprise to him. He had already guessed it, and even had a half-pack of peony cigarettes left over from his father tucked away in his pocket. Old Shah, however, was indifferent to the matter altogether. "In light of this gift, allow me to share some information. The shipyard currently has a steel vessel in need of repairs, which has been in use for 6 or 7 years. When it arrived, we were informed that the captain and crew had encountered a conflict at sea, resulting in the engine being damaged and rendered inoperable. However, upon inspection, we discovered a rather different situation. It appeared that a significant incident had occurred on board, as evidenced by a considerable amount of blood. Our task was to conduct repairs, and since it was brought to us, we presumed there had been a determination regarding its status. After cleaning and repairing, we found that the engine was not severely damaged. It was merely that the crew had tampered with it, preventing it from starting. The vessel is powered by a 35 horsepower diesel engine and measures 12 meters in length. A new one would cost at least 3,000. With this, Master Gong rapped his knuckles on the table. Master Gong, your lengthy discourse suggests we may have an opportunity to acquire this ship. Are you suggesting it could be purchased for 700? As he spoke, Yu Qingbo was unaware that he had begun to breathe a bit heavily. At this moment, not only he but also old Zhu and old Sha were intensely fixated on Master Gong, fearful of a negative response. "Well, it is indeed a possibility. However, my son works as a policeman in Shanghai and has some insider information. The owner of this ship has likely passed away, which means it is ownerless. If it were to be sold, an accident vessel would typically be sold at a deep discount, let us say around 1,500. Given that it has been in use for 6 or 7 years, it should be further discounted. Thus, it is likely that 700 to 750 could secure the purchase. Whether it will be sold or to whom it will be sold is entirely dependent on the shipyard leadership's decision." Yu Qingbo exhaled a sigh of relief. 750 was within his grasp. After all, aside from the 700 they had, he still had over 100 left from his own savings. "What about the factory leadership? I can negotiate with the leadership, but rest assured, Master Gong, once the deal is finalized, you shall receive your due share." Yu Qingbo interjected, promising before Master Gong could voice any concerns. Master Gong rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Initially, he had intended to claim a 10% share of the profits. Feeling stuck in this small shipyard, but considering the fortune these young men seemed to be on the verge of acquiring, he was tempted to join in. However, Yu Qingbo's assurance of benefits was appealing, provided the offer was sufficient. If not, he was prepared to revisit the matter of the 10% share. Yu Qingbo handed over the money to Master Gong, who was no charlatan. He promptly issued a receipt, in black and white, with signatures and seals, ensuring their peace of mind. This time, Yu Qingbo and his companions did not even examine the specific ship. They merely toured the shipyard before returning home, awaiting news from Master Gong. Of course, they left their contact information to facilitate communication later. "Erlong, do you think this matter is reliable?" "I can't shake the feeling that it's a dream." Tang Jing expressed her excitement as they exited the shipyard. Not just her, but every one of them, including Yu Qingbo, was bubbling with exhilaration. Calm down. Soon we shall be people of considerable wealth. This is merely a small affair," he said, his words firm, though his teeth were chattering involuntarily. There was not a single iron ship in the village. In fact, it was likely that none existed in the nearby towns of Boa, Tianmen, and Jiaji. If they succeeded in their purchase, they would undoubtedly make a significant impression. Let us all put in extra effort these next few days. We should prepare thoroughly. If our funds fall short, we can always make up the difference, Yu Qingbo mused, knowing that he would need to provide Master Gong with a sum later. Moreover, the share that old Gong sought from the factory leadership would certainly be counted toward their side, so he felt that having just over 100 was not entirely secure. He resolved to prepare an additional 100, estimating that the total would reach around 1,000, which should suffice to secure the ship. If they were prepared and still could not acquire it, then it simply meant they were not fated to have it. In that case, they could settle for a larger wooden vessel instead. By the way, Erlong, let's head back and collect the gill nets. They've been in the sea for 3 days now, Bai Yunlong reminded Yu Qingbo, who had just recalled that the nets were still in the water. Chapter 39, Father St. Stall and Refreshments. When they returned, it was already afternoon, but as soon as Yu Qingbo stepped inside, he noticed the yard was bustling with activity. The entire family had gathered. Erlong, come and quench your thirst, his sister-in-law called out as he entered. The atmosphere felt off. As soon as he picked up a bowl, he observed that everyone had fallen silent, staring at him. He then realized that what he was drinking was not plain water but a cup of coffee, its familiar aroma wafting through the air. Coffee, a taste he had encountered decades ago, had been enjoyed in his previous life before he began to drink Dukong, specifically at the coconut tea house in Qianghai. Hosted by Tang Jing's father, Tang Santai, and now, here it was again before him. The people of Qianghai have a fondness for drinking black tea, coffee, and mung bean soup. No, that's not quite right. It was on the table beside his father that he noticed some tea, which he presumed to be black tea. How does it taste? Zhao Mingming appeared quite anxious, nervously twisting the hem of her garment with both hands. The tea made by his sister-in-law was undoubtedly excellent. Whether enjoyed at home or sold outside, it would surely be well received. Really? Erlong, do you genuinely believe this could be sold? Observing the joy on his sister-in-law's face, Yu Qingbo gave her an encouraging thumbs up. After he had suggested to the stall owner at the wharf the previous day, he refrained from further involvement. Although he had ceased to dwell on it, the entire family had been restless due to his suggestion, unable to sleep soundly. Their father directly announced to his eldest son that he would not be going to the town to help out for the next few days, as it was merely temporary work, and whether he went or not was of little consequence. Yu Qian and Gui Yunxiang deliberated throughout the night, ultimately concluding that they would indeed open a stall, but without significant investment, just a tea stall would suffice. Meanwhile, Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming also conferred for an entire night, and Zhao Mingming insisted that tea must be included, preferably accompanied by some sweetened water, as children enjoy it, and it would be best to have some food available as well. Before Yu Qingbo returned, the family had spent the morning in discussion. To be precise, Yu Qian had utilized his father-in-law's authority to dismiss the idea of his daughter-in-law preparing food, as he deemed sweet water unnecessary. However, inspired by his daughter-in-law's thoughts, he considered that making coffee could be a viable option. After midday, Zhao Mingming and Gui Yunxiang busied themselves preparing tea and coffee, and the coffee they produced was the result of 3 rounds of improvement. Although Yu Qingbo had not returned to his hometown in the modern era, he had kept an eye on it thanks to the advancements of the internet, and he was well aware of how prosperous tea culture was in his hometown. The concept of dad tea was introduced to the country by overseas Chinese immigrants in the early years of this century, yet it now predominantly exists in the form of Western tea shops, which offer a variety of teas, pastries, and local delicacies. Those who can afford to frequent these establishments are undoubtedly wealthy, making them high-end consumption venues. Initially, Tang Santai had taken on a significant task, earning 2 substantial paychecks in a day to bring him, Fang Yuan, and Tang Jing along. His sister-in-law's idea of adding some food was excellent in his opinion. However, they were unable to provide pastries. He did have a suggestion. Both black tea and coffee could be available, alongside a refreshing dessert known as Qingbu Liang. Modern coconut milk Qingbu Liang. Qingbu Liang, that sounds wonderful. Yu Qinglong, who had been squatting nearby, stood up in delight. Of course it sounds good. As I mentioned last night, preparing Qingbu Liang requires ice, and we need to ensure it doesn't melt. This is something we cannot manage. Zhao Mingming frowned as she spoke. It turned out that the elder brother had thought of Qingbu Liang last night, but his sister-in-law had dismissed the idea. No wonder he was so happy when it was mentioned. Sister-in-law, you needn't worry about that. Have you forgotten that our stall is located right next to Old Wan's collection station? He not only has ice, but even a small ice-making machine. We can either buy ice from him or simply store the Qingbu Liang in his ice room. Yu Qingbo had already devised a plan when he mentioned Qingbu Liang. Qingbu Liang is a dessert primarily made with coconut milk, coconut juice, milk, red beans, and various fruits such as taro, watermelon, pineapple, banana, apple, pear, sago, barley raisins, red dates, and rock sugar. The preparation is straightforward. First, cook the rice. Second, boil the beans. Third, peel and cook the taro. And fourth, chop the fruits into small pieces. Then, prepare a syrup by adding water to a pot with apples, pears, raisins, and red dates, heating it until syrupy, followed by the addition of rock sugar, milk, and coconut juice, bringing it back to a boil. Finally, mix the previously prepared ingredients into the syrup, and it's ready to serve. Of course, the modern version of Qingbu Liang may not have all the fruits or coconut milk, and even if a few ingredients are missing, Yu Qingbo was confident that it would still sell well, especially since no one else was currently offering it. He even mused that plain boiled water might be a profitable venture, although it might invite allegations of earning ill-gotten gains. Since Yu Qingbo had turned over a new leaf and embraced a righteous path, his fortunes had improved significantly, a fact that both Yu Qian and Gui Yunxiang, as well as Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming, were well aware of, leading everyone to agree with his suggestion. In the following 2 days, Yu Qingbo and his 5 younger brothers either went fishing or set out to sea, while Zhao Mingming took Yu Qinglong to run various errands. The plot of land for the stall was secured by Yu Qian, who arranged it at the dining table with Fang Yuan. The business license was currently being processed, as government offices were quite accommodating, especially considering how few people were willing to undertake such tasks. They were informed that they would need to wait about 10 days to receive the business license, but they decided not to worry about it. They would collect it when the time came. In this age, there was no dragging of feet or needing to rely on connections to jump the queue. Everything was conducted in an orderly fashion. Gui Yunxiang also accompanied Zhao Mingming to Qionghai to purchase the necessary clean iron buckets, basins, etc., while ingredients could be procured in the town later. Erlong, in just 2 days, we earned 78 yuan and 6 jiao. Primarily because we hadn't set the ground net for the previous 3 days, resulting in a bit of surplus stock. Under normal circumstances, we would barely make 20 yuan a day. Bai Yunlong was providing a financial report to Yu Qingbo, who was consciously training them in this regard. Lao Zhu and Lao Sha, you two need to return and finish the math textbook. You must complete the 3rd grade material by next month. I will be testing you, and anyone who fails will miss out on the delicious rewards. Zhu Tianshui and Sha Yungue exchanged glances, then lowered their heads. Lao Sha, I've been trying, but I truly don't understand. It makes me lose my appetite, but worrying doesn't help. I want to study hard too, but as soon as I pick up the textbook, I feel sleepy, and once I fall asleep, it's so comfortable. Among them, Bai Yunlong was learning the fastest. Though he only had a 2nd grade foundation, he had completed everything up to 4th grade. Initially, they assumed he must have been studying diligently in secret. I've seen it. Once I look at it, I remember it, and then I can do it. Chapter 40, Sister-in-law's tea stall opens. The news about the new ship from the shipyard had yet to arrive, but an unfortunate piece of news came. Wang Chong had been beaten. When the group arrived, Wang Chong had already been carried inside. His injuries were not severe. The most serious was a blow to the head, which did not bleed. But he felt a bit dizzy. It seemed that his assailants had not intended to cause serious harm. They had shown some restraint. 5th brother, have you gotten on the wrong side of someone you shouldn't have? Wang Chong's wife was agitated. Our old Wang is just here to collect fish every day. We haven't gone anywhere. How could we have offended anyone? There were 3 or 4 intruders. 3 had rushed in, while 1 remained at a distance. Yu Qingbo was uncertain whether they were all part of the same group. Why overthink it? Just fight back. If you get hit, you must retaliate. Old 5, are you still not a man? Yu Qingbo felt a sense of helplessness towards Lao Sha. I don't expect you to be as clever as Tang Jing, but can you at least not be less bold than Lao Zhu? Lao Zhu hasn't even spoken. Lao Zhu had inadvertently been preempted by him. Fight. Who do you fight? You don't even know who attacked you. How can you retaliate? I thought you had become smarter these past few days, realizing that when you don't understand something, you should listen and follow orders, but you've shown your true colors again. Ugh. Yu Qingbo felt a headache coming on. It was them. It must be them. 5th brother, do you have a suspect? I shall not venture outside. Yet there are those who harbor thoughts of my acquisition station. Otherwise, why would they merely administer a beating without inflicting further harm? It must surely be the individuals who previously dominated the town's acquisition station. Do they truly consider me to be malleable clay, seeking to devour my station without fear of shattering their teeth? Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Yu Qingbo felt a weight settle in his heart. Regarding the acquisition station in town, his father had inquired during his previous work there, and now it was evident that only 1 remained. Did 5th brother suspect the Qin family? That could pose a significant challenge, as the Qin family is related to the Dukong family. It stands to reason that their move would be well prepared. If we were to approach them recklessly, we might fall directly into their trap, potentially landing ourselves in trouble. Humph. The Du family. Is it not said that they have a general among them? I shall see if my father's connections can enlist my uncle's assistance. If my uncle truly intervenes, what does it matter if they have a general? Yu Qingbo thought to himself, realizing that Wang Chong concealed depths unknown. This revelation carries considerable weight. In this day and age, to make such a statement suggests that Wang Chong's uncle is at least a mayor, and a proper one at that. If such a connection exists, the Du family would indeed have to weigh the pros and cons carefully. With this newfound understanding of Wang Chong, Yu Qingbo's perception of him shifted. He was destined to confront the Du family, being merely a small fry without any background. However, now he could forge an alliance with someone capable of offering substantial support. 5th brother, we may not be able to assist in significant matters, but we can certainly lend a hand in smaller ones. Please do not hesitate to call upon us. We will certainly assist where we can." After exchanging pleasantries and receiving a grateful response, the group departed. Fifth brother is truly a commendable individual. In the future, we shall assist whenever possible. Yu Qingbo remarked to the others as they exited. Lao Zhu and Lao Sha understood well that their relationship with Wang Chong was merely one of commerce, a straightforward buyer-seller dynamic. They didn't oppose this understanding, even if they found it hard to grasp. Tang Jing and Xiao Bai seemed to grasp a hint of the situation, recalling Wang's mention of his uncle, yet they were puzzled as to why Yu Qinglong, who was not one to rely on connections, was so confident today. That was the past. I am not the same person I once was, Yu Qingbo mused. On the way home, Yu Qingbo suddenly recalled the matter of their stall. Would it still be operational? Preparations were nearly complete, and they were about to set up the awning. With Wang Chong's incident, how would they proceed? When he returned home and mentioned it, his family was incensed, cursing the blind drifters on the street who caused such harm. Yu Qingbo turned away. Not long ago, he too had been one of those drifters. He wished to say that it was inappropriate to scold a recently returned monk, but his audience comprised his father, mother, and siblings, so he could only endure their ire. Fortunately, they had yet to purchase the ingredients for kingbuilding. Otherwise, they would be at a loss before even starting their business. Initially, he considered delaying a few days to see whether the stall would open, but upon observing that Wang Chong's acquisition station was operating as usual and had even acquired a burly assistant, his sister-in-law's tea stall officially opened for business. The name sister-in-law's tea stall was coined by Yu Qingbo, as it suited his sister-in-law's position and would prevent others from exploiting her familial ties. Yu Qinglong, now inexplicably confident in his brother's words, had promptly settled on the name. The cost of kingbuilding was less than 30 cents per bowl, selling for 50 cents. While tea was the cheapest at 5 cents per bowl, and coffee could yield a 10-cent profit at 20 cents per bowl. On the first day of business, sales were exceptionally good, with Wang Chong busy collecting fish, assisting in promoting kingbuilding. By nightfall, when they tallied the accounts, they had astonishingly earned over 8 yuan. Not only Zhao Mingming and Yu Qinglong were thrilled, but even Yu Qian was excited. The tea stall represented a business venture, unlike the risky uncertainties of fishing at sea. With a good reputation, the business would only continue to flourish. 8 yuan in a single day surpassed what Yu Qian and Yu Qinglong could earn together during their labor. Do not be overly elated. It is merely the first day, and the novelty will wear off. From tomorrow onward, the profits are likely to decrease significantly, perhaps even halving. That would be normal. Yu Qingbo doused their enthusiasm with a dose of realism. However, the others remained unconcerned. Even if profits were halved, 4 yuan a day was still better than relying on luck while fishing. The next day, Yu Qingbo had good fortune at sea, catching 8 large blue crabs and 3 sizable yellow croakers in total. He sold the crabs to Wang Chong, 5 large ones at 1 yuan per jean, and the smaller ones for 80 cents per jean, totaling 13 yuan. He kept the yellow croakers, as this marked his first catch of the fish since his rebirth. It was a luxury typically reserved for the wealthy in later years, yet now only 4 cents per jean. With the 3 fish weighing over 10 jean altogether, he decided to share 4 yuan with Lao Zhu, allowing everyone to partake, before leaving with the fish. As for the 13 yuan, he did not distribute it, knowing that they had grown up together and did not overly pursue wealth. Otherwise, his straightforward manner would have led to their disbandment long ago. Sister-in-law's tea stall maintained its popularity, even growing more bustling, as the awning provided a gathering place for the village elders to converse. At 5 cents for a bowl of tea, with unlimited refills, where could one find such a favorable spot? Today was even busier than yesterday, yet after deducting costs, we only made a little over 4 yuan, Zhao Mingming remarked, puzzled. Sister-in-law, I mentioned this yesterday, just as he was about to offer some comfort to his sister-in-law. Shouts from outside caught his attention. Is Yu Qingbo here? Turning his gaze, he was ecstatic to see a security guard from the shipyard. Chapter 41, The Steel Ship Arrives. And we all prosper. On June 1st, 1980, Children's Day, Yu Qingbo rose early at 5 o'clock to rouse his brothers one by one. Once they were up, they skipped breakfast and headed straight for the shipyard. Humanity is a wondrous creature. When fueled by spiritual motivation, hunger and ailment can be momentarily forgotten. Upon boarding the ship, Yu Qingbo realized that it was not entirely constructed of steel. Rather, it was a fishing vessel with wooden components encased in 10 large iron sheets. Nevertheless, it appeared to be made of steel both externally and on the deck. Master Gong, did you not say it was pure steel? Before he could finish his sentence, Master Gong shot him an incredulous glance. This is what we call a steel ship. Do you truly believe an individual could possess the kind you mentioned? Such a vessel would cost no less than 100,000. Yu Qingbo conceded that he had overestimated. Yet, for the 900 yuan he had paid for this ship, it was undoubtedly worth it. Indeed, it was 900, Master Gong was quite remarkable indeed. It was unclear how he had negotiated with the factory leadership, settling on 700 without a single cent more. Yu Qingbo did not hesitate to reward him with an extra 200, which Master Gong accepted with satisfaction. In truth, it was not that he was exceptionally skilled. He simply understood the factory director's fondness for drinking. Whenever the director was inebriated, he would grant anything in the spirit of camaraderie. Master Gong took the application and went to invite the director for drinks. Once the director was in high spirits, he would forget everything, pulling the official seal from his drawer to stamp it. The delay of a few days was merely to ensure that the director would not hold a grudge afterward. Master Gong had prepared a backup plan. If the director sought to retaliate, he would simply return to the Qionghai Veterans Association for work. The director, oblivious to the matter, caused no stir. And today Master Gong directly processed the payment and documents with the finance department. After Yu Qingbo signed, the ship now belonged to him. Let's go home. Who will steer the boat? Master Gong's straightforward inquiry left the young men momentarily speechless. At that moment, Yu Qingbo truly felt the absence of capable hands. A significant lack of talent. Master Gong had anticipated this predicament. When they had initially sailed the small boat, none of them possessed the skills to navigate a larger vessel. Yu Qingbo, however, did possess some experience, having worked as a cleaner at the Tianjin docks, where he occasionally assisted affluent owners in moving their boats, earning lucrative tips, sometimes as much as 300 to 500 yuan. However, due to his commendable performance, he was reassigned to the coal yard as a security guard after just 3 months. Despite his knowledge, he hesitated to take the helm. After all, having grown up together, it would raise eyebrows if he suddenly exhibited the ability to operate such a powerful craft. As was customary, Master Gong took the lead, guiding them on a brief voyage while explaining all operational functions and safety precautions before allowing them to return home. He instructed them to navigate along the coastline, advising them not to stray too close, merely ensuring they could see the shore. Yu Qingbo, at the helm of the fishing boat, was filled with a sense of grandeur. We have arrived at our ancestral sea. The ancestral sea referred to the South China Sea, a traditional fishing ground for generations of Hainanese fishermen. At that juncture, the situation in the South China Sea remained tumultuous, with the Navy not yet holding the upper hand. The vast waters teemed with foreign fishing vessels and illegal boats. And Yu Qingbo was determined to exert every effort to prevent the country's riches from flowing abroad. The vessel could sail considerable distances, as long as they stayed clear of the deep sea, but Yu Qingbo had no intention of taking such risks. His aim was simply to venture out for a couple of days to drag nets for fish. He recalled a formidable typhoon forecasted for July, which would wreak havoc across Hainan. Though he couldn't recall the exact date, he knew they needed to be cautious. They were like fledgling chicks, vulnerable to any disturbance. When the boat docked at the pier in Haihe village, the villagers initially mistook it for an outsider's vessel, only realizing it was theirs when they heard old Zhu exclaiming, "I'm back again." They were astonished to learn that the group had acquired such a large steel fishing boat, a traditional single-deck trawler. Ere long, "Is this really a new boat you bought?" Sister-in-law Zhao Mingming rushed from the tea stall to the pier, promptly declaring the boat as belonging to her younger brother-in-law. Technically, it was indeed Yu Qingbo's, as the paperwork bore his name, and he had invested a substantial portion of the funds, nearly 600 of the total 900 yuan. They had inspected the vessel, confirming it was equipped with all essential features, primarily being one of the earliest models of trawlers, a single-deck bottom trawler. However, it lacked any winches or net-lifting machines, necessitating manual operation. This was manageable. Previously, they had fished from smaller boats, and now they would work together aboard this larger vessel. The ability to drag nets was crucial for Yu Qingbo. Relying solely on manual casting for fishing would yield meager results unless they encountered large schools of fish. Despite the absence of modern navigation systems and fish-finding equipment, he possessed an extraordinary fortune that he believed would bless this boat as the launching point for his ambitions. In their recent outings, they had proven that even with luck on their side, earnings were limited to mere tens of yuan daily, not nearly enough to meet Yu Qingbo's expectations. Thus, he had longed for a trawler, and now, unexpectedly, he had secured one. "Sister-in-law, what are you so excited about? You're running out here while so many people are leaving. There's bound to be a crowd of no-shows," she exclaimed, suddenly remembering her duties and hastening back to the tea stall. Observing the villagers boarding the boat to explore, Yu Qingbo refrained from going up himself, content to watch from below, knowing that old Zhu and Lao Sha were already on board. "Well, it appears that we've truly expanded our operations. You fellows have done well. It's remarkable to see how much you've achieved in such a short time," Wang Chong remarked, noticing Yu Qingbo's days and giving him a light pat on the back. "Brother, you have no idea how much we've earned. We've never sold our catch to anyone else, except for that one big shark, of course. All the rest has been with you." Yu Qingbo felt compelled to clarify. not wanting Wang Chong to suspect that he had private channels for selling fish, as he aimed to cultivate a solid friendship without raising any doubts. Wang Chong nodded, refraining from probing further into the details of the boat purchase, recognizing that fortune had played a role in their acquisition, and some matters were best left unspoken. I hope you catch an abundance of fish and bring in ever-increasing hauls. I'm counting on you all to strike it rich, he encouraged. Indeed, Brother Wang. We shall surely prosper together. Chapter 42. Yu Qian seeks to join the second-hand steel boat, now docked at the pier, had instantly become the focal point of attention, as it was now the largest fishing vessel in the village. The team leader, Fang Buyuan, observed it with envy, genuinely wishing for Erlong and his companions to succeed and demonstrate to the village's idlers that diligence could lead to fortune. After all, they had recently acquired a sizable boat. It had only been a matter of a month or two since they had shifted directions. I will definitely follow the big boat to sea. Not just me, but all of us will board it. That vessel is a trawler, albeit manual, which means we'll need to exert ourselves, Yu Qingbo stated. However, two pressing issues arose. First, they needed a skilled master familiar with trawler operations, as Grandpa Bai was too old for the strenuous work of 2-day sea voyages, necessitating a search for a replacement. Second, with everyone on the big boat, what would become of the small one? Yu Qingbo merely posed the questions, offering no solutions, and the others had none either. For now, he encouraged everyone to contemplate the answers as the meeting concluded. Ere long, today there were hardly any no-shows. Initially, they paid in advance and then continued with their tea. How could there be any no-shows? You were merely trying to scare me. Sister-in-law Zhao Mingming shot him a glance. He recalled that during his previous life, when he returned from labor reform, his sister-in-law was pregnant. He wondered if their lives had improved since then. Hoping for an early arrival of his nephew, he glanced at his elder brother, who was busy tidying up bamboo poles, thinking, "Brother, you better work hard tonight. It seems sister-in-law has been idly watching you all day. What is going on with the big boat?" Yu Qian set down her teacup and inquired. "We're currently in a dilemma. We need an experienced trawler master, and we lack any net lifting equipment, so it's all manual labor. Grandpa Bai definitely cannot handle this." Yu Qingbo replied. "What about me?" Yu Qian boldly offered, surprising Yu Qingbo, who had not considered his father could join them. "Why are you in shock? In my youth, I also sailed aboard large vessels. I even ventured to Huayong Reef. As for trawlers, your little boat would certainly be a single net operation, which I could manage with ease." Yu Qingbo was astounded by his father's words. He had never known of such illustrious experiences in his past life. The mention of Huayong Reef, which was later renamed Huayong Island, was no trivial matter, as it was a significant island in the South China Sea. Moreover, his father hadn't even been aboard. He had merely observed the boat's size from the shore, yet he could identify it as a single-deck trawler. It seemed his father truly possessed remarkable skills. "Perhaps having you on board would be beneficial, but regarding your wages, that might be tricky. If I offer too much, the others might grow suspicious. If I offer too little, you wouldn't be pleased either. Father, your suggestion truly resonates with me. However, that vessel is not solely mine. We all have a stake in it, and I must confer with the others." Yu Qingbo's response left Yu Qian without dissatisfaction, indicating that his younger son was becoming increasingly meticulous in his dealings. For the past few days, the elderly couple had not engaged in any other activities. Neither he nor Yu Qinglong had worked, and Gui Yunxiang had refrained from foraging by the sea or weaving fishing nets at home. The entire family had been heading to the tea stall early each day. Recently, the tea stall was no longer open air. Only the side facing the sea and the purchasing station remained unobstructed, while the back and the unoccupied side had been enclosed with a fence, a testament to their labor. At the tea stall, there was little physical work involved. It was merely serving cups of tea and conversing with the village elders. While it was a comfortable existence, it lacked financial reward. As the primary breadwinner of the family, Yu Qian felt a sense of unease during his idle hours. Today, having seen the large ship owned by his younger son, his thoughts began to flourish. Inviting your father was undoubtedly the right choice. He has sailed alongside larger vessels for over 2 years. It was during that time that your grandfather decided to take him on, impressed by your father's resilience and eloquence. Gui Yunxiang interrupted, realizing she had digressed. "Wait, Amai. Why are you indulging in blue crabs today? It's not anyone's birthday, is it?" Yu Qingbo wondered why his mother could afford to enjoy crabs priced at 1 yuan per pound, only to be met with a reply that rendered him speechless. "My youngest son has acquired a large ship. Surely, I should celebrate in some manner." With the establishment of the tea stall as a stable source of income, the family's outlook on life transformed significantly. Yu Qingbo could distinctly sense an uplifted mood among his family members, as if the burdens they bore had lightened. Ere long, my grandfather himself recognizes he cannot manage a large ship. As soon as I described the situation of the vessel, he declared he wouldn't be going and that we should seek someone else. Although we had long anticipated that Grandpa Bai wouldn't be a suitable choice, Xiao Bai still confirmed it with everyone. I have no suitable candidates. Neither do I. Yu Qingbo chuckled. Old Ju, you truly are the laziest. I have a candidate. He is in his 40s, vigorous and experienced, having sailed on large ships and traversed ancestral waters. What would be an appropriate daily wage for such a master? Who is it ere long? Indeed, who is this ere long? You wouldn't be attempting to recruit a village official's relative, would you? Tang Jing's comment struck a chord. In their minds, such individuals were typically relatives of village officials who owned fishing boats and had experience at sea alongside them. Let us not concern ourselves with identity for the moment. What do you think would be a suitable wage? Yu Qingbo hesitated to mention that it was his father because he feared that discussing money might alter the dynamics. If he truly is as good a master as you say, he should at least receive 3 yuan a day. If he is the one who manages the bridge, 5 yuan would be reasonable. Tang Jing provided a definitive answer. 5 yuan sounds agreeable. 5 yuan, I too believe that is acceptable. Agreed. The group collectively overlooked Tang Jing's initial suggestion of 3 yuan, unanimously settling on 5. All right then, 5 it is, but that places considerable pressure on us. We must earn enough. You still haven't revealed who this individual is. Do we know him? Well, I didn't mention it earlier. But now I shall announce that the master who will accompany us on the ship is none other than my father, Yu Qian. This should have been met with applause. Yet an eerie silence ensued. What's wrong? Are you all in disagreement? Have you changed your minds? Yu Qingbo had not anticipated that mentioning his father would silence his companions. Could it be that his father harbored some undisclosed scandal, prompting their frowns? Old Ju, what is going on? Why did everyone go quiet upon hearing my father's name? Ere long, haven't you heard the old saying? Fathers and sons should not share the same boat. Zhu Tianshui's words left Yu Qingbo momentarily stunned. The adage about fathers and sons not sharing a vessel, spouses not sharing a vehicle, and families not boarding the same plane resonates even today, and it is a sentiment many uphold. Yu Qingbo had forgotten how deeply rooted this belief was in his hometown, where the notion of familial separation on boats was widely accepted. He recalled a popular short video from the future where a husband and wife discussed weekend plans in a car. The wife suggested a trip with their parents and son, to which the husband agreed. After booking flights, the wife inquired about purchasing travel insurance, to which the husband quipped, "If we all perish, what good is insurance?" The essence of fathers and sons not sharing a boat is a precautionary measure, an attempt to mitigate risk, ensuring that if tragedy were to strike, the family's primary support would not be lost entirely. Yu Qingbo had not contemplated this issue deeply. He was not averse to it, but he felt it necessary to discuss it with his father. What had begun as a pleasant atmosphere now felt somewhat awkward. It was still before noon when he made his way to the tea stall. Sister-in-law, let us not leave too many things at the tea stall. I'll just buy a cart in the next couple of days for my own use. You must ensure that everything is brought back home each night. Zhao Mingming was puzzled, unsure of what had prompted her brother-in-law to act so strangely. For the past few days, the items had been fine where they were. Why the sudden insistence on bringing everything back at night? Little did she know that Yu Qingbo was trying to instill a habit in them to prevent any potential loss during a typhoon, which would leave them with nothing to lament. Father, I need to discuss something with you. Upon hearing his youngest son call out, Yu Qian promptly ceased his idle chatter. What is it, heir? Is it about the ship? Initially, his tone was cheerful, but seeing his son's troubled expression, his voice softened, and a sense of unease enveloped him. This was unexpected. His son should wield considerable influence among that group. Did he perhaps not wish for Yu Qian to join him after all? Yet when Yu Qingbo articulated his concerns, Yu Qian was taken aback. Having forgotten the old adage after so many years away from the sea, I have no issues with it whatsoever. That saying is merely a conservative precaution. I never intended for you to remain on the same ship with me long term. I have progressed from having nothing to my current state, and there will certainly be more ships in the future. Father, you will eventually have your own vessel to command. For now, let us consider this a temporary arrangement. How about we set a daily wage of 5 yuan, and you can accompany us for a few days? 5 yuan. Very well. I'll join you for a few days, and once you're settled, I'll step back. Yu Qian, initially hesitant, readily agreed upon hearing the proposed wage. What is this notion of fathers and sons sharing the same boat? It's merely a matter of insufficient compensation. Offer enough, and the whole family could easily work on one vessel together. Yu Qingbo savored a cup of the new milk tea his sister-in-law had introduced. Realizing that she was a hidden gem, having created a delightful beverage in this newly opened era. How is this selling, sister-in-law? What do you mean? This is just a sample for you to try. We haven't even started selling yet. Why do you ask? Does it seem promising? Absolutely. But can this actually generate profit? The cost for a cup is 2 jiao, and if I sell it for 5, do you think anyone will buy it? Upon Zhao Mingming's inquiry, Yu Qingbo found himself momentarily at a loss. He had been preoccupied with the delightful prospect of the beverage, neglecting to consider the market audience. In the decades to come, whether in the capital, Shanghai, or Guangzhou, such a venture might thrive. However, would it find a foothold in the village? With the meager sum of 50 cents, one could procure half a pound of pork or 2 pounds of rice. Would there be any villagers willing to purchase it? This is a foreseeable outcome. Although Qingbuling is also priced at 50 cents, it is served in a substantial bowl brimming with ingredients. Particularly for the fishermen returning from the sea, who have just earned their keep at the nearby purchasing station, a refreshing dessert offers a momentary reprieve from the sweltering heat, allowing them to grasp a semblance of life's meaning. In contrast, milk tea is not something that many would readily embrace. Never mind, it may not be feasible at present. But sister-in-law, this is something you could refine at home during your leisure. Just because it is not viable now does not imply it will remain so in the future. The village's limitations do not dictate the potential success elsewhere. Perhaps one day, sister-in-law's tea stall could flourish in Shanghai or Haikou. Initially disheartened by the notion of impossibility, Zhao Mingming felt a surge of enthusiasm upon hearing his encouraging words. The following day, they followed the customary procedure of launching the new boat with a ritual. Despite it being second-hand, as it was essential to pay homage to the sea deity before setting sail, drawing from their prior experience, Yu Qingbo and his companions executed the rites with considerable decorum, visiting the Tianhou Palace to pay respects to Mazu, and after their homage at the sea god temple, they returned to the dock to conduct a small ceremony, drawing the admiring gazes of villagers who had not participated in the previous rites. Hey, isn't that the Dragon Maiden? What is she doing here? The once lively crowd fell into a stir upon her arrival, only to quieten in awe, as Yu Qingbo and his companions arranged the offerings. They too sensed the shift in atmosphere and turned to see what had captured the crowd's attention. A figure emerged from beyond the throng, clad in a flowing blue robe, a conical hat atop her head, and a veil obscuring her face. Her distinctive attire and graceful silhouette made it unmistakable. She was the Dragon Maiden, Yuan Qingqing. The Dragon Maiden, a figure of both ill omen and great fortune in the village, bore the family name Yuan, though few knew her full name. Born at sea to a local mother and an outsider father, her parents met a tragic fate when they ventured out fishing together, leaving only the child. Born aboard the vessel, to survive, rescued by the villagers. In a time of turmoil, the birth of a child who had lost both parents to the sea marked her as a harbinger of misfortune in the eyes of the elders. Rumors spread that she was a demon responsible for her parents' demise, and the villagers, fearing for their own fates, largely shunned her. The late village elder, Feng Zhua, took it upon himself to raise the Dragon Maiden for 7 years. After his passing, she lived alone, her sustenance derived from foraging along the shore. Remarkably, she had managed to survive, now 12 years old. The Dragon Maiden, how did she come to be here? Old Zhu felt a tremor in his voice, unaware of his own reaction. Chapter 44. The Dragon Maiden bestows blessings as the new boat sets sail. Yu Qingbo's mind raced back to the day he returned to the village after enduring hardship. He vividly recalled the figure rushing toward the sea, now standing before him with clarity. Since his rebirth, a sense of forgotten purpose had lingered, and the Dragon Maiden's arrival heralded the realization that he had an immensely significant task to undertake. Since she had come, it was time to act. Miss Yuan, have you come to admire our newly acquired vessel? The Dragon Maiden hesitated, for all had addressed her solely as the Dragon Maiden for years, nearly causing her to forget her surname. She had merely heard of the new fishing boat and had come to bestow her blessings in the form of auspicious couplets. Upon learning that the Dragon Maiden was here to deliver blessings, Fang Weiyuan quickly intervened to ease the tension, for the atmosphere had become slightly awkward. The Dragon Maiden produced a bundle of red paper from her basket, upon which various blessings were inscribed. Smooth sailing could be affixed to the sides of the boat's stern. The sea remains calm for the center, great auspiciousness at the bow, and abundant fish for the hold. The old fishermen believed these placements were akin to the boat's eyes, the most fitting spots for such blessings. The sight of the fishing boat adorned with red couplets was undeniably festive, and just as Yu Qingbo reveled in the moment, Tang Jing tugged at him. Oh, what's the matter? Don't forget to give her some money. She should receive a red envelope for her blessings. Oh, Yu Qingbo realized he had overlooked this custom. The previous small boat had been too insignificant to warrant such gestures, and with the new boat now in place, he had momentarily forgotten. Unsure of the appropriate amount, he recalled the tragic fate of the young maiden in his past life and decided to offer her a generous sum. Miss Yuan, I am immensely grateful. As he handed over the money, their bodies obscured the view from others, concealing the amount given. The Dragon Maiden was taken aback. Why did he give me so much? Although she had never distributed blessings before, the concept was familiar to her, as the late village elder Feng Zhua had envisioned a means for her to sustain herself, with writing blessings being one of the paths. In the past, she had refrained from this practice not out of desire, but due to the villagers' lack of interest in purchasing new boats. In their community, there was no ritual when a boat was launched. It was simply a matter of practicality. Yet, even on her first attempt, she understood that the act of bestowing blessings would not yield meager rewards. The elder had claimed she could earn a few cents from such endeavors. But today's outcome far exceeded her expectations. With a mixture of anxiety and hope, the dragon maiden turned to leave, hesitant to linger any longer. However, as she stepped away, she noticed sister-in-law's tea stall. When did this tea stall open? Though she rarely ventured out, she would occasionally forage and sell goods. Yet this was the first time she had encountered the tea stall. Curiosity piqued, she stepped inside. Making and selling tea was another avenue for income that the late elder Feng Zhua had left for her. Certainly, there is a third matter that everyone is aware of, her previous endeavor of gathering seafood. Dragon Maiden, would you care for a cup of tea or perhaps a bowl of refreshing dessert? Our tea is complimentary for the first cup, while the dessert is merely 50 cents a bowl. Oh, and we have coffee for 20 cents a cup. Which would you prefer? This was Zhao Mingming's first close encounter with the Dragon Maiden. Previously, he had only observed her from afar on the beach. Initially, he intended to offer only tea and dessert, but considering that the Dragon Maiden might not have a taste for coffee, he included it nonetheless. Beneath the table, the Dragon Maiden clutched her pocket tightly, anxious that the 10 yuan she possessed might slip away. I'll have a cup of tea, 5 cents is acceptable. But I'll pass on the rest. I simply cannot afford it. On the other side, Yu Qingbo felt a twinge of frustration. His concern stemmed from the fact that others had become aware of Yu Qian boarding the boat. The general sentiment towards this was rather negative. As soon as the Dragon Maiden arrived, whispers began circulating that she was not bestowing blessings upon them, but rather bidding farewell to the Yu father and son for their final journey. The woman who spoke such words was promptly reprimanded and driven away by old Zhu and old Sha. Yet Yu Qingbo could not shake off the discomfort in his heart. The entire family of the Dragon Maiden had perished at sea, leaving only this singular creature behind. Now, with the Yu father and son setting out to sea, and the Dragon Maiden present to see them off, he feared they might not return. Reflecting on the words of that woman, Yu Qingbo felt an urge to chase after her and silence her tongue. In a prior life, the Dragon Maiden had been rumored to be a reincarnation of a fairy, ultimately succumbing to mental anguish and taking her own life by jumping into the sea, which entailed numerous entangled fates and became a historical scar for Haihe village. He glanced back at his father, who was also looking in his direction. Yu Qian met his son's gaze with a smile, dismissing the ominous talk. What nonsense! Where do these mythical creatures originate? Don't they know that post-revolution, one is not allowed to become a spirit? Initially unsettled, Yu Qian felt a sense of reassurance upon seeing his son's confident expression. His youngest son, merely 15, recognized the absurdity of that woman's claims, and he chastised himself for almost being swayed by such folly. Had Guo Yunxiang been present, that woman would likely have found it difficult to leave unscathed. For when old Guo was in a fierce mood, even the village dogs trembled in fear. Once the rituals were completed and the firecrackers had been set off, the dock was awash in red. Yu Qingbo, along with his younger brother and father, embarked on the ship. This vessel, known as the Honyuan, had its name deliberately removed during processing at the shipyard. Yu Qingbo contemplated visiting another shipyard soon to have the name repainted, otherwise, it would be cumbersome to refer to it. He decided against going to Tanmen shipyard, as that would only stir trouble for old Gong. As for the fishing license number, that was non-existent at present and would not be issued for another 18 years. This ship was quite swift, boasting a speed of 7 to 8 nautical miles. After 2 hours at sea, Yu Qingbo, while adjusting the canopy, had yet to look ahead, as Yu Qian was still instructing the others on how to set and retrieve the nets. Father, why don't you all take a break? Staring at the sea is making my eyes swim. Shouldn't the sunlight appear yellow? Why does it look red over there? Chapter 45, A Propitious Start, Great Prosperity. Yu Qingbo, upon noticing the red hue on the sea surface illuminated by the sun, thought his eyes were deceiving him. Fool, that is a school of fish. Good heavens. Red fish. The first net of the new vessel. What a fortuitous omen. Let us commence with the netting. Yu Qian, upon spotting the fish, was instantly exhilarated and called for the others to begin. They had practiced this several times, and even old Zhu found Yu Qian's insistence somewhat tiresome. It seemed even a fool could grasp it by now, and with fish finally to catch, the incessant chatter ceased, lifting everyone's spirits. Not only did old Zhu feel uplifted, but so did the other crew members aboard. Regardless of the quantity of fish, the mere fact that Yu Qian had quieted was a victory in itself. Xiao Zhu, you and the others, step aside. I'm going to cast the net by hand. Yu Qian's excitement surged upon seeing the school of fish. The sight of red fish in the sea, often associated with prosperity, was promising. Many of these red fish were valuable species, such as the East Star grouper, well known to all. 3, 2, 1, go. The cast net splashed into the water, and shortly thereafter, it was pulled back up. What a catch! Big-eyed snapper. Weave struck gold. Big-eyed snapper, the prized fish. The big-eyed snapper, part of the snapper family, is known for its large eyes and appealing taste. It is a delicacy suitable for both steaming and braising. Notably, this fish is meaty with minimal bones, making it an excellent choice for the elderly and children. It's the big-eyed snapper. Erlong. No, I mean Xiao Zhu, hurry and pull in the net, or we won't be able to lift it. Yu Qian was initially thrilled but then became anxious upon recalling the size of the fish school, quickly urging everyone to retrieve the net. Unlike more advanced vessels equipped with net lifting machines, their operation relied purely on manual labor, making the task significantly more arduous. Retrieving the net involved first pulling in the thinner lead line, followed by raising the two side boards, which required two individuals to stand on either side of the boat. These boards, made of wood and iron, were affixed to their vessel. After the side boards were collected, they proceeded to haul in the weighted line, which was thicker. The weight and length of this line determined the net's yield, and their current haul was quite labor-intensive. Fortunately, the weather was fair with minimal wind and windy conditions. The use of a net lifting machine would be more efficient, but without wind, manual labor was more effective as it allowed for quicker retrieval. Fishermen generally operate from two positions, from the rear or the side of the boat, with the boat's 1-meter-high railing at the rear. Yu Qian opted to work from the side. 3, 2, 1. Heave, put your backs into it, Yu Qian shouted, pulling with all his might, while old Zhu gripped the rear end of the net. Yet, despite their efforts, the net would not budge, and both men grimaced with exertion. Old man, is it stuck on the bottom? Yu Qian cursed in frustration, to which old Zhu retorted, you're the one stuck. Sa, come over here and help. Grip the net and pull. Thus, the three of them combined their strength, and slowly, the net began to rise. It was now clear that it was not snagged. Yu Qian didn't wish for more hands, but space was limited on the boat. The three of them strained, their veins bulging, lips pressed tight, and beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads, until finally, the net emerged from the water. As the net was drawn up, it was filled with fish. Yu Qingbo rushed to assist, concerned that his companions might overexert themselves. He positioned himself behind his father, while old Sha and old Zhu supported Xiao Bai and Tang Jing. With all six of them working together, they finally managed to hoist the net aboard. Thankfully, the boat was sturdy. Had it been the small wooden vessel, it would have capsized immediately. Once the net was untangled, they began to withdraw the fish, leaving a plethora of vibrant red fish scattered across the deck. Xiao Bai, Tang Jing, and Yu Qingbo began busying themselves with collecting the fish, placing them into boxes filled with ice to ensure freshness, as they needed to be in prime condition for sale upon returning to shore. Otherwise, the effort would be in vain. After filling several boxes, Yu Qingbo decided to cease collecting. No more. You all hasten to stack the fish aside, and then let us cast another net. I'll handle the boat. We should head back. Yu Qian concurred, realizing the value of the big-eyed snapper. It was indeed expensive, typically priced at 6 to 7 jiao per jin. With the current haul estimated at 5 to 600 jin, he wondered how much more they could catch on the way back. Even if it is priced at 6 mao per jin, which totals 500 yuan per jin, it would still amount to 300 yuan. 300 yuan is a sum that many individuals barely earn in an entire year, even for the workers who cling to their iron rice bowls. The earnings from this catch could equal half a year's wages for them. Yu Qingbo, however, was unaware. While Yu Qian knew that the few boats in the village could only earn a modest sum, at most, a few dozen yuan per trip. It was well known that catches approaching 100 yuan would be the talk of every household. Second brother, he said, we can drag in a net. But we must do so early. Otherwise, I fear that if we wait too long, we won't be able to haul it in. Or it may even be more than we can manage. Yu Qian's arms were already aching, unlike the younger ones who had never exerted themselves significantly. He was accustomed to heavy labor, and sudden exertion was proving to be quite taxing. Just observing Lao Sha and Lao Zhu kicking the fish with their feet revealed their own struggles. It was clear that the crew was not lacking in effort. They were indeed trying hard, yet they were merely adolescents and not seasoned laborers. Expecting them to perform like fully grown oxen was unreasonable. As they prepared to cast the net once more, Yu Qian and his companions did so a bit earlier this time, and the fish may have scattered, yielding only a catch of slightly over 100 jin, which included not only big-eye fish, but also flatfish and golden pomfret among others. This time, Yu Qingbo did not concern himself with the type of fish, but chose instead to keep the boat moving. With Tang Jing and Xiao Bai beside him, he provided them with guidance on navigating the waters. Yu Qian found it curious that his younger son had learned to operate a boat. But seeing the nonchalant expressions of the others, he refrained from asking. The others assumed that Yu Qian had previously taught Yu Qingbo, considering it quite normal. given that he had worked on larger vessels for several years and had returned home with knowledge to share. They never considered that Yu Qian might not have had access to a powered boat to instruct his son. Originally, they had planned to return the next day, so they had brought not only water but also provisions. However, as they were occupied with fishing at lunchtime, no one had eaten. Now, sitting on the boat, they felt hungry but had little desire to eat. "Let us head back. Surely, we can enjoy a warm meal there," suggested Lao Zhu. "Come on, let us eat something. My stomach is aching from hunger. I've put in a lot of effort today. I am the true hero here." "Indeed, we are all heroes," Lao Sha chimed in. Lao Zhu was displeased, feeling slighted that his declaration of being the hero was diluted to "we are all heroes." Yet, he conceded that Lao Sha had indeed worked hard as well. Yu Qingbo cast a glance back at them, noting their playful banter, which indicated they were not foolish. As they neared the shore, everyone prepared to unload the fish, and he announced, "Tonight, everyone is welcome to dine at my home." Chapter 46, A Sudden Thunderclap. As soon as Yu Qingbo's boat docked, a crowd awaited them at the pier, predominantly composed of elderly individuals. It seemed that his sister-in-law had set up a tea stall, and now, despite his desire for discretion, he found it impossible to remain low-key. "Qian, what is the matter? Did you forget something? Or did you discover some fault with the boat?" The elders, unfamiliar with Yu Qingbo and his young companions, called out to the older Yu Qian. "Nothing is wrong. Everything went smoothly. It was our first trip with the new boat, auspicious and prosperous, no issues at all." Yu Qian was mindful that this was the boat's maiden voyage. Thus he refrained from uttering any inauspicious words, and indeed, the day had gone exceedingly well. He was not fabricating tales. The elderly folks were astute. They could discern from Yu Qian's formal expressions that something was amiss, yet they held their tongues, likely believing the situation wouldn't be grave. Or else Yu Qian would not have been so optimistic. They speculated that, traditionally, large vessels did not return on the same day they set out, as it was not economically viable. Not only their sizable boat, but even the team leader's 10-meter wooden vessel took 3 days for a single trip. It was understandable that they had misjudged the situation. They could not fathom that the crew returned early due to an abundant catch. Fearing spoilage, a scenario that had never occurred before. "Open your eyes and witness what a true fishing master looks like," Lao Zhu exclaimed as he arrived at the dock, carrying a basket covered with a snakeskin bag, filled with big-eye fish. "Step back and prepare to witness a miraculous moment." Yu Qingbo chose to ignore Lao Zhu's boastfulness. Since maintaining a low profile was no longer an option, he let Lao Zhu revel in his glory. He and Xiao Bai approached the tea stall to fetch a cart. Relying solely on manual labor would take an eternity. With a cart now at their disposal, it was time for it to be put to good use. "Wow, big-eye fish. That basket must weigh at least 40 jin, which means it's worth over 20 yuan. This single outing has earned them what other boats would take 2 or 3 days to make. No wonder they returned. Could it be the blessings of the Dragon Lady?" Someone speculated, believing that they must have ventured elsewhere to procure good fortune and then returned to share it with them. If Yu Qingbo were present, he would have recognized that the woman speaking was the same one who had previously disparaged the Dragon Lady. However, as they witnessed basket after basket of fish being unloaded from the boat, astonishment spread among the onlookers. "Surely, these cannot all be big-eye fish." No one answered them. Lao Zhu was already busy with work, as there were plenty of fish to handle. Since the baskets were covered with snakeskin bags, the contents remained hidden from view, leading many to speculate in disbelief. Yet, the majority present had already internally concluded that these were indeed big-eye fish. Each basket was concealed with a snakeskin bag. This was a suggestion from Yu Qian, as ice had been placed inside the baskets to preserve the fish better. The crowd's curiosity was piqued. They had inquired for some time without getting any answers. To avoid them, Yu Qian remained on the boat, reluctant to disembark. The cart was modest, able to carry only 4 baskets at a time. Yu Qingbo, Lao Zhu, and Xiao Bai pushed the cart together toward the purchasing station, followed closely by a throng of curious onlookers eager to discover the types of fish they were hauling. Upon arriving at the purchasing station, Lao Guo was already standing by. Busy with her stall, she and Zhao Mingming had not gone to the pier to greet them. "Oh my, you and your sister-in-law should close the stall. It's nearly time, and we've not eaten yet. Oh, and by the way, all the guys are coming to our place for dinner. Let's prepare 2 good dishes. If not, we can buy some from the town. Having you as my unfortunate son is truly my greatest mistake. Always coming to your mother for a meal. Did I spoil you too much?" What mattered was that she heard her son mention they had not eaten all day, prompting her to seek out Zhao Mingming to help close the stall while she hurried home to cook. Preparing meals for over 10 people was no small task. She needed to start in advance. "Ere long, it seems you are set to make a fortune again. Let me see what fish you brought today." Wang Chang approached as he saw Yu Qingbo chatting with Gui Yunxiang. As soon as he lifted the cover off a basket, 5 flatfish weighing 2 jin each and 8 sizable golden pomfret were revealed. Not big-eye fish. I told you, how could it all be big-eye fish? That would be like setting the ancestral grave ablaze. Yu Qingbo suddenly remembered that indeed one of the baskets contained fish other than big-eye fish and quickly tugged at Xiao Bai's arm. Let us take this basket home first. We'll have a few for dinner, and the rest we can distribute among our families. Not just the nearby spectators. Even Wang Chong looked at Yu Qingbo with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Unlike others who viewed him as foolish, he simply admired the boldness with which ere long conducted his affairs. The flatfish, along with the golden pomfret, could hardly be contained even by a grand collective effort. A household without workers could barely scrape together a mere 10 or 20 yuan after a month of toil. Yet, that simpleton ere long astonishingly declared that the fish should be shared, disregarding any monetary gain. This truly reflects the essence of a fool. All prior behaviors were mere pretenses. And this vessel was likely just a stroke of good fortune for them. Do not speak so thoughtlessly. There are still several baskets of fish left, unbeknownst to you. One must be mindful of the context when expressing envy. Those baskets are still unopened, and moments ago, the golden pomfret and flatfish could have been divided amongst us. How could the contents of these baskets possibly be inferior? At the slightest reminder, those who had spoken enviously promptly fell silent. Fifth brother, let us all profit together. No need for further words. I trust you will offer me a fair price. With that, Yu Qingbo and old Zhu swiftly uncovered the bags of fish from 3 baskets. Red, big-eyed chicken. A woman in the crowd could not contain her excitement. Indeed, it was the big-eyed chicken, resplendent in its crimson hue, a truly delightful sight. Old Zhu, the performance is about to commence. All right, let us quickly weigh them. All at the highest price, 70 cents. Soon a boat will arrive to collect the fish. Wang Chong interrupted, not allowing old Zhu any time to showcase the fish. Such exquisite specimens should not be left exposed to the air. They must be weighed and promptly stored in the ice chamber within the building. The onlookers fell silent, their hearts heavy with envy, fearing that uttering any spiteful remarks might invite retribution. However, what astonished them even further was yet to come. Initially, they believed that these few baskets of big-eyed chicken were remarkable enough to fetch 100 yuan, yet there were 3 more carts behind, each containing even more than this first cart. My goodness, how much could they possibly earn this time? You fool, if 1 cart is worth 100, then 4 carts must be 400. No, you are the fool. The first cart is 100, but that's for 3 baskets. The subsequent 3 carts contain 4 baskets each, surely exceeding 100, more like 400 and beyond. A ship laden with big-eyed chicken struck like a thunderclap, awakening the villagers of Haihe to the prospect of profit. Chapter 47, Repaying Grandfather. The Yu family had gained notoriety today, along with the auspicious reputation of Long Niu. That evening, Yu Qingbo and his companions celebrated in grand style at home, reveling in their good fortune. The big-eyed chicken weighed a total of 622 jin, selling for 70 cents a jin, yielding 435 yuan. From this total, Yu Qingbo received 304 yuan. With an additional 20% bonus amounting to 87 yuan, he pocketed 10 yuan, which he discreetly handed to his father. Each of the other brothers received 63 yuan. A substantial sum indeed. Other boats, on fortunate outings, could scarcely match even one person's earnings. Due to their youth, only Yu Qian and Yu Qinglong partook of the Hainan Mountain orchid wine. Ere long, this life we are now living is truly the life one ought to lead, remarked Xiao Bai, sipping on coconut soda, seemingly a bit tipsy. Indeed, now when I return home, my parents only praise me and no longer chase me with a stick. Old Xia chimed in. At this moment, old Zhu remained silent, his gaze fixated on the plate of pig's head meat, contemplating what nonsense to utter. After all, when such delectable food was finally available, one ought to seize the opportunity to indulge. His small eyes did not stray from the platter. Tang Jing also refrained from speaking. Feeling somewhat fatigued, after a day's work on the boat, he had not anticipated that cooking and stir-frying would fall to him as well. Yu Qingbo, raising his soda, toasted with them, reflecting that he had never truly had opportunities for socializing in his past life. Yet he had seen videos demonstrating that a good boss should bond with employees. What better way to forge camaraderie than through shared meals and drinks? After the meal, each person took their share of money, packed up a portion of food, and each carried home a fish, all departing in high spirits. Not only do I let you eat, but I also ensure you bring food back for your families. I refuse to believe you won't speak well of me. The following day, no one ventured out. Who among them lacked household chores? Everyone took the time to relax and tend to their own affairs. Other boats ventured out to sea under similar circumstances, with few crews remaining continuously at sea. Their advantage lay in Yu Qingbo's initial decision to bind them together. They were all partners, rendering any treachery impossible. On the next day, accompanied by his father Yu Qian and mother Gui Yunxiang, Yu Qingbo traveled to Huanan town in Wanning, where his maternal grandfather resided in Mongshan village. Their sole purpose for the day was to repay a debt due to past borrowing. Gui Yunxiang seldom returned to her family home. Each visit was met with assumptions of her seeking further loans. She felt embarrassed, always returning empty-handed and relying on her brothers for sustenance, which was hardly acceptable. Grandfather, grandmother. Upon arriving at his uncle's house, Yu Qingbo felt a sense of belonging wash over him. His grandfather, Guodusheng, and grandmother, Huang Meifong, hurriedly emerged upon hearing his call, only to be met at the door by Yu Qingbo. Grandfather, grandmother, you are both doing well. Tears welled in Yu Qingbo's eyes. It had been over 40 years since he last saw the two elders. After hearing from his elder brother about their passing, he had not even had the fare to return home. Now, standing before the two who had cherished him since childhood, his emotions surged. Ere long. You're not up to some mischief again, are you? How much do you need this time? Be honest, for your grandparents currently have little money. Guodusheng's insight into Yu Qingbo's past was profound, yet he was mistaken this time. The grandson before him had lived through over 60 years of life experiences. A grandfather remains a grandfather, but the grandson is no longer the same. Ma, Ba, Gui Yunxiang, and Yu Qian followed closely behind, holding 4 fish, 2 golden pomfret, and 2 flatfish. Yu Qingbo had meticulously planned how to distribute these fish, ensuring a perfect balance. Guodusheng and Huang Meifong were momentarily at a loss. Their daughter and son-in-law had returned together, and they were not empty-handed. It seemed they had grand ambitions this time. However, all their sons had already borrowed what they could. What more could they lend? Surely they weren't expecting them to sell their house. Seeing her father and mother's reactions, Gui Yunxiang felt a pang in her heart, tears cascading down her cheeks. Eldest, please do not cry. Your brothers are not here. It does no good for you and us to weep. We are now living with Dabao and have no money to lend. Guodusheng quickly interjected, sensing the situation was turning unfavorable. Father, we are not here to borrow money. We have come to repay a debt. Yu Qian's declaration left Guodusheng momentarily speechless. Repay a debt? Really? The old man remarked, stepping outside to gaze at the sun in the sky. This left Gui Yunxiang speechless. Father, the sun still rises in the east. You heard correctly. We have truly come to repay a debt. I am your own daughter. Would I deceive you? Humph. This time I cannot tell if you are being truthful. You have deceived me too many times before. Guodusheng shot a glance at his daughter before turning back into the house. Huang Meifong, however, smiled and drew closer to her daughter, reaching out to take the fish. Eldest, this time it is indeed a repayment, not a borrowing, right? Yu Qingbo felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Look what had come of it. All because of him. His parents had lost all credibility in his grandfather's home. Grandmother, look, Yu Qingbo pulled out a bundle of cash from his pocket. It was imperative to reveal the truth, as his grandparents clearly remained skeptical. Before entering, his grandfather cast a glance at his grandmother, signaling her to help verify the authenticity. He needed her to see the real deal, lest she devise some scheme otherwise. Sister, brother-in-law, ere long, you have all arrived. At the entrance, Uncle Guodabeo stepped in, followed closely by Aunt Mu Hongyu and 2 cousins. Gui Yunxiang is the eldest daughter of Guodusheng, with 4 younger brothers, Guodabeo, Guo'erbao, Guozhenbao, and Guoxiaobao. The Yu family hails from Chaozhou, and Yu Qingbo even spent his childhood there. After the passing of his grandparents, he moved to Qionghai. Although Yu Qian was an adopted son, prior to his discharge from military service, he had earned merit while stationed in Qionghai by saving a local dignitary. After retiring, not wishing to remain a dependent in his father-in-law's household, he purchased a home in Haihe village with the assistance of local leaders, allowing him and his wife to establish their own residence. The family, with 4 sons, aspired to find a suitor for their daughter, indicating how well-regarded Gui Yunxiang was in her family. However, repeated requests for loans had significantly strained their goodwill. Sister, brother-in-law, how wonderful that you have come. And you even brought fish. Aunt Mu Hongyu, initially displeased to see Gui Yunxiang and Yu Qian, brightened upon noticing the fish they had yet to set down. Chapter 48, The Rogue Returns. In the past, when the eldest sister visited, she would always come empty-handed. This time, however, she brought fish, which could at least be counted as a gesture of goodwill. These fish are splendid. Grandma, let us prepare fish for lunch. I will clean them right away. Although she formally inquired with Huang Meifong, her actions left no room for refusal. Aunt Mu was determined, whether it was about borrowing or lacking funds. Her husband had no money to spare, so they might as well enjoy the fish first. Huang Meifong observed her eldest daughter-in-law's assertive demeanor and chose not to intervene, allowing her to indulge after years of pent-up frustration. Eldest sister, second sister, Yu Qingbo greeted his 2 cousins, who seemed to shy away upon seeing him. Yu Qingbo felt a tinge of helplessness. He was quite notorious in Mongshan village, having gotten into scrapes on the mountain and flirted with the local women by the river, earning himself a somewhat unsavory reputation. Dabao, come in. Guo Yunxiang called for Guo Debao to bring the money. After Yu Qingbo had shown the money to his grandmother, he handed it to his mother. Aunt Mu, overhearing Guo Yunxiang summon her husband, felt her suspicions confirmed but lamented that this time the tables had turned. Her brother had no money, and no trickery would change that. Guo Debao, anxious, pondered how to tell his sister that he truly had no money to lend her. The thought of disappointing their parents, who would likely be furious, made his heart tighten. Debao, here's the 140 I lent you. Count it. Guo Yunxiang assertively placed 14 large notes on the table, demanding her younger brother to verify the amount. Sister, I truly don't have 140. I don't have a single cent, Guo Debao exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Huang Meifeng swiftly stuffed a mango into his mouth to silence him. Red Jade, come here. Huang Meifeng thought that her daughter-in-law had been burdened by financial matters for years. Since her eldest son was of little help, she decided to let her daughter-in-law handle this money issue, hoping it would lift her spirits. Upon hearing her mother-in-law call her, Aunt Mu felt a pang of dread. This was a revelation that her son had no money, and she had to prepare her defense. Sister, brother-in-law, we truly have no money at home right now. A few days ago, my husband fell ill, and we used our last 20. Debao and I are trying to make ends meet, especially since we have no sons. She began to explain her financial woes, but upon entering, she faltered, realizing the gravity of the situation. Knowing you and Debao are striving to have a son, sister has come to repay the money. Red Jade, you count it. Aunt Mu's face flushed with embarrassment. Although she had been married for many years, the prospect of awkwardly stating her intentions to conceive a son felt shameful. If she were borrowing money, her flimsy excuse might have sufficed, but since they were here to repay, she felt utterly humiliated. Nevertheless, despite her embarrassment, her concern for the money prevailed. She gathered the bills from the table and began counting. 140, indeed. Sister, you've returned all of it? Now, she worried that the money might have been borrowed from someone else, complicating her sister's situation further. Rest assured, Red Jade and Debao, Xiao Hong had already returned the money to me days ago, saying that Xiao Bao needed more funds to cultivate beetle nuts in the back mountain. You are merely a bit late. Oh, and Debao, be sure to call Bao and Jinbao over. Let us include Xiao Bao as well. We should all share a meal together. And I will return the money to Bao and Jinbao too. Guo Yunxiang announced triumphantly, heralding her return. The room fell silent as Guo Debao, who had been munching on a mango, paused to glance at his sister and brother-in-law. Eldest sister, have you ventured into business? Have you made some money? Guo Dexing's inquiry drew everyone's attention towards Guo Yunxiang and Yu Qian. Meanwhile, outside, a different scene unfolded. Yu Qingbo recalled that Uncle Guo once had a large black dog, but when Lai Fu suddenly appeared before him, he could hardly believe his eyes. The massive 2-meter-long wolf dog was named Lai Fu, which he recalled was not a name given by Uncle Guo, but rather a title assigned by the military when it was brought to them. Lai Fu had not seen the notorious troublemaker in quite some time, but upon entering, he recognized the figure that had once poked him with a shovel, making him lower his head and check his paws. No, I entered with my left paw first. If I step back and re-enter, I might avoid that detestable person. Lai Fu is back. I've missed you so much. Lai Fu, startled, retreated, and then took off running, his legs pounding the ground. Lai Fu, wait. I'll give you meat. Your whole family will have meat, stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork, right? On the streets of Mongshan village, a rare sight unfolded, an unusually large dog being chased by a young boy, while for the villagers, it was a normal occurrence. In his own way, Yu Qingbo was announcing to everyone in Mongshan village that the rogue had returned, a sentiment that, while not entirely his own, resonated with the community. Bao, I heard the barking at the door. It's Lai Fu. No one in this village can bully Lai Fu. Chao Yunji immediately thought of one person who could instill fear in Lai Fu. Has the eldest sister arrived? Is it the eldest sister, or just Erlong? Chao Yunji and Guo Bao exclaimed almost in unison, though Guo Bao added a little more. Chao Yunji hurried inside, hastily tidying up. As Lai Fu sought a place to hide, she had already stowed away all the money and valuables. Second uncle, second aunt. On the other side, Guo Jinbao was already on his way to his elder brother's house, having caught sight of Erlong chasing after Lai Feng from a distance. With his wife having returned to her maternal home, he could not allow his elder sister or Erlong to enter their house. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative and went directly to his elder brother's house to lament his financial woes. Chapter 49, The Guo Brothers' Scheming Minds. At that moment, Guo Debao was preparing to step out to invite his 3 younger brothers for a meal, but as he reached the doorstep, he collided with Guo Jinbao entering. Jinbao, you have impeccable timing. I was just about to call you for dinner. Elder sister and brother-in-law have arrived. You should go in and keep them company while I fetch Bao and Xiao Bao. Impeccable timing? I just happened to see Erlong chasing after Lai Feng on the street. How much is elder sister here to borrow this time? The brothers had always shared their fortunes and misfortunes. Although their elder brother borrowed a bit more, they too contributed whenever possible. Hee. Elder sister is not here to borrow money this time. Just go inside, and you will understand. With that, Guo Debao exited. A chill ran through Guo Zhenbao. If it wasn't money they were borrowing, was it grain or something else? Could it be that they had realized borrowing money was futile and had changed their tactics? Had elder sister received wise counsel from someone? With these thoughts racing through his mind, he decided against entering the house and slipped into the kitchen of the west wing instead. To his astonishment, as he entered the kitchen, he found that his elder brother's household was not as impoverished as he had presumed. They had bought fish, 4 of them no less, 2 types, flatfish and pomfret, which were certainly not cheap. It appeared that during the division of the family assets, the elderly couple had hidden away some money. Otherwise, how could the eldest brother, whom he thought was the most destitute, now seem to be doing quite well? As he examined the fish, he heard commotion outside and quickly peeked through the door. Just in time, he saw Urge and Urseo entering. He remained silent, merely opening the door and waving them in. Chao Yunji tugged at Guo Erbao, and the two hurried into the kitchen. Mu Hongyu heard the noise from within and came out to investigate. But finding no one in the courtyard, she returned inside. With elder sister and brother-in-law visiting, it was inappropriate not to engage in conversation. Zhenbao, what is going on? The kitchen, already cramped with 3 adults, felt even tighter. Chao Yunji urgently asked. Elder sister and brother-in-law have arrived. I ran into elder brother just as he was leaving. He said elder sister is not here to borrow money this time, and then he left. They've become clever. Instead of asking for money, since we surely have none, they must be thinking of something else this time. Grain, fruits, or perhaps even betel nuts. These can all be sold for money. What do you think we should do? Chao Yunji and Guo Erbao exchanged looks, speechless. How could they handle this? It would not do to admit they had nothing to lend. There will definitely be a borrowing. That much is unavoidable. But how much we can lend? We must discuss a strategy with Zhenbao before heading to the main house. By the way, Urge and Urseo, I need to mention something else. It seems our elders hid away some money when they divided the family assets. The eldest brother's household is evidently much better off than ours. Guo Zhenbao lifted the lid of a nearby basin, revealing several fish inside. Chao Yunji and Guo Erbao were momentarily stunned. How could this be? They were all too aware of the eldest brother's circumstances. If he were truly that affluent, the entire family would not be so emaciated. And such wealth could not be concealed from daily encounters. Could it be that elder sister and the others? Guo Erbao began but fell silent. Knowing that elder sister always came empty-handed and returned laden with goods, this certainly could not be attributed to her. Chao Yunji pulled him along and opened the door. As they exited the kitchen, she slowed down, gripping Guo Erbao who was about to step ahead. I suddenly feel a bit unwell. I need to use the restroom. Come help me watch the door. Guo Zhenbao, not thinking much of it, continued towards the main house, while Guo Erbao, puzzled, was pulled towards the restroom. But upon seeing Guo Zhenbao enter the house, Chao Yunji tugged him back outside. Weren't you going to the restroom? Where are you headed? Don't speak if you are clueless. Just listen to me. We will wait outside for a while until elder brother returns, and then we will enter together. Though Guo Erbao did not understand why. He knew that household matters were usually dictated by his wife, so he complied. Meanwhile, when Guo Debao arrived at Guo Erbao's home, he found the door shut and no one inside, prompting him to rush to Guo Xiaobao's house. There, Guo Xiaobao and Ran Xiaohong were weaving fishing nets. Though their village was not coastal, it was close enough to town to receive such handiwork. Xiaobao, Xiaohong, elder sister and brother-in-law have brought her along. Come. Let us go have dinner at my place. Elder sister and brother-in-law are here. Did they come by boat? Ran Xiaohong's question left Guo Debao momentarily stunned. What do you mean by boat? Does elder sister have a boat? Don't you know, big brother? Xiaohong sneaked off to elder sister's house to collect debts last time. She has a friend who married into Nanxiang village. And that friend came back to share news that Erlong has bought a boat recently, a steel boat no less. They must be doing quite well now. Guo Debao was taken aback. This was news to him, and elder sister and brother-in-law had said nothing about it earlier. As the three made their way back, they encountered Lai Feng and Yu Qingbo. Lai Feng, feeling wronged, came to nuzzle against Guo Debao's leg and then hid behind him, barking at Yu Qingbo. Uncle, Lai Feng is quite clever. He knows to come to you to complain. Guo Debao kicked Lai Feng playfully before inquiring about the boat situation from Yu Qingbo. There's nothing to hide here. It is what it is. We co-purchased the boat, and I want to boast about it being mine, though I do hold a significant share. Uncle, I think Lai Feng's strength could be better utilized. He merely wastes food here at your place. I'd rather have him with me to keep an eye on the boat at the dock tonight. Yu Qingbo had laid bare his intentions. He was no longer the mischievous troublemaker of his youth. Chasing after dogs was merely a nostalgic reminiscence of childhood joy. I have nothing to say. Lai Feng eats a lot at home. It's fine for you to take him, but it's not up to me. We need your grandfather's approval. As they approached the door, they heard Chao Yunji calling from the side. I didn't see you when I went to your house earlier. Perfect timing. Elder sister and brother-in-law are here. Let us all eat together. When Guo Debao and the others entered, the atmosphere in the room felt a bit awkward. What do you mean we hid money when we divided the family assets? How does elder sister bringing a few fish equate to me secretly hoarding money for Debao? Guo Zhenbao, you better explain yourself. Just then, Guo Debao and his party walked in, and upon seeing Urge and Urseo also entering, Guo Zhenbao felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Why was he the one being scolded when it should have been Urge? Chapter 50, The Path to Prosperity. Father. The fourth brother doesn't he genuinely believe you are biased. I think he assumed something wrong upon seeing the fish in the kitchen earlier. Please don't be angry. Your health is what matters most. Guo Yunxiang quickly stepped forward to mediate, knowing her words held weight at this moment. She could not let the situation escalate to the point where their father would punish his son. It was important to preserve face at this age. Humph, useless creatures. Filled with petty thoughts. Use that cunning for something worthwhile, instead of thinking of family members as the enemy. This is indeed the favored son. If the daughter-in-law were to join, the old man would surely be infuriated. Eldest sister, do enlighten us about how your family has risen to prominence. At this moment, Ran Xiaohong seizes the opportunity to pry secrets from her sister-in-law, while simultaneously dispelling the unpleasant atmosphere that lingered in the room. Rise to prominence? We are still far from that. Let us not linger idly. We should hasten to prepare a meal. Come, Hongyu and Yunji, you two should lend a hand. Guo Yunxiang promptly ushered all the womenfolk outside, allowing Yu Qingbo the chance to slip into the room. Brother-in-law, I've heard of your grand vessel. That must have cost a pretty penny. Didn't you borrow money not to repay others, but to save for the ship? The moment Guo Xiaobao posed the question, he received a sharp rebuke from the old man. Having mentioned the fourth son, it appears the fifth is cut from the same cloth. In truth, the old man pondered deeply. Perhaps the eldest son's various excuses for borrowing money were merely ruses to save for the ship. How else could they suddenly produce such a sum? He thought this, but refrained from voicing it. Yu Qian felt a wave of comfort wash over him. It had been an eternity since he enjoyed such treatment at the Guo household. In the past, he would come with his head bowed, too timid to raise his gaze. Erlong, you take the floor. Your accomplishments should not be overshadowed by your father's ramblings. Yu Qingbo readily obliged, recounting to the uncles and grandparents his journey to earning money. As he spoke, the kitchen buzzed with activity. Guo Yunxiang boasted before her brothers-in-law. You all once looked down upon my youngest son, didn't you? I'll make you regret that. Previously, Ran Xiaohong had only heard rumors from her friends, but today, through her sister-in-law's words, she learned that the family's rise was indeed due to Erlong's transformation. Eldest sister, you mentioned the tea stall at home is profitable? Mu Hongyu's curiosity did not dwell on how many fish Erlong caught or how much money he made. Instead, she was intrigued by the mention of the tea stall. Guo Yunxiang silently applauded her sister-in-law for being practical. Yes, the tea stall does earn, though not significantly. Qinglong and Mingming have not come because they believe the stall requires constant presence. It cannot simply close at will. Eldest sister, what do you sell at the tea stall now? Is it just tea? Chao Yunji and Ran Xiaohong were no fools. They realized this could be an opportunity. They needn't concern themselves with grand ships. Firstly, there is no sea here, and even if there were, they lack the capital. However, a tea stall is different. Perhaps they could establish one in Manshan village? If that proves unfeasible, what about in Hoenn town? People are weary of poverty. Isn't it said that everything is open now? Many engage in private businesses without oversight, and who doesn't wish to alter their current plight? Not only do we offer tea, priced at a mere 5 cents a bowl, but patrons can enjoy free refills until they leave. Oh, 5 cents a bowl is quite inexpensive, and free refills. Doesn't tea that lead to losses? Ran Xiaohong articulated the shared concern of several sisters-in-law. A tea stall is primarily a gathering place. Patrons cannot simply be ushered away once they finish their drinks. What harm is there in offering free refills? After all, we serve hot water, and no one can guzzle it down immediately. What is the term for that? It's called popularity. When there's a crowd, business thrives. Guo Yunxiang passed the clean fish to Chao Yunji for gutting and continued. We also sell coffee and kingbuling. Although we don't sell as much as tea, the profit margins are substantial. A cup of coffee sells for 20 cents, netting a 10-cent profit, while kingbuling sells for 50 cents, yielding over 20 cents. The three sisters-in-law gazed at their eldest sister in astonishment. Eldest sister, is your village truly that affluent? People actually pay 50 cents for kingbuling? Not everyone buys it. Typically, it's only the fishermen returning from the sea who treat themselves, or the elderly coerced by their children into purchasing a bowl. Erlong, do you think our Hoenn noodles and helixi would sell well at your tea stall? Guo Dishing's eyes sparkled with excitement, as though he had glimpsed a golden opportunity. Whether it was truly a golden path remained uncertain, but he had identified a potential avenue for wealth. Unlike the three sisters-in-law, the old man was not contemplating starting a business himself. Rather, he envisioned leveraging the tea stall to sell Hoenn noodles and helixi. Yu Qingbo raised his head to appraise his grandfather, reflecting on his youthful ignorance that led him to leave home after a family incident, never realizing that his grandfather possessed such keen business acumen. Hoenn noodles are a renowned delicacy from Hoenn town, eventually gaining fame throughout Hainan and even reaching certain northern cities where they are sold, albeit inauthentically. The primary ingredients of Hoenn noodles include pork bones, intestines, and offal. A bowl in the morning is a staple for Hainanese people for decades to come. As for helixi, it is a local specialty from Wanning, later regarded alongside Wenchang chicken, Dongshan goat, and Jiajiu as one of Hainan's four famed dishes. The unique quality of the river crab is unmatched by any other. Grandfather, what you propose is entirely feasible. However, the distance from my home is a bit concerning, Yu Qingbo hesitated to mention. It would indeed take nearly 2 hours for a round trip. If feasible, let Jia Lan and Jia Mei stay at your home, and we can deliver the crabs daily. Both sisters are quite adept at cooking. Old man Gua had already contemplated the issue of distance. After all, it was merely a matter of delivering goods. He was quite capable of handling it, as he had little else to do at home. His sons were not suitable for the task. The second son had land. The third cultivated pineapples, the fourth grew coconuts, and the fifth planted betel nuts. All required constant attention. Gua Jialan and Gua Jimei had no inkling that this small gathering in the main house would alter the course of their lives. At 17, Jialan was already of an age to seek suitors. However, given the family's modest means, she appeared no older than 14, making it difficult to find a match. Jimei, at 16, likewise bore a malnourished appearance. Reflecting on how her two cousins had fled in fear upon seeing her, Yu Qingbo felt a surge of responsibility and solemnly nodded at his grandfather. Chapter 51, An Astonishing White Cloud Dragon. Without debts, one feels light. Aptly describes Gui Yunxiang's current sentiment. Until one has borrowed money, one cannot truly grasp the pressure of owing family, a burden that can rob one of sleep. They departed as 3, but returned as 5, accompanied by a dog. Due to the presence of Laifu, the group was compelled to walk back, and given the distance, they set off after lunch. Upon arriving home, they coincided with Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming returning from their stall. Jialan Jimei and Zhao Mingming took the initiative to greet their two cousins. There was ample room in the house. They had repurposed the west room, which had previously stored grain, for the two sisters, and although the floor space was limited, the beds were certainly spacious enough. The following day, the two sisters rose early and, alongside Zhao Mingming, went to the tea stall to act as temporary waitstaff, albeit without pay. Yu Qingbo too could not indulge in a lie-in. He was summoned early by his mother, had breakfast, and took Laifu to scout out its future workplace. They did not own a house by the seaside, but Laifu had a place to stay at night, where they could set up a cozy nook for him near the tea stall. Laifu's primary responsibility was to guard the boat from theft at night. During the day, he was free to roam wherever he pleased. Unlikely, Laifu generally flees unless confronted with particularly formidable attacks. He holds little regard for the playful antics of children. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His companions might have boarded the ship without him, and he hoped they wouldn't be caught off guard by Laifu's sudden pounce. Thus, he took Laifu to meet each person individually. However, upon arriving at Tangjing's home, he discovered that his friends were already gathered at the entrance, each wearing a cheerful expression. "Hey, Erlong, you're in on this too." Old Zhu called out from a distance. "Lagu, are you trying to catch me?" Old Zhu exclaimed, startled, as the others also sprang to their feet. There was no denying that Laifu's imposing appearance was quite intimidating. "Laifu, everyone here is acquainted. These are my brothers. This is Old Zhu, Old Sha, Xiaobai, and Old Tang." The group relaxed a bit as they noted that Laifu was indeed brought over by Erlong, and he appeared to be well behaved, even without a leash. Yet, their moment of ease quickly dissipated as Laifu approached each of them for a friendly sniff, leaning against their legs in a circle. Once Laifu had met everyone, Yu Qingbo recalled the earlier demeanor of his companions. "What were you discussing just now? It seemed like there was some good news. Let me guess. Is it about the recent dragon incident?" "Not so easily. If you don't go near the cage, it's quite challenging to provoke it," Tang Jing retorted. And what she said next took him by surprise. "Erlong, you might not be aware, but standing before you is a future renowned author on a national scale." Who?" Yu Qingbo asked, confirming his suspicions. It was just his group of friends. How could any of them be a nationally recognized author? He racked his brain, but he couldn't recall any notable writer emerging from their ranks. "Guess you can't figure it out, can you?" Xiaobai has had his article My Hometown accepted by Reader's Digest, earning him a 30 yuan fee. Really? This revelation genuinely astonished Yu Qingbo. Reader's Digest was one of the few national magazines in the country, and even decades from now, As education levels rise, being published by Reader's Digest signifies exceptionally high-quality work. Especially considering the current underdeveloped state of education, where many have never even attended school, Xiao Bai's acceptance by Reader's Digest was indeed remarkable. Xiao Bai, no? I should address you as comrade by Yunlong. You truly are impressive. What inspired you to submit to Reader's Digest? Yu Qingbo began an exclusive interview regarding the creative motivations of the future literary giant from Shanghai. Well, at the time, we had just acquired a small boat. And you encouraged us to study our textbooks. When I went to Fengyuan to move some books, I unexpectedly brought back an issue of Reader's Digest. Upon seeing the article topics and the reward offered, I decided to write a piece and send it in. I had almost forgotten about it after so much time, thinking I had no chance, but yesterday I received a reply informing me that my article was selected for use, along with this issue of Reader's Digest and my fee. Bai Yunlong's article being accepted by a national magazine became the biggest news in Haihe Village, and even Shanghai Radio sent reporters for an exclusive interview with comrade Bai Yunlong. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Yu Qingbo had already submitted Bai Yunlong's story and his creative motivations to Yangqing Evening News. By the time everyone discovered this, Yu Qingbo had already pocketed 20 yuan from the article fee. What is the greatest advantage of reincarnation? It is the keen understanding of commercial value. He knows all too well that news must be timely. Comrade Bai Yunlong is destined to be known by many, and he merely leveraged his relationship with Bai Yunlong to earn a bit of pocket money. Xiao Bai, you will likely be able to devote yourself to literary creation full-time from now on. Many people and various magazines will seek you out for contributions. As for the fishing venture, do you wish to continue? Upon hearing Yu Qingbo's words, everyone finally realized that Bai Yunlong was now standing at a pivotal moment in his life. None of us are cultural figures. Xiao Bai, you should seize this opportunity. Tang Jing offered her candid advice. Yu Qingbo refrained from speaking further and simply smiled at Xiao Bai. Bai Yunlong glanced around at everyone and nodded. This was indeed an opportunity. He hadn't even completed elementary school, but this chance could allow him to continue his education without incurring expenses. And he might even earn money while learning. He resolved not to let this opportunity slip away. Yu Qingbo already knew the answer. In fact, Bai Yunlong's decision to bring this matter up was his way of conveying the answer to everyone. Thus, Xiao Bai, you have two options. First, we can convert your shares into cash, allowing you to take it easy now, but you will be on your own moving forward. The second option is to temporarily seal your shares with us, meaning you won't receive any money now, but as we expand the business and achieve greater success, you will receive a significantly larger sum in the future. After Yu Qingbo spoke, he looked at Bai Yunlong. The opportunity is yours. You must choose wisely. Should you decide to part ways, we will sever all ties. Should you choose to seal your shares, there may still be opportunities for collaboration down the line. Bai Yunlong hesitated. He hadn't anticipated Erlong would offer him two choices. Was he truly that impoverished? Would receiving a couple of hundred yuan really alleviate his financial woes? It seemed plausible. I choose the second option. Let us do this, brothers. Chapter 52, Abalone Island. As the first rays of morning light pierced the dark night sky like ethereal sprites, Yu Qingbo and his father, Yu Qian, had already boarded the vessel destined for the sea. Accompanying them were Old Zhu, Old Sha, and Tang Jing, but this time, Xiao Bai was absent. Lifu had quickly adapted to his new domain. Previously, in Mongshan Village, he couldn't venture far, but now the entire coastline was his territory, allowing him to roam freely. As long as he kept an eye on the unfamiliar bipedal creatures approaching the metal house. Each day, Gui Yunxiang provided him with meals, delivering 2 servings, one in the morning and one in the evening, ensuring that he could gallivant during the day and return home at the appointed time. Today, he watched as the mischievous rogue and his companions boarded the metal house, and, barking a few times towards their departing figures, he urged them to enjoy their time and return only after a few more days of leisure. Erlong, what breed is Lifu? He is quite clever. You had him meet everyone, and now he knows to come and nuzzle us. Even as we leave, he is still barking at the dock. I'm not sure of the breed, but his father was a military dog. Lifu is the offspring of a military dog who had a fleeting encounter during a mission. So his intelligence must indeed stem from his father's lineage. This time at sea, the preparations were thorough. They brought no dry rations, opting instead for rice, vegetables, and meat, the latter stored with ice. They had sufficient fuel and fresh water to sustain them for 4 to 5 days. With Yu Qingbo planning to return in 2 or 3 days, June heralded the onset of the stormy season in the ancestral sea. And while the ship was equipped with raincoats, they were aware that these would be of little use during a genuine downpour. Thus, despite planning a short journey, they had no intention of wandering far, merely navigating parallel to the land to ensure they could return swiftly should a severe storm arise. Erlong. It seems there's an island ahead. Old Zhu, the novice captain, was excitedly reporting his discovery. Indeed, It appears to be a small island. Let me take a look, Yu Qian said, holding a hand-drawn map adorned with various notations. Since our departure until now, we have reached a location known as Turtlestone Island, and it is almost noon. We should prepare a meal, take a moment to rest, and then explore further. Yu Qingbo has subconsciously decided to refrain from expressing his opinions, realizing that he cannot undertake everything alone. To foster a sense of belonging among his team, he must allow them to feel involved, a notion frequently echoed in contemporary workplace videos. Turtlestone Island truly lives up to its name, resembling the shape of a great sea turtle. The entire island is composed of stone, devoid of any vegetation. As it is essentially a large rocky outcrop, docking the boat is quite convenient. Once everyone disembarks, Tang Jing begins to prepare lunch. They brought a coal stove and an iron pot, but regrettably, they did not encounter any schools of fish this morning, and Yu Qian did not cast the net, resulting in a lack of fresh seafood. With a simple menu of tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried pork, and rice, it is estimated that lunch will take about an hour. Feel free to explore the area while I cook, Tang Jing suggested after glancing at the ingredients. Tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried pork, and rice, she decided. Yu Qian mysteriously called for Long, Xiao Zhu, and Xiao Sha to follow him. Yu Qingbo sensed something was amiss. There was nothing on this island, and cooking here seemed no different than on the boat. Now that his father had summoned them, he realized something was afoot. Yu Qian led the three to the water's edge, grinning as he proclaimed, "I knew you all were good swimmers. Here's a secret. There's not much on the island, but there's something beneath the surface." As he crouched on a rock and plunged his hand into the water, he soon surfaced with a find. "Abalone!" exclaimed Lao Sha, filled with excitement upon seeing the palm-sized shellfish in Yu Qian's grasp. Strangely enough, there used to be abalone here, but they were all small, which is why no one came. It seems we are quite fortunate today. Let us dive down and pry some abalone off the rocks. Just a reminder, safety first. If you can't hold your breath, come up quickly, Yu Qian cautioned. Yu Qingbo had already jumped into the water, clutching a palm-sized abalone weighing about half a pound. His father, with a swift motion, caught a double-headed abalone. Such wild abalone are considered top-tier in later generations, while single-headed abalone, aside from farm varieties, are practically unseen in the future. No need to wait until the afternoon. The visibility underwater is excellent, and one can clearly see what lies beneath. "Dad, hurry back to the boat and fetch us some suitable tools. It's difficult to pry them out with just our hands," Yu Qingbo urged. Realizing the absence of tools, he felt frustrated with his father for not mentioning it sooner, instead of acting all mysterious. Yu Qian, evidently aware of his oversight, dashed back to the boat, abalone still in hand, realizing its worth. Uncertain about the price of single-headed abalone since he had never sold them, he recalled Wang Chong mentioning that someone in Shanghai once sold a double-headed abalone for $3. Previously, he had only heard such tales from Wang Chong. Now, the adventure had become their own reality. When Yu Qian returned with 2 screwdrivers, a steel saw blade, and a fruit knife, Yu Qingbo and the others had already managed to find 2 double-headed abalones and 3 slightly smaller triple-headed ones. They said nothing upon seeing the tools. After all, such specialized equipment was not available on the boat, so Yu Qian's improvisation was quite commendable. Yu Qian handed them the tools and jumped into the water himself. By the time Tang Jing called everyone for lunch, they had managed to gather over 60 pounds of abalone, with the largest being a single-headed one found by Qingbo, and the smallest being 4-headed abalones, none smaller than that. Upon hearing Tang Jing's call, Yu Qingbo quickly responded and climbed onto the rock to wait. Not long after, the other 3 joined him. Although it had only been about an hour, they felt quite fatigued. Underwater work depletes energy more rapidly than on land. "Let us get this back on the boat and eat first. We'll tackle this task later," Yu Qingbo remarked, feeling ravenous since he had skipped breakfast. "Delicious," Yu Qian exclaimed, but no one echoed his sentiment as they focused on their meal. After finishing a bowl of rice accompanied by tomato scrambled eggs and stir-fried pork, Yu Qingbo finally felt energetic enough to speak. "This island is indeed a wonderful place, Dad. You should have told us sooner." Yu Qian felt a tinge of embarrassment. Could he admit that this island had been completely scavenged before? He had merely come to test his luck, never anticipating the bounty beneath the water's surface. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he might have thought someone was deceiving him. Turtlestone Island was, in fact, an abalone island. Next, they needed to decide whether to continue harvesting abalone or to venture out to fish with a net. Chapter 53, The Great Yellow Croaker Net. The decision between harvesting abalone and net fishing had surprisingly led to 2 factions. Yu Qian and Lao Zhu preferred to continue gathering abalone on the island, while Lao Sha, Tang Jing, and Yu Qingbo leaned towards setting out to drag a net. Harvesting abalone was laborious, and without proper tools, holding one's breath for extended periods was challenging. "Let us not pursue it this time. We'll go drag the net instead," When we return, we can acquire appropriate equipment and come back, Yu Qingbo insisted, prompting Yu Qian to remain silent. After all, as an employee, he could not dismiss his son's authority as the boss. Lao Zhu followed Yu Qian's lead, feeling too intimidated to voice any dissent without him. After their meal, they returned to the boat, with Yu Qingbo promptly ordering the net to be cast. His father had hoped to see a school of fish before casting, but he chose not to wait. The fishing vessel was equipped for dragging nets. But determining if there were fish beneath the surface wasn't as simple as sight. It was rare to spot fish leaping above the water. Unlike the advanced technology available decades later, which could use sonar to detect fish, they had none of that now and could only rely on luck. Yu Qian felt pessimistic about this fishing endeavor and regretted not insisting on staying to harvest abalone. Time to haul in the net, Yu Qingbo announced, snapping Yu Qian from his thoughts as they began to pull in the net. However, as they worked, he sensed something was off. The net felt unusually heavy. Since 4 of them were hauling it together, he and Zhu Tianshui were on one side, while Sha Yungue and Tang Jing struggled more on the other. Ere long, stop moving forward and come help us haul in the net. There's likely a substantial catch, Yu Qingbo decisively instructed. Following his father's command, he rushed to assist. Why are you over there? Can't you see how hard they're working? Yu Qingbo remarked. With his help, Lao Sha's side became less burdensome. But when it came time to lift the net bag, another issue arose. They couldn't budget. It was now clear that this net contained a significant catch. And it was heavy. Everyone summoned their strength. Even if they had to rest their arms for a few days afterward, they needed to bring this fish aboard. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Yu Qian shouted, and the 5 of them pulled together with all their might, slowly bringing the net bag above the water's surface. A dazzling glimmer of gold met their eyes, a sight that was truly breathtaking. Yu Qingbo felt a surge of excitement. Wild large yellow croakers were exceedingly rare in later generations. A vast net brimming with yellow croakers, the catch was indeed remarkable. If one were to fast forward several decades, such a bounty could easily procure several apartments in a first-tier city. Wild yellow croakers, in the years to come, would be sold by the piece. Their price is soaring to astronomical heights, with reports claiming that a single fish could fetch millions. Before him lay an entire net of yellow croakers. What a pity that even amidst rising prices, they are still worth merely 40 cents a pound. At this juncture, yellow croakers are not yet considered rare. However, in a few years, a technique developed in the southeast involving wooden sticks to attract the fish would lead to their rapid extinction, transforming them into a coveted delicacy. With no time to ponder, the 5 men paused only briefly to catch their breath before exerting their strength to hoist the net full of fish onto the boat. You go steer the boat, Yu Qian instructed, while Yu Qian was slumped on the vessel, quietly calling out to his son, but received no response. Yu Qingbo, on the other hand, was suffering from intense pain in his arm, likely a muscle strain. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such agony. At this moment, he felt utterly immobile. In less than half an hour of weighing the fish, he was drenched in sweat. Glancing at his father and Lao Zhu on the opposite side, none looked particularly well. It was evident that Lao Sha and Tang Jing were in the same predicament. Yu Qingbo shifted his body, positioning himself downward, and with a nod of his head, he urged his 2 sore legs to stand. Staggering, he made his way to the helm. Fortunately, the engine was still running, and with a push of his arm, the boat began to move forward. To steer, he cleverly used his belly to orient the direction. Once he had adjusted the course, he slumped onto the rear bench, allowing the boat to glide back without any further effort on his part. 4.5 hours later, the night had completely fallen, and at 11:30, the vessel approached the dock of Haihe village. The tranquil fishing village was suddenly pierced by the clear roar of the diesel engine. Woof, 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 came the bark of Lai Fu. Didn't we agree to stay out a few more days? Why are you back after just one? His barking roused the recently closed fish station, prompting Wang Chong to emerge. His fish station was set up for receiving fish in front, with living quarters in the back, though he often stayed elsewhere since he owned a house in the village. Why are Long and the others returning so late? Guo Yunxiang and Zhao Mingming were already in bed, but the barking of Lai Fu stirred them awake. Lai Fu would not bark without cause. In the past few days, the village's 3 local dogs had been subdued by him, and the likelihood of any nighttime provocations was non-existent. Stepping into the yard, they could vaguely hear the rumble of the diesel engine. Initially thinking another dog was challenging Lai Fu, they soon realized it was the fishing boat returning. Hence Lai Fu's barking. Guo Jialan and Guo Jiamei also emerged from their rooms. You 2 should go back to sleep. Why are you getting up? Aunt, we wanted to see if we could help, they replied. Though they had only been there a few days, the service role had exposed them to a variety of people, and the 2 girls had become much more open, shedding their previous modest demeanor. Guo Yunxiang merely remarked in passing, and since they were already awake, they decided to go and take a look. Yu Qinglong pushed the cart, which Long had mentioned would be needed for unloading the boat. Upon their arrival, Wang Chong was already waiting at the dock, puzzled that the boat had stopped, but no one had disembarked. DeLong, you're here. Why hasn't your father and the others come ashore? Hearing that the boat had arrived, but no one was coming down, Yu Qingbo felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing something might have gone awry, he climbed the ladder onto the boat, and upon his arrival, he was taken aback. There were fish everywhere on the deck, and the fishing net had yet to be untangled. Several people were sprawled out, leaning at odd angles. Brother, help them. They can't stand up. Their bodies are completely spent. He heard his brother's voice from the bow, finally easing his worries. Humph, I'm already calling for help. Yu Qian had begun to shout for assistance. Those who had expended great effort knew that the more one exerted themselves, the more they should keep moving to recover swiftly. However, the others were too fatigued to budge. Resting longer only exacerbated their soreness, rendering them unable to rise at all. My sister-in-law, come up and lend a hand. Yu Qingbo shouted, followed by Wang Chong as he ascended as well. My heavens, ere long, you've struck it rich. Chapter 54, Tea Stall Collaboration. A net filled with yellow croakers weighed in at 732 pounds. No wonder they were utterly exhausted. At 40 cents a pound, they earned a total of 293 yuan. 68 pounds of abalone was the real highlight. Wang Chong directly negotiated with Yu Qingbo and Peng Dongfeng, who came to collect the fish. A single abalone was priced at 20 yuan, while double-headed ones were 5 yuan each, triple-headed ones at 10 yuan per pound, and quadruple-headed at 5 yuan per pound, culminating in a total sale of 520 yuan. As they sold the fish, Yu Qingbo was filled with regret for not heeding his father's advice. Otherwise, they would have earned much more. Now, their bodies were in dire straits, and it felt as if their entire endeavor had been for naught. It would take Yu Qingbo until the following day to manage eating with chopsticks, while Yu Qian would need 3 days, and Lao Zhu and the others would require a full week to recuperate. They had truly exhausted their limbs. With July approaching, Yu Qingbo decided to halt their plans for going out to sea, resisting the temptation of the alluring abalone at Turtle Rock Island. In the summer of 1980, a notorious typhoon swept through Southeast Asia, causing severe devastation in Hainan. He was merely a small reincarnator, not a deity, lacking any teleportation abilities. Thus it was wiser to remain hidden. His arms were too strained to exert any force, so he opted to inspect the turbulent waves at the dock. Perhaps the typhoon was still distant, as he noticed no significant changes, so he wandered over to the tea stall. The tea stall was still bustling with patrons, yet there were no available spots. Yu Qingbo spotted a peculiar figure standing in the back operating area, feeling intrigued by her presence. Who is it? It's the dragon girl. She was dressed in hues reminiscent of the ocean, engaged in lively conversation with Guijialan and Guijime. As he approached, he realized the tea stall had undergone considerable transformation. The two girls were preparing rice noodles, while the dragon girl held a cup of pineapple milk tea. My goodness! In just a few days, how has the world changed so rapidly? The dragon girl was no longer the solitary, timid girl she once was. Fruit milk tea had emerged, marking a stark contrast to her former self. It was astonishing how his small actions had directly influenced the destinies of others. Woof! Lai Fu appeared at his feet unexpectedly. The customers had grown accustomed to Lai Fu's presence. Initially, his arrival startled them, but they eventually learned that this dog posed no threat. Children would chase after him, and he would merely dart away. The previously unruly local dogs had ceased their antics since Lai Fu's arrival, endearing him to the villagers. Ere long, you've returned. Guijialan and Guijime greeted him warmly. The dragon girl, spotting him, quickly lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, fearful he might mention the 10 yuan matter, which she had already spent and could not repay. Yu Qingbo simply smiled and nodded at Guijialan and Guijime without approaching to speak. Sensing the dragon girl's discomfort and choosing not to intrude on the fragile state of this startled doe. Ere long, how is your arm? Zhao Mingming approached him after finishing her tasks. Sister-in-law, what is going on over there? He gestured toward the dragon girl's direction. You mentioned Xiao Yuan, didn't you? Recently. She has been frequenting our place. After Zhao Lan and Jia Mei arrived, she approached me, expressing her desire to sell her own tea snacks here. I agreed. And I must say, her pineapple tea and coconut jelly tea are quite delightful. Yu Qingbo refrained from further inquiries. Since the fate of the dragon girl had been altered by his presence, it was likely that the severe crackdown in the village in 83 would not result in many casualties. After all, his arrival had transformed the entire Haihe village into something strikingly different from before. He felt no need to dwell on the future. After all, if one's fate is unfortunate, it cannot all be my responsibility. On the left was the dragon girl's pineapple tea, and on the right, the modern rendition of pineapple milk tea. 1 cup of pineapple tea, please, he called out to the counter. Upon hearing his voice, the dragon girl hurriedly prepared a cup of pineapple tea and brought it over. When he attempted to pay, She had already dashed away, too timid to accept his money. A cup of pineapple tea cost 2 dimes, and its estimated cost was less than a dime, making the profit margin quite favorable. Refreshingly cool and delicious. Yu Qingbo found it quite to his liking. After finishing 1 cup, he contemplated ordering another. However, feeling embarrassed since she wouldn't accept payment, he refrained. The simple combination of green tea and pineapple, chilled to perfection, was already impressive, yet Yu Qingbo knew it could be even better. Observing the tea stall, which had doubled in size, he pondered whether to open a branch. If this place thrived, surely Qianghai would not fare poorly either. However, the current business model presented challenges. Jia Lan and Jia Mei's post-Lan Fun and Lucia, along with the Dragon Girl's fruit teas, were all sold within the shop. Yet the store garnered no profit and even risked losing revenue. The reasoning was simple. I am hungry. I'll have a bowl of Lan Fun but skip the Qingbo Liang. Likewise, fruit tea would encroach upon the sales of coffee and tea. Perhaps the elder brother and sister-in-law had not considered these factors, but with the expanded operating space, they could compensate for the encroached revenue. Nevertheless, this strategy would not sustain itself in the long run. Yu Qingbo remained seated, awaiting the sunset as the crowd gradually dispersed. Elder brother, sister-in-law, Jia Lan, Jia Mei, and you. Dragon girl, come over here, don't clean up just yet. We need to hold a meeting. Yu Qingbo, in his capacity as the chairman of the supervisory board, convened the first general shareholder meeting for the development of his sister-in-law's tea stall. Collaboration? With me. Upon hearing that Yu Qingbo intended to include her in the development of the tea stall, making her a shareholder entitled to 20% of the profits, the dragon girl felt tears welling in her eyes. Don't tea cry. No tears allowed. This isn't tea charity. You know how well your pineapple tea and coconut jelly tea are selling. This is a technical investment. Do you understand? Our tea stall will not be limited to just this one. In the future, we will have stalls in Qianghai, Wenchang, Wanning, even Haikou, and perhaps in Yangqing. By then, you might earn substantial profits, but you will also have to contribute significantly. The tea stall will bind you for life. Are you willing? I am willing. I understand. The dragon girl nodded vigorously, recalling that it was he who had given her 10 yuan to help her start selling fruit tea at the stall. Now, he was directly making her a partner in the tea stall. Was this not a form of assistance? Yu Qingbo hadn't thought that far. He merely aimed to bind talented individuals to his enterprise. As for Jia Lan and Jia Mei, they were more than agreeable. Before coming here, their grandfather had remarked that as long as there were profits, they would follow Erlong's lead. Elder brother Yu Qinglong and sister-in-law, Zhao Mingming, had no objections either. Their mother had often said that the family's fortune had blossomed since Erlong had gained insight. Following Erlong's guidance was undoubtedly wise. Chapter 55, Winnie Arrives. Yu Qingbo excitedly shared visions of future business prospects, igniting a fervor among his listeners. The next day, however, the weather took a turn, the wind picked up. Just as Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming, accompanied by Jia Lan and Jia Mei, were prepared to embark on a venture, they suddenly noticed the wind was rather fierce. Upon waking to the howling wind outside, Yu Qingbo hurried to the dock. The large boat required readjustment. It needed to be secured further in. For even if it ran aground, it must not be blown away. The small wooden boats had been left stranded on the beach for days, half buried in sand. But he tied 2 ropes around his wooden boat as a precaution. Having secured the large vessel, he dashed to the original stall location. The canopy, merely a sunshade made from stitched snakeskin bags, had long been taken down by his sister-in-law and the others. The tables and chairs were no longer needed, as the larger table had been retrieved by his brother. What remained were stones and bricks, impervious to the wind. His purpose for coming here was primarily to bring blessings home. He couldn't recall how long the typhoon would last, and since Lai Fu was not at home, no one could deliver food to it. Is the tea stall closed today? A familiar voice broke his thoughts. He turned to see the dragon girl, without her conical hat, standing before him. Go home. What are you doing out in such strong winds? Prepare some food. We don't know how many days this wind will last. Hurry back. Due to the powerful winds, Yu Qingbo could only shout at her. The dragon girl, carrying a basket on her back, seemed to have initially intended to continue with her work today. Woof, woof. Lai Fu appeared from behind him unexpectedly. You silly dog. Why are you wandering around? Can't you just stay at home? You made me search for you. Come on, let us go back. You'll stay at my place for the next few days. Lai Fu, rising early to relieve itself, was now blocking his door. Winnie, he thought, recalling the name assigned to this typhoon. While it didn't compare to the one in 73, its destructive capabilities and impact were nonetheless significant. If it were anything like this 73 typhoon, Yu Qingbo would not have been able to secure the dock. He would have had to haul the boats ashore beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been too risky. He was not the only one busy that morning. Yu Qian and Gui Yunxiang had gone to the back mountain to harvest mangoes. Although it was still a couple of weeks early, The fear of typhoons was deeply ingrained in the Qionghai people, prompting them to harvest mangoes in advance. Upon returning home, he found no one there. Only when he saw his brother and father returning with a cart full of mangoes did he realize that everyone had already taken action. Not just them. The entire Haihe village, or rather, all of Hainan, was in motion. With no effective means to combat the typhoon, the disaster resilience was severely lacking. The typhoon in 73 had halted economic development in Qionghai for years before recovery. Now, they could only hope for the best. The super typhoon made landfall in Hainan. This time, it was undoubtedly better than in 73. Many buildings had been constructed post that disaster, and even the older structures were sturdy stone houses. Yu Qingbo's home was a stone house, yet he couldn't help but think of Bai Wei's home, prompting him to rush towards Bai Yunlong's residence. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. The place was locked tight, and no one was home. Where could they have gone? The elderly can't just venture out for work. Can they? Confused but unwilling to dwell on it, he sprinted back home to secure all doors and windows. Then ventured outside to check for anything that could be swept away by the wind. Hurry back. Don't wander outside. Guo Yunxiang called him back as she saw him aimlessly roaming. With the strong winds, no cooking could be done at home, and he couldn't even step outside. His mother had stuffed a pile of dried buns, crispy rice, sweet potatoes, dried mangoes, and dried fish into the house, instructing him not to go out. Just wait until the storm passes. Everything can be discussed afterward. The residents of Qionghai vividly remember the typhoon of 73. A tempest that marked their lives indelibly. Initially, the winds did not seem alarming. However, word spread that an official announcement had declared it a typhoon. Early that morning, Guo Yunxiang returned and roused Yu Qin to gather mangoes. Being newcomers with limited land, they were fortunate that their household registration was local, prompting the village chief, Fang Biyuan, to devise means to assist them. Winnie, a name that resonates beautifully, is anything but gentle. She possesses a stubborn temperament reminiscent of a feisty young girl. The morning winds howled fiercely, and shortly after noon, the sky darkened, heralding the arrival of torrential rain, a companion to the raging winds. The rain knocked relentlessly on doors, weeping until it was met with open arms. Its mournful cries echoed throughout the village. The little girl cried outside until noon the next day, realizing she was not welcome at home, and departed, taking her loyal friend, the storm, with her. When Yu Qingbo pushed open the door, the wind still lingered outside. Yet he could hardly contain his eagerness to inhale the fresh air. The scent within his home, a product of his own labor, was suffocating. The heavy aroma of wealth was overwhelming, and he despised it. As he stepped outside with a bucket in hand, Lifu chased after him. But Yu Qingbo had no desire to treat Lifu to a grand feast, scaring him back with a swift kick. While a rainbow does not always follow a storm, clear skies are certain to emerge. The sun timidly peeked from behind the clouds, and Yu Qingbo pondered its shyness, suspecting it had not behaved well prior to its appearance. As the sun broke through, the village revived, and he hurried towards the dock, followed by the restless Lifu. Before reaching the shoreline, Lifu darted ahead, inspecting his previously washed-away doghouse with disdain, before rushing off to the beach. After the deluge, Lifu was determined to reclaim his dominion. The tea stall had lost its former semblance. Even the wooden stick that once secured the roof lay toppled. Yu Qingbo contemplated the necessity of constructing a brick house here for convenience, eliminating the need for daily back-and-forth trips. It also presented an opportunity to preemptively claim property near the dock. The small boat needed attention, as it was half buried in sand and filled with water, requiring excavation before it could be used. He considered purchasing the boat outright for his father, knowing that while he himself did not mind venturing out to sea alone, his father cherished the idea of sharing the experience with his son. The larger vessel fared well, with only a minor displacement caused by the winds. Shortly after his arrival, Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, and Tang Jing appeared, equally concerned about their boats. I visited Xiao Bai's home earlier. It seemed deserted. On the day we set sail, someone from the Cheongzhou Daily went there and left for Haikao, Lao Zhu remarked uncertainly. Chapter 56, Tools Acquired. He did not assist his brother and sister-in-law in tidying the tea stall, as there were plenty of hands at home. Instead, he accompanied Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, and Tang Jing to Qionghai. The aftermath of the typhoon left Qionghai in disarray, yet fortunately, the structural damage was minimal. The current edifices had been erected after the Great Typhoon of 73, and Winnie's tempestuousness could not dismantle them. Their mission was straightforward, to procure oxygen masks or gas masks, along with long tubes. Yu Qingbo had his sights set on the abalones around Turtlestone Island, but was determined to avoid the inefficiency of holding his breath for too long. He planned to work directly underwater, resurfacing only when necessary. Let us split into two groups. Tang Jing, you and Lao Zhu head to the scrap station for gas masks or oxygen masks. If you find any, bring them back, don't steal, and make sure to pay something. Leaving no trace. While he dispatched Tang Jing and Lao Zhu to the scrap station, he and Lao Sha made their way to the hospital. In these times, encountering gas masks was purely a matter of luck, often remnants from World War II. Their goal was to find used oxygen masks. As acquiring new ones was out of the question, they were medical supplies, and attempting to procure them would be akin to pilfering, which they would not entertain. Yu Qingbo focused on the likelihood of finding discarded oxygen masks, knowing that even used ones might not be immediately discarded by hospitals, as some would be recycled or reused. Director Li, we only seek 2 oxygen masks, provided they do not leak. Our elderly relative lives in the mountains, and we cannot rest easy knowing she is there. The kind-hearted old lady suffers from asthma daily, and I thought to seek an oxygen mask for her. Please help us. Yu Qingbo performed a heartfelt plea to Director Li of the hospital's logistics department. In these times, when seeking assistance, it was best not to mention money. Such discussions could lead to dire consequences. Living in the mountains, the elderly required an oxygen mask. This was filial piety. As a grandson, preparing such a mask was an act of devotion. Yu Qingbo emphasized emotion over monetary exchange, appealing to humanity and filial duty. Knowing that Director Li could not dismiss them outright, Director Li never imagined he would find himself cornered by 2 young individuals. He was puzzled as to how they discovered his office's location and from whom they had inquired, oblivious to the fact that the security guard had provided them with this information. It was common knowledge, and he had been rewarded with 2 packs of cigarettes for his troubles. Why he had not seen them enter was trivial. After all, who couldn't he step out for a moment, especially when he was the only one on duty that day? Indeed, the hospital had discarded oxygen masks. Yet Director Li was unwilling to part with them, feeling frustrated at being outmaneuvered by the 2 youngsters. He had always been the one in control, and today, being put in such a passive position left him feeling irked. My relative is from the Du family in town. My uncle recently asked me to help dispose of some cigarettes left by my grandfather, who can no longer smoke due to his age and health. Would you kindly assist? Yu Qingbo, uncomfortable with gifting, especially to those of higher status, found an excuse in the Du family. Which Du family? Director Li pondered, recalling that the boy had mentioned the Du family from Jiajitown. It seemed the child had some connections. This brand of cigarettes is quite good. Fine. I shall give them to you. You are truly filial. It is indeed a blessing for the elderly in your family. Come with me. And remember to disinfect any items for the elderly. Boil them in hot water before use to avoid any viruses or bacteria. As he spoke, Director Li opened his drawer, retrieved the keys, and led the way, while casually sliding the cigarettes back into the drawer without further comment. Lao Sha played the part of the loyal assistant, adopting a somewhat simple-minded demeanor in front of Director Li, remaining silent otherwise. They obtained the 2 oxygen masks without any monetary transaction. After all, the discarded items were merely waste, and the logistics chief would gladly dispose of them. When Lao Zhu and Tang Jing, dragging the long tubes, encountered Yu Qingbo and Lao Sha, who had returned with the bags, both parties paused in surprise before breaking into smiles. Yu Qingbo truly did not anticipate that Tang Jing and the others could actually find something of value at the scrapyard. They discovered a coil of rubber tubing, presumably for cables, measuring approximately 40 to 50 meters in length. However, its form was rather irregular, with bulges in some areas and depressions in others. The purpose of the tubing was unknown, as its midsection was too narrow to function as a water pipe. It was no wonder it was discarded as scrap. While others may have deemed it useless, they found it quite beneficial. Although it could not serve as a water conduit, it was perfectly suited to transmit air with ease. The group returned triumphantly, a development Yu Qingbo had not foreseen, yet it was a welcome surprise that saved them considerable time. At that moment, he was unaware that his fortune seemed to be aided by life itself. Upon their return, they disinfected and assembled the tubing, with Yu Qingbo and his 3 companions laboring until dusk. Before departing, Yu Qingbo distributed the earnings from their last fishing trip among everyone. Due to a health issue, the money from the last outing had remained with him, and with the subsequent typhoon, he had only just remembered to share the profits today. The catch included 293 large yellow croakers, along with 520 from the abalones, totaling 813 yuan. Yu Qingbo took 70%, amounting to 569 yuan, and opted not to keep the remaining 1 yuan, a gesture he had made before, which everyone had grown accustomed to, including during previous purchases of cigarettes and this time, hospital expenses. The principle was that if Dragon wanted to take whatever he wished, that was fine. Their shares had already been clearly defined. Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, and Tang Jing were to divide 81, 3 yuan. Xiao Bai's share was set aside for the time being, calculated instead as part of the rewards, resulting in a total of 243, 9 yuan, rounded to 244 yuan when including the 1 yuan he had relinquished. Each person on the boat, including his father, would receive a share, which was entirely reasonable considering his father had contributed significantly. Tang Jing and the others nodded in agreement, as Yu Qian was indeed the primary force behind the netting. Although they had a contractual relationship, the boss was his son. Thus it was quite justified for Yu Qingbo to ensure a little compensation for his father. Consequently, each person received an additional 48 yuan, with Tang Jing, Lao Sha, and Lao Zhu each returning home with 130 yuan. Son, is this much for me? Yu Qian gazed at the 50 yuan in front of him, feeling somewhat dazed. Indeed, his son had rounded it off for him. Dad, you'll need to exert yourself even more later. A conflicted expression crossed Yu Qian's face. The money was indeed welcome, but the labor was truly daunting. Chapter 57, Digging in the Vast Sea. Early the next morning, armed with ample fresh water and provisions, Yu Qingbo and his crew set out once more. Unlike their previous outings, which lacked a clear objective, this time they were resolutely headed for Turtle Stone Island to pry abalones. The typhoon hasn't swept away all the abalones, has it? Lao Zhu's remark sent a chill through Yu Qingbo, who silently hoped for better fortune. Reflecting on this, he shot an exasperated glare at the fool, who always seemed to speak at the most inopportune moments. His words transformed the previously optimistic crew into a band of anxious souls. The abalones, which had seemed destined to belong to them, now felt as though they might soon slip away due to the impending storm, leaving them with a profound sense of loss. This reaction was not uncommon. People often experience regret when they see someone else win a lottery prize for a ticket they did not purchase. Having previously visited the site, they were familiar with the route, allowing them to make swift progress. They departed around 6:40 a.m. and arrived at 10:40 a.m. A notable improvement over their last venture. Once the boat was secured, everyone disembarked quickly. This time, they did not engage in other activities, but instead began feeling around underwater as they had done previously. Initially, no one found any abalones, and a sense of panic began to set in. Yu Qingbo, as the last to descend due to his role as the boat operator, noticed the anxious expressions on his companions' faces, and his heart sank. Could it be that there were none left? Where did you try? Right over here. Wasn't this where we found abalones last time? Lao Zhu's voice trailed off. I see. It seems we may have cleared out the abalones from our previous spot. Perhaps the new ones have yet to arrive. Let's try over there, he said, taking the lead as he dashed to another area. A few others, having caught on to Lao Zhu's half-hearted explanation, were about to follow suit when Yu Qingbo called them back. What about the gear? If we don't find any abalones on the shore, are we not going in? Are you willing to leave without even checking underwater? What if they're still there? Yes. They haven't run away. Lao Zhu's exclamation lifted their spirits. The equipment was simple, a long, slender tube connected at one end to an oxygen mask. The connections had been treated with heat to ensure they were airtight, and the mask was fashioned from a bicycle inner tube, ensuring a snug fit against the skin to prevent water intrusion. Ideally, they should have worn underwater goggles for visibility, but those were difficult to procure. And managing to secure underwater breathing was already a significant achievement. Lao Zhu returned triumphantly, brandishing a 3-headed abalone, his grin wide as if he were about to enter a bridal chamber. We'll take turns diving. We can only manage 2 sets of equipment. One last thing, safety is paramount. We are here to earn money, but our primary obligation is to ensure our own safety. Let us return home in good health. Yu Qingbo teamed up with Lao Sha, while Tang Jing partnered with Lao Zhu, as Yu Qian, due to his comparatively inferior swimming skills, was assigned to remain above. Unspoken among Tang Jing and the others was the understanding that the elder was merely drawing a salary and did not need to exert himself excessively the last time. His overexertion had resulted in a substantial division of the earnings, so this time, they preferred to manage without him. As for ere long, he received the bulk of the payment, so if he didn't work now, when would he? By 11 o'clock, the sun was already quite intense, casting ample light underwater to facilitate their work. Without hesitation, Yu Qingbo and Lao Sha donned their gear and plunged beneath the surface. They began prying from above. This time, they were better equipped with tools than during their last outing. Each had a flathead tool for prying abalones, which could also be used for scraping and even as a weapon underwater. The abundance of abalones was remarkable. Yu Qingbo and Lao Sha toiled underwater for a full 3 hours before surfacing. However, it was not feasible to remain submerged for extended periods merely because they could breathe. The water pressure increases with depth, which can lead to complications such as bleeding from the nose or ears for those unaccustomed to it. After 3 hours, their haul was impressive, estimated at over 170 pounds of abalones, significantly more than their previous total. Yet, unlike their last outing, they were not as fortunate in encountering single-headed abalones. This time, they had merely found 2 double-headed ones. Lao Zhu and Tang Jing, having only lasted about an hour and a half, resurfaced with approximately 80 pounds of catch. with Lao Zhu fortuitously retrieving 5 double-headed abalones. I was just thinking about the time. It's about time to prepare lunch, Tang Jing remarked, revealing the reason for their early return. Without elaborating on the process, Yu Qingbo and his companions collectively harvested over 360 pounds of abalone. As the sun began its descent in the west, the visibility in the sea diminished, rendering it unsuitable for underwater operations. When it was their turn to dive, neither Yu Qingbo nor Old Shah ventured into the water again, based on the prices they had previously sold at. This haul was estimated to fetch between 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. In other words, Yu Qingbo could earn over 2,000 yuan from this trip alone. And this was just the beginning. Tang Jing was already preparing dinner, for they would continue their work the following day before returning home. After dinner, exhausted, everyone decided to set up tents on the island for an early rest. The so-called tents were merely a few poles tied together, draped with waterproof fabric connected to their bags, with just a mat laid on the ground. Father, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to buy a boat again after this trip. Do you have any thoughts about operating a boat yourself? Yu Qian was less fatigued after a shorter dive this afternoon, allowing him to substitute for a while and let the others rest, so he was still quite energetic. The idea of operating a boat was certainly appealing, but could he earn back the money for it? Yu Qian did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered whether he was suited for such an endeavor. After some contemplation, he realized he found far more joy in this work than in constructing houses for others. Clearly, stepping out to work was the right choice for him. As for having a boat of his own, he could always return it if necessary and let his son recruit someone else for the boatyard. Sleeping on the island was uncomfortable due to the humidity and poor sleeping conditions. Even though they were all quite fatigued, Yu Qingbo woke early. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the outside had grown cooler, so he stepped out, leaving his father to sleep alone in the small tent, while old Zhu and the others were situated elsewhere. Why does something feel off? Chapter 58. Unable to deliver sea cucumbers as gifts. When he first awoke in the morning, his mind was still somewhat foggy, a state that seemed to afflict everyone. Yu Qingbo's habit was to wash his face quickly. The cold water would stimulate his senses, rousing his mind. He opted not to use fresh water from the barrel, as they were by the sea, and decided to wash with seawater instead. However, upon reaching the shoreline, he realized something was amiss. Today was the 15th day of the lunar month, and looking at the significantly lowered water level reminded him that it was a day of the spring tide. The water had receded, revealing numerous stones, and a plethora of abalone, sea snails, and crabs. Wait, is that a sea cucumber? There is an abundance of seafood exposed to the air. Get up, everyone. No more sleeping. It's time to get to work. If anyone were to hear this, they might mistake him for a ruthless capitalist without a second thought. Ere long, if you can't sleep, why are you preventing us from resting? What are we waiting for? Let us get to work. Old Shah initially had a bit of morning grumpiness, but upon seeing Yu Qingbo point out the situation in the sea, he quickly became alert. The others required no further explanation and swiftly commenced their morning tasks, treating it as if they were beginning their homework. Observing the waterline had dropped approximately 7 to 8 meters deep, about the same depth as where they had anchored their boat, Yu Qingbo thought it was fortunate. Otherwise, their vessel would have run aground. If only we could collect abalone like this every day, old Zhu mused, imagining the delightful prospect. Dream on. If it were that easy. It wouldn't be our turn. Tang Jing remained the voice of reason, noting that the sight of exposed abalone would undoubtedly attract many others to Turtlestone Island. Father, is that a sea cucumber? Yu Qingbo inquired, glancing at the slender, soft-bodied creature beneath his feet, directing his question to Yu Qian. He had been too young during his previous forays into the sea, and later, while seeking his fortune elsewhere, he hadn't even had the chance to encounter sea cucumbers, despite having seen them in short videos. However, the sea cucumbers he had seen in videos were typically black or yellowish-black, whereas the one before him was a deep purple and appeared significantly larger than those he recalled. Yes, this is a type of sea cucumber, known as a sea eggplant. Though it seems inedible, let us not collect it. Sea eggplant. Although Yu Qian had not frequently gone out to sea, he had spent 2 years on a boat and had seen his fair share of seafood, so he recognized it. Is it really a sea eggplant? Tang Jing casually placed an abalone into the net bag hanging around her neck and approached. Indeed, it is a sea eggplant. This one is edible and quite tasty, though it requires some effort to prepare. I'm unsure if Brother Wu would buy it. It's edible? If it is, I'll collect more. Yu Qingbo believed Tang Jing wholeheartedly. After all, she was a trained chef, far beyond what his father could compare to. If she said it was edible, it surely was. This is indeed a sea cucumber. Yu Qingbo remembered that in a later time, football players were known to eat sea cucumbers religiously, as they were considered highly nutritious, enabling them to endure a full match for 2 hours without scoring a single goal. Impressive indeed. They worked diligently for 3 full hours that morning, not out of a lack of desire to continue, but because the seawater gradually began to rise again, forcing them to pause. Ere long, after we eat, let us head back. We practically scoured the island. There's certainly more underwater, but that's in deeper waters. Adding yesterday's haul, we collected nearly 800 to 900 pounds of abalone, along with several dozen pounds of sea snails and crabs. Our ice supply isn't sufficient. If we delay too long, it will spoil, rendering our efforts in vain. Chef, just focus on cooking. Hurry and prepare the meal so we can return early. Without needing Tang Jing's reminder, he too was eager to return. With such a substantial catch, he intended to directly trade with Peng Dongfeng this time. It wasn't that Wang Chong was unhelpful. Rather, he was overwhelmed with the classification of abalone alone. It was better to approach Peng Dongfeng, who had provided an address, and whom he had yet to visit. Preparing the sea eggplant proved to be quite the task. Tang Jing first boiled it in water, then used scissors to cut it open and remove its innards. Afterward, she placed it in a pot, bringing it to a vigorous boil before rinsing it and cutting it into sections. She retrieved her mustard and tasted a piece. Not bad. This is the flavor I was looking for. A 20-centimeter sea eggplant, once cooked, shrank to only 6 or 7 centimeters in length. As Yu Qingbo sampled the small pieces dipped in mustard, he found the sea eggplant pleasantly chewy, with a hint of crispness. Delicious. Indeed, the texture was quite enjoyable. It's really quite tasty. Yu Qian cast his gaze toward the wooden bucket filled with sea eggplants. Father, don't even think about it. I have plans for those. Yu Qingbo contemplated asking Peng Dongfeng if he would buy them. They had seen many sea eggplants earlier, but no one else had collected them. He had filled half a bucket by himself. It wasn't that others weren't interested, but with the abundance of abalone, who would waste time collecting something of uncertain value? After their meal, Yu Qingbo instructed old Zhu to start the boat. He was increasingly relishing the feeling of being a captain. They returned early, reaching the village dock by just after 5. Let us not head back to the village. We'll follow the Tongtian River upstream to Qionghai and seek out Peng Dongfeng from Zhongxing Aquaculture directly. Who is Peng Dongfeng? A few were unaware, but they quickly grasped his intention as old Zhu adjusted the course, navigating against the current of the Tongtian River. Upon docking at the Qionghai Pier, Yu Qingbo found it hard to believe that it was quite comparable to the pier at Haihe Village. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Qionghai had only a river and no sea, and eventually, the piers there had developed from the docks of several nearby towns. Zhongxing Aquatic Products is prominently located on Fuhai Road, easily recognizable. When inquiring about Peng Dongfeng, one might expect to find manager Peng, but alas, he is not present. Yu Qingbo found himself at a loss for words when confronted by a nameless employee from Zhongxing Aquatic Products. A situation that would have resulted in termination had it occurred a decade later. You are that Erlong, are you not? What brings you here this time? A good haul. Perhaps? Yu Qingbo placed the sea eggplants he had been carrying before him. You've gathered quite a bit of sea eggplant, haven't you? However, this product is not in high demand, and I cannot offer you a substantial price. 30 cents each. Does that suit you? The price was indeed meager, but fortunately, he hadn't squandered too much time on it. No, I initially thought this would be a splendid gift for you, but if it's not of good quality, then so be it. I do have goods. You can send someone to the Tongtian River dock. There's a considerable amount, 900 pounds of abalone, the smallest of which are 4-headed. With that, he turned and exited, bucket in hand. Chapter 59. The decision to invest heavily in a ship and a large contract. If you don't regard the sea eggplant as valuable, then I shall keep it. Yu Qingbo's actions left Peng Dongfeng momentarily stunned. Yet, it was Yu Qingbo's subsequent revelation that truly left him dumbfounded. 900 pounds of abalone, the smallest being 4-headed. If he hadn't previously sorted over 300 pounds with Wang Chong, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. The group departed together, loading their vehicle to head to the dock at Tongtian River. Noting the slow-wittedness of his subordinates, he specifically mentioned the Tongtian River dock, prompting a realization that there indeed was a small dock in Qionghai. There were 146 2-headed abalones, 234 3-headed abalones, with the remainder being 4-headed, totaling 926 pounds. Although they were weighed together, it was difficult for Peng Dongfeng to fathom the sudden appearance of such a large quantity of premium abalone. Erlong, this isn't our first collaboration, so let me be frank. I can offer you 7 yuan each for the 2-headed abalone. But the prices for the 3-headed and 4-headed varieties may not be as high as before, given you recently sold a batch. According to market economics, when supply exceeds demand, price declines are to be expected. Yu Qingbo nodded. However, he did not express agreement or disagreement regarding the specific amounts. Meanwhile, Peng Dongfeng was contemplating how much Wang Chong had paid for the abalone last time, suspecting that his price must have been higher than what Wang Chong had offered Yu Qingbo. Or else how could Wang Chong profit? While he asserted that prices would be lower, he was also calculating how much lower. He ultimately proposed 10 yuan per pound for the 3-headed abalone and 6 yuan for the 4-headed variety. The prices he offered were indeed higher than what Wang Chong had previously provided, and Yu Qingbo readily agreed. His enthusiastic acceptance caused Peng Dongfeng's expression to stiffen. He realized he hadn't been tough enough, fearing the deal might fall through. Next time, he would need to be more assertive with this fellow. The total amount came to 6,506 yuan. This price, when calculated, made Yu Qingbo feel as though they had struck gold, not just him. But even the seasoned businessman Peng Dongfeng felt it was quite a sum. He had never before procured goods exceeding 5,000 yuan. And that was usually for multiple vendors in a single trip. This transaction marked a new personal record for him. As for concerns about profit, that was unfounded. He had connections to the harbor market, and the more he acquired, the more he would earn. 6,500 yuan comprised a substantial stack of 10 yuan notes. Can you imagine the quantity? It's quite simple. If you were to exchange it for 100 yuan bills, how much would that be? In reality, it's not a vast sum, right? Yet, during this nascent phase of reform and opening up, such a stack of cash carried an undeniable impact. Tang Jing's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the money, taking a while to regain her composure. Her gaze darted nervously around. Feeling somewhat secure only because they were on the boat, keeping a distance from others, Lao Zhu and Lao Sha were far more overt in their reactions. Staring in disbelief for a while before positioning themselves in front of Yu Qingbo, turning their backs to him as if to serve as bodyguards. However, the sight of their silly grins made them appear rather dim-witted. Yu Qian was not quite as exaggerated, although he too felt a surge of excitement. The money was not his. More importantly, he noted the anxious demeanor of the 3 younger ones. Being the elder, he had to maintain composure, lest he embarrass himself in front of them. Yet, once he turned around, he slapped himself on the face, questioning what was happening. Don't be foolishly excited. Master Gong mentioned that those large steel vessels cost around 5 to 6,000 yuan. This is about the price of a boat. Yu Qingbo maintained a calm demeanor. 6,000 plus isn't much. I've had more than that before. When the boss delayed our wages, I once received a lump sum of 10,000 for 4 months' worth of pay, which is certainly more than this. At least it appears more impactful. However, Yu Qingbo's words did have an effect. Tang Jing, Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, and Fatty became less tense. They interpreted Yu Qingbo's implication that the money wouldn't be divided, as they would need to invest in a larger vessel. Thus their stake in it wouldn't be as concerning. They couldn't say they had no stake at all. They would also share in the profits from the new ship, but as long as they didn't see the cash, they were less agitated. Erlong, can we perhaps acquire a larger vessel this time, half of which is ours? Tang Jing's inquiry caused Yu Qingbo to ponder further. A larger ship, as Master Gong had mentioned, could be purchased in Haikou, where shipyards existed that could even construct vessels suitable for deep-sea fishing. Their luck in acquiring this boat was fortunate, but a new one would still cost 3 to 4,000. With over 6,000 available, he was uncertain how large of a ship they could afford. With 6,500 yuan, he would end up with 4,005, not accounting for the bonus portion. If distributed fairly, each of Lao Zhu and the others would receive over 400 yuan. If he were to give it to them, they would undoubtedly lose it, as it would be claimed. As for his own share, he anticipated that his parents would also take a portion, considering it was a significant amount. To safeguard this money, purchasing a ship was the only option. He envisioned owning a vessel that would allow him to sleep aboard while at sea, as opposed to cramming into a small tent on the island, which was far from pleasant. As their boat docked at the Haiha village pier, they were soon surrounded by numerous villagers. However, upon seeing them merely unload 2 baskets of crabs and sea snails, the villagers quickly lost interest. The goods were still delivered to the purchasing station, and Wang Chong, upon seeing the limited quantity, felt a twinge of disappointment, not because the goods were subpar, but because they fell short of his expectations. Yu Qingbo rubbed his nose. It wasn't that he intended to conceal his previous sale of abalone. In fact, he had considered sharing some to take home for a meal, but that was not feasible. He had painstakingly established a reputation as a good friend with Wang Chong, and he could not afford to tarnish it. Yet, he mused that Wang Chong had profited considerably from him. Perhaps next time he would directly approach Peng Dongfeng for quality goods. The tea stall had reopened, appearing less crowded than before. Yu Qingbo noticed that the area had expanded significantly, with Laifu's doghouse moved further away. Upon returning home, he found his father surprisingly taken by his mother to the village committee. When they returned, the two were still whispering to one another in their room. Yu Qingbo paid them no mind. He didn't want to intrude on their affairs, even supporting them should they decide to open a small account together. However, during dinner, his mother's mention of a certain matter filled him with unexpected joy. Erlong, your Uncle Fong returned from the meeting today with exciting news. The authorities have permitted the large contract system. Does this mean we can now operate our own business openly? The year was 1980, and Hainan was promoting the large contract system. In Yu Qingbo's heart, a wave of joy surged. Although he had undertaken such endeavors in secrecy before, it was not until now that the prospect of officially securing a contract seemed plausible. Chapter 60. The decision to invest in a boat. I always believed that the future would inevitably become more lenient. For the nation to progress, it requires the active participation of its citizens in development. The communal dining system can no longer keep pace with current circumstances. Did you mention this before? We never heard anything about it. His mother's words abruptly grounded Yu Qingbo, who had been soaring with excitement. Ultimately, it was a positive development. The land we possess, well, it is inconsequential. What matters is that father will be going to sea, along with my elder brother and sister-in-law. Thinking of them, Yu Qingbo contemplated the impending trip to Haikou to purchase a boat. Perhaps it would be wise to take them along to explore the market. The tea business would undoubtedly thrive in economically developed areas compared to rural settings. Regardless, our family would likely not have the time to tend to the fields any longer. The 2 acres we currently possess would suffice. Yu Qingbo's words now carried significant weight at home, as the family's improved fortunes were largely due to him. Economic stability dictates familial status, and this principle remains constant through time. Elder brother, sister-in-law, in a couple of days, we shall visit Haikou to inspect boats. Would you care to join us? You are buying a boat? Almost in unison, the 3 exclaimed, aside from Yu Qian. It's merely a visit. I Haven Tea said we would definitely purchase one, he replied, attempting to defuse their astonishment. This was precisely why he had previously mentioned buying a boat. Yu Qian had refrained from disclosing his windfall, otherwise, their mother would not have been so taken aback. Ere long, if you wish to go and see, then by all means, do so. Your brother and I would be of no assistance, his sister-in-law responded. Sister-in-law, I'm not asking you for help. I merely thought it would be beneficial for you to explore the market while we are there. It is time to consider opening a branch for the tea stall. Zhao Mingming and Yu Qinglong fell silent, devoid of any excitement. Yu Qingbo sensed something amiss. Their lack of enthusiasm regarding the market visit was puzzling. Ere long, perhaps we should forego the trip. Let us take our time. Haste makes waste. Something felt off. It seemed as though this sister-in-law had undergone a transformation. This was certainly not her usual temperament. His brother-in-law had been watching him intently, leaving Zhao Mingming feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yesterday, I spoke with Jialan, Jiamei, and Qingqing. What you mentioned about the future indeed sounds promising, but we lack the capital to expand. We can't even manage to venture to Haikou. Just securing a venue, equipment, and manpower requires funds, and we are devoid of any. You may not have it, but I do. Yu Qingbo blurted out. And how much do you possess? Be honest with me. I was wondering why you suddenly thought of going to Haikou to see boats, she retorted. Suddenly, their mother, Gui Yunxiang, twisted his ear, initiating a stern interrogation. Father, do come to my rescue. Upon hearing that Yu Qian was aware, Gui Yunxiang released her grip, casting a cold smile at Yu Qian. Do not harbor any illusions. Regardless of how much he has, he intends to buy a boat. The vessels at Haikou are substantial, they won't come cheap. Yu Qian's words, though lacking in monetary specifics, effectively curtailed Gui Yunxiang's inquiries regarding the funds. Since my son has expressed a desire to view the boats, do you truly think he would go without money? She had not considered the deeper implications. However, now that they were heading to Haikou to inspect boats, it was clear that funds would be necessary. Thus, it is settled. Ere long, do provide your sister-in-law's tea stall with some additional support. Absolutely not, protested Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming in unison. Ere long had already contributed significantly. It would be unreasonable to expect him to pay more. Zhao Mingming's reasoning was entirely valid. It would be inappropriate for the younger brother to provide both ideas and financial support. Elder brother, sister-in-law, I assure you I will cover the expenses. Allow me to finish. This investment is not without merit. Consider it my stake in your tea stall. Wasn't the dragon girl, Jialan, and Jiamei collaborating previously? Am I not a necessary addition? I will solely provide the funds and will not involve myself further. Any profits will be shared equitably. Once Yu Qingbo made this declaration, his elder brother and sister-in-law exchanged glances but did not oppose further. How much can you contribute, then? Zhao Mingming's inquiry momentarily stumped Yu Qingbo. He was uncertain about the amount needed for a large boat and did not know how much he could allocate towards the tea stall. Let us first see. As I am unaware of the costs associated with establishing a tea stall in Haikou, he concluded. On the following day, upon sharing the news with Jialan, Jiamei, and Qingqing, everyone was filled with excitement. They possessed the skills, yet it was capital that held them back. The next day, the steel ship departed the dock with an expanded crew. Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, Tang Jing, Yu Qingbo, his elder brother, sister-in-law, and surprisingly, even the dragon girl, Jialan, Jiamei, and Qingqing had decided to join. Yu Qian and Gui Yunxiang had initially intended to accompany them. As Gui Yunxiang had never visited Haikou and was eager to see the sights, However, the vessel could not accommodate too many passengers, forcing her to relinquish her desire. Yu Qian had hoped to assist his son in inspecting the boat, yet upon witnessing the large group, he chose not to mention his intentions to join. The journey to Haikou was swift, taking a little over 2 hours before their ship docked at the bustling Xiuying port, the largest harbor in Haikou. As they gazed upon the majestic large vessels, Yu Qingbo felt like a destitute boy in the city, easily discernible by the glaring label of poverty. However, upon completing the docking procedures, he realized that the larger ships were all state-owned, and his own small boat was considered quite decent among private vessels. The Haikou shipyard boasted a rich history, having commenced the production of sailing ships during the Song and Yuan dynasties, continuing sporadically through the Republic era, and later transitioning to motorboats. In recent years, they even constructed cement ships. They navigated their way to the shipyard with ease, simply asking for directions. In 1980, the streets of Haikou were undeniably vibrant. Although it was only 1980, the bustling atmosphere of a major city was a stark contrast to the rural life they were accustomed to. Are you looking to purchase a boat? The security personnel at the entrance appeared skeptical, especially with Yu Qinglong in tow, as adults typically inspire more confidence than children. The guard scrutinized Yu Qinglong and then the group behind him. I'll take you inside, but just 3 of you are allowed in, he finally relented. Thus, Yu Qinglong, Yu Qingbo, and Tang Jing entered the shipyard while the others waited outside. They were greeted by a section chief named Lu, though they were uncertain of his specific department. What type of trawler are you interested in? Are you aware of the costs associated with such vessels? Lu inquired before they could respond. The smallest trawler costs around 3,000 yuan, while larger models can reach tens of thousands. If you have sufficient funds, there are even boats worth hundreds of thousands. So, what will it be? Are you still interested in buying? To his astonishment, Yu Qingbo realized that Lu had initially doubted their purchasing power. Observing Lu's formal attire, he could not help but conclude that they appeared impoverished. However, curiosity piqued within him. Did Lu not feel the heat in such heavy clothing? Chapter 61. Selecting a location on Chilo Old Street. Lu Zhishin had never anticipated being overshadowed by a group of poorly dressed villagers. Yet, upon witnessing the young man before him unbuttoning his shirt and retrieving a substantial wad of cash from his waist pouch, it felt as though an audible slap resounded in the air. Nevertheless, he was merely there to experience life and had underestimated the purchasing power of rural folk. However, his innate kindness surfaced, and upon seeing the money, his demeanor towards Yu Qingbo and his companions became remarkably warm. Though performance assessments are not conducted in our line of work, the ability to sell a boat would certainly confer an advantage during the year-end evaluations. I warmly welcome everyone to our shipyard. My name is Lu Zhishin, and I bear a slight resemblance to the monk with flowers from Water Margin. If you find it difficult to remember my name, feel free to call me Flower Monk. Yu Qingbo and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Having just experienced a lively impromptu lesson, akin to a live performance that vividly illustrated a unique cultural heritage from the Sichuan region, face-changing. Director Lu, you certainly have a sense of humor. Yu Qingbo was the first to respond, while others slowly followed suit. Coming from the countryside, they were indeed unfamiliar with the nuances of urban life. Yu Qingbo had merely been exposed to the complexities of city life, reflecting on the rustic anecdotes he had absorbed. It was clear that individuals like Director Lu represented the true mainstream of society. With a proper sense of decorum, Director Lu guided them on a tour, detailing the vessels under construction and introducing a flagship product they had previously launched, a cement boat. Director Lu, we need not elaborate further. What we seek is a standard trawler with a cabin, with a budget of around 6,000 yuan. This figure is auspicious. By the way, we would like the boat to be named Yuhang, so please ensure these characters are painted on. Yu Qingbo dismissed Lu's lengthy explanations, feeling that all he had heard was either about small wooden boats or large cargo vessels, or even cement boats. He perceived the man as utterly unreliable. Were it not for the fact that the shipyard was a legitimate state-run establishment and the impressive scale of the operation, he might have considered leaving immediately. True to his name, Director Lu exhibited a somewhat whimsical demeanor, meandering in conversation without hitting the mark. If you had specific requirements, why didn't you mention them sooner? Upon hearing their demands, Director Lu scampered away, returning shortly with a stack of receipts in hand. Each one bears your signature. Just accompany me to the finance department to settle the payment. It is currently the off-season, and the staff have some spare time. Once the order is placed, work can commence tomorrow, and you'll be able to pick up the goods in 2 weeks. Remarkably, when it came to serious matters, his efficiency was astonishing. Yu Qingbo gained a newfound respect for Director Lu, realizing that cultivating a good relationship with such a person could be beneficial, as he may rise to great heights in the future. By the time they exited the shipyard, the sun was directly overhead. Perfect, let us find a place to dine, he suggested. While eating, We should observe where the crowds gather, which will help us select a suitable tea stall location. The government has relaxed regulations for individual entrepreneurs. Yet local management still lags behind. A glance down the streets revealed an array of state-owned enterprises, including the very restaurant where they were dining. The establishment at the nearby intersection appeared to be bustling with patrons. It was situated next to what seemed to be a government housing complex and in front of a vegetable market, making it a prime location. However, they were uncertain if any storefronts were available for lease or sale. Zhao Mingming was particularly discerning regarding property, as his brother-in-law had emphasized the need for long-term considerations. Opening an outdoor shop in their village was one thing, but attempting the same in the city could easily lead to exploitation. The location of our business is crucial, so we must be diligent in our search, Yu Qingbo advised. Let us eat quickly and gather more information by exploring a few more streets to see if a better option presents itself. After making this statement, he fell silent. Observing that the others were consuming their meals rapidly, while he continued to chatter. He believed they had been attentive to his words, noting how Longnu nodded behind her bowl, clearly engaged in the conversation. As they strolled around, the group attracted quite a bit of attention. At that moment, no one perceived them as business investigators, but rather as naive country relatives experiencing the city for the first time, primarily due to their attire, which hardly conveyed affluence. Indeed, this was their inaugural visit to a metropolis, and everything appeared novel to them. However, they remained focused on their mission to locate the most bustling areas. What constituted prosperity, as defined by Erlong, was simply a place teeming with people. This place seems decent. There are quite a few people around, right? Lao Shao observed the throngs of rickshaw pullers lining the streets, along with a nearby vendor selling sugarcane, suggesting that this area might be viable. Yet, as soon as he voiced his thoughts, no one responded. Jia Long glanced back at him, pulling Jia Mei away slightly as if to distance themselves from him. Lao Sha felt his face flush with embarrassment. Was this an indication that they wanted to keep Jia Mei away from him? The intersection of Binhai Avenue and Rinmin Road was rather promising. As Yu Qingbo led them through the city, they began to realize that not everyone in urban areas was wealthy. While there were indeed affluent individuals sporting fine attire, this was an era where many city dwellers struggled financially, and some even dressed in a manner less refined than themselves, despite their own garments being somewhat disheveled. Opening a store in this location could be feasible. Selling Old Father tea would likely attract customers, and foot traffic would not be a concern. However, items like Qingbu Liang fruit tea might not sell well in a place predominantly frequented by the less fortunate, while affordable Old Father tea would succeed. Slightly pricier offerings might struggle. Their goal was to generate profit, not merely to attract attention, so they dismissed this location. Nevertheless, Lao Sha recognized that there were merits to the site as described by Erlong, and he did not believe he was entirely mistaken. He raised his gaze towards Jia Lan, only to find her completely uninterested in him. It was Jia Mei who offered him an apologetic smile, causing Lao Sha's heart to race as he quickly glanced away. At the tender age of 15, they were in a phase of rapid physical development, perhaps still maturing mentally, but physiologically, they were already racing towards the exuberance of youth. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they settled on the Chilo Old Street for their shop. The area was densely populated and diverse, with both affluent and less fortunate individuals present. Yu Qingbo even spotted a few blonde, blue-eyed foreigners accompanied by individuals dressed in official attire entering a grand building. This will do. Let us explore the vicinity for available storefronts for rent or sale. Yu Qingbo had allocated a budget for the store, which is why he was willing to commit 6,000 for the boat. Combining his previous savings with the remaining funds from the abalone, he was confident in setting aside a budget of 1,000 yuan, believing that establishing a shop was certainly attainable. In these times, acquiring or leasing a storefront was less about finding an individual and more about dealing directly with the authorities. A staff member approached them promptly upon hearing of their intention to open a shop. So, you wish to establish a store? How much capital do you have? And what type of store do you envision? How many storefronts do you require? Are you considering any aesthetic renovations for the shop? Yu Qingbo and his companions were rendered speechless by the barrage of questions. Chapter 62, Sister-in-law's Milk Tea. The individual before them was diminutive, likely under 5 feet tall, and of a height comparable to Yu Qingbo's. Sweat glistened on his face, possibly due to his hurried arrival, and his features were sharp and angular. Was this person truly a regular government employee? If so, how did he come to have so many inquiries? Chao Daofei, observing the group as silence, glanced around, confirming that they were indeed the only ones in the vicinity. We genuinely intend to open a tea shop. However, I am uncertain. Yu Qingbo began. But before he could finish, Chao Daofei's expression shifted from enthusiasm to disappointment. A tea shop? That is a low-margin business. The proprietors merely earn a meager living. What wealthy individual would venture into such a trade? He studied the attire of Yu Qingbo and his companions, realizing that their prospects likely only included renting a single storefront. With a task involving 3 available storefronts weighing on his mind, he felt increasingly exasperated. Are there any vacant storefronts? How many are available for lease or sale? The subsequent words of Yu Qingbo instantly reignited Chao Dafei's excitement. He had not caught the mention of how many properties were available for sale or rent, and the implication that there was more than one sparked a thought. Perhaps he could accomplish all 3 tasks. This would enable him to take a well-deserved leave and visit his ailing mother back home. Yes, indeed, currently there are 3 shops available for sale or rent. But the one at the intersection is the most suitable for a tea house, was the response. In Chao Dafei's understanding, a tea house typically required a substantial area. And among the 3 shops he was aware of, only one was spacious, while the other 2 were rather modest in size, lacking a clear concept of dimensions. Yu Qingbo and his companions followed Chao Dafei to inspect the properties. The larger shop was situated at the intersection of Changdi Road and Xinhua North Road, facing the crossroads. Beyond the intersection lay Hadian River, and further ahead was Hadian Island. To be frank, Yu Qingbo was not particularly fond of this location, primarily because it did not receive ample sunlight. Unlike several decades hence, where air conditioning and various electrical appliances are commonplace, a shop that lacked sunlight would be cold and damp in the winter and prone to moisture in the summer. Yet, this establishment boasted a substantial area of 200 square meters, devoid of any shared space. What you see is what you get. When Chao Dafei revealed his asking price, Yu Qingbo, without even glancing at the other properties, hastily agreed to purchase it. A 200 square meter shop in Haikao, the future provincial capital's bustling commercial district. For merely 600 yuan, how could one not seize such an opportunity? The shop also had a significant expanse of open space in front, akin to other shops they had passed, which displayed wares for sale. This front area could be utilized as well. The usable space outside surpassed that of the interior by more than double. Would the urban management authorities intervene? Let's not overthink this. The urban management officials were merely born in the mid-1990s, and the current personnel were yet to even have their inception. Following Chao Dafei to the Old Street Management Office to finalize the payment and formalities, it was revealed that he was actually an employee of the street, assigned to the Old Street Management Office for a year without a single day off. In these times, comrades were dedicated to their work, striving to be model workers, with no one inclined to take it easy. However, Chao Dafei had always struggled to meet his work targets, which explained his current predicament. The Old Street Management Office essentially handled market management, yet retained its designation, primarily overseeing all matters related to Chilo Old Street. Indeed, it addressed all issues. Did they not notice the police station sign hanging beside the Old Street Management Office? The total expenditure amounted to 620 yuan, inclusive of a little gift for the staff. The shop was now under the ownership of Yu Qingbo. He refrained from transferring ownership to his sister-in-law, fully aware of the potential value of real estate, preferring to avoid any familial discord. One advantage of acquiring the shop was that they no longer needed to spend money searching for a place to sleep at night. Yu Qinglong, accompanied by Lao Zhu and Lao Sha, set up camp in the shop, laying down bedding on the floor for the time being. Boss Yu, shall we take a look at the other 2 shops? Chao Dafei inquired tentatively as they exited the store. Initially, Yu Qingbo had no intention of viewing them, but the hopeful glimmer in Chao Dafei's eyes compelled him to nod in agreement. The 2 additional shops were indeed modest in size, one approximately 10 square meters, while the other measured around 30. Nevertheless, their locations were undeniably advantageous. Facing Xinhua North Road, they basked in sunlight, with the customs building directly across the street. The employees there constituted a high-income demographic, making this an ideal spot for business. However, the prices reflected their prime locations. The smallest shop commanded 200 yuan, with a rental fee of 5 yuan per month, while the slightly larger one was priced at a minimum of 400 yuan, renting for 10 yuan monthly. Yu Qingbo was tempted. He genuinely wished to secure both shops, but he knew he could not deplete his funds entirely. Aside from that, he would need money for purchasing cigarettes and gifts from the shipyard. Regarding the shop's decoration, personnel wages, and other expenses, he had already reached an agreement with the shareholders of the tea stall. He would solely be responsible for purchasing the properties, holding a 30% stake, a fixed share that could not be reduced, while his elder brother and sister-in-law would control 40%. The remaining shares would be divided equally among Lan, Mei, and Long Yuan Qingqing, each holding 15%. This allocation was designed to ensure that his elder brother and sister-in-law retained absolute control, guiding the business's direction. In truth, Yu Qingbo had devised this distribution with a contingency plan. Should his elder brother and sister-in-law face an unexpected divorce, he would emerge as the largest shareholder, taking the reins of the enterprise's development. He decided to forego the smaller shop and ultimately secured the strategically positioned one. He contemplated various ventures, such as seafood or other endeavors, reassured that 200 yuan was not an exorbitant investment. Indeed, it was not a steep price. However, in these times, those who could easily earn such money often looked down upon speculative ventures, while those who would appreciate it found it challenging to save even that 200 yuan. Yu Qingbo recognized that he had stumbled upon a rare opportunity. Leaving aside other considerations, in a few years, when Hainan separated from Guangdong and Haikao became the provincial capital, the real estate market in Hainan would soar. That small shop alone could potentially yield him a substantial fortune. The shop underwent minimal decoration, as Zhang Mingming and the others lacked sufficient funds. They merely partitioned the back into two spaces, one for resting and the other serving as an operational area and storage, leaving around 120 square meters of usable space for business. For 3 consecutive days, everyone assisted in preparing the shop. Yu Qingbo had commissioned a sign for sister-in-law's milk tea, and Zhao Mingming had already submitted the necessary materials to the Old Street Management Office to acquire the business license. A business must be conducted legally. We cannot afford to let anyone raise objections, his brother-in-law had insisted. Upon completing the sign, Yu Qingbo, along with Sha Yungui, Tang Jing, Lao Zhu, and his elder brother, ventured outside. The remaining tasks were primarily cleaning and decorative work, which suited the women far better than the group of men. One of the reasons for their outing was to find a place to live. Initially, this had not crossed his mind, but upon witnessing his elder brother and sister-in-law's resigned expressions, he realized that he had underestimated the situation. Lan and Mei were both young women, and while it was manageable with his sister-in-law present, it was less than ideal for his elder brother to share a living space with a group of women. Moreover, after days of work, they had no proper place to wash up. This was untenable. They refrained from heading into the city, instead walking east along Changdi Road, which was lined with numerous villages. Shawan village was about 2 kilometers from Chilo Old Street, a 20-minute walk. They found a suitable house to rent, comprising 3 main rooms with east and west wings, and 2 additional rooms in the southern section. The monthly rent for such a property was merely 5 yuan, and Yu Qingbo promptly decided to secure it. He signed a written contract with the village chief, wishing to avoid any disputes. When it came time to pay, his elder brother intended to contribute, but Yu Qingbo insisted they would sort it out later. They had secured a 1-year lease. Yu Qingbo, Lao Sha, Lao Zhu, and Tang Jing would not be residing there frequently, so he only paid for 1 month's rent, leaving the rest for his elder brother to manage. As the contract required his elder brother's signature, with such ample rooms, they would have no trouble living separately. Once Yu Qingbo and his crew departed, only his elder brother and sister-in-law, along with Lan, Mei, and Long remained, leaving several rooms still unoccupied. When Yu Qingbo was renting an apartment, he had already taken into consideration the potential need for accommodation when his parents came to visit. This time, his parents had expressed their eagerness to come, and he promised to take them out for an outing next time. It seemed that his mother had never been to a big city. Yu Qingbo and his companions had ceased working at the shop. He considered himself a shareholder, while Lao Zhu and Lao Sha were merely helping out. He was not a capitalist and did not wish to exploit his brothers. On August 1st, the day of the Army Day, Yu Qingbo set sail with 3 friends, opting not to venture far, but instead to trawl in the Qiongzhou Strait. It was not that he wished to be idle, but rather the emptiness of his pockets reminded him that he needed to go out and earn some money. Since he did not plan to travel far, they did not leave too early, arriving at the dock at 7 o'clock, where many people had already gathered. The early fishermen had returned by this time, eager to catch the morning market and sell their catch at a good price. For Mao, you won't sell for any more than that today, no matter where you go. We, the Longhu brothers, can tell you that. Just see if anyone dares to offer you a higher price. If you don't believe me, go ahead and ask any buyer. Yu Qingbo thought to himself as he intended to buy some breakfast before boarding the boat. However, he was taken aback by the loud and arrogant voices coming from the stall next door. Lao Zhu wanted to get up to take a look, and though Yu Qingbo was curious, he did not rise. Instead, he reached out to restrain Lao Zhu, while simultaneously signaling to Tang Jing to hold back Lao Sha, who was also about to move. Let us eat properly and not delay our work later. As an outsider and still a young man, excessive curiosity was not a virtue. While it was fine to be unafraid of trouble, it was unnecessary to seek it out. They were neither bodhisattvas nor saviors, and not every matter required their intervention. They could only hear the pitiful pleas for mercy from that direction, followed by hurried footsteps retreating into the distance. The Longhu brothers were notorious in the area, known for their collaboration in capturing demons and monsters. They were aware that the locals were not to be trifled with, as they specifically targeted outsiders and the vulnerable. Did they not fear that outsiders might unite against them? Unite against us? Consider this. One brother-in-law is the deputy director of the police station, and another is a city leader. Who would dare to confront us? It would be a blessing if they let us be, they scoffed. Yu Qingbo and his friends had nearly finished their meal when they ordered bowls of soy milk, now fully aware of the background of the arrogant Longhu duo. Both men had connections to local leaders, allowing them to operate with impunity, albeit within certain limits. They only bullied outsiders, having never dared to cross the locals, who had numerous relatives. Even if a poor relative emerged with a background, it could lead to chaotic consequences. However, outsiders were fair game, without connections. They had no recourse when victimized, and it was futile to resist extortion. From their earlier conversation, it was apparent that the duo was merely engaging in lowball tactics, offering 4 mao per gene for fish that were worth 8 mao. Will you sell? If not, go ahead and sell to someone else. No one would dare to offend the Longhu brothers for a trivial business transaction. These two bullies had formed a partnership, growing increasingly brazen. And the lively atmosphere today was something they would have never dared to approach in the past. Time to settle up. Understanding the situation, Yu Qingbo and his group did not linger, promptly settling the bill and departing. He felt a strong urge to teach those two a lesson, not for any particular reason, but simply to vent his frustration. Lao Sha had shown some progress, and Yu Qingbo commended him. As he echoed Yu Qingbo's sentiments about dealing with such bullies, they needed to be put in their place. Lao Zhu, upon hearing Lao Sha's words, not only refrained from criticizing him, but also supported him. Yu Qingbo ignored them and quietly set sail. After half an hour on the water, he called out to lower the nets, and Tang Jing began instructing Lao Zhu and Lao Sha to get to work. To Yu Qingbo, the Qiongzhou Strait felt like a slightly wider river. Even though they were in the middle of the strait, he could see the scenery on both shores clearly. Despite the construction of railways, ferries were still used to transport trains to Hainan, illustrating that the strait was indeed quite wide and deep. It was precisely because of its width and depth that Yu Qingbo decided to fish here. He wanted to catch some fish to gauge the market on the Haikao side, and, more importantly, to earn some money. There seemed to be plenty of fish here, Lao Zhu remarked, not because he saw any fish, but because he noticed many fishermen along the banks. They had all fished before, but their knowledge was still limited. However, they understood that where there were many fishermen, there were likely many fish. By the way, Lao Long, they say fishing can be addictive. How come I haven't seen you get addicted? Tang Jing asked Yu Qingbo, noticing a fisherman nearby. Addicted to fishing? Who told you that? Ever since Lao Sha and I went fishing that time, we've been going whenever we have the chance, and I don't feel addicted at all. Lao Zhu's words made Yu Qingbo chuckle. Chapter 64. Rescuing a life trawling in the Qiongzhou Strait was a carefree endeavor, relying purely on luck. The fish catch in Qiongzhou was quite plentiful, with 7 or 8 fishing boats drifting in the waters. Although Yu Qingbo observed that most of them seemed to be engaged in fishing, as their boats remained stationary near the shore. Unlike wooden boats, his vessel was powered by a diesel engine, producing considerable noise, thus they were trawling in the middle of the strait. Lao Long, didn't you say you wanted to name this boat? Why not just take it to the boatyard and have it painted? Tang Jing suggested. Yu Qingbo had been unable to recall this matter until reminded, and he thought it indeed necessary to name the boat. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain which boat was his without describing its size and main features every time. What do you think we should name it? Oh, and let's sell that little wooden boat we bought back home. Yu Qingbo suddenly remembered the small wooden boat. Lao Long, we can't sell the little wooden boat. We don't even know how big or what the new boat will be like. We're not sure if it can dock directly at the village pier. If the boat is too large, we might need a ferry. Oh dear, Lao Zhu, I must commend you today. You're quite clever. Yu Qingbo's unabashed praise made Lao Zhu beam with pride, straightening his back and surveying the surroundings, looking every bit the arrogant figure likely to get a beating. Help! Someone has fallen into the sea. Just as Lao Zhu was about to boast again, he heard someone on a nearby boat calling for help. The once tranquil scene was suddenly disrupted, and even the fishermen on the opposite shore stood up. Yu Qingbo saw a man on the boat pacing back and forth, seemingly unable to swim, and he swiftly turned the boat in that direction. What happened? Where did the person fall from? Over here. Over here. The man pointed to a specific spot on the side of his boat, folding his hands in prayer as he bowed towards them. We'll go down and take a look, Lao Zhu said as he and Lao Sha positioned themselves at the edge of the boat. Safety first. If things get dangerous, just hold on to the boat. After hearing the instructions, both Lao Zhu and Lao Sha jumped into the water. Excuse me, how did that person fall into the water? Tang Jing inquired as she observed Lao Zhu and Lao Sha plunging into the sea, shouting towards the individual on the nearby wooden boat. It appeared he had hooked a sizable fish, but, somehow, ended up being dragged under. Dragged under? Yu Qingbo and Tang Jing exchanged puzzled glances. Unable to comprehend how one could be drawn into the ocean while fishing, was he using his foot as bait? Just then, Lao Zhu and Lao Sha resurfaced, their heads breaking through the water. No one is down there, they asserted, swimming back towards the boat. The man on the wooden vessel. Upon hearing that there was no one beneath the surface, suddenly slumped over in distress. Quick, call the police. Are you just going to sit there? Yu Qingbo shouted at him. The man then yelled towards the shore, urging someone to report the incident. They could not make decisions from their position. He needed to remain there to guide the police upon their arrival. Meanwhile, Tang Jing had already begun to haul in the net. It was time to retrieve it, and they had already delayed by coming over here. Despite having just entered the water, Lao Zhu and Lao Sha wasted no time in helping Tang Jing pull in the net. Ere long, come help. There must be a substantial catch this time. We're all a bit overwhelmed. Upon grasping the net, Yu Qingbo recognized its considerable weight, suggesting a significant haul. Everyone on 3. 1, 2, 3, pull. The net was indeed heavy, and as they began to lift it from the water, they were taken aback. How did this person end up in our net? Stop talking and pull him up quickly. Let's see if he still has a chance. Yu Qingbo nodded and swiftly began to hoist the net with Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, and Tang Jing applying their full strength to draw it onto the boat. He's not breathing. As soon as the person was pulled up, Lao Zhu crouched down to check for signs of life, and Yu Qingbo shot him a disbelieving look. After being submerged for so long, how could he possibly be alive? Move aside. We need to administer first aid. Yu Qingbo quickly knelt, taking over from Lao Zhu as he initiated cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration. Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, and Tang Jing were astonished by Yu Qingbo's actions. Was this how one performed a rescue? Lao Zhu wondered if Ere Long had a preference for men. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man arrived in a boat to join the rescue efforts. Lao Zhu, you come here and repeat my actions. His body is still warm. Just perform these 2 techniques, artificial respiration and CPR. The middle-aged man, dressed formally in the sweltering heat, bore a striking resemblance to a certain Chief Lu, known for his flamboyant attire. Could he possibly be an official? The thought flickered through Yu Qingbo's mind, but he dismissed it, as water gushed from the man's mouth. He coughed twice, his head tilted at an awkward angle. He's alive. He has come back. Lao Sha's jubilant exclamation relieved the tension for everyone present. Director Wang. Thank heavens he is all right. We won't make that mistake again. We're fishing, not being fished. At that moment, Yu Qingbo had no time to entertain the melodramatic antics of the 2 middle-aged men. He was busy sorting through the fish. They had caught 3 sizable grouper, each weighing dozens of pounds, and collectively estimated to weigh around 100 pounds. No wonder the net had been so heavy. It wasn't solely because of the person who had fallen in. The police arrived quite promptly, within just 20 minutes. In those times, calling the police required physically running to report the incident before they dispatched a vehicle, so their swift arrival was impressive. An emergency medical team from the hospital also arrived, indicating that the person who called for help had been quite thorough in their considerations. Little did they know that the caller should have been on that boat as well. He was only left on shore because the others had dived in. How infuriating. After being rescued, he didn't even utter a word of thanks before running off. Lao Sha remarked, visibly annoyed at the lack of gratitude. Lao Zhu had intended to say more, but was cut off. What are you thinking? While saving a life, do you expect gratitude? We acted out of righteousness, not for recognition. We didn't know them. Rescuing them was a matter of chance. And whether they thank us or not is inconsequential. We saved a life, and that is what matters. Who needs their thanks? Chapter 65, The Strong Dragon vs. The Local Snake? Yu Qingbo attempted to rationalize with Lao Zhu and the others, yet he found himself feeling quite unsettled. While he did not seek their gratitude, the absence of even a simple thank you was disheartening. Indeed, it was exceedingly frustrating. But what could he do? One's life should be governed by oneself, not swayed by irrelevant individuals or events. Ere long, this catch is truly impressive. Grouper, black bream, and large yellow croaker. The Qiongzhou Strait is quite bountiful. Yu Qingbo chuckled at Tang Jing's exaggerated performance. This chef not only fulfilled his culinary duties, but also took on the role of a crew member and occasionally served as an entertainer. They must raise his pay. Such a valuable employee was hard to come by. As they prepared to leave, realizing time was of the essence, they had not planned an extensive trip and lacked provisions. There was not even ice to keep the fish fresh. Having caught such valuable fish, it was imperative they return. Their boat stood out among the fishing vessels in the strait, not due to the absence of larger ships in Haikou, but because these larger vessels typically had no time to return to port. After drifting just over 100 meters from the shore to rescue that individual, they were now surrounded by a throng of people as they approached the dock. Many had witnessed their earlier catch. Among them, ordinary citizens wishing to buy fish for their own meals, but the majority were fishmongers hoping to profit from the trade. Wow, grouper. 3 hefty ones. Boss, are you willing to sell? How about 150? I'll take them. In your dreams. I'll offer 160. 170. Boss, we need a black bream. The bigger the better. My daughter-in-law just had a baby and is craving some. Listening to their chaotic bargaining, Yu Qingbo refrained from interrupting. Maintaining a smile that conveyed approachability while internally reveling in the high prices. He had anticipated the market in Haikou would be favorable, but the prices exceeded his expectations, filling him with delight. The higher the prices, the greater his profit. Hey, a new brother has arrived. Did you strike gold? With such a fine catch. How can we not inquire? Our offers are generally the highest at the dock. Hearing that familiar voice, a smile froze on Yu Qingbo's face. Ere long, Tang Jing called from behind, cautioning him to be wary. They had heard of the previous exploits of the Longhu brothers, and now they had unwittingly become the prey in their eyes. Others nearby exchanged uneasy glances and stepped aside as the two approached. The Longhu brothers had set their sights on this catch, and no one dared to challenge them. Those who did often found themselves mysteriously disappearing at the docks. What did you two gentlemen say just now? You placed the highest bid, and someone just offered $1.80. What do you think, gentlemen? Yu Qingbo's words were uttered amidst a crowd, hoping to provoke these two rascals. They had to bid high, otherwise they would lose face at the dock. After all, the Longhu brothers had only been haggling, not resorting to robbery, so they likely still adhered to some commercial principles. This was also why Yu Qingbo dared to incite them. 180? Who bid 180? Step forward and let me see who you are. The corpulent leader, with a loud voice, called out. The merchants who had previously shouted bids dared not confront them directly. This was also a reflection of Yu Qingbo's inexperience. Seasoned fishermen at the dock knew that good catches would be quickly sold, leaving behind only the worthless scraps, which the Longhu brothers typically disregarded. On Yu Qingbo's vessel, whether it be grouper or Black Sea bream, these were all valuable catches. Even the large yellow croaker could fetch 50 cents in Haikou. Chen Jinlong and Kai Yi, whose eyes sparkled with greed, they would not let this opportunity slip away. I say, young brother, you are mistaken. Grouper is currently selling for 80 cents outside. You deceived me by claiming someone bid 180. Look, when I asked, none of them admitted it, right? Since this is our first business transaction, I won't hold it against you. I'll take grouper at $1, Black Sea bream at 60 cents, and large yellow croaker at 30 cents. Chen Jinlong's crew were all mere boys, still in their teenage years, and he felt relieved, having set a historical low for his bidding. You're courting death, Lao Sha. Let us deal with him first. Old Zhu approached, wielding a wrench, frightening both Chen Jinlong and Kai Yihu into hiding behind the crowd. With Old Zhu in front and Old Sha behind, these two men, though not particularly intimidating in appearance, were physically robust and towered over most adults. They stepped forward, wrench in hand, and asked, do you dare to fight? Chen Jinlong and Kai Yihu had built a reputation for their arrogance, knowing that others feared their connections. Hence, no one dared to provoke them. However, in this particular situation, the young crew on the boat were clearly undaunted by ignorance, and with the prevalence of young people getting into deadly fights, Chen Jinlong and Kai Yihu truly hesitated to confront them. Observing Old Zhu and Old Sha's fierce demeanor, everyone couldn't help but recall a saying. Only the fierce dragon crosses the river. What kind of inexperienced youths dared to navigate such a large vessel without possessing a few skills? Chen Jinlong and Kai Yihu, having once been young and impulsive themselves, understood well that challenging youths was tantamount to courting disaster. Once they got riled up, they wouldn't care who you were or what connections you had. It wouldn't matter if your father were Li Gang. Once you were down, it was all over. Little scamps. Don't be so arrogant. Just wait. Dare to provoke our brothers? You should know who the Longhu brothers are. Sooner or later, we'll settle the score. The Longhu brothers slipped through the crowd, emboldened enough to throw out a threat as they fled. Ere long. At this moment, Old Zhu and Old Sha resembled chastised schoolboys, bracing themselves for a reprimand from their teacher, appearing quite sheepish. What else with your behavior? Speak normally. You didn't do anything wrong. What's wrong with scaring a few people? Yu Qingbo chastised them loudly, and the onlookers finally realized that these two towering figures were not truly reckless. They merely sought to intimidate, surprisingly failing to scare off the Longhu brothers. Young brother, sell me the grouper. I was the one who shouted 180 just now. Everyone turned to give him a disdainful look. Why did you only speak up now? If you wanted to act meek, you should have done so thoroughly. When they needed you, you didn't step forward, but now you pop up. How pathetic. I'll bid 190 for the grouper. Chapter 66. The bagging. Unlike smaller locales, Haikou, while not a provincial capital, stands as the largest city on Xiongzhou Island, boasting a vibrant trade scene. Most fishermen, except for those who have established long-term partnerships, would typically sell their catches at the dock. The marketplace is bustling with buyers, not just small merchants, but also procurement agents from various establishments. The one who shouted 190 was Yin Shikai, the logistics manager of the Nanyang Grand Restaurant, one of the few Sino-foreign joint ventures in Haikou, primarily catering to foreign guests and trade delegations, hence dealing in foreign currency. It was no wonder he bid 190. He was dismissive of such trivial amounts. and if he had a broker, he might even have considered $2. Of course, Yu Qingbo later understood the significance of Yan Shikai's connections and the restaurant's background. The entire catch was sold for 397 yuan, which was impressive considering they had only been out for half a morning, though the travel time was negligible. Upon seeing this sum, Yu Qingbo felt a sense of relief. As the old saying goes, with grain in hand, one is not anxious. However, even with the money in hand, he felt no joy. Instead, an unsettling sense of crisis lingered. Ere long, why are you not happy even after receiving the money? Upon hearing old Zhu's words, Yu Qingbo snorted in irritation and began distributing the money. It was necessary. Everyone had come to this dazzling city, and their eyes were bound to be dazzled. It would be inappropriate not to buy anything, for a trip to a big city should involve bringing back gifts for family. Although they had initially set out without any money, now that they had earned some, it would be unreasonable to deprive them. Ere long, are you still worried about the Longhu brothers? Tang Jing's unspoken words were echoed by old Zhu and old Sha, who approached. Aware that their earlier behavior might have caused trouble, fights often unfold thus. If you don't subdue your opponent, they will undoubtedly seek revenge, especially when you are alone. Here, being unfamiliar with the surroundings, if something were to happen, they wouldn't even know where to seek refuge. Although those two were not formidable, they had connections. And I was thinking you should all be cautious. If possible, avoid going out alone. If you must, go out together. Clearly, they wouldn't dare to do anything overt. But we must be wary of underhanded tactics, Tang Jing added. Yu Qingbo's eyes lit up. Indeed, they had connections. They couldn't openly confront the Longhu brothers, but they could resort to covert actions. He was familiar with such tactics. As a security guard, he had often dealt with powerful individuals. Whether it was preventing a car from leaving or handling visits from a spouse to an affair, he had experience in these matters. Old Sha, old Zhu. You two should go buy something later. Today, Chun Jinlong and Kai Yihu did not indulge in leisure, but instead found themselves at a small, unmarked restaurant not far from the dock, eating barbecued skewers. Damn it, today has been truly unfortunate. We ran into those inexperienced kids. I still feel embarrassed thinking about it. I can't believe I didn't just confront them directly, but instead chose to hide. Kai Yihu sipped his beer, and as he spoke, he felt a sense of relief, starting to boast about his past exploits. Chun Jinlong let him continue, as he too had felt fear at that moment. Kai Yihu, in his boastful reverie of the past, recalls a time when he was indeed an imposing figure, unafraid of any foe, pressing forward through adversities to this very moment. Yet, upon encountering the fervor of the younger generation, a sense of trepidation envelopes him. The present is markedly different. He is no longer the indomitable spirit of yore. And therein lies the crux of his apprehension. In his untroubled days, he feared nothing, as he dwelled at the very bottom of society, where there was no further descent. Now, however, with a family to support and a flourishing career, the stakes have changed, and he cannot afford the reckless abandon of his past. As those familiar with the effects of alcohol know, a troubled heart finds solace in inebriation. The two of them ordered 5 bottles of beer, a quantity that ordinarily would be insufficient for their usual consumption. Yet, burdened by their discontent, they found themselves inebriated after the very same 5 bottles. Payment was not a concern. The establishment had only recently opened its doors, and the proprietor, well aware of their circumstances, had never dared to demand remuneration. With their tab now exceeding 150 yuan, the future of this venture appeared bleak. What was once a modest means of income now seemed untenable. The proprietress, grumbling as she washed the dishes, lamented their predicament, while the owner sighed in resignation. They had encountered troublesome individuals, and with no recourse. He realized that there was no turning back since the day he resigned from the state-run restaurant. Brother Long, wait for me a moment. I need to relieve myself. Kai Yihu said, extricating himself from Chun Jinlong's company, staggering towards the roadside. The encroaching darkness enveloped him, and with the trees and grass lining the path, he had no intention of venturing further, merely seeking a secluded spot. However, before he could comprehend the situation, darkness swallowed his vision, and he was met with a flurry of fists and kicks. Grandfather, spare me. I beg for mercy. I have an elderly mother to care for and a child of 3 months awaiting sustenance. I cannot die. I cannot die. As Chun Jinlong lay on the ground, beset by blows from a stick, he realized the futility of his pleas as old Zhu and old Sha delivered the punishment, while Yu Qingbo and Tang Jing, fearing the adult's fatigue, resorted to weapons. The tactic of bagging someone had become archaic, yet in the absence of surveillance, it proved remarkably effective. Chun Jinlong too had contemplated begging for mercy, but upon hearing the futile pleas of his companion, he steeled himself, refusing to utter a word, though he was already feeling the suffocating stench within the confines of the bag. The following morning, as Yu Qingbo ventured out for breakfast, he encountered rumors that the Tiger brothers had fallen victim to foul play. During dinner that evening, Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming regarded Yu Qingbo with piercing stares, leaving him profoundly uneasy. Brother, sister-in-law, why do you look at me like that? I have done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. The notorious Tiger brothers were assaulted at the docks, and you had a confrontation with them that very day. You cannot claim this has nothing to do with you. Yu Qinglong nearly declared outright that he was aware of Yu Qingbo's involvement. As for the matter of the bagging incident, Yu Qingbo and his companions had coordinated their alibis, asserting that they were unaware of the events and had not been together. Prior to the incident, old Zhu had gone to a fruit shop, ordering 2 watermelons, 5 kilograms of mangoes, and 2 pineapples. However, he suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself, asking the shopkeeper to assist with his remaining order as he hurried off to find a restroom. Old Sha, Yu Qingbo, and Tang Jing were in a neighboring street, considering either renting or purchasing a shop. The concept was sound, and the execution aligned with their expectations. Yet, Yu Qingbo overlooked a significant issue. This was not decades later when laws were more robust and enforcement officers were knowledgeable and adhered to the law. In the early 1980s, during the nascent stages of reform in Hainan, many administrative practices lacked reasonableness. They found themselves merely as suspects, as the Tiger brothers had made numerous enemies in their reign of terror at the docks, leaving the true assailants unknown. This ambiguity led to a multitude of arrests. Initially, when the broad-brimmed hat appeared before Yu Qingbo, it startled him profoundly. Without evidence or an arrest warrant, the audacity of their actions left him questioning the integrity of those who had apprehended them. Upon hearing that their younger acquaintances had been detained, Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming were left in shock, pondering who might assist them in this foreign land where they were without connections. Even a simple inquiry into the situation seemed daunting. Fortunately, when apprehended, Yu Qingbo and his companions were together. Old Zhu and Old Sha had initially considered confronting their captors, but a mere glance from Yu Qingbo quelled any such notions, for they had inadvertently placed themselves in peril. Over the course of their interactions, Yu Qinglong had emerged as their anchor, and upon seeing him, they felt a sense of calm. Yu Qingbo, outwardly composed, was internally in turmoil, his mind racing to devise a means of escape. After much deliberation, he concluded that seeking out Wang Chong was their best option. Wang Chong's uncle was the secretary of the city's committee, a leader of provincial rank, surpassing even the highest authorities in Haikao. Yet, he questioned whether this trivial matter warranted such intervention, particularly given their prior familial discord. Was it wise to invoke the Du family name? This was Haikao, the very stronghold of the Du clan. If Du Kong were to discover that he had erred and been captured, regardless of the circumstances, he would undoubtedly concoct a justification to keep him confined. The more he pondered, the more he felt cornered, as if his good fortune had been entirely expended, leaving only misfortune in its wake. What should we do, Qinglong? Perhaps we should return home and let our father devise a plan? Yu Qinglong clasped his head in despair, his hair nearly torn from his scalp, yet he found himself powerless. In the past, when Ere Long stirred trouble, they were in familiar territory, aware of whom to approach for reconciliation. Now, they were lost, facing local thugs who would not easily release them even if negotiations were attempted. As the opening of sister-in-law's milk tea shop approached, the anticipation of commencing operations brought joy to Jia Lan, Jia Mei, and Long Nu. However, the troubles befalling Yu Qingbo and his companions extinguished that joy, casting uncertainty over the shop's future. The situation deteriorated far beyond their expectations. Within a dilapidated factory warehouse, old Zhu's anguished cries echoed. He yearned to exhibit resilience, yet the pain he endured was beyond what any ordinary person could withstand. The sting of a whip laced with chilly water left a bloody mark on his flesh. The initial pain quickly transformed into a searing agony that burned, tingled, and itched in excruciating waves. Old Zhu had previously indulged in barbecued delicacies without ever contemplating the suffering endured by those who prepared them. Little did he know that he would one day experience the torment of being seasoned before the fire. In that grim warehouse, aside from Old Zhu and Old Sha, who were holding on, Yu Qingbo and Tang Jing had succumbed to unconsciousness, and they were not alone. Over 20 individuals had been confined within, all suspected of being involved in the assault on the Tiger brothers. Do not feign ignorance. Speak the truth, for heaven's sake. Was it truly you? If you confess, my task will be complete, and you can leave with your money. It would ease your burdens as well, wouldn't it? Yu Qingbo and Tang Jing were roused from their slumber by a splash of cold water. As Yu Qingbo opened his eyes, he noticed that the warehouse was far less crowded than before. From now on, be more prudent. Are long gu and hu gu the sort you can provoke. Keep your wits about you, and avoid unnecessary trouble. Yu Qingbo was bewildered as to how he had been released so unexpectedly, yet he had no time to ponder this. His body was battered and bruised. Though the injuries were superficial, the brutality of his assailants was evident, with certain sensitive areas receiving particular attention. leaving them all with an unsteady gait. In truth, the moment Yu Qingbo entered the warehouse, he regretted not allowing Lao Zhu and Lao Sha to take action when they were initially taken away, for their captors were nothing but impostors. These thugs, devoid of any real identity, donned counterfeit attire to abduct them, leading to relentless interrogation and beatings. This debt could not simply be overlooked. Lao Zhu, why did they release us? Lao Zhu offered no reply. He had been the loudest in his protests and had consequently received the harshest treatment. Lao Sha wished to speak, but a whip had struck his mouth, leaving his lips swollen and painful at the slightest movement. As for why they were released, it was plain to see. The Longhu brothers had merely faced a beating after being hooded. They were dissatisfied and sought revenge, but lacked knowledge of their attackers. So they could only lash out at those they suspected, leading to a far more severe beating than they had previously endured. The thugs masquerading as authority figures were merely familiar faces from their past, individuals they had never dared to confront, willing to do anything for money. Be it a beating or worse, they would comply as long as the payment was satisfactory. Chun Jinlong and Kai Yihu could bully outsiders, but murder was beyond their courage. They wouldn't dare fight locals either, as their brother-in-law and adoptive father had warned them. Minor scuffles were permissible, but should matters escalate, familial ties would not provide refuge. Chapter 68, Go All Out. Director Wong, take care of your health. You've truly been fortunate this time. Even falling into the sea, someone managed to rescue you. Thankfully, they possessed first aid knowledge. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Dean Tong Yinan reprimanded Wang Yinghua, then shifted his tone. This affair has certainly reached the old man's ears. You should ensure a good rapport with Commander Wang and consider giving up fishing altogether. You are a soldier. Before he could finish, Wang Yinghua, already impatient, waved him off and elegantly turned to leave. Upon exiting the hospital building, Wang Yinghua was joined by Jin Kuanxing. Director, everything is all right now, yes? Absolutely, no worries there. By the way, where's Miao Beida? Director Miao is different from us. He is not a soldier and cannot enter this place. He must have returned to work by now. Wang Yinghua, the eldest son of Air Force Commander Wang, was meant to soar through the skies, but upon enlisting, he sought to avoid any association with his father and resolutely chose the Navy. However, the temperament and work style he had developed as a young master led to numerous setbacks. Owing to his desire for anonymity, he had languished in lower ranks for several years. After sustaining an injury on a mission, he was forced to transition to a role as the Director of External Development Liaison. What does the External Development Liaison do? It engages in international project coordination. However, that was several years ago. Now, he found himself in a bureaucratic office with ample free time. Under the recommendation of Miao Beida, he had learned to fish. As the saying goes, once you enter the world of fishing, it is as deep as the ocean. His enthusiasm only grew, and now, having survived a close call, he had the chance to reflect. Have you found those young men who saved me? What are they locked up for? Where do they reside? Come with me to buy some gifts to thank them properly. Upon hearing him mention the young men who had rescued him, Jin Kuanxing's expression brightened. What? Don't tell me you haven't found them. Wang Yinghua's expression turned puzzled. But that shouldn't be the case. Given Jin Kuanxing's prowess, this should have been a simple matter. Rest assured, we have searched for them. Finding them is not difficult. They are not from this area. Having come here to buy a boat and assist their brother and sister-in-law in opening a shop, the milk tea at the north end of Chilo Old Street is theirs. However, these youngsters seem to have stirred up trouble. It appears they got into a fight and have been apprehended by the neighbors. It seems they clashed with two local thugs who have long been entrenched at the docks, attempting to extort those young men's cash. Apparently, they provoked them. But whether it was indeed those youngsters who fought with the two thugs remains unclear. Unclear? So, the neighbors arrested them without evidence? Wang Yinghua remarked, perfect timing. I'm feeling a bit restless. Let us head over and check on my saviors. Yang Chengcheng, rarely venturing out, was not one to sit idle. If he had nothing pressing, he would often join the local police on assignments. At that moment, he was grappling with a cumbersome safety report for the mayor when Wang Yinghua arrived. Ah, Lao Wang, your timing is impeccable. This report has been giving me a headache. Help me think of how to write it. As Yang Chengxing spoke, he noticed a change in Wang Yinghua's demeanor. What's wrong? Has something happened? They were old comrades from the military, always forthright in their conversation. Old Yang, I've been fortunate. Otherwise, you'd likely be viewing my body in the morgue now. You mean the youngsters who saved you have been arrested by our department? It may not be your department. It could be from the precinct below, Wang Yinghua clarified. Avoiding vague accusations against his old comrade, they had both held ranks of captain and deputy regiment leader, and although their statuses were now equal, the power of the police chief far surpassed his current position. Is that so? You haven't dispatched any officers? Yang Chengxing turned to Wang Yinghua, whose expression mirrored his concern. He glanced at his driver, Jin Kuanxing. As a former elite soldier, Jin Qingbo was not prone to make trivial mistakes regarding intelligence. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Director, I know there's a shop owned by the Yu family on Chilo Old Street. Shouldn't we go check it out? It appeared there was a mole in the neighboring precinct, suppressing case information. Jin Qingbo was confident in his grasp of the news within Haikao, this vast city. Let us go. I'll accompany you. Yang Chengqing was aware of Jin Qingbo's background as a special forces soldier. If it were not for Wang Yinghua, he would have remained in the military, likely earning a promotion in a couple of years. However, if the individuals had indeed been arrested, and his subordinates were concealing such information from him, he found it hard to believe. Unbeknownst to him, after he made the call, Song Zifu, the deputy chief of the Yingganku precinct, broke into a cold sweat. He silently thanked himself for resisting his wife's nagging and not intervening for his brother-in-law. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the higher-ups were now inquiring about the specifics. He swiftly left, mounting his bicycle to return home. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. I must tell you, I've settled the score. Kai who joyfully welcomed his brother-in-law, only to receive a sharp slap from Song Zifu. Wow, you wretched soul. How dare you strike my brother? Today, I shall confront you head-on. Is this truly the place? It seems the door is closed. Sister-in-law's milk tea shop has been busy with decorations lately. Of course, with the sign now hung up. People have been coming by to inquire about the milk tea and various types of tea. Upon learning about the red tea, green tea, fruit tea, and refreshing herbal tea, they occasionally make purchases. Last time, Jin Qingbo had entered under the pretense of buying tea to gather information. Sister, why is the tea shop next door closed? I just bought a cup of pineapple tea yesterday. Jin Qingbo made his way to a small convenience store next door to buy a pack of cigarettes and casually inquire about the situation. Director, there has been a change in circumstances. It seems someone has been assaulted and is currently hospitalized at the People's Hospital. Their elder brother came by this morning to gather some belongings. What are we waiting for? Let us head to the hospital. The jeep turned around and headed toward the People's Hospital. The owner of the convenience store peeked out, astonished that someone with such powerful connections could still be beaten. In a private hospital room lay 4 individuals, swathed like mummies. This was originally a small room meant for 3, but they insisted on squeezing in an extra bed. Ere long, you all, do you think your families are unaware? If they knew, what would happen? You can fight, but have you considered your families? What would the elders think? Yu Qingbo was providing them with post-battle counseling. Excuse me for interrupting, but is this the ward of Yu Qingbo and Zhu Tianshui? At that moment, a man clad in a green uniform and a wide-brimmed hat, flanked by 2 burly men, entered the room. Damn it, Lao Zhu. You really went all out. Chapter 69, The Renovated Vessel. Fortunately, Jin Qingbo had exercised restraint. Otherwise, Lao Zhu and Lao Sha would have found themselves in the emergency room. Now, tell me the situation. When I learned you had been captured yesterday, I thought of rescuing you, but I figured Director Yang's subordinates wouldn't act recklessly. So I didn't rush. I didn't expect to find out today that you had been beaten and hospitalized. Jin Qingbo succinctly explained the circumstances. Yu Qingbo could hardly believe that the person they had hastily rescued was a department head with a particularly close relationship with the police chief. This is how it unfolded. At the time, we thought that man was an upright official. He arrived in a black vehicle, just like you, demanding uniforms. The other 2 didn't have them. And then we were taken to another warehouse. It was only later that we realized he wasn't a legitimate public servant at all. He beat us for an entire night before releasing us this morning. Yang Chengqing didn't utter a word, but nodded at Wang Yinghua, and then left without a backward glance. On his own turf. To brazenly impersonate their identities and hold them hostage was a grave offense that Yang, as the director, could not overlook. The law of the nation must not let this go unpunished, and the people were fervently demanding justice. If you ask which people, those 4 lying in the beds had collectively petitioned, as servants of the public. How could he allow the people to be disappointed? Thus, a covert crackdown on those impersonating law enforcement officers quietly commenced. The first to be apprehended was Kai Yihu, who had been hiding at his brother-in-law's home, followed by Chun Jinlong, who was found in the company of a married woman. There was no need for force, the 2 confessed. We merely sought Old Kong's assistance to teach our overzealous friend a lesson. We didn't engage in any illegal activities. If Yu Qingbo had heard Old Kong's name mentioned, he would have likely broken out in a cold sweat. In a few years, he would become Hainan's most notorious assassin, having single-handedly taken down an entire gang in the 1990s. As a class, a wanted criminal, the newspapers had extensively covered his exploits. Yet it seemed he had managed to gain some leniency, avoiding the death penalty. It appeared that before his arrival, Old Kong had still been thriving. At this moment, Old Kong was not yet as ruthless as he would later become. It's possible that killing them would not serve his interests. The fact that Yu Qingbo and the others managed to escape unscathed from this kidnapping incident was indeed a stroke of luck. Without delving into Director Yang's actions. In the hospital room, Wang Yinghua solemnly thanked Yu Qingbo and the others, while Jin Kuanxing placed a bag of milk powder and several bottles of fruit preserves on the table. Take good care of yourselves. Once you recover, let us gather and celebrate. By the way, if you need assistance at the shop or personally, just reach out to the External Liaison Office. While I may not be able to solve major issues, I can certainly lend a hand with minor ones. Due to their health conditions, those in the hospital bed could not rise to see them off, but Yu Qinglong stood to escort them out. Work hard. If anything happens, just give me a call. Anything at all. As they departed, he handed over a slip of paper with his phone number. Jin Kuanxing stood behind him, silent, contemplating why a soldier like him would follow someone who appeared to have no promising future. It was simply because this person was worth following. Let us head to the shipyard. Jin Kuanxing didn't grasp the significance of the director's actions, but turned the vehicle around nonetheless. The External Development Liaison Office Director's temporary visit to the shipyard made the atmosphere tense. Wang Yinghua wasted no time with pleasantries, stating that he had recently met with a foreign businessman involved in maritime business and wanted to explore potential cooperation with the shipyard. As for the details of the cooperation, the name of the counterpart and their origin remained undisclosed. He was escorted by the plant leadership as he casually toured the production area. It was indeed a cursory inspection, as he moved too swiftly to discern much. However, he paused briefly in front of a vessel marked with the word aerospace. It was a renovated ship, approximately 20 meters long, complete with a cockpit and sleeping quarters. After circling the vessel, he remarked that Yu Qingbo had informed him the shipyard would have it ready for pickup in 15 days, which he found utterly astonishing. Every ship requires a construction period. Even with advanced machinery decades from now, building a ship cannot be accomplished in just half a month. Some projects may even take years. Yet, upon realizing it was a renovated vessel, he understood it was plausible. However, he was unaware that Yu Qingbo and the others had always believed they were purchasing a brand new ship. After 3 days in the hospital, they returned to their rented apartment, relieved they had secured a place to stay, as their current condition made resting anywhere else unsuitable. Ere long, let us set sail. Now that the Longhu brothers have been summoned for tea, isn't it appropriate to go out to sea and catch some fish? Appropriate, my foot. If you can get up from that bed and walk to the door, I'll commend you. You can hardly move, yet you're talking about going out to sea. Do you know what that is called? What is it called? Being overindulgent and suffering the consequences. It's no wonder Lao Zhu was so eager to go out to sea. Last time, their catch netted 397 yuan, translating to each of them receiving 30 yuan. This is a day's income at sea, to be precise, half a day's work, including the time spent rescuing others. Their fathers, as regular workers in factories, earned around 40 to 50 yuan a month. They, however, worked hard and earned in one day what their fathers made in a month. How could they lack motivation? While it may not paint a vivid picture, just look at those internet celebrities. They can earn tens of thousands in a single live stream. Regardless of the comments, they remain motivated to work. They lay in wait for recovery, but the sister-in-law's milk tea shop could not afford to delay. With Yu Qingbo absent, Zhao Mingming and the others were at a loss regarding how to conduct the grand opening ceremony. They merely set off a firecracker in front of the shop to commemorate the occasion. Feel free to enjoy your drinks. If you run out of water, just call for me. Refills on tea are complimentary. We close at 9 in the evening, so during business hours, you may refill as you wish. This was not Heya Village, where tea was priced at a mere dime per bowl. Here, coffee and fruit tea were 50 cents, and the refreshing king dealing was 80 cents. While milk tea was uniformly priced at 1 yuan per cup. Are the prices high? Not particularly, but in the context of Chilo Old Street, they are undoubtedly affordable for the common folk. Yu Qinglong, adhering to his brother's guidance, partitioned each set of tables and chairs in the shop with wooden boards. Lacking traditional screens, he improvised by purchasing wood and crafting makeshift partitions that he meticulously cleaned and painted in a soothing ocean hue, instantly calming the spirit upon entering. The separated spaces fostered private discussions, while casual seating was provided outside, where tables and benches were inexpensive and unlikely to be stolen. At most, they served as places to sit. All staff donned identical uniforms, with the words sister-in-law's milk tea emblazoned across the right chest, accompanied by a small cartoon likeness of Zhao Mingming. As a result, pedicab drivers and laborers congregated outside, enjoying their drinks, a symbol of their status, as the shop maintained a strict policy against loud noise. Upon entering, Longnu, serving as the welcoming hostess, would bow and softly exclaim, "Welcome," before outlining the shop's guidelines. In just 2 days, sister-in-law's milk tea firmly established itself in Chilo Old Street. Chapter 70. Refurbished vessel, problematic ship? Due to the overwhelming success of sister-in-law's milk tea, there was a shortage of staff, prompting Zhao Mingming to post a notice seeking employees. In this day and age, the term waitstaff was considered outdated, We now lived in an egalitarian society where the notion of serving others was a relatively recent development, slowly emerging after foreign investments began to flow in post-1985. In this era, everything was scarce except for people. A plethora of idle individuals awaited employment, making it easy to find new hires. 3 young, capable women, all of whom had endured hardships in rural areas, swiftly answered the call. Their monthly salary of 35 yuan was nearly on par with that of formal factory workers. What more could one ask for? Zhao Mingming recruited staff based on his younger brother's prior advice, locals from Haikao who had previously toiled in the countryside. Such individuals understood the value of work, especially when offered a modest yet respectable position that encouraged diligence. The trio, named Wu Yujuan, Xiao Haixin, and Zhuo Minggran, were all within a year of each other in age, at 18, 19, and 20, respectively. Despite being locals, they did not possess urban household registrations. Rather, they hailed from nearby villages. Nevertheless, proximity to the city instilled in them a deep admiration for urban life, and the opportunity to work in the city motivated them to strive earnestly. The preparation of milk tea, while seemingly simple, could yield a competent operator with the right instruction in a single day. Thus, 3 days later, Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming found themselves at ease. Yu Qingbo and Old Zhu had recuperated significantly after a week, their injuries being primarily superficial. Any lingering ailments were confined to certain private areas. Old Zhu had previously cried out in pain when a whip had struck him, and the sorrow of such an experience was something one could not comprehend unless they had endured it themselves. Today, Old Zhu was not accompanying them. It was not that he did not wish to, but rather that moving would irritate his wounds. The scabs on his sensitive skin were delicate, and he wanted to avoid any further damage. Upon arriving at the dock, even before entering, they spotted the enthusiastic figure of the monk-like section chief Lu Zhishan emerging from the security office. Brother Yu, Brother Sha, Brother Tang, the boat is ready. I've been waiting here for you since I started my shift today. Yu Qingbo, observing Lu's unexpected enthusiasm, sensed something amiss. Previously, he had encountered Lu Zhishan as a thoroughly despicable character. Today, however, he seemed to be playing a different role. Yet as Lu led them to the new vessel, they had no time to ponder this anomaly. The sight of the boat was indeed breathtaking. A blue hull, red bottom, and white cabin, proudly bearing the name Yuhanghao. Wow, this boat is immense, Old Sha exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Yu Qingbo finally acknowledged the boat's impressive size. It was significantly larger than their previous one. The crew aboard the vessel, evidently aware of their purpose, formed a line to applaud their arrival. Following their ascent onto the ship, a middle-aged man approached to provide an overview of the vessel and guide them through its features. This boat is a fantastic deal. If it were a new vessel, it would cost at least 15,000. Wait, you said this isn't a new boat? Yu Qingbo caught the critical detail, prompting the man to quickly backtrack. This is indeed a new boat. Just look at how pristine it is. Lu Zhishan's expression darkened as the man's slip of the tongue became apparent. He had previously assured them that this vessel would be treated as new, and it seemed Old Zhang was proving to be quite inept. It was clear that he would need to be assigned more diligent tasks in the future. Observing Lu Zhishan's displeasure, Old Zhang felt a wave of regret, wishing he could slap himself for his careless words. Yet, with the ship owner present, he had to salvage the situation. My apologies, young sir. There may have been a misunderstanding regarding the boat's condition. Let me clarify everything for you. Lu, please stop giving me those warning looks. If there are repercussions, you can direct them towards me, Old Zhang. Words spoken in haste can lead to disaster. Having already said too much, he could only face the music. This ship, while refurbished, is still a great bargain. A new one would cost at least 15,000, and I'm assigning this vessel to you, which means you've made a significant profit. Of course, if you absolutely refuse it, we can offer a refund, but I'll end up losing my bonus. Prepare to be dismissed, Old Zhang. Lu, clearly agitated, turned to leave the ship, leaving Old Zhang desperate to explain further. However, Lu Zhishan had already departed, unwilling to linger in the company of what he considered childish behavior. Master Zhang, take a moment to calm down. Let us discuss this ship. You never know. I might still want it, Yu Qingbo suggested. What? You still want the ship? Old Zhang was astonished, while Yu Qingbo and his companions remained silent, their eyes fixed on him, awaiting his explanation. The vessel in question was originally a new ship, and by new, I mean that it was completed 5 years ago, but had never set sail. This ship was commissioned by a village in Haikao, with the former village chief having engaged in dubious practices to create a source of income for the community. At the time of the commission, the price was 6,000, which dates back to 1975. Although the ship was ready for delivery, 5 villagers arrived in a wooden boat and, despite fair weather, were suddenly caught in a storm, resulting in the capsizing of their vessel and the loss of all 5 lives. rumors spread that the new ship was cursed, leading to a public outcry in the village. And consequently, no one wanted it. Lu Zhishan cleverly manipulated the situation by refurbishing the weather-beaten ship and selling it to Yu Qingbo for the same price of 6,000, thereby settling a debt. After the sale, the factory would reward him with a bonus of 1,000, of which he promised to share 600 with old Zhang. Historically, old Zhang had little regard for Lu Zhishan, but with his mother's illness creating a financial strain, he reluctantly accepted this proverbial hot potato. What then? Of the ship itself? Were there any inherent issues? Chapter 71 delves into the matter. Issues? Certainly not, given the soaring costs of shipbuilding in recent years. The vessel's poor reputation is the only drawback. Otherwise, it would easily be worth 15 to 16,000. The ship measures 24 meters in length and 5.8 meters in width, featuring a cold storage compartment, 3 live fish tanks, and sleeping quarters for 4 individuals. The vessel can accommodate 4 people comfortably, with additional seating for 2 in the cockpit. Besides the net hauler and diesel engine, the most valuable asset on board is the sonar system, which, while slightly outdated, was indeed cutting edge at the time of construction. As old Zhang demonstrated the pristine engine to them, Yu Qingbo felt an unexpected surge of fortune, realizing that had the ship not been falsely accused of being cursed, they would never have been able to acquire it for such a price. Are there any concerns we should be aware of? Old Zhang sensed a glimmer of hope, as the detailed inquiries indicated a genuine interest in the ship. Yu Qingbo's affirmative response alleviated old Zhang's worries, allowing a smile to break across his face. The sale meant he would avoid the risk of dismissal. The vessel could reach a maximum speed of around 4 knots, approximately 74 kilometers per hour, but caution was advised, as the 320 horsepower diesel engine's fuel tank was not extensive. A full tank would allow for a journey of about 800 kilometers. Should they venture into deeper waters, they must carry extra fuel. Moreover, the size of the dragnet necessitated a crew of 7 or 8 for effective sorting and handling of the catch. Old Zhang meticulously outlined every detail, feeling the weight of responsibility for the after-sales service. Thank you, Master Zhang. We will need your assistance with the paperwork. Yu Qingbo expressed his gratitude. Knowing this would ensure old Zhang's share of the promised bonus, as he was the one who would sign off on the transaction, even if the matter were escalated to the factory director. As Yu Qingbo navigated the ship out of the shipyard, Tang Jing was so elated she nearly jumped for joy. Don't get too carried away. Have we truly considered the ship's capabilities? Lao Sha voiced his lingering concerns. When have you seen Erlong undertake a venture without due diligence? Tang Jing initially replied with confidence, but recalling their previous run-in with the authorities, she too began to question Erlong's reliability. Whether there are issues or not, we have settled the transaction. There is no reason for a return. Lao Sha, what more do you want? Erlong, with clarity of thought, reassured them. You're right. My earlier worries were unfounded. Lower the net. Yu Qingbo commanded suddenly. Both Tang Jing and Lao Sha were momentarily taken aback. Weren't they simply heading to the dock? However, ingrained in them was the habit of obedience, and without hesitation, they swiftly began to lower the net. Initially, Yu Qingbo had not intended to take immediate action. The ship was still unceremoniously new. Yet, upon checking the sonar system and spotting a school of fish ahead, he saw no reason not to seize the opportunity. The journey from the shipyard to the dock typically took no more than 30 minutes, but in pursuit of the fish, they veered off course, docking 2 hours later. The advantage of having a net hauler meant that retrieving the net required minimal effort, even sparing Tang Jing and Lao Sha from exerting themselves. Erlong, it's mackerel. So much of it, more than our last catch. Lao Sha exclaimed. Is this even possible? And what of the curse? We have the true dragon aboard, capable of vanquishing all malevolent spirits. Realizing the ship posed no issues, Lao Sha eagerly sought to purchase some of the freshly caught mackerel. I want some too. As Yu Qingbo tied up the ship, the atmosphere was suddenly hushed. It's Mr. Yu. Impressive work, acquiring another large vessel. How about selling me some mackerel? I'll pay top price, 70 cents. I'll offer 75. The bustling port was advantageous, with numerous buyers ensuring that prices remained competitive, even potentially exceeding market rates for truly sought-after catches. Ultimately, the mackerel was divided among several merchants at 75 cents, totaling over 400 jin, yielding 310 yuan. Both Tang Jing and Lao Sha felt as though they had effortlessly earned their profits. Observing their actions, Yu Qingbo realized that should they encounter a large school of fish again, they might not even need to sort the catch, making the endeavor incredibly lucrative. Furthermore, the ship's cold storage could accommodate 5 tons of fish, with the live tanks holding another 1.5 tons. Given its superior range compared to the previous vessel, should fortune smile upon them, they could potentially return with 5 to 6 tons of fish, necessitating a reevaluation of their profit-sharing strategy. Old Zhu was coasting on Easy Street, Lao Sha's offhand remark prompted Yu Qingbo to ponder the distribution of their earnings. With this question now on the table, he became increasingly convinced that the earlier method of distribution required adjustment. This would not suffice, since they all ventured out to sea together whenever the weather permitted. If someone like old Zhu happened to miss a trip, how would they fairly divide the proceeds? Although they currently heeded his guidance, would that remain the case in the long run? Divided too much or too little, harboring grievances internally while remaining silent. Over time, hearts drift apart. When the bonds of brotherhood are recalled then, it is but a futile endeavor. Having watched an abundance of television dramas, he is acutely aware that such sentiments cannot withstand the trials of monetary matters. Chapter 72. Adjusting the distribution, preparing to return. What vessel is deemed old? You return with a catch of mackerel worth 300 yuan, and these little fish and shrimp are merely the remnants? Old Zhu instantly regretted his decision. He should have gone today. It was merely a superficial injury that he should have overcome. Ere long, do you have something to say? On the way back, Yu Qingbo remained silent. Upon their return, old Zhu wore an expression of disbelief, yet he still showed no reaction, prompting Tang Jing to notice something amiss. Hearing her call, Yu Qingbo lifted his head, only to find the three of them gazing at him, clearly revealing his inner turmoil. It's just a trivial matter. I wanted to discuss something with you all. Our new boat requires more hands, and we will certainly need to recruit crew members. Furthermore, what shall we do about our old boat? Who among you will pilot it? Once Yu Qingbo posed his question, they were momentarily taken aback. You needn't overthink it. You will operate that boat, and rest assured, you will still receive your share. Silence enveloped the group. At sea, they had always revolved around Yu Qingbo, who was their pillar of support, which is why they had never questioned the distribution of their earnings. Lacking any understanding, they had followed Yu Qingbo in coastal excursions, fishing, purchasing boats, and venturing out to sea together. The prospect of piloting a boat independently was something they were unprepared for. We must grow up, eventually. Each of us will need our own boat, or perhaps even more. How about this? I will speak to my father and let him pilot that boat. And whoever wishes to accompany him can do so and learn from him. Once you're adept, then we can discuss further. Yu Qingbo ceased speaking, for the three of them had lowered their heads, evidently unwilling. It was understandable. They had yet to reach adulthood, and he was attempting to hasten their growth, expecting them to become independent captains, which was indeed a tall order. Never mind, I shan't impose upon you further. For now, I will have my father operate the boat, and we will need to hire crew members. By the way, I am considering changing the way we distribute our earnings. Please listen closely. The three turned their attention to him, recognizing the significance of the matter at hand. Recruiting will inevitably involve salaries. Merely providing them with profit seems inadequate. I wish to pay you all salaries as well. Naturally, dividends are separate, but I plan to set a monthly salary of 50 yuan for each of you. Do you have any objections? 50 yuan, which is already higher than old Zhu's father, Zhu Xian's wage, is considered a respectable salary in the factory. Yet given the perilous nature of maritime work, a higher wage is entirely reasonable. Wait, ere long. Are you saying that we are also to receive a monthly salary of 50 yuan? Yes, this serves as a guarantee. If we encounter a storm and cannot venture out, this will still be paid. Of course, it won't be limited to 50. When we have a good haul, bonuses will be awarded. The maximum bonus per occasion will be 30 yuan, nothing beyond that. Old Zhu interjected. So, if each person is to receive 80, for 10 people that totals 800, won't that diminish our share? Tang Jing countered. Tian Shui, you mustn't think of it that way. The reason we need more people is due to the increased catch. With more fish, there will be more money, won't there? Old Sha, overwhelmed, exclaimed, let me count on my fingers. Oh dear, I don't have enough fingers. I'll try using my shoes. Yu Qingbo was now tempted to lash out. He had long ago urged them to revisit their math textbooks. Yet it seemed they had never even glanced at them. Old Zhu commented, I had a look, then I felt sleepy. Old Sha added, I give a thumbs up to the one upstairs. However, this approach would indeed reduce the bonus distribution. And I believe we should allocate half of the bonuses for employee rewards. Previously, bonuses accounted for 20%. Let us offer 10% to reward the staff. If we can't manage to cover salaries, then bonuses will simply have to be forfeited. Having spoken, he did not wait for their agreement or dissent. He retreated to his room for rest. He felt utterly exhausted. In his past life, his education had been lacking, and it was only after being shortchanged 15 yuan during a transaction that he sought to tutor himself in elementary mathematics. In this life, he had already diligently reviewed textbook knowledge, yet he felt as though he could never quite catch up with others in this era of talent. Nonetheless, he understood the necessity of progress. Old Sha and old Zhu appeared beyond redemption. Disagree with the plan? Disagreement is not an option. We must expand our business and attract talent. Retaining talent will eventually require diluting shares. Furthermore, he had shouldered most of the financial burden himself, Who would distribute the wages? He would, regardless of profitability. He had to ensure salaries were dispensed on time. Of course, he was already earning the bulk of the profits and accepted the risks. The 310 yuan remained undistributed. Funds were needed for fuel and supplies for the new boat, so no distributions would occur. The following day, Yu Qingbo took Tang Jing and the others out for procurement. It would be remiss to return home empty-handed. So the four of them were limited to spending no more than 20 yuan each, to be drawn from public funds. Old Zhu purchased primarily food items, while Tang Jing acquired a large assortment of spices. Yu Qingbo bought a headscarf for his mother, leather shoes for his father, and some local specialties. Old Sha, ever the diligent one, bought a pair of shoes and a bit of food, along with various spices and specialties. During dinner, Yu Qingbo inquired about who among the older brothers intended to return, as they planned to head back the following day. Upon hearing of their return, the womenfolk were thrown into a flurry. Zhao Mingming and Yu Qinglong genuinely wished to return, but someone had to keep watch here. Long Nu, however, had no intention of leaving. She was busy each day and felt truly happy, no longer subjected to the peculiar gazes of others. Each day was fulfilling for her. Seeing her genuinely joyful smile brought Yu Qingbo happiness as well. Saving Long Nu's life imbued this milk tea shop with profound significance. As long as she did not return to that village, her fate would be irrevocably altered. Knowing you purchased a new boat, I have written many couplets for you to take back. They will surely come in handy. Yuan Qingqing's large, clear eyes sparkled with sincerity. Though she had never attended school, all her knowledge was imparted by the village elder. Her calligraphy was admirable, her arithmetic sound, and her heart was pure. You treat me well, and I shall treat you well in return. What a wonderful girl she was. He contemplated discussing with his mother about adopting her as a goddaughter. Time flitted by, and he smiled gratefully at her. Jia Lan and Jia Mei had no thoughts of returning either. However, they did give him the remaining 30 yuan in their possession to take home. Ultimately, only his sister-in-law Zhao Mingming and the others returned, as she had a task to fulfill, recruiting for the village and reviving the tea stall. Chapter 72, Triumphant Return to the Village. Initially, they had planned to return home the next day, but Zhao Mingming's departure thwarted those plans. The primary reasons were twofold. Zhao Mingming needed to return with many items, chiefly supplies for milk tea. Moreover, Yu Qingbo remembered there was something he needed to do that he had yet to accomplish, the naming of the old boat. Thus, the following day, he took the old vessel to the shipyard to have the name piece painted on it. Although this task was straightforward, because it was a last-minute addition, the shipyard had to allocate workers to assist, which could complicate matters, as reallocating labor would inevitably impact the progress of the vessels currently under construction. This is you, having just resolved a challenging issue for the factory. Otherwise, the leaders would not have consented. The monk Lu, discreetly accepting 2 boxes of cigarettes from Yu Qingbo, maintained a facade of decorum. Regardless of the circumstances, this individual still profited while fulfilling his duties, subsequently assisting in coordinating the resolution. However, the peaceful No. 1 docked at the wharf only by evening, after a long day of labor, which included the expenditure of 2 boxes of cigarettes and 50 yuan. When the peaceful No. 1 and the cosmic number 1 emerged before the shores of Haihe village, the dock was teeming with onlookers. Quick, take a look. Is that Erlong and the others? In the crowd, Guo Yunxiang, being of shorter stature, was obstructed from seeing ahead, while Yu Qian, being taller, had an unobstructed view. Nevertheless, they remained at least several hundred meters from the shore. How could he ascertain whether his son was on deck? Old Guo, have you been dreaming of riches? Look at that grand vessel, its design, its imposing presence. Surely it cannot be purchased for less than 20 or 30,000. Can your Erlong afford such a luxury? The speaker was none other than the widow Gong, who had always harbored ill will towards their family. She had previously spoken ill of Long Nu, and had Yu Qingbo been present, she might have received a sharp slap in return. In a past life, this woman had caused the demise of numerous souls in Haihe village, undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. Have you forgotten the foul soup you drank at noon? You go out without even rinsing your mouth, exuding such a stench. Do you not fear for your own demise? Return home with that odor, do not bring it here. Speak another word, and I shall make you truly toothless. The widow Gong had lost 2 front teeth previously due to neighborhood disputes, and the children mocked her as the toothless one. Guo Yunxiang, unaware of the moniker Weiyazi, could indeed render her toothless if provoked. What a farce. That is Erlong, the son of the Santai family, and the son of the Laosha family. My heavens, could such a grand ship truly belong to them? Just as the widow Gong was about to continue her tirade, she was interrupted by the arrival of newcomers. Upon realizing that the newcomer might indeed be the youngest son of the Yu family, she hastily shrank back, needing to escape quickly. Otherwise, old Guo would seek her out for trouble, and any beating she received would be in vain. In the crowd, The most excited individual was neither Yu Qian nor Gui Yunxiang, nor Wang Chong from the acquisition station, but rather the old captain, Fang Biyuan. The cosmic no. One was a large vessel, deep in the water, and thus could not be heard near the dock. Fortunately, the peaceful number one was nearby. As the people onshore recognized the vessels, they were the very ones who had brought the cosmic number one to a halt and subsequently boarded the peaceful no. One piloted by old Zhu. Once the peaceful number one was docked, the passengers had yet to disembark, but the area was already crowded with people. Make way, make way. If you all stand there, how will Erlong and the others get down? Fang Biyuan's words held sway, and soon a space cleared in front. Yu Qian and Gui Yunxiang managed to position themselves at the forefront, accompanied by Aunt Zhu and Aunt Xia. Fellow villagers, I, old Zhu, have returned. Zhu Tianshui boasted, mimicking dialogue from the film The Shining Red Star, his demeanor exuding pride. Come down already, you're blocking the way. Otherwise, Erlong and the others would have disembarked long ago. Aunt Zhu, observing her son's insufferable antics, yearned for a stick to discipline him. Here, Aunt Zhu. I have a stick, would you like it? Aunt Xia promptly offered one from her side, prompting Aunt Zhu to glance over, realizing she had another. Fine, after all. It's not just me disciplining my son. Upon descending, old Zhu was immediately accosted by his mother wielding the stick. Old Xia, lacking old Zhu's brashness, felt exhilarated to see the throngs of people below and raised his hand in a gesture reminiscent of a leader addressing the masses from the Tiananmen rostrum, almost shouting long live the people. He wished to relish this moment of attention, only to be swiftly nudged down by Tang Jing. Tang Jing, smiling and greeting everyone, quickly followed suit. Behind her trailed Yu Qingbo and sister-in-law Zhao Mingming. Don't run off. Aunt Zhu, Aunt Xia, let them be. They've brought so much with them. It's all on me and my sister to carry. Oh, right, Ma. We bought a great deal of things, all for you and Dad. I'll go get the stuff. Old Zhu seized the opportunity to make his escape. Old Xia, not to be outdone, quickly echoed old Zhu's sentiments. Aunt Zhu, seeing the items old Zhu was carrying, swung her stick at him. Ma, why are you hitting me? Hitting you, you little rascal. Just look at what Erlong and Tang Jing are carrying. Then look at you. Chicken, meat, is that a sheep's head? And this pork? Besides eating, what else do you know? And you brought me this? Do you think I'm a pig? The dock was filled with merriment, and once Yu Qian and Gui Yunxiang had received the items, Fang Biyuan finally seized the opportunity to approach Yu Qingbo. Erlong, that grand ship? He also wished to inquire about its cost, but hesitated. As long as the money was earned through legitimate means and the boys had not engaged in any wrongdoing, he deemed it acceptable. Initially, upon his rebirth, Yu Qingbo had been puzzled by Fang Biyuan's seemingly favorable disposition towards him. However, after conversing with old Zhu and the others, he understood that the man bore no ill intentions. 7 years prior, during the typhoon in 73, they had rescued someone, none other than Fang Biyuan's youngest son, Fang Zhua, their greatest adversary. Despite their frequent brawls, even to the point of severe violence, during that life and death moment, Yu Qingbo had inexplicably chosen to save Fang Zhua. They had brushed it off at the time and ultimately forgotten it. Since that incident, Fang Biyuan's attitude towards them had remained amicable, even turning a blind eye when they pilfered from his home. Uncle Fang, the ship was purchased from the Haikou shipyard, all paperwork in order. As for the funds, they were saved from fishing. He succinctly clarified the legitimacy of their acquisition. Good. Excellent. That ship will surely require crew members in the future. Uncle Fang, if you could assist, this is splendid news. I'll help you find a batch first, and then you can choose whoever you deem suitable. Sound good? Chapter 73. A letter from Zhao Mingtao. Grandma, have you kept this tea stall open all along? Zhao Mingming could hardly believe her eyes. Upon returning, she intended to recruit villagers to reopen the tea stall, only to discover it already bustling with patrons. You all left, but we had no issues. We knew how to manage it while helping you before, so we just started it up again. However, we only have black tea, green tea, and kingbuling, nothing else. Gui Yunxiang admitted, feeling a bit shy as she spoke. Wow, impressive. Originally, my brother and sister-in-law had a larger tea stall in Haikou, and my sister-in-law mentioned returning to recruit people to restart this one. I see that one tea be necessary. Henceforth, you and Dad can run this tea stall together. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yu Qian managed to mutter after a long pause. What is inappropriate about it? Grandpa, Grandma, I was worried about how to manage things. As we couldn't leave anyone behind in Haikou, it wouldn't be good to leave just the two of us here for too long. Perfectly, if you're willing. Then go ahead. By the way, I learned a few new types this time. Grandma, come, take a look at what I brought back. Zhao Mingming was no fool. Rather, she was quite astute, grasping the underlying implications with remarkable clarity. This stall was originally set up by the family, and Lan Jiamei and the dragon lady, Yuan Qingqing, came later, thus there are no disputes involved. Since she cannot remain separated from Yu Qinglong for long, and her parents-in-law are willing to help. It makes sense to let them take charge. Ere long, is this acceptable? Yu Qian still had some reservations. Although the stall was established by her eldest son and daughter-in-law, there had been discussions about partnerships. He and Old Gua had hesitated, contemplating how to divide the earnings from the past few days and what to do if the daughter-in-law demanded a share, considering that many of the raw materials had been leftovers from before. However, this sudden proposal from the younger son resolved the issue effortlessly. Not only would they not have to share the profits, but the stall would now be managed by them. How could this not work? Dad, let me think. This might not be feasible. Yu Qingbo had initially thought there was no problem. But upon realizing that he still needed to ask his father to take the boat out to sea, it seemed that the stall would have to be overseen solely by his mother. Not feasible. Nonsense. I need to discuss with your mother how to divide the previous earnings. Father, what are you thinking? When I said it wasn't feasible, I meant that the tea stall isn't the issue. You can see we now have a larger boat. The original one was meant for you to operate, right? Yu Qian understood upon hearing this, yet he remained silent. Did he truly wish to venture out to sea? Honestly, who would want to take such risks when they could earn money on land? In the past, his son had offered help often, but he had clearly seen the worry in Gua Yunxiang's eyes each time she returned. Now that the tea stall was operational, it could generate a decent profit daily. Yet he was reluctant to venture out, considering the challenges his partner faced. There were no secrets between father and son. Yu Qian expressed his concerns openly. Yu Qingbo pondered for a moment and decided it would be better to find someone else. This was a matter he wouldn't even bring up with his mother. By the way, how large is the tea stall in Haikao? What is the daily foot traffic like? How much can one earn in a day? Gui Yunxiang was pulled by Zhao Mingming to inspect the materials she had brought back from Hainan, her mind swirling with images of the tea stall in Haikao. Grandmother, ours doesn't tea really count as a tea stall. Strictly speaking, it should be called a tea shop, as it has a storefront. The shop is about the same size as this stall, but the area outside is 3 to 4 times larger, accommodating patrons to enjoy tea. They had been busy with that shop for several days. Yesterday marked the 7th day since its opening, and the net profit was approximately 20 to 30 yuan a day. Less than 30? That's quite substantial. Gui Yunxiang had anticipated that it would be more profitable than here. Given the larger population in the big city and the ability to charge higher prices, along with a broader variety of products, she had long coveted this tea stall. Had it not been for the younger son suggesting it as a way out for the eldest couple, she would have pursued it herself. Once the eldest couple departed, and with no one else to manage it, she had called Yu Qian to help establish the stall. All told, the stall had only been closed for a day and had been operational for 18 days since, yielding a daily profit of 4 to 5 yuan. She was exceedingly thrilled, often counting the money with Yu Qian on their way home, not out of fear of miscounting, but simply for the joy of it. It was also the transformation of the younger son that alleviated the suffocating pressure on the family, allowing her inherent entrepreneurial spirit to awaken. Mother, it's time to close up and head home. My sister-in-law and I have been out since dawn and are quite exhausted. All right, let's head back. I'll prepare dinner for you. Old Yu, keep an eye on things here, and I'll return after we eat. Her newfound passion for business was something Yu Qingbo had never dared to imagine. Her enthusiasm was undeniable. She was so focused that even mealtime could not be delayed. While Yu Qian watched over the stall, Gui Yunxiang intended to take them back along with the items they had brought. Just as she was about to leave with the cart, she suddenly flipped it over, rummaged through the back, retrieved her usual attire, and pulled something from her pocket as she headed back. Yu Qingbo, curious about what his mother was retrieving, was taken aback when she approached him. Ere long, this is something I picked up in town while buying raw materials. It's from that girl who visited us last time. Yu Qingbo took it and noticed that the envelope bore no stamp, simply the sender's name, Zhao Mengtao, and the recipient was him, Yu Qingbo. The letter was thin, likely containing only a single sheet of paper. As his mother pushed the cart and his sister-in-law supported her, he lagged half a step behind to tear open the letter. Inside, there was indeed only a single sheet of paper with minimal text, stating simply, "School starts on August 28th. Yu Qingbo chuckled. This woman, it seemed, was indeed motivated by self-interest, as there were no other words, just a reminder about the tuition fees. The reason behind her previous actions stemmed from her unfortunate fate. Though she had caused him much sorrow in a past life, the fault was not hers, and she had ultimately suffered as well. Additionally, providing for a student did not require much money. In fact, attending university now often incurred no costs, with the state even providing financial aid. Of course, if Zhao Mengtao were to attend university, that would be in 1985 or 1986, and she would likely catch the tail end of the free education initiative. However, if she proved to be talented enough to graduate, he could leverage his accumulated capital to connect with more university graduates through her. This was what he truly valued. Chapter 74, Feng Zhuo returns. Although Gui Yunxiang was pushing the cart, she kept glancing back, while Zhao Mingming followed her gaze. Upon seeing her younger brother holding the letter and laughing, she whispered to her mother, "There's hope." If Yu Qingbo were to know their thoughts, he would surely protest. For as a legitimate businessman, he would not accept being viewed as someone engaged in romantic pursuits. They claimed to be preparing meals for the younger son and the elder daughter-in-law, but in reality, it was Zhao Mingming who cooked. As old Gui's culinary skills were rather average, Yu Qingbo realized the predicament when he saw his sister-in-law cooking, with the elder brother and sister-in-law busy in Haikao. He wondered how he would manage his meals. He could tolerate his mother's cooking for a day, at most 3, but beyond that, he would truly struggle. He also wondered how his father had been faring these past few days. Yu Qian thought he could manage with the tea stall, but when hunger struck severely, he resorted to using his private funds to indulge in a decent meal. The next day, Yu Qingbo took a few younger siblings with him to town, not for any other reason than to prepare for the large boat's voyage. The ice from Wang Chang's small ice-making machine was insufficient for his needs, but they had arranged for ice to be delivered directly to the dock from a local seller. He didn't need to worry about the diesel, food, vegetables, or fruits. Tang Jing would handle that. You all can explore around for a bit. I have a matter to attend to. The younger brothers were unaware of what he was up to and knew nothing of Zhao Mingtao's letter. Zhao Mingtao's home was not in Jiaojing town, but rather in a neighboring village to the northeast of the town, named Dafeng Village. Zhao Mingtao's house was the second one on the main road into the village. This was his first visit in this lifetime, though he had been there once before in a past life. Otherwise, he wouldn't recognize it now. Don't hit her anymore. Xiao knows she was wrong, and she won't do it again. Wah. Outside the gate, the sounds of a child being scolded could be clearly heard. And it seemed to be a girl. Yu Qingbo had no time to wait and directly approached the door, knocking vigorously. The series of knocks quieted the yard, leaving only the muffled sounds of a child sobbing. Wait for me. If you dare to sneak a bite again, I shall not hesitate to make you regret it, hum. As the footsteps drew nearer, the door swung open to reveal a scruffy middle-aged man, his torso bare and reeking of alcohol, prompting Yu Qingbo to furrow his brow. Who are you, and what business do you have knocking on my door? I am here to see Zhao Mingtao. I'm her classmate, come to discuss some school matters. Zhao Seer scoffed disdainfully before abruptly slamming the door shut. Father, that was my classmate looking for me. There is indeed something important, Zhao Mingtao's voice echoed. Though it was tinged with an unusual sob, Yu Qingbo refrained from acting impulsively. This was someone else's home, and he was alone, devoid of any means of defense. It would be foolish for him to charge in, a reckless act that only the old Yu Qingbo would have committed. Upon returning to town, he arrived at the previously agreed-upon location, where he spotted Tang Jing conversing with a soldier, his military uniform conspicuously evident. Erlong, come here. Do you recognize this person? Tang Jing called out, waving him over. The soldier turned at the sound of her voice, and Yu Qingbo recognized him, feeling both familiarity and a hint of strangeness. Haha. Erlong, you barely recognize me, do you? Fangzhua, this fellow has changed drastically. If he hadn't greeted us, we might not have recognized him at all. Fangzhua, haha, greetings. It has indeed been a long time. It has been far too long, you oaf. Among them, you speak the most eloquently, Fangzhua remarked. Embracing him, Fangzhua was the youngest son of Fang Biyuan, the boy they had once saved. Though referred to as the youngest, he was actually 2 years their senior. In the past, Fangzhua had been a tyrant in the village, with his grandfather serving as the village head and his father as the accountant. Who would dare provoke him? Only Yu Qingbo and his friends, and even then, their fights were always a collective effort. Fang Yuan would often be the last to deliver a finishing blow. Reflecting on it now, Fang Yuan was not truly one of them. While Fangzhua actually shared a temperament more aligned with theirs, though he had grown accustomed to being the leader and had a penchant for bullying them. During a typhoon that nearly claimed his life, Yu Qingbo happened upon him and saved him, but he had still suffered from the flood, developing a fear of water thereafter. Eventually, Fang Biyuan sent him to his father-in-law in Yanqing. Fangzhua, what brings you here? On a mission. If all goes well, I will be stationed in Shanghai for the next few years. Of course, there could be changes. My commander is aware of my family situation and has granted me a special 2-day leave to visit home. Well done, Fangzhua. Keep up the good work. Donning this uniform means that if you excel, you may one day become a general. Yu Qingbo clapped him on the shoulder, only to have it brushed off. You're younger than I am, yet you speak as if you were my elder. Yu Qingbo suddenly realized that in his rebirth, he often fell into this habit. Enough. You should hurry home. You only have 2 days off. Don't waste any time. Noticing Fangzhua with his oversized backpack, Yu Qingbo hurried him along. Having chatted enough, they all exchanged farewells and parted ways. Brothers, gather your things. We're heading to Dafeng Village. Oh, and bring along some sacks. We may need to engage in some serious activities. Ere long, you know Dafeng Village? Oh, I remember now. Zhao Mingtao is from Dafeng Village. Are we going to confront Zhao Mingtao? As soon as Lao Zhu uttered these words, Before Yu Qingbo could react, Lao Sha swiftly delivered him a sharp jab. Lao Zhu, what happened to your wits? Do we need to fight Zhao Mingtao? Is Erlong not capable of handling her? Erlong, what is the situation? Should we bring clubs, sticks, needles, bricks, or lime? What else do you think we might need? Today, Lao Sha surprisingly seemed to show a glimmer of intelligence, though it appeared to be limited. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Qingbo divulged the identity of their intended target. Zhao Mingtao as father, are you sure? At this, not only Lao Zhu and Lao Sha, but even Tang Jing questioned him uncertainly. Isn't Zhao Mingtao your future wife? Are you really going to confront her father? Is that wise? Yu Qingbo felt a pang of self-reproach as he recalled how he had foolishly boasted to the world about Zhao Mingtao's affection for him, subjecting her to mockery from classmates. Eventually, he learned that anyone who dared to ridicule Zhao Mingtao would face his wrath, which had quelled the matter, including the confrontation with Pang Ming that had arisen from it. Yes, it's her father. That man drinks like a fish, constantly berating his children. Let us prepare. We may not even need to fight. He doesn't truly care for Zhao Mingtao. He merely seeks to exploit their classmate relationship. Chapter 75. What should we do? Father, I want to go to my aunt's house. I promise I'll be obedient from now on. You can hit me if you want, just don't send me there. Please. Before even stepping inside, the voice emanating from the courtyard struck Yu Qingbo with dread. After punishing the child the previous day, now they were sending her away? It felt like a trap before he had even entered. Lao Zhu, unable to tolerate the thought of a girl being struck, was ready to storm the door upon hearing the girl's cries, but Lao Sha, quick on his feet, grabbed him by the collar just in time. Even Guazi, not the sharpest, recognized that they were there for Erlong. Their actions must align with his. Go ahead, smash the door. Are we afraid of him? Yu Qingbo, noticing Lao Zhu glance back at him, granted him the authority to break down the door. Inside, a voice called out, "You are surrounded. Open the door and surrender your weapons." Yu Qingbo kicked him aside. You were told to break down the door, yet you're here trying to negotiate? You're merely adding theatrics to your role, and sadly, no one is paying you for it. At that moment, Zhao Si, emboldened by alcohol, was in a foul mood. Irritated that his children were misbehaving and with no money to seek entertainment. When he saw someone at the door, he assumed it was a ghost. And he wouldn't let this go without compensation. When he finally opened the door, he recognized the person standing there. Wasn't this the one who claimed to be Daya's classmate? It was this very boy who had interrupted his enjoyment the previous day, and today, he could not allow him to escape. You're back, huh? It seems I can't let you off easy this time, but if you kneel and beg for mercy, or compensate me $10 or $8, I might consider letting you go. Reeking of alcohol and spouting nonsense, Yu Qingbo decided against hesitating any longer and turned to leave. Seeing him attempt to flee, Zhao Si grew anxious and reached out to grab Yu Qingbo by the collar. Zhao Si assumed it would be an easy capture. But as the boy suddenly turned back, smiled at him, and then all went blurry, he was met with a sharp pain that jolted him back to reality. You little brat, are you seeking death? I thought you were Daya's classmate, and I was inclined to spare you, yet you choose to play dirty with me? As Zhao Si clutched his face, his mouth was still running, but Lao Zhu didn't grant him the opportunity to finish. He charged at him, delivering a swift kick. Zhao Si's agonized scream could be heard 2 miles away, and suddenly, a group of people rushed out of the yard, led by a stooped middle-aged woman holding a small child by the hand, followed by 3 girls of varying ages. How dare you hit someone? Stop this immediately, or I will call the police. You startled me. The voices of the woman and Zhao Mingtao rang out simultaneously. Daya. The woman spoke little else, but called out loudly, Daya? Zhao Mingtao managed a faint, sorrowful smile directed at Yu Qingbo. Daya, quickly tell your classmate to fetch me some water to wash my face. My eyes feel as if they are on fire, and I fear I may go blind. Upon hearing the voices of his wife and child, Zhao Si urgently cried out for help. The woman picked up the small child and headed inside, declaring, I will go fetch water. The 4 burly men, Lao Zhu and Lao Sha among them, stood at the entrance, creating a formidable visual presence, causing the 2 small children at the door to huddle closer to Zhao Mingtao. Among them was a little girl who appeared no older than 7 or 8, and the smaller one looked to be merely 2 or 3 years of age. Thank you for visiting me, Zhao Mingtao said to Yu Qingbo, and with that, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. The dynamics of a typical family that prioritized sons over daughters were evident, an unfortunate reflection of the era. Most families were quite similar, with girls holding little status. Before Yu Qingbo could respond, the woman returned carrying a basin of water and approached Zhao Si to wash the white ash from his face. Do you wish for me to perish? Is this something that can be washed away with water? First, wipe it off with a cloth. Zhao Si, having regained some clarity, was not foolish. He understood that white ash could not be simply washed away with water. Amidst a barrage of furious insults, Zhao Si even resorted to violence, raising his hand to strike the woman. Lao Sha, standing nearby, thought little of it and retaliated in kind. "Hey, who dares to strike me?" Lao Sha exclaimed. But before he could utter more, the woman spat a thick glob of phlegm at him, causing him to stumble backward in shock. "Fool!" Lao Sha fell to the ground, covered in dirt, his anger boiling over. Yu Qingbo waved at Zhao Mengtao, gesturing toward a side road, before turning to leave. "Just ignore them. If they dare to stir trouble again, don't hesitate to retaliate. I will simply observe how much they can endure." After this proclamation, Zhao Si ceased his defiance. He realized that there were more than just the wild boy he had perceived, and the situation was ambiguous. He refrained from causing further trouble. The woman, focused solely on him, quietly continued to cleanse his face now that she saw he was no longer in distress. Yu Qingbo walked ahead, with Zhao Mengtao trailing behind. But she was not alone. 2 others clung to her sides, having come together. "What is your family situation like? Did you not see it? My father enjoys gambling and drinking. When he wins, he comes home to drink and beat people. When he loses, he comes home to drink and beat people. The women in the house are subject to his whims. My mother is unwell. She nearly died giving birth to my brother. She claims that having us drained her vitality. Otherwise, neither she nor my brother would be in such poor health now." Yu Qingbo felt an urge to curse. Was Zhao Mengtao not the archetypal protagonist of a modern novel? A gambling father, ailing mother, a younger brother, and a dutiful daughter. He wished to slap himself for becoming entangled in this mess. Zhao Mengtao was now ensnared in a chasm of despair. And he once believed he could alter her fate. It now seemed he might be led into an abyss of calamity by this unfortunate heroine. To intervene or not. "Brother, do you like Dajia?" The youngest, Zhao Xiao, blurted out, instantly flushing Zhao Mengtao's face with embarrassment. She had once confessed her feelings to Yu Qingbo, believing he was capable. Someone she could rely on when home life became unbearable. Little did she expect he would make this matter so public, leaving her friendless in class. "Do you know what it means to like someone?" Yu Qingbo had no patience with children, for he genuinely adored them, particularly little girls. I don't know. But my sister says that a brother should like her, and that brother will lead us to a better life." "Brother, could that be you?" Chapter 76, Arrangements and Recruitment. With a father who resorted to violence and insults, these 3 girls indeed faced a harsh life at home. It was no wonder, in his past life, he had not been alongside Zhao Mengtao. After the incident, she followed Du Kong. This was not about whom she liked. It was solely about escaping a household that could sell her at any moment. What to do? Adopt Zhao Mengtao and her 2 sisters? Absurd. He was still a child himself. Even if he were an adult, they had their own parents. On what grounds could he adopt them? Yu Qingbo squatted down, pondering for a long time, ultimately devising a plan that was not really a plan, to visit their home more often, bringing the 3 girls back to their house. Yu Qingbo directed Lao Zhu and Lao Sha to give the now compliant Zhao Si a good thrashing, prompting Zhao Mengtao's mother to weep and curse from the sidelines. "Zhao Si, you had better quit gambling. That vice will not bring you fortune but only ruin you." "Of course, I'm merely stating my opinion. Whether you heed it is up to you. Today, I came to inform you that Zhao Mengtao is my classmate. You'd best behave. If I find out you lay a hand on her again, we will not be merciful. This is daytime at your house, and we are showing you respect. But if you disobey, it will not be in your home, and the consequences will be dire." I understand. Don't worry. I will treat Daya well, and keep her healthy." Zhao Si now believed in his wife's words. It seemed he had taken a liking to Daya. And thus, it appeared she could not be struck anymore. "Not just Daya, I mean all of you girls. You cannot be struck indiscriminately. You must be well cared for and attend school, understood? I'm not just talking about Daya," Zhao Si thought, realizing this little boy was quite shrewd, wanting to take on 3 at once. Although they were all burdens, he felt obliged to provide some support. Reflecting on this, Zhao Si began to lament his poverty. "I want to, but there's no money at home. We are dirt poor. Spare me your excuses. If you can give birth, you can raise them. Do you expect me to support you? Dream on. I will come by at some point. If I discover you treating the girls poorly, prepare for the consequences. Live well." With that, Yu Qingbo departed with Lao Zhu and the others, not looking back, exuding a carefree air. Ere long, is this feasible? What can be done? Do you truly wish to support 3 girls? This question left Lao Zhu flustered. He had already given Zhao Mengtao money, and it was a miracle he could afford her education, let alone maintain her. Such an idea was impossible. Even investments must be prudent, and who could predict the future? Investing a significant sum under such uncertainty was unwise. Once matters were settled, they returned, having negotiated all necessary arrangements with the vendors, and would simply await the deliveries at the dock. Yet, the forthcoming events unfolded with little ease. In July, the sea's weather was ever-changing, rendering it unpredictable what might occur next. When they set out to sea, especially with the larger vessels, days could pass. Keeping a close eye on the weather forecast was essential. Their source for weather updates was the Team S radio, but recent forecasts had consistently warned of poor conditions, making them hesitant to venture out. Ere long, I have found the crew for you, a total of 8. Take a look and see who suits your needs. Fang Bian was in high spirits these days. His youngest son had returned and had now become a competent sailor. In the past, such a thought would have been inconceivable. Certainly, he was also aware that the altercation between the gang of young men and his youngest son had genuinely frightened the latter, which prompted his subsequent agreement to travel to Yangqing. In retrospect, this strategic decision proved to be astute, as long as Fang Zhuo could transition smoothly into civilian life. With his assistance in navigating the process, it was certain that Fang Zhuo would ascend to a position of authority. Although it was said there were 8 robust men, they were not as formidable as one might imagine. In these times, family circumstances were relatively similar. And who among the well-off would choose to venture out to sea as a crew member? Nonetheless, these 8 gentlemen were all of prime age, with the youngest being 22-year-old Li Yuejin and the eldest 31-year-old Zhao Jianghuo. Had any of them ever sailed before? All 8 raised their hands. Yu Qingbo was pleasantly surprised by how capable Captain Lao Fang turned out to be. Not only had he selected individuals who were both young and vigorous, but they all had prior maritime experience. However, these were merely the basics. Yu Qingbo placed the utmost importance on character. Thus, he engaged them in conversation, inviting each to share their reasons for having previously sailed and why they had ceased to do so. Consequently, the 8 robust men began to articulate their explanations. While Yu Qingbo listened attentively, offering no response, the veracity of their statements was unknown to him, and he lacked the time to investigate. Yet, the astute individual had his own methods. Presently, there were 4 tasks to be accomplished: sweeping, dishwashing, cooking, and taking out the trash. Which would you choose? Yu Qingbo's proposition left them utterly bewildered. What did this have to do with sailing? The constraints of the era meant this was their first encounter with such an operation. Each one was momentarily taken aback. In fact, this scenario would become quite commonplace in corporate recruitment decades hence, particularly when faced with candidates boasting extensive work experience on their resumes, as companies often struggled to verify the authenticity of their previous employment. Nevertheless, they could still identify suitable candidates through personality assessments, a practice especially fundamental in insurance companies. Yu Qingbo himself had dabbled in insurance in a previous life, rendering him quite familiar with this approach. The question he posed was essentially a loyalty test, often utilized to gauge the likelihood of infidelity. Those who opted for sweeping and dishwashing exhibited slight reservations. Issues existed, but they were minor. Conversely, those who chose to cook demonstrated high levels of loyalty, marking them as dependable employees and rational life partners. However, those who selected taking out the trash warranted caution, as this group was prone to job hopping, and their thoughts of infidelity could surface numerous times in a single day. Naturally, tests have their limitations, and Yu Qingbo did not believe that a single question could yield absolute accuracy. His primary aim with this assessment was to allocate roles among the employees, with 8 individuals. Even if he intended to utilize them all, he recalled old Zhang's assertion from his time at the shipyard that a large vessel required 7 or 8 crew members. Thus, as long as these individuals posed no issues, he was prepared to employ them all. The results of the assessment revealed that each preference had 2 representatives. Yu Qingbo assigned the 2 cooks to different vessels, separated the 2 who would take out the trash, and allocated 4 to the large ship and 4 to the small. The small boat, requiring manual netting, necessitated a guarantee of manpower, so he ensured that with his father and the trio of Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, and Tang Jing rotating, there would be 6 individuals. As for the large ship, Yu Qingbo provisioned it with 7 crew members, now awaiting the opportunity to set sail. Chapter 77, Dongsha Islands. Yu Qian was the first to lead the crew out to sea. The Pinyin vessel was small, making long distances unsafe, and he also wished to alleviate his mother's concerns. Yu Qingbo had arranged for his father to return the same day. This arrangement allowed for more lenient conditions for the voyage. Firstly, the weather could be monitored for just 1 day, and secondly, the preparation of supplies was considerably simplified. One noteworthy aspect of the assessment question was its underlying selection criterion, the ability to cook. Those who could not cook would undoubtedly steer clear of that option. Hence, Yu Qingbo ensured a cooking position remained available on the boat. Even for a day trip, meals still needed to be accounted for, as he had suffered through enough of Comrade Lao Guo's culinary disasters. So he left himself some flexibility in choosing crew members. During the 3rd voyage of the Pinyin, the Yuhang also set sail. According to plan, the Yuhang was scheduled for 10 days of operations at sea before returning. Their mission was clear: the Dongsha Islands. The Dongsha Islands, situated closer to the mainland than even Hainan Island, were strategically significant, particularly for Southeast Asia. Moreover, the Dongsha Islands were a treasure trove of marine life. The local Dongxing grouper boasted exquisite flesh, the epitome of seafood. The mere thought of bringing back a boatload of Dongxing grouper thrilled Yu Qingbo. Dreams are meant to be pursued, aspirations must be held. As for their realization, one must simply act and not dwell on whether they will come to fruition, right? The Yuhang sailed smoothly across the waters, with the crew diligently performing various tests on the vessel. Yu Qingbo paced the deck, conducting inspections. This voyage served as a vital acclimatization process for the new crew. Tang Jing, let's have Yuejin cook today. You can assist him, he instructed. All right. Let's see what Yuejin's culinary skills are like. Yu Qingbo had previously communicated this arrangement to Tang Jing. This month, aboard the small vessel, was Lao Zhu, accompanied by the newly recruited Zhao Jiangwo, Zhang Yu, Zhang Bing, and Tong Chong. The crew rotated monthly. Those aboard the Yuhang this month would return on the Pinyin the following month. Captain Fang Biyuan would also make selections. Li Yuejin and Zhao Jiangwo were the two who had opted to cook, and indeed, both were proficient in the culinary arts, hailing from the same village as Yu Qingbo. The remaining 6, Xiao Feng, Su Ning, Hua Guoping, Zhang Yu, Zhang Bing, and Tong Chong, were from the neighboring village of Nangang. The meals on board were quite satisfactory. Li Yuejin prepared a spicy stir-fried sausage, white chicken, spicy pig's head, cold potato shreds, and a cucumber salad, all in generous portions for the group. The moment Yu Qingbo took a bite, he felt a tremor of delight. This Yuejin's cooking was something to be noted. His style resembled that of Sichuan cuisine, with each dish spicier than the last. The heat caused beads of sweat to form, and his mouth tingled, yet he found it impossible to stop eating. Beyond its spiciness, it was truly delectable. After gulping down a couple of glasses of cold water, Yu Qingbo finally regained his composure. Yuejin, your culinary skills clearly reflect a Sichuan style. Where did you learn such techniques? In the village, Yu Qingbo had previously known of a certain individual, yet seldom encountered him, leaving him largely unfamiliar. He chuckled. My wife hails from Zhigung, Sichuan, and it is she who has compelled me to master this culinary craft. I was required to consume whatever I prepared, regardless of its inadequacy, and I devoted 3 long years to this endeavor. However, it was evident that his wife would be unknown to him. Among the village's youthful brides, who could possibly be unaware of the notorious reputation of Yu Qingbo and Yu Erlong as ruffians? They would flee at the mere sight of him, leaving no opportunity for acquaintance. In truth, Yu Qingbo was solely focused on rehabilitating his reputation, aware that in 2 years, during the crackdown, a single report could spell disaster for him. Indeed, Li Yuejin's culinary skills were beyond reproach, yet he lacked a fondness for spicy food. Later, Zhao Jiangwo would come to assess the situation. If Zhao could prepare a non-spicy dish, then Li Yuejin could be assigned to the small boat. His father had a penchant for spiciness. However, this was not a necessity, as there was also Tang Jing on board, whose culinary prowess would surely suffice. After their meal, the crew felt a sense of joy. They had previously ventured out to sea, but only on wooden vessels and in coastal waters. By comparison, the provisions on this ship were vastly superior to what they had experienced before. Nevertheless, the sleeping accommodations were somewhat limited, with only 4 sleeping quarters available for 4 individuals. This was inconsequential, as they were moving at full speed, and there were no nets to be cast ahead. As it was essential for the crew to learn the art of navigation, they divided into 2 shifts that evening, allowing them to alternate between resting and steering the vessel, ensuring sufficient sleeping arrangements to maintain their energy and stamina. After several days at sea, they finally approached the Dongsha Islands. Notably, they arrived half a day later than anticipated, primarily due to sonar detecting a school of squid, resulting in their first catch of deep-sea squid. Yu Qingbo was uncertain of the market price for squid, as this was their inaugural deep-sea haul. Regardless of the cost, the flavor was exquisite, prompting him to treat everyone to a hearty meal, fearing that the price might cause him regret later on. The Dongsha Islands, known in ancient times as Nanouchi and more recently as the Dongsha, loomed ahead, particularly the main island, Dongsha Island. Here, one could truly appreciate the strategic significance of the location. To the west lay the southern exit of the Taiwan Strait. To the east, the western exit of the Bashi Channel, and to the south, direct access to the Shisha and Zhongsha Islands. It was a mere 250 kilometers from the nearest land, 420 kilometers from Taiwan, and 470 kilometers from the Philippines. However, the idea of landing on the island was not entertained. At this time, the naval forces of our country did not possess unequivocal superiority, leaving many small nations prone to maritime harassment. What if they encountered an enemy upon landing? Nonetheless, sighting the islands provided a sense of security for those venturing out to sea. Chapter 78. A great battle ensues. The fisherman reaps the benefits. Prepare to cast the nets. Upon arrival at the designated spot, Yu Qingbo did not hesitate. He had encountered several schools of fish along the journey, but refrained from casting the nets to ensure timely arrival. Now that they had reached their destination, he was resolute. As for the sonar system, It was merely an auxiliary tool for fishing, not the sole reliance for their catch. Even decades from now, fishing systems will be highly advanced, and fishermen will not solely depend on technology. With the vast array of fish in the sea, not every species would be detectable, and their target was the grouper. This particular fish species typically inhabits coral reefs on the seabed, and encountering a large school of grouper was a rare occurrence. Thus, they decided to cast their nets. While calling for the nets to be lowered, he also instructed Tang Jing to prepare dinner. Upon finishing their meal, they would be poised to haul in their catch. Halfway through their journey, Yu Qingbo felt satisfied not only with the fishing prospects, but also with the performance of the vessel and the new crew's acclimatization. Old Zhang had mentioned that the ship could travel 800 kilometers when fully fueled, and they had brought along 5 large barrels of diesel to ensure fuel supply. However, it appeared the current fuel would suffice for several hauls, as he planned to return to Shenzhen and would not require an excessive amount. The vessel, Yuhanghao, was maneuvering in circles around Dongsha Island, currently situated on its western side. Their goal was to first reach the northern side, then the eastern side, and finally navigate around the southern tip, ensuring a safe distance from the shore to avoid grounding. Preparing to make a wide turn, Yu Qingbo planned to drag in 2 nets before looping back to head north towards Dia Bay. Dinner is ready, as Tang Jing called everyone to the table. The surface of the sea ahead suddenly erupted with activity. A flock of birds, squid below. The crew, seasoned sailors, immediately deduced that the presence of numerous seabirds indicated a school of fish beneath the surface, prompting them to call out to Yu Qingbo. Despite being younger than the rest, they recognized him as their employer, the one who paid their wages. Initially, there was some hesitation regarding how to address him. But after Li Yuejin referred to him as captain, the consensus was established, for he was indeed at the helm. In truth, Yu Qingbo did not require their urgings. He had already adjusted the vessel's course towards the commotion. Yet, Yuhanghao did not plunge directly into the fray. Instead, Yu Qingbo navigated the ship through the flock of birds, executing a strategic crosscut through the fish school. He refrained from a direct confrontation with the fish school, mindful of the sonar readings indicating a dense congregation of fish ahead. Unsure of the species, he opted for a cautious approach to minimize risk. By executing a crosscut maneuver, he could secure a substantial catch while maximizing safety. Perhaps fortune favored them, or perhaps his prudence saved them, as Yuhanghao surged through the fish school and prepared to turn back. Yu Qingbo beheld a sight he had never encountered before. Ah, is that a shark? He wondered. To be precise, it was a man-eating shark. But why was it leaping so high? Yuhanghao slowed as they witnessed a fierce battle unfolding before them, an epic confrontation between a killer whale and a great white shark, which explained the presence of the large fish school. Unbeknownst to them, this was likely a hunting ground for one family of sharks, interrupted by another group vying for the same prey, leading to a brutal clash. The great white shark, a top predator of the ocean, had few rivals in the vastness of the sea, yet the orca was one of its rare adversaries. In a face-off between these two formidable species, the orca generally emerged victorious when in similar numbers. However, the circumstances that day seemed atypical. As a shark fell, blood rapidly dispersed into the water, drawing in a swarm of other sharks. The evening ocean scene was breathtaking. The western sky was adorned with crimson clouds, and flocks of seabirds gradually drifted away. Yu Qingbo and his crew could see numerous sharks swimming just beneath the surface, not far from the bow of their vessel. In the distance, pods of orcas leaped gracefully from the water, occasionally launching sharks into the air. Captain, Li Yuejin's growling stomach interrupted his reverie. He urged, "Let us eat already." "What is so captivating? Aren't they just fish fighting? Watching fish brawl won't quell our hunger." Yu Qingbo snapped back to reality, realizing the underwater battle was undoubtedly thrilling. But they could not witness the action beneath the surface. Nonetheless, the spectacle above was already quite exhilarating. Mealtime, mealtime. After we finish eating, let's pull in the nets." Initially, he had considered it a bit of a stretch to haul in 2 nets, as the distance was not particularly far. However, now he had no such reservations. The rush from earlier had surely filled the nets to a considerable extent. If it weren't for the fact that everyone had skipped lunch, he would have preferred to collect the nets before dining. The South China Sea was teeming with both orcas and sharks, a sight rarely reported in the past few decades. Generally, the presence of a large number of whales in the South China Sea would make headlines, indicating how unusual this phenomenon truly was. Yet now, having encountered it firsthand, he was uncertain whether to deem it a stroke of luck or a misfortune. Nevertheless, after a brief contemplation, he decided that this was indeed fortuitous, especially after they had finished their meal and were ready to retrieve the nets. "Captain, look at all these Asian sea bass," Tang Jing exclaimed, shaking his shoulders in excitement, though she still remembered to address him as Captain Erlong in front of others. Yu Qingbo was equally exhilarated. This single haul was more than enough to cover their expenses. And in fact, It could be said they had made a substantial profit. The nets were filled with a plethora of fish: Asian sea bass, tiger grouper, dragon grouper, mouse grouper, and blue-spotted grouper, which collectively comprised more than half of the catch. The net of a large vessel was significantly larger than that of a small one, and this full net weighed over 2 tons, with more than half consisting of grouper, especially the vibrant red ones that sparked excitement just by their appearance. Asian sea bass. Wang Chang mentioned it could fetch at least 200 per piece, and that was in his area. In the big cities, it could be even more. He was unaware that very few people now managed to catch this fish, and those who did often found their catch snatched up immediately. Everyone, let us put in some effort. We need to quickly haul in another net. Yu Qingbo thought it wise to capitalize on the fish swarm before they scattered too far. Perhaps there were still stragglers left to be caught. However, it seemed that matters were not as uncomplicated. A pole-like figure swiftly emerged on the distant sea, heading directly towards them. Yu Qingbo's first instinct was to suspect something amiss in the water, pondering whether a hostile force had deployed underwater explosives. For what else could be driving that object towards their vessel? Captain, it's a swordfish. A sailfish. It's going to attack the ship. Upon hearing the alarm about the swordfish, Yu Qingbo recalled what it was. The sailfish, with its dorsal fin resembling a flag, was indeed a type of swordfish. Strictly speaking, swordfish and sailfish are not the same species, but fishermen in this region typically categorize them together, as both possess a sharp, elongated bill capable of inflicting serious harm. Although Yu Qingbo was aware of the sailfish's aggressive nature, he couldn't comprehend why it had taken a disliking to their boat. Yet, he had no time to ponder further, as the sailfish was already charging towards them, and with a resounding bang, it collided with the bow of the ship, akin to a bullet from a heavy machine gun striking the vessel. Logically, one would expect it to be game over. Yet no, the sailfish retreated momentarily before launching another rapid assault on the ship. This time, it opted for a leap rather than a submerged strike. Watch out! Yu Qingbo could only shout in warning as the sailfish soared onto the deck, crashing into the pile of fish that had spilled out after the net had been untied. Seeing this, Yu Qingbo couldn't help but chuckle. The fish had essentially thrown itself into a trap, unable to escape now. He watched as the sailfish thrashed its tail and body, attempting to free its head from the mountain of fish. Yu Qingbo would not allow it to succeed. Lao Sha, come help. The two men wrestled the sailfish deeper into the pile of fish, aiming to suffocate it in the process. Sea fish typically perish quickly once out of the water, and this sailfish was no exception, struggling less and less as time went on. As the fish had yet to be sorted, Yu Qingbo called out again, "Let us check the nets. If there is a sailfish on the surface, surely there are others beneath the waves?" "Captain, look." Tang Jing called from her position. He handed over the helm to Lao Sha and turned to see what was happening. "What is going on?" "Look." Yu Qingbo gazed at the deck, where 3 sailfish lay sprawled out. "Is this a family of 3? He mused. Yet, wasn't their memory supposed to last only 7 seconds? If the 7-second memory was indeed accurate, what profound experience must have compelled this fish to leap onto the deck? Driven by a desire to reunite with its kin? Or had this fish transcended its species' limitations, granting it the ability to remember? From the fish's perspective, regardless of how one interpreted it, this was an inspiring tale of dedication. Conversely, for Yu Qingbo, the fish that had flung itself into his net merely added an unexpected delight to his day, truly a mix of surprise and joy. This particular fish measured over 2 meters in length and weighed around 70 to 80 pounds, appearing quite intact. In contrast, the 2 captured by the nets were even larger, though their skins were marred, a common occurrence for fish that had been dragged in this manner. This was also why fish caught by hooks often commanded higher prices. Yu Qingbo calculated in his mind that the first haul of grouper weighed over a ton. Even at 2,500 pounds, it could fetch over 4,000. With the addition of other fish, he estimated they would clear 5,000. They had made quite a profit on this outing. Perhaps they had exhausted their luck with the first net, or perhaps the might of the orcas and sharks had frightened away the fish in the vicinity. For when they pulled up the second net, the results were rather disappointing. As darkness enveloped the sky, Yu Qingbo glanced at his watch. It was already 10 o'clock at night. He contemplated whether they should rest for the night. "Erlong, should we just head back?" Tang Jing suggested directly. Of course, by back, she meant returning to Shenzhen, not Hainan. Yu Qingbo hesitated. He had initially considered dragging in another net the following day, but Tang Jing's words jolted him into realization. The cold storage compartment was merely chilled, not frozen, and they had to ensure the fish didn't spoil. "Let us go back. You go down and rally everyone. We can't afford to run out of fuel halfway through," he instructed Tang Jing before changing course and starting the vessel. When the Yuhang docked at Shenzhen Yantian port, it was already 4 in the morning. In July, dawn began to break around this time. In contrast to the bustling container terminal it would become in decades to come, it was still a fishing port. The dock was lined with fishing boats. And despite the early hour, The area was alive with people bustling about, as merchants had already begun their day's work. As a window to the economic reform and opening up, this place was markedly different. Voices calling out to buyers filled the air, a stark contrast to Hainan. In Haikal, vendors would swarm around you, whispering prices, while here, the atmosphere was proactive, with no fear of being reported for speculative trading. Boss, welcome back to port. What treasures have you brought? Let us have a look. The speaker, though not perfectly fluent, spoke in Mandarin, which momentarily stunned Tang Jing and the others. Big sharks, perhaps? Yu Qingbo had no trouble understanding Mandarin, having worked as a security guard in the capital before. Upon hearing the mention of big sharks, the crowd instantly dispersed. Sharks were valued primarily for their fins, and securing a market through upscale hotels was crucial. Boss, how big are the sharks? What species? A young man lingered, intrigued. Yu Qingbo assessed him, and their eyes met. A typical southerner, judging by the accent, seems to be from Hunan. Ha, my dear brother. Do you have connections with any grand hotels? What caliber of establishment are we talking about, and what is the daily influx of patrons? The other party appeared somewhat taken aback by Yu Qingbo's inquiries. Are you certain you are in the fish trade? What do you mean by shipping volume? Do you have a plethora of sharks or something? Li Jiaqing's eyes began to narrow with suspicion. My boss's brother manages at the Gongdu Grand Hotel, which you must know is the largest and most prestigious hotel in Luhu. The clientele consists mainly of foreigners. Surely they can accommodate a shark or two. As long as the quality is good, rest assured, our prices will be the highest in the city. Yu Qingbo had never heard of the Gongdu Grand Hotel, but that did not impede his fish sales, as long as it was the most reputable hotel at present, even if it were to fold in 3 to 5 years. What of it? Yu Qingbo pulled out an unopened pack of Huazi cigarettes, tore it open, and lit one before speaking. You're quite impressive, my friend. I too am working under our boss. This vessel does not currently carry sharks. They are further down the line. However, you need not worry. I possess excellent goods. How about grouper? He raised his eyebrows, as if to provoke Li Jiaqing. What do you say? I have quality goods. Can you handle the grouper? Is it really grouper? How much do you have? You better not be toying with me. Chapter 80, Great Wealth. His tone was audacious. Yet upon truly stepping into the hold and witnessing the mountains of grouper, Li Jiaqing's demeanor left Yu Qingbo somewhat uncertain. His mouth fell agape in disbelief, followed by a furrowed brow of concern, only to swiftly transform into exuberance. Boss Li, with this plethora of grouper, are you certain the Gongdu Grand Hotel can accommodate it? Yu Qingbo inquired cautiously, while behind him, Tang Jing, Li Yuejin, and the rest of the crew wore expressions of tension. It was the crew's duty to haul in the fish, but it was the boss's role to sell them at a favorable price, ensuring their bonuses and job security. Otherwise, without the boss's profits, their employment would be jeopardized. They appreciated the good nature of their boss and the pleasant working conditions, and they desired to continue in this line of work. Boss, you truly have broadened my horizons. Honestly, I cannot guarantee that the Gongdu Grand Hotel can handle it, but I can assure you that I can sell all the fish on this boat today without issue. Come, boss, you accompany me to the Gongdu Grand Hotel. I'll introduce you to someone. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingbo realized he might not be able to handle it alone and would need assistance. However, given his youth and lesser stature compared to adults, he brought along Lao Sha and Li Yuejin to accompany him and Li Jiaqing. Once they left the dock, Li Jiaqing surprised them by revealing he had a tricycle stored nearby. He handed an iron sign to a man watching over the vehicles and proceeded to push the tricycle out. Yu Qingbo's eyes lit up. This was a parking fee system. He had not expected such a thing in Shenzhen, a testament to it being at the forefront of reform and opening up. In truth, Yu Qingbo was unaware of the fortune he was in. In 1980, many regions in the mainland were still merely paying lip service to reform and opening up. In the counties below, there was hardly any commerce taking place, not for lack of desire from the populace, but due to the local government's lack of awareness and fear of fluctuating policies, leading to inaction. The common people were too afraid to take risks. At this time, Hainan had not yet separated from Guangdong and was still under its jurisdiction. Guangdong itself was the front line of reform and opening up, which is why their hometown's management was more lenient, and even production teams had become mere formalities, with upper-level leaders rarely checking in. Otherwise, he would not have been able to buy a boat. Even selling fish would have meant going through state-run procurement stations. Here we are, disembark quickly. I'm exhausted, Li Jiaqing said, panting as he pulled the 3 young men along in the tricycle, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The Gongdu Grand Hotel, a true marvel, stood at 18 stories tall, covering an expanse of 10 acres. Numerous vehicles were parked out front, bicycles, motorcycles, trucks, and sedans alike. As they traversed, the 3 of them came to a consensus about Shenzhen. It was destined for greatness. Countless construction sites lined the roads, bustling with activity. Even at the early hour of 5 in the morning, following Li Jiaqing through the back entrance of the building, they arrived at the dining department. And Yu Qingbo realized they were headed to the kitchen. "Hey, little buddy, where's my brother? We have a large shipment today." A young man in a crisp white uniform, hearing Li Jiaqing's call, approached with a friendly greeting, smiling and nodding at Yu Qingbo and the others. "The manager is inspecting the kitchen. I'll call the others. You all should wait in the manager's office." The manager's office was modest, about 20 square meters, yet boasted a modern desk, a telephone atop it, a row of sofas by the entrance, and a standing fan in the corner, all indicating a certain status. "Old three, you've brought in a good haul today." "Who are these?" A man in his 30s entered, calling out before even stepping in, and upon seeing the others, he smiled broadly. "Brother, this is Boss Yu Erlong. Don't be deceived by his youth. He runs a large fishing vessel that goes far out to sea, bringing in a boatload of grouper. I estimate he must have a ton of East Star grouper." With a brief introduction, the information was swiftly conveyed. "Impressive for one so young. Master Yu, you are remarkable." Li Mingxing could hardly believe the introduction and almost stumbled over his words. As for the other two who were not introduced, they seemed inconsequential, so he did not dwell on them. Seated in the office chair, he began sketching on a notepad. Whether drawing a turtle or calculating profits was unclear. After over 20 minutes, he finally lifted his head. "Boss Yu, let us be straightforward. My brother is a well-known fair trader at the Saltfield dock, and I won't jeopardize his reputation for the sake of your business. Currently, the market retail price for East Star grouper is around 2.5 yuan. I can match that, but quality is paramount. If the appearance is poor or the quality lacking, the price will certainly drop. As for tiger grouper, dragon grouper, and blue grouper, you don't have many of those, so that can be discussed. Here is the price list. Take a look. I can take all of them today." It turned out he was not doodling, but rather setting prices. The rates were as follows: mouse grouper and blue grouper at 2 yuan, tiger grouper and dragon grouper at 2 yuan, while pearl dragon grouper and green grouper were even cheaper at 1.5 yuan. Yu Qingbo felt no hesitation, nodding in agreement. What was there to ponder? These prices were significantly higher than those in Haikou, and he did not dwell on whether they might fetch even higher prices elsewhere. Few could take on the large quantity he had on hand. Li Mingxing indeed wielded considerable influence, arranging for a large truck to be dispatched to the dock, equipped with a weighing scale and numerous blocks of ice. The return journey was expedited significantly compared to the tricycle, and by the time they finished weighing and loading all the fish, it was still not yet 7:30. The weights were as follows: East Star grouper at 2,435 jin, dragon grouper at 156 jin, tiger grouper at 68 jin, blue grouper at 64 jin, mouse grouper at 32 jin, green grouper at 886 jin, silver pomfret at 456 jin, swordfish at 468 jin, mackerel at 366 jin, and wolf fish at 356 jin. There were still some sea bass, crabs, and other less valuable fish remaining, totaling around 200 to 300 jin, but Li Mingxing chose not to take those. "Come, Boss Yu, let us settle the accounts," Li Mingxing remarked, glancing back at the third brother, Li Jiaqing, who was approaching with a tattered cloth bag in tow. Among the East Star group, the inferior 266 pounds are priced at $1.50 per pound, while the remaining 2,169 pounds are assessed at $2.50 per pound, totaling $5,821.50. The dragon grouper and tiger grouper amount to $448. The rat grouper and blue gourd fish come to $213.40. The green slate totals $1,329. And the silver pomfret is priced at 70 cents per pound, culminating in $319.20. The swordfish is $1 per pound, totaling $468, while the mackerel is 90 cents, amounting to $329.40. Lastly, the sea wolf fish is 60 cents per pound, coming to $213.60. Please verify if these figures are accurate. Li Mingxing appeared composed while calculating, though his palms were slick with sweat. It was his first time managing such a substantial business deal. Why not? He had channels to Hong Kong, where the profits could easily double. Why not seize the opportunity? The grand total came to $8,344.70. That is correct, Mr. Li. Let's settle on 8,003, he declared with a flourish. Yu Qingbo also forced himself to remain calm, as this was, after all, his first time handling such a large sum of money all at once. Chapter 81, The Bustling Marketplace. When Li Jiaqing opened the worn cloth bag, it revealed bundles of cash. At that time, there were no $100 bills. The largest denomination was $10, and seeing over $8,000 was indeed a sight to behold. Apart from Yu Qingbo, Tang Jing and the crew were all in a state of excitement, not merely because it was their money but also due to the sheer volume of cash on display. Yu Qingbo remained composed, having witnessed countless videos in his previous life, although he had never experienced receiving over $8,000 at once. He had seen dramatic scenes with stacks of bright red bills on television. What does 8,000 represent? Just multiply it by 10 to grasp its magnitude. Do not consider freshly minted notes. Envision bundles of well-used currency, and it would amount to a small backpack. Li Jiaqing directly handed over $1,000. With more still in reserve. There are no issues with the money. May our collaboration be fruitful. Boss Yu, in the future, for quality goods. Simply reach out to our third brother, and I assure you, the prices will be guaranteed. Even if I am not in Hong Kong. You will always receive the best possible rates. Li Mingqing's words carried a deeper significance. Yu Qingbo watched as their large truck departed, noting it did not resemble the vehicle they had arrived in, which led him to ponder Li Mingqing's earlier comments, suspecting that he might have his own channels for distribution. Captain, shouldn't we celebrate? Yes, Captain, let us distribute bonuses. Tang Jing led the cheer, effectively uplifting the crew's morale. As a capable deputy, he understood when to assume different roles, a rare quality at his age. Yu Qingbo smiled at him and waved his hand, announcing, everyone gets a bonus of $30. Feel free to spend it as you wish. We will set sail again in 3 days. Do not underestimate $30. They had just determined a monthly salary of $50 for the new vessel, and this was personally funded by him. However, this was not the final sum. Upon returning, they would be fishing again, and with a bit of luck, there would be another payout. With the merchandise sold, everyone began to relax. They left 2 crew members on board to take turns resting, while Yu Qingbo, with those on leave, disembarked to explore the city, which had transformed from a fishing village. Though unfamiliar with the streets, they had passed a bustling alley on their way to the Hong Kong Grand Hotel, and he guided everyone there. Upon turning the corner, they were indeed met with a throng of people, and as they approached, a group quickly surrounded them, startling Yu Qingbo and his companions, who had come in numbers. Boss, what kind of work do you need a few people for? Various dialects greeted them, incomprehensible to Yu Qingbo, until he finally caught a phrase in Mandarin mixed with dialect. Realizing these individuals were waiting for work. No need. We have no work. We are merely here to browse, he quickly explained to prevent being encircled. However, 3 more individuals entered, causing the crowd to rush towards them. Yu Qingbo and his crew hastily moved away, crossing past the throng, where the streets ahead were lined with vendors selling goods. This was Yu Qingbo's first encounter with such an open and vibrant marketplace since his rebirth. The stalls were plentiful, and the foot traffic was substantial, with each stand spaced about 10 meters apart, many adorned with tarpaulins, giving the scene the ambience of a trade fair rather than a morning market. The temporary structures selling clothing were particularly eye-catching, presenting a dazzling array of items. Yu Qingbo glanced back and noticed a figure with a red armband approaching. He quickened his pace, leading his group forward. The children's police uniforms in military green adorned with star shoulder patches, gray and large yellow suits, and even denim jeans and thick, oversized sweaters indicated a stall dedicated to men's clothing. Feel free to browse and choose. You can try on anything you like. We don't require cloth tickets here. The vendor spoke decent Mandarin, which Yu Qingbo translated for the crew. Though the sailors had traveled far, their grasp of Mandarin was limited. They could understand simple numbers, but struggled with lengthy dialogues. I want those pants. They look thick and durable. Oh, I'll try that police uniform. Come on. That S for kids. Look at how small the clothes are. Can I try it on for my son? As they tried on various items, Yu Qingbo inquired about the prices. When he heard that a pair of jeans cost $6, a children's police uniform $5, a sweater $14, and a suit $20, he hesitated to ask further. The prices were surprisingly steep. Young man, we don't need cloth tickets here, and our prices are quite reasonable. Just check the supply and marketing cooperative. They require cloth tickets and charge more than I do. The vendor, appearing to be in his 40s, sported a missing front tooth and a gold cap, flashing it as a means to flaunt his wealth. However, this display would not last long, as chaos would soon ensue. And no one would dare show off like this then. Where do you source your goods? Yu Qingbo casually inquired. The vendor, unfazed, replied, if you want stock, come to me. I have goods directly shipped from Hong Kong, quality assured, and prices that won't let you down. Yu Qingbo was merely making conversation. He had no intention of purchasing these items, as they occupied too much space and capital, with slow sales. Observing Zhang Bing selecting 2 pairs of jeans, Yu Qingbo quickly informed him of the price, $6. After a moment's thought, Zhang Bing returned 1 pair. These sailors were relatively well off, yet they still bore the burdens of supporting families, and they would only buy if the pants were durable enough for long-term use. In the end, among the group, only Zhang Bing made a purchase. Noticing that others had not bought anything, Yu Qingbo gently urged him forward. They stopped at a larger stall where 2 women were conversing with the owner, while a young boy attended to Yu Qingbo and his companions. Uncle, what do you need? Upon a glance, Yu Qingbo perceived that the child appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years of age, articulating Mandarin with surprising proficiency. Little one, he began. I have a question for you. Should you choose to answer, I shall reward you with some candy. As he spoke, Yu Qingbo revealed a piece of fruit candy wrapped in colorful paper from his pocket. The young boy's eyes sparkled with delight. Although he cast a glance toward his mother. What do you wish to ask? Just one question, hurry. If my mother arrives, I shall no longer be able to assist you, he declared, snatching the candy from the countertop. No matter whether he knew or not, he thought it prudent to secure the advantage first. Chapter 82. You speak foreign languages? Is your merchandise genuinely imported from Hong Kong? No, the boy replied promptly, a hint of nervousness manifesting as he stole a glance toward his mother. Understanding the urgency of the moment, Yu Qingbo placed 50 cents upon the counter. Tell me from where your family's goods are sourced, and this 50 cents shall be yours to spend on candy. Rest assured, I shan't inform your mother. Hesitant at first about divulging the source of his family's supplies, the boy was tempted by the promise of secrecy. Noticing his indecision, Yu Qingbo produced another 50 cents. The boy hesitated only briefly before swiftly taking the money. After all, it amounted to 1 whole yuan, sufficient to purchase numerous wrapped candies. He envisioned sharing them with his little friends, the potato and the little rooster. North Gate, the boy articulated, his enunciation somewhat unclear. Yet Yu Qingbo comprehended that he had acquired the essential details regarding time and place. The specifics of the North Gate, however, were beyond the child's capacity to elucidate. How much do the hair ties cost? Fetch me 2, he instructed. The child, upon hearing of another purchase, approached without a moment's hesitation. Yet the hair ties were positioned too high for him to reach. He scampered off to fetch a stool, just as his mother, having concluded her previous task, approached. Young man, what do you require? The reason for her earlier reluctance to assist was clear. The child appeared quite young, dressed in tattered, old garments, and did not seem the type to engage in sales. Initially, she had assumed he was merely amusing her son, but now it was evident that he was indeed making a purchase, prompting her to attend to him. Having acquired 2 shimmering hair ties for a total of 30 cents, Yu Qingbo recognized that the actual cost was likely far lower. Nevertheless, these items were undoubtedly in high demand within the village, and their compact size allowed for easy transport. Tang Jing and the others assumed he was merely procuring them for Lao Gua and Zhao Mingming, which was partially true, as they were indeed intended for his mother, Gui Yunxiang, and sister-in-law, Zhao Mingming. However, they also served an additional purpose. Boss, are there several price points for these items at the North Gate? Why is it that I can purchase them for 1 mao, while Old Wang claims they are 8 fun? This stall also sold hair ties, yet Yu Qingbo, now clad in brand new attire and accompanied by Tang Jing carrying a bag, presented the appearance of affluence. Old Wang, you mean the one ahead? Surely, you have a poor relationship with him. 8 fun. We acquire our goods for 5 fun. The last time you visited, it was undoubtedly Old Wang who misled you. Next time, enter from the Suzhou Road entrance. As soon as you walk in, turn left. There's a row of vendors selling these items, and they want to be overpriced. The vendor, upon hearing this, realized the young man had likely been swindled by Old Wang during his initial procurement. The specific identity of Old Wang was irrelevant. The vendor merely offered a casual hint, incurring no loss, and perhaps even opening new avenues for business. In gratitude, Yu Qingbo purchased 6 hats from him, intended for the crew, ensuring they would not need to spend their own money to maintain appearances. Is it the 9th of every month? Today is the 12th, so time is certainly not on our side. I wonder if only the 9th or any date that includes 9 would suffice, he pondered, resolving to familiarize himself with the area. Thus, he inquired with a nearby vendor selling herbal tea about the location and subsequently led his companions there. The North Gate, in fact, referred to the north entrance of Shunnan Avenue, a considerable distance away. Upon their arrival, it was already noon, and they noticed a vendor selling stir-fried noodles. Yu Qingbo promptly ordered a serving for each of his subordinates. Afterward, he approached the owner of a mobile food stall to gather information. This is your first time here. Isn't it? Most individuals attending this material exchange meeting are newcomers. Those who have been here a few times tend to avoid returning. Oh, are you suggesting that there are cheaper options elsewhere? Certainly. Moreover, this venue only operates on the 9th of each month, while that other place is open daily. The locals are well aware of this. As he spoke, the vendor gestured absent-mindedly, his thumb and forefinger mimicking the act of pinching. Yu Qingbo suddenly came to his senses. Hastily, he produced a box of double happiness cigarettes he had just purchased and offered it to the vendor. To his surprise, the vendor immediately opened the pack, and Yu Qingbo thought to himself that this individual was quite shrewd. Boss, may you prosper. What is your price? 10 yuan. It's always 10 yuan for everyone. Observing the situation, Yu Qingbo quickly discerned that this vendor was no novice. His noodle stall likely served as a facade to attract customers, while his true profits lay elsewhere. 10 yuan. A bowl of noodles costs only 50 cents, so that's a 20-fold markup. The profit margins are astounding. The vendor's demeanor instantly brightened. For supplies, head to Zhongying Street. That's where the prices are the lowest. Zhongying Street. The name sparked recognition in Yu Qingbo's mind. No wonder he had struggled to recall it. It seemed the street had undergone a name change after Hong Kong's return. Zhongying Street, as the name suggests, straddles the border, one side belonging to China and the other to Britain. At this time, Hong Kong was still a British colony, and the opposite side of the street was considered British territory. Reflecting on his initial encounter with the clothing vendor who had claimed to source goods from Hong Kong, it now seemed less implausible. Upon arriving at Zhongying Street, Yu Qingbo discovered that it was far more complicated than the vendor had implied. The area was a border zone, with police stationed at both ends, including local officers and those from Hong Kong. In these times, when faced with difficulties, seeking assistance from the local authorities was undoubtedly a prudent course of action. While it was possible to enter and purchase items, one had to obtain a border crossing permit. Furthermore, locals were allowed to shop once a week, while outsiders could only do so once a month. Thus, even if Yu Qingbo wished to frequent the area, he could only procure goods once a month. This regulation had been established following the formation of the Special Administrative Region last year, rendering this street a window of opportunity. As it had previously remained a restricted border zone with limited foot traffic, Yu Qingbo felt no discontent with this arrangement, even if he were permitted daily access. He was not a permanent resident, and once a month seemed quite adequate. By the time they arrived, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. They had applied for the necessary border permits, but had not yet entered, prompting Yu Qingbo to signal his companions to return. The following day, while Suning remained on the ship to oversee it, the others journeyed together directly to Zhongying Street. As for their quest for souvenirs, Yu Qingbo waved his hand grandly, promising that if their endeavors were successful, he would cover all expenses. Without needing to process permits, they completed their applications and entered the street by 9:30 that morning. Yu Qingbo commenced communication with the vendors using his rudimentary English, finding it considerably easier than conversing in colloquial Mandarin. Delicious, right? What's the price? Okay. Behind him, Tang Jing, Lao Sha, and the rest of the crew stood in astonishment. Yu Qingbo's ability to speak English was beyond their wildest imaginings. You can actually speak a foreign language? Chapter 83, Procuring Goods. Yu Qingbo would not reveal that he had merely memorized the approximate pronunciations and meanings, while the writing remained a mystery to him. In jest, he possesses a range of skills. When it comes to counting, 1 is 1, 2 is represented by spitting, 3 is Dai Rue, 4 is Fo, 5 is Fei-O, 6 is Sai Kusi, 7 is Sai 1, 8 is Ei Te, 9 is Nai-In, and 10 is Te-In. The remaining expressions are merely I love you and goodbye. Having served as a security guard during his nearly 10 years in high school, he had friends with whom he played like brothers, and he had someone to teach him basic English vocabulary. Due to his limited knowledge, he carried a notebook. For anything over 10 yuan required him to write in Arabic numerals, as it is universally understood. He accompanied 6 individuals, all of whom followed him, as they struggled to communicate in Mandarin, let alone foreign languages. His somewhat embarrassing communication skills were considered advanced by the year's end, and to his surprise, he discerned a glimmer of envy in others' gazes. In this locale, fine goods are not inexpensive. High-end suits, shoes, and dresses often exceed hundreds of yuan. Yet, one can also find remarkably affordable items at street stalls, where clothing is sold by weight at 1 yuan per jean. Electronic watches cost 5 yuan each, and if purchased in bulk, they can be negotiated down to 3 yuan and 50 cents. Although these items become useless once the batteries die, selling them for over 10 yuan should not pose a challenge. After perusing several shops, he finally located the desired small items: a pack of hair clips, 400 hair ties, rolls of elastic bands, small glass bottles of nail polish, and a sewing kit complete with needles and thread. Bye. Regardless of the era, money from women and children is easily earned, as women manage household expenditures and are aware of the necessities. Generally, women possess their own funds and can make purchases directly. In contrast, men often need to consult with their spouses or mothers before buying anything, and if they are not the ones making the purchases, they may feel a pinch when spending money, potentially halting the buying process altogether. This time, his goal was to procure inexpensive yet practical items. These goods would sell easily upon his return, especially given their low cost, ensuring that customers would be willing to buy. He had long harbored ambitions for Shenzhen, but it was only with the arrival of the Yuhang that these ambitions became feasible. The special economic zone was established last year, and now the nation looks to Shenzhen for reform and opening up. All policies here receive a green light. If he missed this opportunity, history would reveal that between 1980 and 1985, many drifters and unemployed individuals accumulated their initial capital during this period by exploiting information gaps. Profits were reaped from reselling permits and tangible goods across regions. Even a decade later, street vending remains a lucrative avenue. And he aspires to be among the first to reap the rewards, aiming to be the one who leads others toward prosperity. While he has a boat and a streak of luck that allows him to fish at sea for profit, he does not intend for his parents, who run a tea stall, to remain tethered to it for life. Honestly, that stall was merely a stepping stone to shift his family's mindset. He does not plan for his parents, still in their 40s, to be confined to the tea stall forever. On their way, no one wore waste packs. So he divided the money among them, ensuring each person carried a portion. By the time they returned, their waste packs were empty, and each person bore 2 large burlap sacks. He and Tang Jing lifted one particularly heavy sack, which contained the most valuable purchases. They had sold fish for over 8,000 yuan, but spent more than 6,000 yuan on their return, reserving the remainder for essential supplies. Of course, if they had bought more, they would have struggled to carry everything. Their situation was hardly surprising, as many others were seen hauling large parcels out as well. The haul included 30,000 hair ties, 60 pounds of elastic bands, 20,000 exquisite sleeve sets, 8,000 pairs of socks, 20,000 sewing kits, 400 thimbles, 10,000 small buttons, 5,000 aluminum flashlights, and 600 yellow soaps, which, though inexpensive, were too heavy to buy in bulk. Additionally, there were 3,000 pairs of woolen gloves, 5,000 bags of candy, 10 bundles of rubber bands, pencils, small pencil cases, and marbles. The most valuable of these were the 500 electronic watches he procured at a price of 188 yuan each, which he could sell for 300 to 500 yuan upon return. Having spent the money, he felt a sense of relief, knowing his tasks were completed as planned, and the Yu Hang began its journey home. Thankfully, its ample size made transportation manageable. Otherwise, moving these goods would have been quite a challenge. Traveling by road would require at least a truck, and finding a vehicle for long distances is increasingly difficult. Even if one found a truck, few are willing to undertake long hauls due to the high risk of accidents, up to 90%, on long journeys. Even state-owned vehicles carrying large loads travel in convoys. Captain, cast the net. There are fish ahead. They're leaping out of the water. Su Ning rushed to the bow, feeling the sea breeze, and upon noticing the situation, called out to the bridge. Without glancing at the water's surface, he checked the sonar system, confirming the presence of a school of fish. Cast the net. After some initial adjustment, the crew's coordination in casting the net had become quite seamless. As for retrieving it, the boat's winch made the task effortless, which is one reason why every crew member treasured their job. The pay was decent, and the work was not strenuous. This job was truly enviable. Red, congratulations on your wealth. Captain, wishing you great fortune. Upon discovering a net brimming with red fish, the crew promptly shouted the flattery they had learned in Shenzhen. Because the shopping had gone smoothly, Hua Guoping chimed in with, "Boss, may you prosper, may it go smoothly." And Yu Qingbo rewarded him with a 5 yuan red envelope. This time, Yu Qingbo deliberately joined the crew in pulling the net, and an abundance of seafood instantly covered the deck. True snapper, red fish for prosperity. Captain, may your voyage be fortunate. Embarrassed by the attention, Yu Qingbo felt compelled to respond. Indeed, the red fish were splendid, and he could earn a substantial profit upon returning. He promptly distributed a 3 yuan bonus to each crew member. I eat meat, and everyone can savor the broth. Yu Qingbo focused on fostering camaraderie among his crew, willing to part with a bit of money for the cause. However, it seemed that luck had been exhausted. The subsequent 6 nets yielded far less than the first. Yu Qingbo decided against casting the net again. Rather than waste time on the road, it was more prudent to return swiftly and sell their goods. Chapter 84, Home at Last. Captain, how did you learn a foreign language? Tang Jing addressed Yu Qingbo as captain in public. Yes, captain. We're curious too. How did you come to speak foreign languages? A group of crew members gathered around, causing Yu Qingbo to feel a bit nervous. But being a seasoned individual in his 60s, he spoke with ease. Do you understand? The country has opened up for reform. Do you know what that means? It means our nation is now open for business, and soon, more foreign merchants will come to our country. Is there any reason not to learn a foreign language? Tang Jing, Sha Yingwei, and I have long encouraged them to study. When you return, make sure to grasp your knowledge diligently. His words, delivered with righteous fervor, made the crew admire their relatively young captain even more. Only Tang Jing and old Sha exchanged glances, recalling that the initial discussion had centered on picking up their old elementary school textbooks, not on learning foreign languages. As the Yu Hang returned to the waters in front of Haihe village, it was just past 10 in the morning. At this hour, the dock was nearly deserted. Were it not for the nearby tea stall proclaiming the arrival of a large vessel, it is likely that Yu Qingbo and the others would have lingered. The ship was too immense to navigate the dock, yet the peaceful voyage was absent from home, making disembarking a challenge. Fortunately, A small wooden boat purchased early in the day remained moored at the shore, allowing Yu Qingbo to finally return to land. He had managed to ascend, but the cargo aboard remained behind, necessitating his wait for his father to return and transfer the goods. The merchandise from the Yuhang would certainly not be sold to Wang Chong. He intended to take it to Qionghai and sell it to Peng Dongfeng, thereby eliminating the middleman and allowing for a higher price. The crew, having earned their wages, indulged themselves with bowls of refreshing sweet soup, much to Guo Yunxiang's delight. Yu Qingbo discovered pre-sliced watermelon behind the control panel and discreetly took a piece for himself, dismissing the thought of sharing with the crew. Although he was not particularly concerned about the small cost, this was his mother's business, and he preferred not to provoke her ire. Sister-in-law, when do you plan to return to Haikao? We've finished here, and Grandma and the others are already familiar with the process. I've just taught her a few new products. I've longed to return, but I haven't dared to travel alone without you. Let us wait a couple of days. I'll handle my current affairs, and then make the trip. Honestly, if you want to speak with Dad, just ask him to take you directly on the boat. It would be quite convenient. By the time the peaceful voyage returned, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Ere long, how did it go? Yu Qian inquired, accompanied by old Zhu and a group of crew members who had delivered fish to the purchasing station. All went well. I'll need your help later to transport the goods, Yu Qian replied. They had experienced a stroke of good fortune today, selling for 220 yuan, yielding a profit of around 150 after deducting all costs. The advantage of the peaceful voyage was its same-day round trip, which provided peace of mind to the family and allowed the crew to attend to matters at home. However, their bonuses would only be settled at the end of the month and would certainly be less than those from larger vessels. No, son, with this cargo, Yu Qian began, realizing upon boarding the large ship that it was filled with numerous burlap and snakeskin bags. When he opened one, he discovered it was packed with gloves. After making a delivery to Shenzhen, I brought these from the Hong Kong border. I intend to keep a small portion here, but most will be transported to Haikao for sale. Yu Qingbo and his father did not wait until the following day. They set off in the dark to Qionghai, selling that batch of red jiajis to Peng Dongfeng and earning 300 yuan. Yu Qingbo meticulously recorded the transactions, and his father kept track of every sale made by the peaceful voyage, as all sold fish were subject to profit sharing. Previously, he had temporarily used the cargo funds for purchasing supplies and would need to repay that later. Retail was his own business, free of other shareholders. Currently, Yu Qingbo needed assistance. He sought someone capable of managing the retail operations. He even wished that Zhao Mingtao would abandon her studies to work for him directly, but he found it difficult to voice such sentiments, knowing it would be a loss in the long run. Perhaps I should just recruit someone locally in Haikao. After all, my brother and sister-in-law are there to help oversee things, he concluded. I want that hair tie. Bring me one. I want those socks. Give me 3 pairs. Don't crowd me. I need a sewing kit. When Yu Qian and Yu Qingbo returned home, they found it bustling with people clamoring to purchase items. Step back. What is going on? A robbery? Upon witnessing the chaos, Yu Qingbo realized that he could not identify who had taken what, and thus resorted to a more forceful approach. The crowd quieted immediately upon hearing Erlong's authoritative call. We're here to buy. There's no need for such intimidation. Some murmured in protest, but Yu Qingbo paid them no heed. You want to buy? These goods are mine. I can choose not to sell them. What can you do about it? A surge of defiance surged within him, indicating that he had not yet learned to temper his fervor. Disregarding their opinions, he shouted to his mother and sister-in-law. Put everything away. We are not selling today. If you want to buy, come back tomorrow and queue at the tea stall. We've been working hard for several days and deserve a moment of rest. His words caused many in the crowd to shift uncomfortably. Realizing that the family had been at sea for many days, and returning to such chaos was understandably frustrating. All right, we'll come back to the tea stall tomorrow. Some acknowledged him, while others left without further ado. Thank goodness you returned. Otherwise, we would have been overwhelmed. Oh my, how did you price these items? Do you think you can just sell them based on what I paid for them? Before leaving, Yu Qingbo had unloaded some goods, which attracted the attention of people from the tea stall who then pursued him home. Zhao Mingming and Guo Yunxiang had not returned to the tea stall and were instead blocked at home. Not selling? You must sell. My family is waiting for sewing supplies to mend clothes. My son has no clothes to wear outside. I'm not asking for much. The sewing kit costs 50 cents at the supply store, and I'll give you 50 cents for it. As she spoke, she snatched the sewing kit and thrust 50 cents into his hand before dashing away without looking back. Once the first customer was served, the floodgates opened. Soon, word spread throughout the village, and people flocked to his home. Yu Qingbo and his father returned just in time. Otherwise, the throngs might have overwhelmed the yard. Not selling anymore. Tomorrow at the tea stall? All right then. They successfully navigated this crisis, allowing Zhao Mingming to prepare dinner while Yu Qingbo convened a meeting with his parents. Chapter 85, Chaohui. The following day, Yu Qingbo and the crew transformed into salespeople, launching a unique exhibition at his sister-in-law's tea stall. Socks and gloves were priced at 50 cents per pair, or 3 pairs for 1 yuan, while rubber bands cost 10 cents each and hair ties 20 cents. Yu Qingbo had clearly communicated the purchase costs and selling prices to his parents the day prior, and Gui Yunxiang was positively ecstatic, energetically promoting the goods. Previously, they could only rely on the sea for a stroke of luck to save a little money, burdened with debts. To put it bluntly, her fearsome reputation in the village stemmed from their poverty. When one is poor, they become an easy target for ridicule. Being perceived as fierce or formidable was merely a protective facade, a means of shielding her fragile self from the harshness of the world. However, since her younger son had begun to think on behalf of the family, transforming his previous recklessness into the foundation of their current success, it had made a significant impact. Could ere long have forged such strong bonds with his companions without having ventured out into the world? Without those experiences, would he possess the cleverness to propose the tea stall as a profitable venture? Now, with goods brought back from Shenzhen for sale, it was all thanks to the ingenuity of her younger son. In just one day, the economic index of Haihe village skyrocketed, boosting the village's annual GDP by a staggering 0.005. Yet, it was merely a one-day affair. By the next day, the sales had ceased. Many from neighboring villages had come, but the tea stall was no longer selling goods. It remained just a tea stall. The credentials for our tea stall are registered under tea beverages. While there are provisions for food, it is not a license for general merchandise. The villagers are understanding, as they know us well. In other words, those who might have issues with us do not dare confront us openly. However, outsiders are a different matter entirely. They purchase goods and, upon returning, may file a complaint against us, which we cannot endure. Yu Qingbo managed to persuade his ambitious mother, and they set off on the spacecraft, currently docked in Haikao. Zhao Mingming joined them as well, having transferred the stall's license to her mother's name, allowing her to work comfortably in Haikao from now on. Since their departure from Haikao a month ago, Yu Qingbo had many matters to attend to upon his return. He woke Tang Jing, who was dozing off, and informed him that he would need to lead the crew out to sea, while Yu Qingbo himself might stay in Haikao for a while. Tang Jing was somewhat reluctant, despite often taking on Yu Qingbo's responsibilities aboard. He felt more secure with Yu Qingbo present. The thought of being captain on his own left him feeling uneasy. However, Yu Qingbo's reasoning was sound. He had goods to sell, licenses to procure, personnel to hire, and time was of the essence. He estimated that even half a month might not suffice to complete all tasks. The spacecraft docked at Shoying Port, and Yu Qingbo summoned 7 tricycles from the roadside. 7. Indeed, each loaded with cargo and accompanied by a crew member. The 7 tricycles were perfectly matched. Once the goods were loaded, the personnel were assigned. The sight of the tricycles lined up on the road, each pulling a load with a person, created a picturesque scene from a distance. Yu Qingbo led the procession from the front tricycle, with the others following closely behind. Instead of heading to the rental house or the milk tea shop, Yu Qingbo directed his team to the entrance of Chilo Old Street, right across from the customs office. He opened the door and instructed them to move the goods inside, while he remained at the entrance to tend to the door. Yu Qingbo, suddenly, he heard someone call him from behind and turned to see who it was. Hey, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. What brings you to Haikao? Hello. Wu classmate, it's been a while. This is my mother, Chao Hui. Mom, this is my elementary school classmate, Yu Qingbo. Hello. And Chao. It turned out the visitors were Wu Qiuyu and her mother. Yu Qingbo had heard she moved to Haikao with her family, but he hadn't expected to run into her here. What is the situation? Nothing much. Just doing some business and planning to open a shop here to sell daily necessities. Ah, that's impressive, Yu Qingbo. I never realized you had such talent. Weren't you fishing before? What changed? As Yu Qingbo noticed the crew members emerging and settling accounts for the tricycles, he invited everyone to the milk tea shop for a drink. Wu classmate, Aunt Chao, come on. My brother and sister-in-law opened a milk tea shop over there, and today, I'm treating you to a drink. Wu Qiuyu readily accepted without hesitation, while Chao Hui felt a bit shy. However, seeing her daughter agree, she followed suit. Yu Qingbo's invitation was also a means to seek their assistance, particularly regarding the handling of permits, as having connections would expedite the process. What is the big deal? It's just a business license. I'll just have a word with my dad. It's a small matter, Wu Qiuyu replied casually. Yu Qingbo cast her a skeptical glance. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. It's not a problem. Her father has some influence in this matter, Chao Hui added, clarifying that Wu Qiuyu's father was likely a leader in a governmental department. Xiaoyu, what do you sell in your shop? Socks, gloves, silk scarves, just some everyday items that people need. We do have some food, but not much. Will you need to hire anyone for the shop? Ah, auntie. You understand the business. Of course, I need to hire someone. My primary occupation is fishing, so I'll need someone to manage the shop. I plan to hire a local person who can sell goods and keep the shop in order. Oh, how about me? Xiao Hui suddenly became excited upon hearing about the job opportunity. Having moved to this area, she felt somewhat purposeless. Although her husband was now a high-ranking leader, she still desired to have her own work. After being busy for so long, she found it uncomfortable to suddenly stop. And to you? Yu Qingbo had not anticipated hiring a leader's wife to work for him. This could be his golden ticket, as she could help mitigate many potential issues for the shop. Auntie, if you're willing, I have no objections. I can offer you a monthly salary of 100. And if you perform well, there will also be bonuses. How does that sound? Chapter 86. Talent. Xiao Hui. Xiaoyu boss. I believe you may not fully understand my mother's situation. Let me introduce her. Wu Qiuyu, seeing her mother engaged in conversation with Yu Qingbo, felt left out and became anxious. Finally, Yu Qingbo and Xiao Hui remembered there was another person present. As the two turned their attention to her, Wu Qiuyu straightened her back, albeit her current state was rather prominent. Yu Qingbo genuinely wished to learn more about Xiao Hui's past, as her work capability was just as significant as her status. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui had already sensed Yu Qingbo's interest and determined that he had a favorable impression of her. Since she wanted to showcase her abilities, she appreciated the opportunity and received an encouraging glance from him. Xiao Hui. It turned out that Xiao Hui was not merely a pampered official's wife. The Qiao family had previously run a seafood sauce business in Yaxin, and Xiao Hui had been helping with sales since she was a teenager. She had unexpectedly saved Wu Zhong, who was serving in the army at the time, from drowning, and they later married. Xiao Hui had graduated from a vocational school, and before rescuing Wu Zhong, she had been working in a fertilizer factory's publicity department, dealing with people. After Wu Zhong transitioned to become the factory director at Tanmen, Xiao Hui worked at a department store in Shanghai. However, now that Wu Zhong had become a significant leader in Haikao, they had intended to arrange a position for her in the education bureau, which she declined, leading to her current state of idleness. People are often like this. When they are constantly engaged in work, they find their value in it. However, once they find themselves idle, it can be quite uncomfortable. Otherwise, Xiao Hui wouldn't have accompanied Wu Qiuyu for a shopping trip. Unbeknownst to her, opportunities arise when one steps out, and she hadn't anticipated running into her classmate while out with her daughter. Now, her classmate needed help running a shop, and here was her chance at employment. By the way, boss, what is the name of this shop? Xiao Hui quickly shifted into work mode, already concerned about the shop's identity before officially starting. As they spoke, Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming brought over fruit teas for each of them, claiming it was a free gift from Erlong, a classmate. Observing the curious expressions on their faces, Yu Qingbo understood that his brother and sister-in-law were intrigued by Wu Qiuyu's presence and the fact that she had brought her mother along. They likely felt they were meeting the parents. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he was walking a fine line himself. And it wasn't his concern. He blamed Wu Qiuyu for drawing attention to herself unnecessarily. Xiaoyu boss? Aunt Chow just mentioned what name, and by asking me, do you have something in mind? Yu Qingbo casually responded, recalling the question she had posed moments earlier. Our store sells everyday items. How about naming it Yu's General Store? Or perhaps Old Street General Store? Xiao Hui, who indeed had experience in sales, had already contemplated these names in her mind. The name Yu's General Store was inspired by Yu Qingbo, while Old Street General Store was derived from the location. Our merchandise is sourced from Hong Kong, and a more fashionable name would certainly enhance the expectations of potential customers. I think we should simply call it Hong Kong Island General Store. Hong Kong Island General Store? That's fine. Although Yu Qingbo's suggestion did not seem superior to her own ideas to Xiao Hui, she did not dispute it. They agreed that Xiao Hui would come in to work the next day to assist with the licensing process for the store. As for classmate Wu Qiuyu, Yu Qingbo could only express his apologies. He certainly could not ask a high school student to work for him. As they departed, the young beauty Wu had her lips pursed, capable of holding a cup of milk tea, yet still, no one paid her any mind. Erlong, what's going on? Zhao Mingming approached with a curious expression, directly pulling her brother-in-law aside, offering him no opportunity to think. Her brother-in-law was younger, by 6 or 7 years than her. Yet she showed no hesitation. Just as Yu Qingbo was about to explain, he noticed his elder brother approaching, along with his 2 cousins, Jia Lan and Jia Mei, who were also casting glances this way. Even Long Nu was subtly peeking over. Forget it. No need for a private explanation. Let us convene a meeting. Yu Qingbo took the lead and recounted the past. Only then did everyone realize he had another store on Old Street, which was about to open, selling goods imported from Hong Kong. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone scrambled to finish their work and rushed over to take a look, even helping to assess the merchandise. In the end, each person left with at least 2 items. The ladies' silk scarves and small glass bottles of nail polish were particularly popular, followed closely by hair ties and rubber bands. Yu Qingbo did not collect any money, considering it a form of market research conducted in advance. It was only then that Yu Qingbo noticed how much everyone had changed, despite their short time together. His cousins, Jia Lan and Jia Mei, now exuded confidence. Dressed in neat work attire, appearing graceful and poised, no longer hesitant to speak or smile. Compared to their former selves at home, they seemed like completely different individuals, making Yu Qingbo believe that finding a partner in Haikao should not be difficult. As for Long Nu, who used to be reticent and cautious, now showed no signs of restraint, except when looking at him. She was completely at ease around her cousins. His elder brother and sister-in-law had also evidently grown more capable. Regardless of the present or the future, a career in sales is one that cultivates individuals, as it requires interaction with diverse personalities, necessitating an understanding of their thoughts and a continual refinement of one's own communication skills. Observing their transformations filled Yu Qingbo with satisfaction, affirming that leading them to this point was the right decision. However, he still needed more personnel. One Xiaohui was certainly not sufficient for Hong Kong Island General Store. He pondered whether to select relatives from his hometown or recruit locally. His two cousins were doing quite well, so should he consider other relatives back home? He did not expect Xiaohui to come in the following day with a definitive answer. It is best to avoid mixing family ties with business. Enterprises require formal operations and stringent management. As a boss's relative, managing them can be particularly troublesome, and when issues arise, it could complicate matters for oneself. The best approach would be to allow them to handle some inventory on their own later, ensuring they remember your kindness without affecting the operation of your business. What constitutes talent? This is talent. Although Yu Qingbo had been reborn, his perspective was limited in his previous life. Upon hearing Chao Hui's words, he felt a sudden clarity. Aunt Chao, without further ado, for my Hong Kong Island General Store, you will be the general manager, fully responsible for management. The salary during the probation period will be 100, with a 1-month trial, and upon confirmation, it will rise to 200, plus a 10% profit share at year-end. Chapter 87, Incident on the Yu Hang. With Chao Hui's assistance, the recruitment for Hong Kong Island General Store and the licensing processes were progressing smoothly. Tang Jing, along with the crew, boarded the Yu Hang and embarked on a new journey. As one of the owners, it was his duty to step forward when needed. Having grown familiar with the crew, there were no issues of insubordination, and their camaraderie remained pleasant. The Yu Hang's destination was clear, the Shisha Islands. However, they did not plan to reach the islands, but intended to circle around the northern waters before returning. Yu Qingbo had previously analyzed the situation in the South China Sea multiple times. Although it was within our national waters, our navy did not possess absolute superiority, and many small vessels from neighboring countries often stirred trouble in the South China Sea. Therefore, for safety's sake, the Yu Hang would not venture too far. In fact, the distance from Haikao to Shisha was not greater than their previous journey to Dongsha. But this time, it was Tang Jing's first time as captain, and naturally, he felt a bit nervous. Xiao Tang, the weather ahead looks ominous. Li Yuejin entered the captain's cabin to greet him. It wasn't just him who sensed something amiss. Tang Jing had also noticed the troubling weather ahead. Prepare to turn. Everyone quickly secure yourselves inside. What had been a clear sky suddenly revealed a patch of darkness ahead. Under Tang Jing's command, the Yu Hang executed a sharp 90-degree turn, reversing direction. However, by the time they realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. Before long, they saw the dark mass ahead transform into a black sphere, which continued to grow larger. This is bad. It's a waterspout. Tang Jing recognized the situation with a chilling realization, wishing fervently that ere long were aboard, he would undoubtedly have the steady judgment necessary for such a crisis. As Tang Jing's mind raced, contemplating his next move, the ship suddenly jolted violently, leaving him no time to react. The waterspout had arrived. A waterspout, in essence, is a hurricane, akin to a tornado over the sea. Such weather phenomena can occur in rivers, lakes, and oceans, with their destructive power mainly dependent on their range of influence. The larger the diameter of a waterspout, the greater its destructive capacity, with stronger winds at its center. A significant marine tornado can wreak havoc. For instance, earlier this February, the Shuguang 40-passenger ship traveling from Guangzhou to Sanbu, a vessel over 60 tons, was capsized in an instant, with seawater flooding the cabin. Within 2 minutes, the passenger ship sank, resulting in over 300 casualties. At that moment, the sleeping quarters of the Yu Hang were crowded with people. What was meant for 4 had all crew members crammed inside. May Mazu bless us. May the Dragon King grant us protection. Amitba. In the confined space, the crew could barely kneel in prayer, resorting to fervent verbal invocations instead. Suddenly, the ship lurched violently, and everyone clung tightly to anything they could stabilize themselves with, their hearts sinking as they realized the waterspout had come upon them. Instantly, the vessel began to rise and fall erratically, careening left and right, causing everyone in the cabin to feel their hearts leap into their throats. In the cockpit, Tang Jing was drenched in sweat, his anxiety leaving him no time to wipe his brow. It was his first encounter with such a harrowing experience, and despite his maturity, he was utterly terrified. All around him was an impenetrable darkness. He could not discern what lay ahead or in which direction he was steering. The only option was to press onward, fully aware that inaction would yield the direst of outcomes. The influence of the waterspout was limited, and as long as he continued forward, they would eventually escape its grasp. Otherwise, they risked capsizing at any moment. Although the term capsizing is considered taboo among fishermen, the gravity of their situation left them no choice but to contemplate it. It was his maiden voyage, and encountering such adversity led Tang Jing to instinctively doubt himself, questioning whether he was a harbinger of ill fortune for the vessel. His misfortune was one thing, but the lives of so many young souls depended on him. Oh Mazu, I implore you to show mercy and work your divine magic to save us. Should we survive this ordeal, I vow to return and pay my respects, never forgetting your great benevolence. When humanity finds itself powerless against the forces of nature, turning to deities for solace becomes a psychological refuge. Fortunately, even as tears streamed down his face and prayers poured from his lips, Tang Jing steadfastly navigated the ship forward. Though only a brief span of 40 minutes elapsed. For the crew of the Yu Hang, it was a test of life and death, a trial of transcendence. As he steered the vessel through the darkness and glimpsed a glimmer of light ahead, exhilaration surged within him. The heavens do not forsake us. Mazu, great goddess, you have favored your children. We shall honor you well. The Yu Hang surged towards the light, though its true nature remained obscured. In contrast to the oppressive blackness surrounding them, the light symbolized hope. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated as the Yu Hang jolted violently. In that moment, Tang Jing froze. For what lay before him was not the ocean, but a vast expanse of white sand. He stared in disbelief, utterly astonished. We are alive. We have survived. Thank you, Mazu. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Buddha. Thank you, the victorious Buddha of battle. Thank you, Master Sanzang. Before he could finish his expressions of gratitude, he was nudged awake by someone else, jolting him from his reverie. Silence enveloped the group as they stood, dumbfounded. This was not the sea, it was a pristine beach, with trees swaying precariously in the distance, likely remnants of the waterspout's passage. But where were they? He retrieved the compass left to him by Yu Qingbo, which could only indicate direction, pointing east-west, but offered no insight into their whereabouts. Tang Jing and his crew surveyed their surroundings. They had run aground. Before them lay the sandy shore, while behind them stretched the crystalline waters. It was the overwhelming force of nature that had prevented them from navigating to safety. Before them lay a broad expanse of white sand, dotted with coconut trees, while behind were low, barren woods, and further still, rocky hills. Is this a small island? Lao Sha inquired, noting that they only saw sand ahead, with the sea behind, yet could not ascertain whether they were indeed on an island. Let us disembark and take a look. Bring your gear and be cautious. Tang Jing regained his composure. Chapter 88, The Grand Opening of Port Island Department Store. The history of the old arcade street is quite profound. It dates back to the Song dynasty. However, its true flourishing began in the 1920s and 30s when many from Hainan ventured to Southeast Asia, earning wealth and absorbing Western culture, only to return and blend it with local architectural styles, giving rise to the arcade buildings. The first floor typically housed shops, while the second served as residences. Due to historical reasons, the milk tea shop operated separately upstairs and downstairs, while the department store indeed had a second floor. It was only when Yu Qingbo was stocking goods that he discovered this. The realization brought him joy, initially believing there were only 30 square meters on the ground floor. He found an additional 20 square meters above, perfectly suited for storage, while selling on the lower level. The upstairs even had an entire office desk and a single bed for anyone needing respite. The Port Island department store was modest in size, and its opening was far from grand. It began simply with Yu Qingbo and his brother, Yu Qinglong, each igniting firecrackers at the entrance, ushering in good fortune. The store had hired 4 employees, 2 men and 2 women, working in pairs to greet customers at the entrance, while another group managed sales inside. Their sales strategy differed from that of state-run supply and marketing cooperatives and department stores. Every employee's performance and bonuses were directly linked to their sales. Achieving personal sales of over 100 yuan on a given day would yield a 5 yuan bonus, 200 yuan would earn 6 yuan, and 300 yuan would bring in 7 yuan. The more they sold, the more they earned. Chao Hui hired individuals who were articulate and had difficulty finding jobs, and they were thrilled to have such a decent opportunity. The more they sold, the more they earned. Their excitement was palpable as they energetically beckoned passers-by to enter. Madam, I am an employee of Port Island Department Store. Our shop is right behind us, stocked with practical goods sent directly from Hong Kong. Come and take a look at our hair ties, lipsticks, and sewing kits. The employees enthusiastically called out from the entrance, but there was no overwhelming crowd. Nor was there a frenzy of purchases. In fact, after the opening firecrackers fizzled out, there wasn't a single customer in the store. If this continued, let alone earning commissions, the owner might struggle to pay wages. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that Xiao Hui had invited some friends to act as decoys. And now those decoys were just meandering around the store, leaving no genuine customers in sight. Panic surged within Xiao Hui. Her boss, Xiao Yu, had entrusted her with the store, and now facing such a dismal opening, she began to question whether her presence was jinxing the establishment. Doubting her capabilities was not an option. Years of experience had fortified her against such setbacks. She had no doubts about the merchandise, as they were practical goods. Besides, how could one establish a connection with the products if no customers were entering? Yu Qingbo observed the situation and pondered where the fault lay. Upon reflection, he identified a couple of issues. First, they had opened too early. Most modern department stores begin their operations at 9 or even 10 in the morning. Their 7 o'clock opening was indeed premature. At this hour, most people were at the docks purchasing seafood or at the black market buying vegetables. Moreover, there had been no prior publicity. They had made no announcements, and even neighboring shops were unaware of the opening. Just then, the door opened as sales associate Long Outyan ushered an elderly lady inside. "Madam, this hairpin is quite lovely. It would suit you perfectly." It is indeed quite pretty. Is it 30 cents each? The price was clearly marked below the merchandise, and the lady understood. "Yes, madam, this hairpin is 30 cents. However, if you buy more, there is a discount. 3 for 1 yuan. 3 for 1 yuan. Yu Qingbo realized the error. What was Long Outyan thinking? He had suggested that the hairpin would look good on the lady, but she appeared to be in her 50s. How suitable could it be? And a discount? The discounts at your store are 3 dimes each, yet it suddenly turns into $1 for 3? Hello, auntie, it seems Brother Long might have made an error. The promotion for the hairpins is 50 cents for 2, while the $1 for 3 pertains to the sewing kits. Oh, sewing kits? Let me take a look at those. Yes, I'll take 2 hairpins for now. I'll later give them to my granddaughter to wear. The auntie departed, having purchased $2 worth of goods, and Yu Qingbo did not mention Long Outyan, instead attributing the sales to him. For after all, he was indeed an exemplary employee, being the very first to draw a customer into the store. That auntie even mentioned returning with more people, indicating that she truly did not have much money with her. Otherwise, she would have bought more. Yu Qingbo decided to push the wholesale price of mere cents and placed a box at the entrance. Come take a look. A grand discount of 2 dimes. Everything is just 2 dimes. No loss, no deception. During our grand opening, enjoy the promotional prices. Standing at the entrance, Yu Qingbo shouted this, leaving Xiao Hui astounded. This young boss was indeed a sales prodigy. How did he conceive such an idea? At that moment, many shoppers returning from their errands were captivated by the offer of 2 dimes. After all, it wasn't much, and they could peruse without fear of loss. The promotional tactics employed at contemporary shopping malls were a rarity in this era. Although Yu Qingbo was not well versed in the intricacies of commerce, he had worked as a security guard in a shopping center and understood the basics. Uncles and aunties, everything here is just 2 dimes. Feel free to pick and choose. Moreover, we have even more superior products inside, all at promotional prices for our grand opening. Everyone, please step inside and take a look. The crowd began to bustle, and Xiao Hui found herself too occupied to keep an eye on Long Outyan, silently praying that he wouldn't call for a higher price. If he did, it could lead to unsold stock. If he called too low, it would result in losses. I can't afford any more. I need to head back and come again later. Everyone had come out to buy groceries, and with limited funds, they could only purchase what they could afford, leaving the rest to be taken home for later. However, upon their return, many found themselves unable to enter the store, as the promotional items outside had already sold out. By 10:30 in the morning, the Hong Kong Island department store was teeming with customers. Long Outyan was stationed at the entrance, preventing anyone from exiting and not allowing new customers to enter. He was thoroughly frustrated, having misremembered the price of gloves, selling them for 3 dimes instead of 5, which led to his punishment by the boss. He was merely $1 and 3 dimes shy of achieving a $100 sales figure that would entitle him to a commission. Is the boss intentionally targeting me? Chapter 89, Out of Stock and Seeking at Sea. Boss, we have run out of gloves. Boss, the socks are gone. Boss, the scarves are sold out. Xiao Hui reported the situation to Yu Qingbo, her gaze resembling that of someone eyeing a delectable treat. Don't look at me like that. I'm anxious too. A lack of stock is not something I take lightly. This is my livelihood. The Hong Kong Island department store achieved sales of over 270 in the morning, and by the end of the day, had accumulated more than 1,300. The following day, sales surged to over 3,300, and on the third day, they exceeded 4,600. On the fourth day alone, they had already surpassed 3,400 in the morning, resulting in a total return of over 12,000. The employees received their commissions daily, working tirelessly yet brimming with vigor each subsequent day. However, with stock depleted, what was to be done? The 5-dime items were all gone, leaving only those priced at 1, 2, or 3 dimes. Yu Qingbo was anxious as well. He had agreed with Tang Jing to return within 5 days, and today was the day. Where was she? He had become familiar with the intricacies of sailing, and they had discussed solutions for various situations. Tang Jing was typically so composed, surely there would be no issues. Yet, when it came to the actual experience, it was proving to be different from his expectations. The Hong Kong Island department store, beloved for its quality and affordability, had to inform customers that due to supplier issues, it would be closing for 15 days. A notice was affixed to the store's entrance, as there was no alternative. The inventory had been completely sold out. Despite recovering 20,000, Yu Qingbo felt no joy. It had been 8 days since the Yuhang had set sail without returning. Chow Ai, let us give everyone a break. Count the holiday wages, and I'll go restock. When I return, everyone can resume work. Chow Hui understood that something must have happened with the ship, otherwise, it would have returned sooner. She chose not to pressure Yu Qingbo further, assuring him that she could manage the store in his absence. For a newly opened store to halt operations for half a month was akin to a complete reopening, and there was little that Chow Hui could do. Yu Qingbo had initially thought the stock could last for at least 15 to 20 days, yet it had all vanished in just 7 days. Ere long, Yu Qinglong looked at his underage brother with deep concern, noticing the worry etched on his face. Feeling a pang of sympathy, "Big brother, I need you to oversee things here. I must return to sea aboard the Ping and to search for the Yuhang." Yu Qinglong nodded gravely without uttering a word. Sister-in-law's milk tea business is now on a stable trajectory, consistently generating profits between 300 to 400 daily. At this rate, we could open a second store within a year. While the Hong Kong Island department store flourished, Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming were not envious. They were content with their capabilities and the life they now led, which was far beyond their previous imaginations. This prosperity was thanks to Erlong's efforts, and they were grateful. During the bustling days at the Hong Kong Island department store, only Long NV and a newly hired employee remained at the milk tea shop, while the other 8 had gone to assist at the department store without any pay. Yu Qingbo faced considerable difficulties returning home, having changed vehicles several times, taking nearly 6 hours to reach his hometown. His mother inquired about the ship, and he casually mentioned that Tang Jing had set sail. It wasn't until his father, Yu Qian, returned that he revealed the truth, leaving Yu Qian visibly shaken. The prospect of going out to sea for fishing and the inevitable dangers involved were clear. It wasn't just about the ship, there were many lives aboard. One could not take the loss of life lightly, even if Tang Jing and her younger son were well liked. If anything happened to her, would the Tang family let them off easily? "Father, before we have any results, do not harbor any thoughts. Do not tell Ma. Do not burden her. Tomorrow, I will go out to sea with you and tell her we will be away for a few more days." The following day, Yu Qingbo boarded the Ping Inn. Upon arrival, he convened a meeting with the crew, informing them that this trip would be a long one, and anyone unwilling to go could disembark and notify their families promptly. Due to delays, they had initially planned to set sail at 5 in the morning, but left at 9 instead, primarily due to insufficient supplies that needed attending to. Where was the Ping Inn headed? Yu Qingbo steered the ship directly towards the Shisha Islands. He did not appear as calm as he seemed. The 6 lives aboard the Yuhang were truly lost, and he could not afford the weight of that grief, neither in monetary terms nor in matters of conscience. To follow your ship to sea, only for you to remain ashore while others perished, could easily lead to accusations of deliberate murder, leaving him with no way to justify himself. For now, Yu Qingbo could only cling to the hope of his elusive good fortune. He wished for luck, yet he also dreaded its implications. If his previous safe voyages were merely the results of fortuitous circumstances, then what of Tang Jing and the others who had none? Would they not be doomed? The Ping Inn was not incapable of venturing into deeper waters, however, due to the limitations of its size. The supplies it carried took up significant space, restricting its ability to accommodate fish later on, which is why it had never embarked on such distant journeys before. As the ship set sail, Old Zhu and the crew began to sense that something was amiss. On an ordinary day, the jovial Uncle Yu bore no trace of his usual mirth, while his boss, Yu Qingbo, wore a furrowed brow, his face a portrait of worry. They had been at sea for 4 hours, yet there was not a single signal indicating a successful catch. Quietly, Old Zhu approached the captain's seat beside Yu Qingbo. "Where are we headed?" he inquired. "To Shisha," was the terse reply. Old Zhu did not press further, noting the gravity etched on Yu Qingbo's face, which stirred a sense of both respect and trepidation within him. The crew was well aware that the journey to Shisha would quell any frivolous thoughts. The distance was considerable, And before reaching it, what catch could be made? Yet, after a modest lunch, they found themselves at Shisha, wondering why they still hadn't dropped the nets and where they were actually heading. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Qingbo's palms were slick with sweat, his body taut with tension. The Shisha archipelago was vast, but the spacecraft, Yu Hang, was initially meant to operate in the northern waters of Shisha, and they should have returned by now. With no sign of their destination, Yu Qian stood at the bow, casting anxious glances, fearful that the crew might perceive the turmoil on his face, which was marred not only by sweat, but also by tears. Compelling himself to regain composure, Yu Qingbo adjusted the vessel's course towards a small island that appeared on the map to be part of the Shisha archipelago. As they approached, they spotted a figure standing upright on the shore, an embodiment of valor. The soldiers on the beach turned their gazes towards the approaching vessel. Yu Qian retrieved a flag from his bag, which had been forecasted long ago, affixing it to a bamboo pole and waving it towards the shore, prompting the soldiers to beckon them forward. The peaceful No successfully docked at Gongquan Island. Hello, comrades. Have you noticed any unusual activity at sea in recent days? Chapter 90, Moon Island and Coconut Crabs. Tang Jing and his team had been on the island for 6 days, during which they had familiarized themselves with the locale. The island was not particularly small. In fact, it rivaled Haihe Village in size and was shaped intriguingly like a crescent moon. This crescent-shaped island featured a sandy beach along its arc, and due to its inward curving ends, they could not see the endpoint of the beach upon their arrival. As it turned a corner, beyond the sandy shore grew coconut trees and banana plants, with low shrubs lining the backdrop. Surprisingly, there was even a spring bubbling forth, its waters flowing along the thicket toward the island's 2 pointed edges. After traversing the area of trees, they encountered rocks, which quickly led to a straight edge, resembling a mooncake that had been sliced in half. The island was not expansive, and upon their arrival, Tang Jing and his crew conducted a thorough inspection, discovering no one else was present save for a few rabbits. The soft sand of the beach was pleasant underfoot, but they were not there for leisure, their spirits too burdened to enjoy a stroll. Captain Xiaodang, it's time to eat, Zhao Jingwo called out. What was on the menu? It was all seafood they had gathered from the beach. The tides left behind a bounty of marine life each day, including orchid crabs and grouper. But what would typically spark joy now elicited none among them. They could only hope that when the tide rose in a few days, the Yu Hang would be able to set sail once more. Tang Jing, ever mindful of his role as captain, rallied the crew, instilling a newfound respect among them for his composure despite the circumstances. His calm demeanor served as a source of comfort. Only Lao Shao appeared unfazed. Or perhaps he simply accepted the situation with equanimity, as evidenced by his swimming in the sea. He had contemplated every possible scenario. If they could succeed, then so be it. If not, there was little they could do. At least they would not perish. With seafood to eat and fresh water on the island, what more could they fear? Surely, Erlong would come to their rescue. If Yu Qingbo were privy to Lao Sha's thoughts, he would undoubtedly express his gratitude, appreciating the faith held in him. Let it be known that even if Sun Wukong were to arrive, if his master were captured and he knew not who the captor was, how could he effect a rescue? After their meal, the crew sought places to rest, consciously conserving energy to prepare for any unforeseen developments. Their provisions were dwindling, and while they had seafood, they still required grains and vegetables. Meanwhile, Sha Yungue, unbeknownst to the others, tapped into a hidden talent for exploration. Clad in water shoes and wielding a large net, he set off with a bucket in hand, much to Tang Jing's chagrin as he called after him. Little did they know, Lao Sha's heart was not as tranquil as it seemed. In truth, he was more afraid of death than anyone else. While others could pause for rest, he could not afford such luxury, his mind racing with anxiety. His swimming and exploration were merely distractions to keep his thoughts from spiraling out of control. Yet fate often favors those who are prepared. When one feels luck is absent, sometimes a simple stroll can lead to unexpected fortune. Lao Sha ventured towards a nearby stream, where the water nourished the surrounding foliage. But as he walked, he stumbled over an unseen rock, twisting his ankle. Not every sprain results in severe injury. Lao Sha merely twisted his ankle, but a sea snail nearby pricked his ankle, causing a slight sting. This minor discomfort was inconsequential to him, and as he bent down, he noticed something of greater interest. A large crab. What a magnificent creature it was, albeit oddly shaped. He pursued it, but the crab scuttled away swiftly. Upon closer inspection, Lao Sha was taken aback. Was this truly a crab? It bore an uncanny resemblance to a large spider, yet its shell and formidable pincers betrayed its true identity. Not wishing to solve this mystery alone, he called out for assistance, and soon the others joined him. Look, a sea snail, Tang Jing exclaimed, eliciting laughter from the crew. Though Lao Sha remained puzzled by their amusement, as such snails were not particularly rare. It seemed the rising tide could reach this location, providing a promising opportunity to set sail when the time came. Li Yuejin's comment sparked a realization in Lao Sha, buoying his spirits. Moreover, the crab I mentioned earlier is just ahead. It's enormous. Leading the way, they pressed forward, nearing the shoreline and exiting the thicket. Good heavens, it's a coconut crab, exclaimed Xiao Feng, who typically spoke little. Indeed, it was a coconut crab, weighing at least 5 pounds. Look, there's another one over there. Tang Jing cautioned. Be careful when capturing it. I've heard they possess considerable strength. Though the crew needed no reminder, Lao Sha took heed of the warning. Coconut crabs typically dwell among coastal forests, relying on coconuts for sustenance, hence their name. Their size and robust exoskeletons, coupled with powerful pincers and long legs, allow them to scale trees and crack open coconuts with ease. However, capturing coconut crabs proved a challenge. After considerable effort, they had only managed to secure 4. Though not many, their combined weight was substantial, estimated around 30 pounds, with the largest nearing 10 pounds. Everyone returned with a sense of joy, not merely due to the presence of a few coconut crabs, but rather because they glimpsed the hope of returning home. The peaceful voyage had come to a halt. Being a small vessel, it could not roam freely, and careful attention to fuel consumption was imperative. Yu Qingbo had no choice but to reveal the truth to everyone, leaving them in stunned silence. Ere long, are you saying that Xiao Jing and Lao Sha? Zhu Tianshu spoke with a quaver in his voice. And upon hearing this, tears cascaded down Yu Qingbo's cheeks. No one aboard was devoid of sorrow. They were all from the same village, having come together. Yet in such a short span, they had lost someone. The death of a rabbit brings sorrow to the fox. Would they too one day face such a fate? Ere long, let us return now, Yu Qian uttered with a trembling voice. What else could they do? They had scoured the nearby seas and islands for an entire day, encountering 2 boats only to be met with the same disheartening news. They had faced a massive waterspout, and the chances of finding the Yuhang were virtually non-existent. Return. Yu Qingbo finally cried out helplessly, fully aware of the grim reality that awaited them upon their return. Chapter 91. Overwhelming Pressure. The peaceful voyage had returned, and the dock was bustling with activity. The onlookers, having been sipping tea at a nearby stall, had come over, primarily to see if there were any bargains to be had, especially since Yu Qian had previously dealt with some unsellable fish. However, something felt amiss. Old Yu appeared as though he hadn't slept in days. As Yu Qian disembarked, a multitude of crew members followed behind, all wearing sorrowful expressions. And the crowd at the dock quickly sensed that something was wrong. Old Gua, your ship has returned, but it seems something has happened? Something happened? Don't say such things. Fang Ani. The bearer of this news was none other than Fang Biyuan's wife, and her words caused a palpable tension in the air. Bad news is never welcome. Yunxiang. It may not be as grave as it seems. Perhaps this harvest was poor, and old Yu and the crew simply do not have cheerful faces, she hastily explained, understanding the need to avoid any discord with Gui Yunxiang over unfounded gossip. Gui Yunxiang set aside her work and hurried to the dock. She knew Yu Qian well. His lack of a smile indicated trouble. Yu Qian was not one to greet others without a cheerful demeanor. Old Yu. Upon seeing Yu Qian, she rushed forward, grasping his arm, eager to inquire about the situation, but Yu Qian appeared somewhat distracted, nearly causing her to stumble. Fortunately, Gui Yunxiang's strength prevented her from falling. Heh, Yunxiang. Something serious has indeed occurred. Yu Qian's usually warm demeanor had vanished, and he fainted right there on the dock, much to the alarm of the crew. His parents' expressions mirrored that of villagers receiving shocking news, igniting a wave of concern throughout the village. Everyone was aware that something was amiss, but they had not anticipated the severity of the issue. Have you heard? Old Yu's ship is missing, along with the boys from the Santai family, the Yun Gui from the Tong Tian family, Li Yujin, and several young men from Nangang village. The news spread swiftly, igniting panic throughout the village of Haiha. Yu Qingbo's home was surrounded, with people forming layers around it. However, many outside seemed to revel in the misfortune. Ere long. Are you saying that the ship should have returned 5 days ago? It's now been 8 days and still no sign of it. Sha Tongtian's eyes were red as he questioned Yu Qingbo. Yes, Uncle Sha, it was supposed to return to Haikao 8 days ago. When it failed to do so, I took the peaceful voyage to search for it. The Yuhang was operating in the northern region of the Shisha Islands, and we searched for a whole day without any success. We even inquired with local border guards, who mentioned that about 10 days ago, a massive waterspout had occurred. Ere long, why didn't you board the ship? My son said he was with yours. Why did you not go? This was Su Ning's father, Su Zhenghua, who was nearly accusatory, demanding to know why his son had not returned while Yu Qingbo had. Hua Guoping's mother had collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, while Gui Yunxiang supported her, tears streaming down her face as she fed candies to Hua's mother, who suffered from low blood sugar. This was not the time for any mishaps. Ere long, we understand the situation now. This means the large ship likely encountered the waterspout, as you surmised. Tang Jing and the others might merely be lost or trapped somewhere, correct? Tang Santai spoke through tears, for he had only one son and could not fathom the heavens being so cruel as to claim him so easily. Uncle San. Yu Qingbo recognized that this was his uncle's way of deluding himself, but he could not bear to shatter Tang Santai's fragile hope. In the past, when the family had struggled and both older brothers had not survived, they named him Santai, not for the sake of longevity, but in hopes of having 3 lives. Wishing for his survival. As fate would have it, he did survive, yet the elders often said he had drawn upon the fortunes of his deceased brothers, and now, as he lay there, he recalled those old superstitions, muttering about retribution before collapsing. Tang Santai was rushed to the town hospital for urgent care, while Huai's mother was also taken to the hospital. Several families departed in tears, none mentioning compensation. Even the elder Su Zhenghua, a seasoned revolutionary with a temper, left with reddened eyes, fully aware of the course of action required. Compensation? No one uttered a word about it, and Yu Qingbo could no longer remain composed. In this day and age, it was not like decades past. When calamity struck, people often thought about how much they could extort from you. Yet, the villagers were inherently kind and simple-hearted. Sending their children with your ship was a gesture of trust and camaraderie, believing you to be reliable. However, with the ship missing and their children's fates uncertain, there was no one who felt at ease. Yu Qingbo understood that everyone still clung to a glimmer of hope. What if? But when a large ship ventures into the vast ocean, what are the odds of survival? Even 1 in 10,000 may not suffice. He had prepared himself for the worst, a total loss, even if he had to support the families of those affected. As long as they could overcome this hurdle, he would accept it. Yet the absence of any mention of compensation revealed to him that he had misjudged the people of this time. They were not driven by materialistic greed. But what could he do? In that moment, he felt the weight of insurmountable pressure. Ere long, wake up. As he regained consciousness, Gui Yunxiang wept, feeding him sweetened water that had been prepared for him. The family had not eaten for 2 days. With no one able to stomach anything, Gui Yunxiang had made sugar water, and the 3 of them managed to survive on that. Their tea stall had been robbed. The culprit unknown, Wang Chong, had come with the grim news that the money box was empty, and even the ingredients for their cool dessert were gone. Gui Yunxiang, upon hearing this, seemed not to have registered it, as no one responded to Wang Chong. Observing the family's gaunt faces, he thought that if this continued, they would perish. He hurried back, and that day informed Yu Qinglong and his wife through his usual fish-selling channels. That evening, he brought 2 large watermelons to Yu Qingbo's home. Though they could not eat solid food, the watermelon was a refreshing treat, providing some much-needed hydration. However, before long, the entire family found themselves making frequent trips to the toilet, collectively suffering from diarrhea. When Wang Chong learned of this, he regretted his words and slapped himself in dismay. Chapter 92. Escape. 2 days later, Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming returned to their hometown, and upon witnessing the disheveled state of their family, they were taken aback. Father, mother, even if the sky were to fall, you must take care of your health. Just look at Erlong and then at yourselves. What do you think happened? Are you planning to compensate them? During his 2 months in Haikao, Yu Qinglong had interacted with various guests every day, honing his Mandarin to the point where his speech was no longer tinged with the rustic accent of his earlier days. Gui Yunxiang and Yu Qian exchanged glances and then looked at Yu Qingbo, summoning the strength to uplift their spirits. Zhao Mingming, as the daughter-in-law, was at a loss for words on how to console them, so she returned to prepare a sumptuous feast. Grandfather, grandmother, please eat something. Erlong, dinner is ready. Your sister-in-law has made your favorite coconut chicken. Eat, eat, they urged, as Gui Yunxiang and Yu Qian, observing their emaciated youngest son, steeled themselves and led the way at the dining table. Old Gua had been subsisting on sugar water for several days, and the sudden return to solid food was quite jarring, causing him to choke momentarily. Zhao Mingming hurriedly offered him water. At this point, there's no use in lamenting. It has come to this. Let us now consider how to compensate them. Yu Qinglong finally spoke after noticing that everyone had nearly finished eating. Wait a moment. Go and fetch your Uncle Fong. Let him come over so we can discuss this with him and seek his counsel, Yu Qian interjected. As the head of the family, he needed to step up. The troubles his son had encountered were his burden to bear. On Moon Island, Tang Jing and her companions had managed to gather a substantial amount of seafood. In recent days, the tides had swelled significantly, bringing a plethora of marine life ashore. In just 3 days, they had collected over a ton of seafood. Had the ship's cold storage not been full, this bounty could have easily doubled. With coconut crabs, grouper, golden pomfret, butterfly fish, rock lobsters, and sea cucumbers, it seemed the island was truly a cornucopia of resources. What do we mean by a bountiful harvest? It signifies an abundance of produce. Return home and study diligently. Erlong has repeated this countless times, yet you remain oblivious, Tang Jing admonished old Sha. Now, amidst their light-hearted banter, they recognized the rising tides. Today, as they disembarked, the water nearly reached their ankles. Tomorrow or the day after, we can attempt to set sail, Li Yujin remarked, and the crew nodded in agreement. Ever since they discovered the coconut crabs the day before, they had ceased their post-meal rests and begun chopping trees. They felled a tree about the thickness of an adult's thigh and approximately 10 meters in length. What are we chopping trees for? It was to prepare for the ship's launch. Tang Jing would steer the ship while the others pushed it from below, but they realized that pushing alone would be insufficient. They decided to use the tree trunk to assist. A 10-meter trunk would suffice for everyone to exert their strength on either side, as long as the vessel could move. They could return home. Although their time away had been brief, they found themselves yearning for home. Unbeknownst to them, their families were already mourning their disappearance. And all they could do was wait. The group divided into 3 shifts to ensure someone was always monitoring the rising tides. At 3:30 a.m., the watchman, Hua Guoping, shouted, awakening everyone aboard the ship. The ship is moving. His excitement led him to shout loudly, stirring those in the sleeping quarters and the cockpit. Upon waking, everyone sensed something was amiss. Although they had previously been on the ship, it had been stranded, feeling no different from being on solid ground, completely motionless. Now, however, they could distinctly feel the vessel rising and falling. We are saved. Captain Tang, start the ship. They clamored. Yet Tang Jing, already sensing the ship's movement, had begun to initiate the vessel's launch. Not yet. The water is still too shallow. The rear may be deep enough, but the bow is still stuck on the beach. Let us go, everyone, let us push the ship. Fortunately, they had anticipated this scenario. They lifted the tree trunk and disembarked. At this moment, the trunk served as a makeshift lever. They positioned themselves at the front of the ship, using the log to brace against it. And the team on either side prepared to push. 3, 2, 1, push. If the ship was still aground, their combined strength would be futile. Thankfully, the rear of the vessel had begun to float. The engine was capable of generating power, though the bow remained grounded. The sandy beach was soft, and under their collective effort, the Yuhang slowly began to retreat. Initially, their exertions seemed fruitless, but as the ship's hull began to drift back, it was the engine's power that propelled it. With a rumbling sound, the vessel gradually moved backward. Once the ship reached a sufficient depth, Tang Jing adjusted its course, aiming to dock on the opposite side of Moon Island's rocky shore, facilitating easier boarding for the crew. From the beach, the journey to board the ship would have required a lengthy swim, but with the vessel anchored here, the crew could board directly without even needing to enter the water, as the rising tide provided ample docking options. Had it not been for the ship's navigation system, docking in such unfamiliar waters could have posed serious risks of grounding. Tang Jing successfully anchored the Yuhang and awaited the crew's return. However, after some time, no one approached. Did they think he had sailed away? That was implausible. The island was small, and despite being out of sight from the beach, the direction in which he had sailed and the sounds they heard should have indicated his presence. Tang Jing disembarked to investigate, and was taken aback upon discovering that each person was returning with 2 bags in tow. It appeared that they had brought bags with them to collect seafood, and now, they had ventured to the previously identified spots to gather marine delicacies. By 7:30 a.m., after having pushed the ship since 3:30 a.m., everyone was back on board. Tang Jing adjusted the ship's course, heading north according to the compass. Although he could not precisely gauge their current location, sailing north from the vicinity of Shisha was undoubtedly a prudent choice. For hours later, they spotted land. With people on the shore, they sailed directly toward them to inquire for directions. We have somehow arrived in Yaxian. It seems the dragon's breath current carried us quite a distance. Yaxian, known in later times as Sanya, may not have been their final destination, but at that moment, the hearts of those aboard were finally at ease. Now, they were navigating around Hainan Island, free from worries about other dangers, with the ability to dock at land whenever they needed supplies. What was there to fear? After 3 more hours of sailing from Yaxian, the Yuhang emerged off the coast of Haiha village. Chapter 93. Apology Old Wang, am I seeing things? Is that a large ship approaching? It looks remarkably like the one from the Yu family. Wang Chong, who had nearly drifted into slumber, sprang up from his reclined position upon hearing his wife's words. Oh, what are you blabbering about? If it's true, hurry and go inform the Yu family. Why are you just sitting there crowing? You're not a rooster. Upon hearing Wang Chong announce that their family's large ship had returned, Yu Qian rushed outside, without even properly putting on her shoes. In truth, they had all heard the ship's horn. However, without sighting the vessel, they dared not fathom that it was indeed their own. Erlong, at the dock. As Tang Jing spotted Yu Qingbo, the usually composed Captain Tang finally released the burden he had been carrying, tears streaming down his face. Yu Qingbo directly embraced him in his arms, genuinely feeling for Captain Tang. Congratulations on your safe return. he exclaimed. Ere long, how have you become so emaciated? At this moment, Tang Jing finally noticed Yu Qingbo's gaunt appearance, which was not merely thin, but alarmingly so. It's nothing. Just been a bit picky with food these past few days, he replied. Son, you've finally come back. I thought. At this juncture, Mama Hua emerged from the crowd, unable to restrain her pent-up emotions and weeping profusely. Hua Guoping was also teary-eyed when they were caught in the water spout, engulfed in darkness. The crew had clung to their pride and remained silent, despite being terrified. Later, when they were stranded on Moon Island, their inactivity stemmed from a sense of hopelessness. Now, spurred on by their mother's tears, they all began to weep uncontrollably. Su Jinghua, Li Yuejin's parents, Xiao Feng's parents, and Tang Santai and his wife were all present. The dock transformed into a scene of collective grief. Moving even those who merely stood by to secretly wipe their tears, it was a profoundly touching sight. Everyone, please cease your tears, they have returned safely. Which is a joyous occasion. Let us not weep any longer. Go home and rest well. You parents should prepare some good food. Look how much the children have lost weight. Fang Biyuan interjected, attempting to diffuse the situation. With so many people present, it would be prudent for everyone to return to their homes. As everyone turned to leave, Tang Jing suddenly called out and dashed towards the ship. Her shout seemed to trigger a memory in the other crew members, prompting them to hurry back. Observers watched as they began unloading crates of seafood. Is that a coconut crab? It's enormous. How much could that sell for? One exclaimed. Look at all these little lobsters. Where did they catch so many? Another marveled. Is that a grouper? That red one is a red-spotted grouper, and the greenish one, the big tiger grouper. I recognize that one. But what is that gray one with spots? Someone else inquired. You don't recognize that? It's a mouse grouper. They didn't encounter danger. I think they stumbled upon a treasure and were reluctant to leave. In an instant, the spectators' mood shifted, and their parents shared in this newfound excitement. A total of 13 crates of seafood were unloaded, far exceeding ordinary varieties. Yu Qingbo assessed the situation and estimated the catch to be worth at least 1,500. Selling it in Haikou could easily fetch 2,000. Ere long, we gathered all of this on the island where we were stranded. Tang Jing's words ignited a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. You found all of this on that island? Was there really that much? Next time, take me along. I'll pay for the boat. Just get me to that island. I want to gather abalone and coconut crabs too. Count me in. I'm going no matter the cost. The cargo was swiftly transported to Lao Wang's purchase station. Let me make it clear. All of this belongs to you. You can divide it among yourselves. Your uncles and aunts at home have been worried sick. Go back and comfort them. After Yu Qingbo concluded, he intended to head home, but, upon passing the tea stall, his expression darkened. The once recognizable tea stall was now unrecognizable. Aside from the stone stools, everything else was in disarray, the tables toppled, and the operation counter lay in ruins, resembling a dump. Guo Yunxiang and Yu Qian, who had been following him, rushed to his front. Guo Yunxiang unleashed a torrent of curses before being pulled back by Yu Qian. When you are flourishing, friends and family surround you. When you are downcast, those same people take pleasure in your misfortune. Yu Qingbo remained silent. It wasn't he, just villagers. Decades later, when one faces adversity, even one's own parents and siblings may revel in one's downfall. Although he didn't know who had vandalized the tea stall, it was evident that its popularity had bred envy among the villagers. After all, the large boats in the village belonged to his family, while others may not feel resentment. It was hard not to when his family accumulated wealth from the village. With the tea stall's destruction, it was likely that some had long plotted this act. Yu Qingbo realized he shouldn't be angry. Instead, he could use this opportunity to persuade his parents to move to Haikou, where life was far more convenient, with better healthcare and social welfare. Mom, let us slaughter one of the old hens at home. I'm craving chicken, he said, attempting to shift her attention from her melancholy. Chicken? All right, I'll have your sister-in-law prepare it. She cooks chicken well. After days of gloom, the youngest son finally remembered something, and Guo Yunxiang, not one to be stingy, felt her own stomach growl at the thought of her daughter-in-law's chicken dish. Let us go home and eat chicken. Yu Qian chimed in. Just as they were contemplating this delightful meal, the front gate of the courtyard swung open, revealing Tang Santai and his wife, accompanied by Tang Jing, who bore a chicken and some meat to offer their apologies. After learning what had transpired over the past few days and witnessing Yu Qingbo's alarming weight loss, Tang Jing understood the distress his family had endured, prompting the couple to come and apologize. Mama Hua arrived shortly thereafter, followed by Su Jinghua and Li Yuejin's parents. They all approached with profuse apologies, and Yu Qian and Guo Yunxiang greeted them with smiles. What else could they do? After all, they too had felt a deep sense of discomfort during those troubling times. Once everyone had been seen off, it was finally time to enjoy some chicken. Lao Shao arrived. His father, Sha Tongtian, had not been to work for several days. And now he came bearing wine, eager to share a couple of drinks with Yu Qian. Chapter 94, Adjusting Course. The crew members had returned, and Yu Qian and her husband finally felt a sense of relief. Sha Tongtian and Lao Sha came to dinner, unexpectedly supporting each other as they walked in. Yu Qinglong had escorted them all the way, and the family had not fared much better. Yu Qian and Yu Qingbo had both indulged a little too much. With the problems resolved, everyone relaxed. Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming were eager to return to Haikao, reminiscing about the thriving business they had when they last left. Brother, sister-in-law, you needn't rush. This afternoon I have a meeting. After it concludes, you can take the boat, which will be much faster than driving. That afternoon, Yu Qingbo's family and the crew gathered beneath the large tree at the village entrance. This incident, while alarming, was ultimately without real danger, serving as a poignant reminder for me to accompany you all on future voyages. By the way, I must inform you that we will be pausing our fishing excursions for the time being, he said, prompting murmurs of concern from Tang Jing and the others, who were eager to speak. Yu Qingbo waved his hand for silence, continuing, do not misinterpret this. I would have made this decision regardless. The primary reason is that our shop in Haikao has run out of stock. You all know how much we brought back last time. It sold out in just 6 days. However, it takes more than 10 days to restock from Shenzhen. Therefore, we will be heading to replenish our inventory. Everyone will go, with supplies being procured at Zhongying Street for each head count. When we return, we can bring back more goods. Of course, the wages may not be as high as when we go out fishing, but they certainly won't be significantly lower either. Besides, my parents are getting older and have yet to visit Haikao. Finally, he announced, I will be taking the Ping into Haikao first. Those who wish to voice any concerns or suggestions, please do so now. Captain, I have a question. Suning raised his hand over there. Everyone turned to look, and Yu Qingbo gestured for him to continue. The seafood we sold on the island fetched a staggering 1,700. Yes, Captain, that amount is excessive. Yu Qingbo raised his hand to silence the crowd. Let's not discuss the money. That was rightfully yours, earned through your daring endeavors. You returned safely. What if you hadn't? I might have lost everything and still not been able to repay you. After the meeting concluded, everyone returned home to prepare. Yu Qingbo informed them that they would be heading to Shenzhen the next day, thus necessitating arrangements at home. Yu Qian specifically asked Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, and Tang Jing to stay behind and extended his apologies to them. The ship had delivered goods, and since they weren't fishing anymore, they wouldn't receive dividends. However, the group voiced no objections, as their base salary was already set at 50, which was quite decent. Nevertheless, Yu Qingbo assured them that bonuses would be distributed later, albeit not as high as the dividends. Are we also going to Haikao? Guo Yunxiang was ecstatic upon learning that she would also be heading to Haikao. Yet she feared she might be of no assistance and would only add to the burden on the children. Thus, she felt a tinge of uncertainty. As soon as Yu Qingbo returned, he grasped her arm and inquired, Brother and sister-in-law, your milk tea shop is particularly busy. You and Dad could help keep an eye on things. Moreover, you should investigate how tea stalls operate in big cities. While we won't be opening one in the village, we can establish one in the city. Haikao is a vast metropolis with ample opportunities. Hearing her youngest son speak thus, Guo Yunxiang finally felt at ease. Tomorrow, they would set sail. Those going to Haikao would head to Haikao, and those bound for Shenzhen would journey to Shenzhen. As such, everyone remained awake, tidying up their belongings. Just after dinner, an unexpected guest arrived, Captain Fong Biyuan. Uncle Fong. Fong Biyuan was a good man. He had not mentioned the time when things were stolen from their home, nor had he commented on the excessive violence during Fong Zhuo's quarrel with himself. This time, when trouble arose at home, he was also there to mediate, and Yu Qingbo held a good impression of him in his heart. Ere long, don't run away. I came to find both of you today. Yu Qingbo exchanged glances with Yu Qian. It turned out that Fong Biyuan had come with a serious matter, seeking their assistance to devise a means of generating income for the village. You've managed to rise. Yet there are still many in the village who cannot afford a decent meal throughout the year. I've cast aside my pride to come and consult with you, hoping to find a way to uplift others in the village. Fong Biyuan's gaze remained fixed on Yu Qingbo, implying that Yu Qian was merely benefiting from the heat generated by his son's success. Yu Qingbo was not particularly fond of the village atmosphere, especially since the tea stall had likely been a source of envy for many, leading to its sabotage. However, Fong Biyuan was right. The village needed a boost in development, not for any other reason but to alleviate the envy and resentment that brewed among its inhabitants. Even if they ventured to Haikao, it didn't mean they wouldn't return to their roots. Wealth amassed without regard for those left behind would inevitably lead to resentment, even if unspoken. Yu Qingbo had numerous avenues for making money. Aquaculture was advancing rapidly, and seizing one opportunity could uplift the entire village. However, the timing was not yet ripe. Although the broader environment had loosened considerably, caution was still warranted. Should something go awry with his proposals, he would bear the responsibility. Uncle Fong, give us some time to think. Even if we leave, we will undoubtedly return. You need not worry. I do have some ideas. But I must first assess the external conditions to see if they are feasible. Fong Buiyuan left with an incomplete answer, awaiting Yu Qingbo's further response. The next day, Yu Qian piloted the Ping and Hao north towards Haikao. Yu Qingbo instructed his elder brother to rent a separate room for their parents, ensuring a place for them to stay upon their return. Unexpectedly, while he was advising his brother, Gui Yunxiang approached him, expressing her desire to accompany them to Shenzhen. Shenzhen, the forefront of reform and opening up. I've never been there. I want to see it. Yu Qian observed his younger brother in silence. His eyes clearly reflected his own desire to go. Reluctantly, Yu Qingbo acquiesced to his mother's wishes and assured his father that he would sail to Haikao this time, promising to take him to Shenzhen at the next opportunity. The Yuhang Hao watched as the Ping and Hao departed and then slowly set off towards the horizon. After the previous incident, Yu Qingbo opted for a more conservative route, hugging the coastline while navigating through Zhanjiang and the relevant maritime areas of Yanqing en route to Shenzhen. Calculating the days, it had been 6 days since the advertisement was posted, and they had 9 days to procure their goods and return, a rather tight schedule. Chapter 95, Multiple Choices. Due to the time constraints, the Yuhang Hao maintained a steady course along the coastline, arriving at Shenzhen Yantian port precisely 4 days later, around 3 in the afternoon. Throughout the journey, everyone struggled to find comfort. The presence of the boss's mother amidst a boat full of men, with her being the sole woman aboard, rendered the situation rather inconvenient. How are you feeling, Almai? Quite well, actually. You needn't worry about me. I adapt easily. Yu Qingbo felt somewhat speechless. His mother's resilience was indeed commendable. While the others appeared somewhat fatigued, she seemed full of energy. Looking at the single tent he had prepared for her, he pondered that perhaps he should acquire one for himself as well, at least to ensure a more comfortable sleep. Come, let us pack our things and disembark. We'll find a hotel to stay at, and then go together to apply for our border pass. 8 crew members, along with Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, Tang Jing, and their mothers, totaling 13 individuals, headed directly to a hotel in Shitujio to book rooms. Thanks to the open frontier, there were numerous hotels in the area, and many guests were present. Yu Qingbo's group, being numerous, selected a larger hotel and requested adjoining rooms. Although opportunities were abundant, Shenzhen also harbored many dangers, not just now, but since the onset of opening up until the 1990s. Shenzhen had been perilous due to the influx of outsiders and a lack of effective surveillance. In those days, individuals going missing was a common occurrence. Everyone was tired and decided to rest. I'll take them to apply for the border pass. Tomorrow we'll collect the goods and then head back. There's not much worth exploring here. Vast expanses of rural land await development. After ensuring everyone was settled, Yu Qingbo led his mother, Lao Zhu, and the others who had never been before to Zhongying Street to apply for the border pass. Having prior experience, the application process was swift. Once completed, it was already the end of the workday. Let us go. I'll take you to buy something to eat, and we can return to enjoy a meal together. After dining, it would be wise to retire early, as we have an early start tomorrow. This was the first visit to Shenzhen for everyone, and as they observed the diverse dialects spoken around them, Wei Yunxiang felt a sense of inferiority creeping in. From finding a hotel to applying for the border pass and then purchasing food, everyone spoke in Mandarin. Although her youngest son's command of the language was not perfect, he could at least understand the conversations around him. This left her feeling somewhat out of step with the times. It is indeed Guo Yunxiang's emergence that has instigated such sentiments, and truth be told, Shenzhen at present is not particularly prosperous. It is still replete with farmland, yet to fully develop. Hence, her feelings are not profoundly rooted. In 3 to 4 years, not just Shenzhen, but most coastal cities will have entered the fast lane of development. At that time, the older generation's sporadic visits to the city will evoke a profound sense of disconnection from the times. For dinner, Yu Qingbo and his companions purchased food from a roadside stall, adjacent to a construction site, where over a dozen vendors offered a variety of snacks. They indulged in fried rice noodles, rice sausage, and a delicacy they had never before tasted, the meat-filled bun, each person receiving a portion. Ere long, is this really so expensive? 1 for a yuan? Oh my, once we return, you'll see for yourself. They use pork in it, and the quantity is quite generous. Selling it for a yuan does seem a tad pricey, but there are no restaurants nearby. This is the only vendor selling meat buns, so it is only natural that it costs a bit more. Well then, ere long, what do you think about me selling this in Haikao? Upon hearing her mother's words, Yu Qingbo instinctively took a step back to scrutinize her. What are you staring at? Is there something wrong? His gaze made Gui Yunxiang feel somewhat uneasy. No, Amai. It's just that you've endured hardships at home, and your mind is consumed with thoughts of making money. Had you not been confined to the endless household chores in our hometown, we might have already prospered. What nonsense are you spouting? There are people around. Don't speak recklessly. I, your mother, merely have the intention. I had nothing to do in previous years, did I? Recognizing that her son was praising her, Guo Yunxiang felt a surge of joy. Wait a moment, I'll buy a couple more. With that, Guo Yunxiang recalled something and hurried back to the meat bun stall, purchasing a vegetarian bun and an egg bun as well. The vendor, having encountered many outsiders, though not fully comprehending her words, grasped her intent and advised her to be careful not to drop them as he handed them over. These are cheap, just 50 cents each. At this moment, Yu Qingbo realized his mother had genuinely grasped the essence of the business. He was well aware of her frugal nature. After dinner, she sought to buy more. Not out of greed, but rather to learn the craft, having observed the vendor's methods with great diligence. The meat bun seemed quite appealing. His mother's cooking was never to his liking, and it deterred him from dining at home. The thought of her and his father selling meat buns seemed feasible. At least it would make his own meals more convenient. As for the notion of them retiring and enjoying a life of leisure, that was utterly implausible. They were only in their 40s. Years of patriotic education forbade them from indulging in a life of decadence brought on by wealth. This was their first experience with meat buns, and none could resist their allure, all exclaiming how delicious they were. Guo Yunxiang, listening nearby, felt immensely pleased. She found the flavor genuinely delightful. The egg bun contained 5 spice-boiled eggs, slathered with a bit of sweet sauce, while the vegetarian bun was filled with shredded potatoes, bean sprouts, and scallions, all of which posed no challenge for her. The fact that everyone enjoyed them indicated that this delicacy could indeed sell in their area. Naturally, Heya village was out of the question. After all, they were heading to Haikao, where their eldest son and daughter-in-law owned a shop. Would they merely go there to create chaos? Guo Yunxiang had initially contemplated opening a tea stall for herself and her husband, but now, returning home, her options had expanded. Make sure to keep an eye on your bags. I've called for a tractor. Once we head out, we'll load everything onto it. This time, Yu Qingbo was engaged in a substantial procurement. Previously, he had only brought in 6,000 worth of goods, but this time he had arrived with 20,000 in cash. Moreover, many vendors were making their second transactions with him. He had skillfully negotiated the prices, managing to bring them down significantly due to the larger quantity of goods he was acquiring. After spending nearly 18,000, he kept a reserve of 2,000 for any unforeseen expenses. Otherwise, he would have spent it all. The tractor made 2 trips before finally transporting all their new inventory. For lunch, they once again patronized the small eatery they had visited earlier, indulging in potato shreds wrapped in pancakes, meat buns, donkey meat pastries, and jianbingguozi. Yu Qingbo was also on a culinary shopping spree. Since his mother harbored ambitions of selling food, he decided to provide her with several options. Chapter 96. The booming Hong Kong Island Department Store. The Hong Kong Island Department Store had been closed for 11 days. Although notices had been posted, the local women, returning from the market, would intentionally detour through the old street, fearing they might miss its early reopening. The business of sister-in-law's milk tea shop was thriving, contrary to Yu Qinglong and Zhao Mingming's expectations that fewer customers would come after their return. In fact, the staff remained unchanged. Xiao Hui was aware that this milk tea shop was also run from the owner's home. Hence the employees from the department store had come to assist at the milk tea shop. The owner had declared that they would still receive wages during the holiday. But in this day and age, securing a good job was exceedingly difficult. Manager Chow had encouraged everyone to help out, emphasizing the importance of making a good impression. When Yu Qian and the others arrived, sister-in-law's milk tea shop was bustling. The outdoor seating was nearly filled to capacity, and the interior boasted an occupancy rate of over 90% of its 180 seats. Just this influx of customers could generate substantial revenue. One could only imagine how much profit was being made each day. In the service industry, attracting foot traffic is essential, and this had a ripple effect, boosting business for surrounding garment stores and fabric shops. With the influx of customers, Yu Qian soon learned that someone had introduced a potential match for Guo Jialan. As her uncle, he felt it was his duty to inquire about the situation, although traditionally such matters were not his concern. However, since Jialan's elders were back in their hometown, and she was out with her eldest son, with her aunt absent, it fell upon Yu Qian to ensure Jialan was protected. After work, Yu Qian called Jialan Meiyu, and the eldest daughter-in-law aside to gather details. Jialan felt shy, while Meiyu, who was aware of the situation, provided the information. It turned out the suitor worked at the customs office across the street and frequently came over for tea. Zhao Mingming recognized the man and stated he was quite decent looking, with thick brows and bright eyes, and a good temperament. If he genuinely liked Jialan, he would indeed make a fine match. Consider this, Jialan, with a rural household registration, was not looked down upon due to her background. Rather, in this era, urban registrations afforded numerous privileges that rural ones did not. Urban residents received food rations, a benefit that rural dwellers envied immensely. Hearing this, Yu Qian felt optimistic. Observing Jialan's bashful demeanor suggested she was indeed interested. He certainly could not obstruct her. For if the Bao and Hong Yu discovered his interference, they would likely resent him for life. Yet, Yu Qian sensed something was amiss, unable to pinpoint precisely what. With such commendable qualities, why would he be interested in Jialan? This question was raised by Guo Yunxiang upon hearing the news, snapping Yu Qian to attention. Was the suitor's condition truly as favorable as claimed? Their prior interactions had only occurred briefly in the milk tea shop, leaving them largely ignorant of his everyday life. However, this uncertainty lingered in their minds without time to ponder further, as they became occupied with their pressing schedules. Yu Qinglong arrived, securing a larger courtyard for Yu Qian and the others, considering the crew members ere long had mentioned. This new space was more than double the size of their previous residence. The courtyard resembles a somewhat irregular traditional Sihiyuan, with the main house accommodating the elderly couple, Yu Qian and Yu Qingbo, while the hall serves the purpose of a living room. There are 3 rooms on either side, with an additional vacant room near the entrance. There is a storage room, a bathing facility, and a restroom. Yu Qingbo is particularly pleased with the ample space, as they have brought an extensive inventory this time. And the second floor of their shop is insufficient. Consequently, he has decided to utilize the storage area here. All crew members have been integrated into the Port Island department store, where they are being trained in sales techniques, stock management, and restocking processes, with commission incentives for sales as well. Since the goods arrived late on the 13th night, everyone had a mere 6 hours of rest before plunging back into the fray. Indeed, it was a battle, as they had just delivered goods to the store when news of the Port Island department store's restocking began to spread like wildfire. During this period, many elderly residents expressed regret, not for any trivial reason, but for not having known earlier about the existence of the Port Island department store. Otherwise, they could have also sold daily necessities at lower prices. Was the Port Island department store cheap? In truth, it was not significantly cheaper than the supply and marketing cooperatives or department stores, but a slight reduction in price is still a reduction. Moreover, at the Port Island department store, one need not request a receipt. Doesn't that count as a bargain? The current widespread awareness is also tied to the habits of the elderly in this era, unlike in later generations, where many quietly amassed wealth and kept their good fortune to themselves. In this time, people were eager to share their good news. And Zhang, that scarf of yours isn't common. Where did you buy it? It looks rather pricey, perhaps from the supply and marketing cooperative? Not at all. The cooperative doesn't carry this quality. The department store? I haven't seen it there. Haha, you're unaware. It's from the Port Island department store. Port Island department store? I've never heard of it. Where is it located? Right on Chilo Old Street, but it's of no use to tell you now. They have ceased operations because their goods were both excellent and affordable, selling out almost immediately. They won't reopen for another 2 weeks. Word of mouth among neighbors has effectively spread the reputation of the Port Island department store throughout half of Haikou City. Yu Qingbo's inventory this time was notably diverse, including a dozen electric fans, and the second floor has now transformed into a retail area. However, unlike the first floor, the items on the second floor are relatively more expensive, featuring electric fans, radios, and digital watches. On September 14th, the Port Island department store was set to reopen. Yu Qingbo, Yu Qian, and Guo Yunxiang, accompanied by 8 crew members, Old Zhu, Old Sha, Tang Jing, along with Chao Hui from the Port Island department store and 4 other employees, arrived at the store early, totaling 19 staff members. The planned opening time was 9 o'clock in the morning, yet everyone arrived at 7 for a final inspection of the merchandise, price tags, cash registers, and money boxes. Observing the bustling activity, Yu Qingbo ventured out to buy breakfast, reasoning that it would be unwise for everyone to work on empty stomachs. However, as he returned with breakfast, he noticed something amiss. Despite it still being 7:30, a crowd had already gathered at the entrance. Upon entering, he heard voices calling for him from behind, prompting him to quickly shut the door. Long out Yin, Old Zhu, stop what you're doing and come eat. We have soy milk, fried dough sticks, meat pies, and buns. Help yourselves. Afterward, make sure to keep an eye on the entrance and ensure people are queuing properly. No shoving. Remember, we can only let 50 people in at a time. Dad, hey Old Shah, you two come over as well. There are too many people out front. Eat quickly and then help maintain order at the door. Let us open at 8 instead of 9. Chapter 97, Sudden Wealth. The booming success of the Port Island department store was beyond Yu Qingbo's imagination, as well as that of everyone else involved. The door guards, Zhu Tianshui and Long Outyin, found themselves utterly exhausted. Many patrons were disregarding instructions and attempting to push their way inside. The two of them braced against the doorframe, using their bodies to halt the influx while simultaneously shouting for people to step back. By the end of the day, both had lost their voices, and their backs bore the marks of countless unwelcome touches. Upon returning home, they could see the imprints left behind. Every salesperson and helper was equally worn out, as the store's inventory was sold out by midday. During their brief breaks, they hurriedly transported more goods from home to the store, grabbing only a few bites to eat before diving back into the task of restocking the shelves. In the afternoon, the flow of customers showed no signs of abating. The line outside nearly stretched across the street to the customs office. "Hello, Mr. Yu. I'm Song Jia, a reporter from Haikou Broadcasting Station. Could you please share some insights about the Port Island department store and your future business plans?" Yu Qian smiled at the camera, though beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, internally cursing Yu Qingbo for leaving him to handle such a challenging task. "Thank you, beautiful reporter, for your inquiry. Our Port Island department store is located at the southern entrance of Chilo Old Street." Yu Qian began to speak freely, as he had no choice. Yu Qingbo had instructed him to improvise, and he viewed this as a rare opportunity for advertisement. Originally, interviews were intended for company owners or store managers. But since Chao Hui, the vice mayor's wife, could not appear for promotional purposes and Yu Qingbo was still underage, it fell upon old Yu to take the lead. Song Jia felt somewhat helpless, her toes digging into the ground as she stood on the bricks in front of the Port Island department store, which were almost half a meter deep. "What kind of effect do the women's underwear you sell have? How would a man like you know? And what do you mean when you say that using your nail polish can help one find a good partner? A scarf is just a scarf. What does it have to do with a bridal veil? Wait, I'm the reporter here. Why are you asking me if I have a partner? And why are you looking at me with that grin? Such a lecherous old man. No wonder people say wealthy men are never good." "Humph." Because this was a live broadcast, she hesitated to interrupt, leading to Yu Qian delivering an impromptu monologue that lasted nearly an hour. The next day, the store remained incredibly busy, observing that everyone would soon be exhausted. Yu Qingbo hastily sought out additional help, opting for temporary workers rather than permanent staff, offering 10 yuan for a day's labor. As a result, many shoppers transformed into staff members. As the saying goes, the best way to counter magic is with magic. Zhu Tianshui and Long Outyin struggled to manage the influx at the entrance, but two hefty ladies, each weighing around 150 jin, effortlessly took charge. They were not content to passively wait for people to push. As soon as they saw someone attempting to squeeze forward, they would unleash a torrent of admonishments. Should anyone persist in pushing, they would not hesitate to retaliate with a mix of threats and humor, warning that they might just pull down their trousers and accuse them of misbehavior. "Are you all tired? Absolutely exhausted. Do you enjoy this?" "Indubitably. Who wouldn't be pleased with a daily bonus of 20 yuan plus commissions? Not just the staff, but Chao Hui earned 94 yuan in commissions and bonuses yesterday, mind you. Her husband, Mayor Wu, only earns 170 a month." Yu Qingbo was generous, not only rewarding the staff, but also giving each of his parents 50 yuan. Even though they had merely stood at the entrance posing as patrons, they had not done any actual work. Yesterday, the store's total revenue exceeded 5,400 yuan. And after deducting costs, the pure profit was over 3,000. How could he not be generous with the payouts? In this era, the concept of a 10,000 yuan household had yet to emerge, but he could well imagine his wealth rapidly soaring. 5 days later, the store's popularity waned, with profits stabilizing around 2,500. After 10 days, it continued to hover around 2,000, and by the 20th day, profits settled at just over 1,000. At this moment, the posts at the entrance had ceased to exist, and even the temporary workers were no longer needed. With everyone fully occupied, the daily operations had finally stabilized. Yu Qingbo, along with a group of crew members and the elderly couple Yu Qian and his wife, had once again arrived in Shenzhen to procure supplies. "Old Yu, this place's meat sandwich is exceptionally delicious. I was thinking we could open one of these when we return. And don't forget about those pancakes over there, the potato shreds rolled in pancakes, the hand-grabbed pancakes, and the grilled cold noodles. You must try them all. They are simply delectable." An hour and 40 minutes later, Yu Qian watched as his younger son and the others began their journey back. Finally, he had found his salvation. "The boys are back. We should leave now. No more eating. Let us take this back for Xiao Zhu and the others. You needn't worry about them. I've already purchased enough for their meal. By the way, savor the flavors of what you just ate. We shall open a gourmet restaurant upon our return, and you will be the head chef." Yu Qian glanced at her, then turned to look at the empty road behind them, regretting that there were no vehicles in sight, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. The crew members, no, they should now be referred to as store employees, earned a base salary of 50 yuan a month, with commission paid separately. Recently, during a particularly fruitful sales period, Li Yuejin had managed to earn as much as 110 yuan in a single day. Could they be anything but elated? They ventured out to procure goods, navigating the waters and land, each receiving a monthly subsidy of 50 yuan. Yu Qian remarked that this job was exceedingly comfortable. He even contemplated pursuing it himself, but Yu Qingbo forbade him from doing so, always inquiring whether their mother had laid out career plans for them. Now Yu Qian understood that the so-called career planning merely referred to Guo Yunxiang establishing her own venture while he was destined to toil as her subordinate. Euphemistically labeled as the head chef. This time, with the store's customer flow stabilized and with ample stock, no one was in a hurry to return. Whether it was the crew or Yu Qian and Guo Yunxiang, none had truly explored the city of Shenzhen. Yu Qingbo granted them a day off to enjoy themselves. Meanwhile, he busied himself visiting several villages, hoping to acquire some land before the rural area developed further, allowing him to benefit from future dividends. Unfortunately, the locals were exceedingly shrewd. Despite the uncertain prospects, their asking prices were exorbitantly high. In truth, Yu Qingbo could afford to buy land. After completing his purchases, he still had around 100,000 yuan left. What did 100,000 yuan in 1980 signify? Undoubtedly, it represented a substantial fortune. Naturally, one must not flaunt wealth. Only Chao Hui vaguely understood his financial standing, while no one else was privy to the cash concealed within the fishing box that you carried. Upon returning to Haikao, it was already October 5th. In those times, there were no 7-day National Day holidays or travel golden weeks. Typically, state-owned enterprises had a single day off each week. And even during the new year, there were only 3 days of leave. The 5th happened to be a Sunday, a day off for everyone, so upon their return, the store was bustling with activity. The newly arrived dolls were priced at 10 yuan each, imported from the UK, where they sold for a considerable sum, equivalent to over 100 yuan here. Yet, we were offering them for just 10. Hurry, first come, first served. Sales soared that day. But in the following days, the daily revenue plummeted to 300 to 400 yuan. Chao Hui was frantic, but Yu Qingbo understood that this was merely the norm. The previous surge in spending was not sustainable. Currently, the average wage level was quite low, with individuals earning only a few dozen yuan monthly. Moreover, aside from a few snacks that were fast-moving consumer goods, most of the inventory required significant time to be refreshed. As the store quieted down, Yu Qingbo became increasingly engaged. What occupied his thoughts? He was brainstorming ideas for his parents' business. What was wrong with Guo Yu's meat sandwich? It was perfectly fine. However, he mused, given the name, they could only sell meat sandwiches. What if they wanted to expand into other categories if sales were good? Furthermore, Guo Yu was not a pleasing phonetic. Yuguo cuisine sounded much better. Yu Qian felt a tinge of imbalance in his heart. I am the head chef. When the stall is established, shouldn't I be front and center? What is wrong with Guo Yu? Yuguo is better. Where do you derive all these objections? If it's not satisfactory, we can simply omit you. Hey, both of you, please hear me out for a moment. I've been waiting for you for ages. Yu Qingbo was quite resistant to involving himself in his parents' disputes. However, with them arguing before him, he refrained from intervening, fearing that they might turn their ire towards him. Naming the business ISNT so critical, and it doesn't necessarily have to carry the family name. This ISNT an heirloom, after all. I suggest we call it Harbor Island Cuisine instead. Silence. You're speaking nonsense. Fine, even if he was wrong to speak. Being present made him an inevitable target for their frustrations. Your store can be named Harbor Island General Store, claiming the goods are from Hong Kong. But for a snack stall, what's the deal? If we sell meat sandwiches, can we say they're from Hong Kong? If we were selling char siu buns, that would be a different story. I asked the stall owner, and he said this dish is a famous delicacy from the Northwest. We can't just call it Harbor Island. Then let us call it Northwest Cuisine. Guo Yunxiang's mind whirred with ideas. How about Northern Cuisine? The term Northwest doesn't encompass the broader region as well. Then it is settled, Northern Cuisine. The two reached a consensus, with Yu Qingbo acting as a notary to oversee the birth of this name. The venue for Northern Cuisine was a 3-wheeled cart, which were ubiquitous in Haikao at the time. They acquired their cart, a second-hand one, at a repair shop for 130 yuan, while a new one would cost 180. After purchasing it, they fashioned a removable welding canopy based on the characteristics of the stall they had seen in Shenzhen, with Yu Qingbo providing practical suggestions. The canopy was constructed from steel pipes and glass frames, unlike the plastic covers of the Shenzhen stall. Yu Qingbo advised that glass offers better transparency and is more durable, resulting in a glass structure. In truth, this setup was quite avant-garde for its time. It resembled a glass display cabinet. Not only was it advanced now, but it would remain so even a decade later. As for the cooking equipment, they utilized a flat iron plate as a cooking surface, with fuel sourced from a coal stove, not the liquefied gas of decades later. Yes, they still needed to transport coal and firewood for kindling. With the banner reading Cuisine from the North unfurled, Northern Cuisine was inaugurated. There were no grand festivities or explosive firecrackers. Only the curious gathered around to observe, yet none stepped forward to make a purchase. Yu Qingbo, old Zhu, old Sha, and Tang Jing huddled to one side, each with a meat sandwich in hand, taking small bites. Yu Qian had mentioned that they were merely advertising, not actually eating. It would take at least 1,000 bites to finish a single sandwich. Ere long, this is truly a matter of representation. I'm so hungry after eating this meat sandwich, old Sha remarked, nibbling on the edge of his sandwich. Me too, old Zhu chimed in, eager to support old Sha's sentiment. Yu Qingbo felt a pang of hunger himself. He couldn't ascertain whether the meat sandwich was truly delicious, but the aroma wafting through the air was undeniably enticing. However, it had been an hour and a half since they had procured the food, and he wondered if it would still taste good. With a tentative spirit, he took a small bite. Indeed, a genuine bite. Lao Zhu, Lao Sha, and Tang Jing, upon noticing that he had already devoured his meal, wasted no time and began to indulge themselves, each consuming a meat sandwich in just a few bites. Yu Qingbo, holding the half-eaten meat sandwich that he had just taken a bite from, observed the trio, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. Who permitted you to eat? Do you consider my words mere wind? He exclaimed. He started it. As the three of them pointed at him, Yu Qingbo, feeling helpless, lowered his head. The sharp tongue of old Yu had unleashed all the pent-up frustration from a long day without customers onto Yu Qingbo. Before he could fully vent, Guo Yunxiang had already called him to prepare more meat sandwiches, as customers were beginning to arrive. Yu Qingbo glanced at his watch. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. No wonder there had been no customers earlier. The business hours were all wrong. It was illogical to operate while people were at work. A mobile stall should only sell during rush hours. Their location was quite advantageous, right at the entrance of the canned food factory, where a large number of workers were exiting at this time. The enticing aroma of braised pork wafted through the air. Comrade, what are you selling? A plump girl inquired as she approached the stall. Hello, young lady. No need to call me comrade. Just call me big brother. We're not selling, but we can trade. This meat sandwich is a delicacy from the north, with a fluffy bun filled with tender pork. A bottle of coconut juice can be exchanged for two, Yu Qingbo explained, having noticed the coconut juice in the girl's crossbody bag. This was also a precaution against potential complaints, as they were not in Shenzhen, a place where regulations were more relaxed. That's quite pricey. A bottle of coconut juice costs 2 yuan, which is concentrated from 5 coconuts. The girl remarked. Look at this meat, my dear. It's stewed in a broth made from old hens and sea cucumbers, delicious and nutritious. All right, I'll trade for 2. The girl, showing no shyness, eagerly began to devour the sandwich, making satisfied sounds as she ate. Old Zhu, what are you staring at? Are you mesmerized? A gentle nudge from Yu Qingbo snapped old Zhu back to reality. And nothing, just observing, he stammered. By now, Tang Jing and Lao Sha had already left, and the stall was surrounded by customers, rendering their presence unnecessary. The plump girl had long since vanished into the crowd. Once old Zhu regained his composure. He scanned the area, but the girl was nowhere to be found. A sudden wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him as he trudged back with his head hung low. Yu Qingbo, understanding the sensitivity of youth, chose not to address it directly. Qin Shui, I need to distribute the earnings. Initially, we sold 8,400 fish in Dongsha, but I invested that money back into the shop. Now that we have funds, I'll distribute the dividends to you. By the way, when you have time, please keep an eye on my parents' business. The customers buying meat sandwiches were primarily from the canned food factory. Affluent families who found it advantageous to trade with canned goods. They would likely return frequently, although there was always a chance of outside interference. Yu Yin Gui and Tang Jing should lend a hand when possible. Absolutely. I'll come by every day. Old Zhu, who had previously been indifferent to the mention of dividends, suddenly perked up at the thought of regular customers from the factory. Yu Qingbo's remarks were meant to reassure old Zhu and to recruit help in watching over his parents' stall, as he was preparing for a journey to the distant capital, Beijing. On October 22nd, a day marked by the frost descents, Yu Qingbo set off. At this time, high-speed trains were non-existent, and even tickets for the slower green trains were hard to acquire, requiring an introduction letter to travel. He had to return to Haihe village to obtain such a letter from Fang Biyuan, and then it was Tang Jing, Lao Sha, and old Zhu who accompanied him to Guangzhou, where direct trains to Beijing were available. Just focus on bringing the goods from Shenzhen. You all know the routine by now. When the shop is slow, feel free to go fishing for a day trip. As for the Yuhang, let us keep it parked for now. Despite their youth, with Tang Jing just 2 months younger than him, and old Zhu and Lao Sha nearly half a year older, Yu Qingbo felt compelled to offer a few reminders before leaving. He knew that tickets from Guangzhou to Beijing were scarce. Aware of the slow trains and the lax regulations regarding what passengers could bring aboard, the thought of being cramped in a hard seat among noisy passengers, with the added discomfort of a hen potentially laying an egg nearby, led him to abandon the idea of a hard seat altogether. With the option available, why should he compete with the masses for a hard seat? He proceeded to the hall to purchase a sleeper ticket, but after waiting in line, The ticket seller, without even glancing up, informed him that there were none available. Really none? Not necessarily, but sleeper tickets aren't for everyone. They are usually reserved for officials from state-owned enterprises, or at least for mid-level cadres. The remaining tickets are sold through connections, she explained. Yu Qingbo had none of those privileges, so he exited the station and swiftly moved forward, wary of the potential thieves that frequented train stations. Realizing he wouldn't be traveling that day, he sought out a guest house to rent a room, then asked the receptionist for information about the black market, hoping to trade for a sleeper ticket. The receptionist, a woman in her 50s, spoke with an accent that mixed Mandarin with local dialects. "What are you looking to exchange for at the market?" she inquired. Yu Qingbo's heart raced at her question. He knew that Guangzhou was more lenient about the existence of black markets than Haikao. Inquiries wouldn't raise eyebrows, and even if someone reported it, as long as it didn't involve strategic materials, most people would turn a blind eye. Given that guest houses cater to transient populations, the staff often had their own channels. I'm heading to the capital to consult with seafood farming experts from our village. The journey is quite long, and I fear I might fall ill on the way, so I was hoping to secure a sleeper ticket. Additionally, I'd like to bring back some local specialties from Beijing, so I'm also interested in exchanging for some national grain coupons. In Shenzhen, food no longer required coupons. But in other regions, grain coupons still held significant value, especially the nationally recognized ones, which were often more useful than cash. Yu Qingbo knew that northern cities had yet to join the ranks of those embracing openness, so caution was paramount on his journey to the capital. And what was his purpose for going to Beijing, you may ask? Monkey tickets. According to the information he previously possessed, in 1980, the National Postal Service issued a set of stamps featuring the 12 zodiac animals. The monkey stamp subsequently skyrocketed in value, to the extent that a single diminutive monkey stamp could be exchanged for an entire house. He was well aware of this news. How could he possibly let such an opportunity slip through his fingers? Furthermore, with a bit of financial surplus at his disposal, he intended to venture to Beijing in search of a suitable Sihiyuan to purchase. In a few decades, a Sihiyuan could easily be worth several hundred million, and he was determined not to miss this chance. After all, prior to his rebirth, he had resided in a large courtyard in Nanluoguxiang. Although he had lived in a collective dormitory with 8 individuals in a single room at the time, he was exceedingly content with the living conditions in the vicinity of Nanluoguxiang. "My young brother certainly possesses the gift of eloquence. Your words are sweet, and I like that. Regarding the sleeper ticket, my young brother, you are well connected. The elder sister will be able to assist you. As for the national grain tickets, I shall do my utmost to inquire, given my many years in this field and the numerous acquaintances I have made." The woman in her 50s beamed with delight upon being addressed as elder sister by Yu Qingbo, and she swiftly embraced her newfound title. "Rest assured, elder sister, I would never allow you to assist me without compensation. Please advise me on what you deem a fair price, and I will accept it, provided it is not excessively dear." Although he initially expressed a desire for assistance, he was quick to clarify his limits, asserting that he would not be taken advantage of. "Ah, clever little brother, I shall ensure you have what you need by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Chapter 100. A minor matter in Beijing. The train fare from Guangzhou to Beijing was set at 49.5 yuan. However, Yu Qingbo acquired a middle-tier sleeper ticket at the inflated price of 90 yuan. Additionally, the front desk attendant, utilizing her connections, managed to secure 220 jin worth of grain tickets for him, which he promptly purchased for 160 yuan. As for the profit the front desk attendant might have made from this transaction, he was indifferent. With ticket in hand, he boarded the train bound for Beijing the next day. The journey from Guangzhou, the southern capital, to Beijing, the nation's capital, required a lengthy 36 hours, equating to a day and a half of travel. Notably, the train he boarded was a fast service. However, it was delayed for nearly 6 hours in Wuhan, primarily to accommodate passenger capacity, as there were few trains traveling from the southernmost regions to the north. In the sleeper carriage, conditions were relatively manageable since it was designed to cater to many high-ranking officials, preventing entry without a ticket. Conversely, the hard-seat carriage was overcrowded beyond belief, with passengers practically stacked atop one another, leaving no space to stand. Navigating to the restroom in the hard-seat section proved to be a challenge, as one had to call out to those standing to make way before entering. Observing the chaotic scene in the hard-seat section while the train was halted in Wuhan, Yu Qingbo felt a wave of relief at having made the right choice. "Young brother, is your trip to Beijing for work?" asked a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, who occupied the lower bunk across from him. "Yes, the village is initiating aquaculture, and I have been assigned to the capital to consult with experts in the field." Li Yuanfu was surprised that this young lad was indeed on a business trip, but he pondered how a mere child could possibly engage experts in Beijing. Surely, he would struggle to access their institutions. However, he refrained from pressing further when Yu Qingbo fell silent. Initially, Yu Qingbo had paid little mind to the middle-aged man, as the two older gentlemen who had occupied the lower bunk before had disembarked in Wuhan, while this man boarded there. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he recognized him from somewhere. After a lengthy contemplation yielded no answers, he decided to dismiss the thought. It was unnecessary to trouble himself. Upon arriving in Beijing at precisely 6:55 p.m., he was greeted by the familiar strains of the East, is red announcing the hour, indicating it was 7 p.m. Beijing time. As darkness enveloped the city, Yu Qingbo hastily hailed a rickshaw to North Xiao. You might wonder why he, so familiar with Nanluo Guxiang, opted for North Xiao instead. Although he was well acquainted with the Nanluo Guxiang of 40 years hence, he understood that even decades later, it remained an expensive area with few accommodations, and many had transformed into government offices after the establishment of the new regime. In contrast, North Xiao was characterized by large courtyards, which, by then, were occupied by ordinary citizens, with many sharing living spaces. The primary reason for his choice was the ease of finding lodging. Not only did this area boast accessible hotels and guest houses, but the residential districts also featured communal bathhouses. In Beijing, one could hardly find a residential area devoid of such amenities, allowing for a bath and a back scrub from a master for less than 2 yuan. Though soap and towels were additional costs, Yu Qingbo opted for a guest house rather than a bathhouse, unwilling to be so frugal. He secured a room at a modest price of 1.5 yuan for the night. After refreshing himself at the neighboring bathhouse, he decided against soaking, as the pool water had already been tainted by the day's washings, and he would rather not emerge covered in grime. The following day, Yu Qingbo set out to conduct some business. He first visited the nearest post office to withdraw the remittance he had previously sent to himself under the name Tang Jing. This was crucial for his financial security. Next, he visited 5 nearby post offices, inquiring specifically about the monkey-themed stamps, only to learn they had yet to be issued. Afterward, he made his way to the Ministry of Science and Technology, intending to follow up with Fang Biyuan regarding the arrangement of an expert, which was more of a formality considering the nature of his visit. He also took the opportunity to wander through the alleys, asking around about any available antiques or old properties for sale. Is it true that Yu Erlong has left for Haikao? Indeed, he was no longer in Haikao, but his current whereabouts remained a mystery to all. His movements had become elusive, and it seemed he had successfully turned his business ventures into a profitable enterprise. Rumor had it that his department store in Hong Kong was quite lucrative. Very well, let us proceed to eliminate his store first. If he runs, we shall see what happens when his business encounters trouble. That little rascal. Meanwhile, in another office in Haikao, Miao Beida was briefing Wang Yinghua on the status of foreign Chinese visitors to Hainan, detailing prominent individuals, their duration of stay, and key contacts. Director, we have a situation. Someone is investigating our primary target, which could pose a threat to him. Jean Kunxing barged in without preamble. Keep a close watch. We must ascertain who will act first. Regardless of who it may be, anyone daring to make a move will not be treated lightly. Cut off their claws. Understood, Director. As Yu Qingbo exited an alley, he had just purchased a pair of bracelets from a woman for 100 yuan each, high-quality jade bangles, which would be worth several hundred in a few decades. Delighted with his acquisition, he remained blissfully unaware that someone had set their sights on him. He was now en route to number 98 in Nanluo Guxiang. Armed with the information provided by the woman he had just purchased the bracelets from, who mentioned that the house was for sale. Upon knocking on the door, he was greeted by an elderly gentleman, likely in his 60s or 70s. Greetings, sir. Wishing you good fortune. Ah, likewise. And who might you be? Is there a matter for which you've come? Sir Gu, I heard from my aunt that your courtyard is quite special, which prompted me to come and take a look, he said, lowering his voice as he spoke. The elderly man craned his neck to ensure no one was lurking nearby before stepping aside to allow Yu Qingbo entry. You are quite well informed, my friend. Just yesterday, I mentioned this matter to someone, and here you are, already in the know. However, let me make one thing clear. The price for this courtyard is a mere 15,000 yuan. Of course, if you can pay in dollars, I might be inclined to offer a slight discount. From this statement, it's evident that there's a desire to escape to America. Observing that weathered demeanor, it is apparent that he has been through a great deal, and now that the situation has slightly eased, he is eager to flee. Chapter 101. Rebirth or Transmigration. Old Master Gu's residence features a single-entry courtyard. Upon entering, one is greeted by a shadow wall, and a left turn leads into the courtyard. The area is modest, measuring around 80 square meters, with a rather rectangular shape and a rather large jujube tree standing proudly in the center. The layout consists of 3 main rooms, with a small wing on each side, 3 rooms in the eastern wing, and 3 in the western wing, while adjacent to the southern courtyard gate is a back room. Yu Qingbo entered each room to inspect them. The house was quite old. The main rooms were relatively well maintained, likely due to old Master Gu's personal care. But the western wing was in a state of disrepair. The eastern wing had been converted into a storage space, filled with tables and chairs, covered by a thick layer of dust, suggesting it had long been neglected. As for the back room, it was even worse, with 2 sizable mounds of rat droppings visible on the floor. And the toilet? That was non-existent. In those days, the traditional courtyard houses did not have private toilets. Even ordinary citizens in the 1990s had to venture out to use public facilities in the early hours. Old Master, to be frank, this house isn't in the best condition. Yu Qingbo was still contemplating negotiating a price with Old Master Gu. If you find it too expensive, then so be it. If I were truly selling at such a low price, wouldn't it be simpler to sell it to the street office directly? Upon hearing this, Yu Qingbo was momentarily speechless. Nowadays, the street office was returning houses to the residents of Pingfan. If anyone were to sell, they would certainly welcome it. Interestingly, Old Master Gu's house was also part of this restitution, but it had previously been occupied by a rather distinguished leader who had left everything untouched upon return. Naturally, Old Master Gu understood there was little of value that needed to be reclaimed. In his eyes, the most prized possession of the house was that jujube tree in the courtyard. Very well, if that is your stance. I am indeed in urgent need of a place to stay, with my family arriving in a week. I have already informed them. When shall we proceed with the paperwork? In these times, does a house even come with a property deed? The transfer of ownership must also go through the housing authority. Wait a couple of days. I need to create some momentum. We can attend to the formalities on the 3rd day, and let it be known that payment must be made on site. All right then. It's settled. I shall take my leave now. What is the rush? Allow me to show you around. Remember, I am your elder. Yu Qingbo, still reeling from the abruptness of the conversation, was pulled out of the courtyard by Old Master Gu. Old Gu, where are we off to? As they stepped outside, they spotted an elderly gentleman approaching to greet them. Ah, my nephew has come to visit. I'm just showing him around to familiarize him with the area. Old Yen, are you off to fish? Indeed, just indulging in my hobby. You two carry on. I must take my leave. Yu Qingbo's mind was a bit muddled. Wasn't he that the 3rd uncle, Yen Fuguwei? Oh wait, that is not correct. Old Master Gu's house is located at number 98. While that courtyard filled with unsavory characters is number 95. Alas, it seems I am destined to have such neighbors. Hold on, that can't be right. Yu Qingbo suddenly realized that in his previous life, he had been a security guard, but that silly Zhu was merely a character in a television drama. The so-called courtyard was merely a product of cinematic fiction. How is it possible that such a place truly exists now? Am I experiencing a rebirth or a transmigration? The sudden unfolding of events left Yu Qingbo's mind in a state of confusion. Director Zhang, this is my nephew. He has come to visit. I'm just helping him get acquainted. I would appreciate your assistance in the future. Certainly, if he is residing in this vicinity, I will definitely lend a hand. It's part of our duties. However, this child seems to lack a certain sharpness, does he not? Only then did Old Master Gu notice that Yu Qingbo had been silent for quite some time and promptly nudged him with his arm. Ah, hello, Mayam. Yu Qingbo was jolted back to reality and hurriedly greeted her, though his previous distraction left him unsure of how to address the woman in front of him. Oh, what a charming young lad. What do you mean by Mayam? This is our street's Director Zhang, Old Master Gu quickly corrected. Hello, Director. All right then, Old Gu. Your nephew doesn't seem very old. He appears to be underage, so calling her Ma-am is acceptable. I must take my leave now. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye, Mayam. As Director Zhang rode away on her bicycle, Old Master Gu turned back to Yu Qingbo, secretly acknowledging that this young man was indeed astute. Uncle, was that teacher Yen residing in courtyard number 95? You mean Yen Shurching? He lives in number 88. Number 95. Isn't that merely the office of the street committee now? Where are the residents? Oh dear, it seems I mistook the person. Yen Shurching is not Yen Fuguwei. There are no treacherous characters in courtyard number 95. I had misjudged the situation and almost believed I had transmigrated. It was merely a false alarm. Old Master Gu introduced Yu Qingbo to the neighbors as preparation for the property transfer, while far away in Haikao, trouble was brewing at the Hongdao department store. Thieves. You unscrupulous individuals, profiting from illicit gains and serving counterfeit goods. Do you not fear the consequences? If anything were to happen to my child, I would be unable to endure it. Early in the morning, around 7, the Hongdao department store had yet to open, but a crowd had already gathered outside, with several women cradling children aged 3 to 6, lamenting their plight. The specifics of the situation remained unclear to the onlookers. Manager Chow, you've arrived. I just got here and was greeted by this chaos. It said that children are experiencing vomiting and diarrhea after consuming our food. What are we to do? Upon hearing Long Outyen's words, Chow Hui's expression darkened. Children are experiencing such distress after eating at our establishment? We've been selling only sugar beans and a limited variety of gum for several days. and only a few individuals have reported issues. Are there more victims? Greetings. I am Chao Hui, the manager of Hongdao Department Store. Please, feel free to voice any concerns you may have. This is the store manager. Strike her and demand justice. Before Chao Hui could finish her sentence, one of the women who had been cradling her child suddenly hurled the child aside and lunged toward Chao Hui. With her cries, several others surged forward, and Long Outyin instinctively stepped in front of Chao Hui, quickly becoming a human shield. He was bombarded with blows. Regretting his earlier thoughts of wanting to impress, why had he foolishly chosen to play the hero? It seemed that others were right. He truly lacked a bit of wisdom. Among the crowd, there were those who noted that Chao Hui had not been harmed. They sighed in relief, as after all, she was the wife of the deputy mayor. If she were to be attacked, it would undoubtedly prompt a thorough investigation. It was fortunate that the target was merely a male employee, thus stirring up just the right amount of chaos without crossing the line. Chapter 102, Conspiracy and Transactions. With the violence, business was brought to a standstill, and Hongdao Department Store suspended operations for the day. The assailants and the children they had been carrying vanished without a trace. It was blatantly obvious that they were here to cause harm. What could one do about it? Zhu, Tang, and Sha, having set sail early that morning, were currently in the Cheongzhou Strait, not venturing far. They would be back at 3 in the afternoon, as they still needed to guard the entrance to the canned goods factory for northern delicacies. Today's harvest was decent, netting over 400 yuan, primarily from a good catch of large netted fish. Though inexpensive, the quantity was substantial, returning with a bountiful catch. Tang Jing mentioned that it was all thanks to Long. This inexpensive fish could be shared among the employees at the store. However, upon arriving at the Hong Kong Island department store with 3 barrels of fish, they were met with the surprising sight of the store locked tight. Noticing the staff inside, they knocked on the door. What is going on? Why isn't the store open? After listening to Chao Hui recount the morning's events, old Zhu's temper flared. Long Outyin, are you even capable? You boast endlessly in front of me, yet when it comes to a real fight, you back down? Long Outyin wanted to argue, but the moment he moved, pain radiated throughout his body. The wound on the corner of his mouth, which had seemed to be healing, reopened, and blood trickled down once more. Old Zhu, can we refrain from fighting? We are here to conduct business. As Long said, harmony brings wealth. Even if you win a fight, what good will it do for our business? With Yu Qingbo absent, the only one capable of tempering old Zhu's fury was Tang Jing. Chao Hui hesitated to intervene. After all, these individuals were the boss's friends, not her subordinates. How about this, Aunt Chao? Tomorrow, we'll come back to keep an eye on things. We'll arrive early and address any irregularities before they escalate. All right. But if anything seems off, let us avoid confrontation. If it comes to that, we'll call the police. Although she trusted Tang Jing, she felt compelled to emphasize the point. Have we found out who is causing trouble for that store? Jean Kunqing cast a worried glance at Director Wang Yinghua. We have some leads, but it might be complicated. Complicated? What do you mean? It seems someone in the municipal bureau is targeting them. The intertwining of good and evil is a reality in this world. I'll head to the municipal bureau to investigate. Director, I believe it's unnecessary to go. Jean Kunqing quickly added as he noticed Wang Yinghua's gaze. Aunt Chao will certainly inform Mayor Wu about this. Jean Kunqing left his statement unfinished. If Mayor Wu intervened, the municipal bureau would be fully aware of the situation. However, if Mayor Wu's involvement proved fruitless, then they would need to seek assistance elsewhere. The Wang family firmly believes in gratitude. This principle has been passed down from his grandfather. As his grandfather would say, soldiers must face the battlefield. If one cannot even express gratitude, who would risk their life to protect them? Long ago, during the Korean War, an old soldier was wounded while saving his grandfather, resulting in a lifelong disability. His grandfather kept the soldier by his side, claiming he needed a bodyguard, but in truth, it was to provide care. His father's sacrifice in return for a life saved only solidified this belief. Now, having been saved himself, how could he bear to witness his savior being bullied? Director Wang, Miao Bei burst into the room, his expression devoid of surprise upon seeing Jean Kunqing. What is the matter? Speak. Miao Bei may not have been the most capable, but he shared a mutual interest in fishing, and their camaraderie flourished at their similar skill levels. Director, the municipal bureau's Director Wang contacted me, expressing a desire to go fishing with you at the seaside the day after tomorrow. The municipal bureau's Director Wang? Wang Yinghua was aware of another Director Wang at the bureau, who was the executive deputy director, Wang Jingquan. Given their shared surname, they could be considered distant relatives. Yet, they had only exchanged pleasantries in the past. What could possibly prompt such an invitation today? As he turned his head, his gaze met Jean Kunqing's. And given the recent troubles at the Hong Kong Island department store, the director's sudden request felt laden with ulterior motives. Very well, I shall go, but this time, I want to board a boat. I'll remain on the shore. Conspiracies? Did Wang Yinghua fear them? At worst, he could simply overturn the table. He had the means to do so. Should real trouble arise on his turf, his uncle could smooth things over. He didn't believe anyone would dare to play tricks on him. Upon returning to the guest house, Yu Qingbo reflected on how smoothly his own matters were progressing. He rummaged through his bag, 5 gold rings, a gold necklace, 3 gold bracelets, a supposed Hitian jade guanine, and 2 fully green jade bracelets. Sister, I'll trade these for the courtyard. I only lack the monkey stamps. However, in his search for specialists in marine aquaculture to assist Fangbu Yuan, he found no leads. The next day, Yu Qingbo visited several universities, but the outcome left him disheartened. While Beijing is home to numerous universities, few excel in marine aquaculture. Some experts might be found in certain ministries or research institutes, but he could not locate them, nor did he know where to seek assistance. Attempting to find marine aquaculture specialists in Beijing felt akin to a beggar seeking shelter in a beggar's home. He found nothing of value. As for venturing elsewhere, he dismissed the notion, as large-scale marine aquaculture had primarily developed along the southeastern coast, particularly in Fujian. It seemed more prudent to return to his own waters. The following day, he accompanied Old Gu to the real estate bureau to finalize the property transfer. Is this truly your nephew? He seems significantly older than you, remarked the clerk during the procedure, nearly provoking Old Gu to explode. Having only recently reconnected with his son, who had moved abroad with his wife years ago, Old Gu was tempted by the prospect of joining them. They offered me a job, and the benefits are promising. I could even earn a few hundred a month washing dishes. Plus, my grandson is entering middle school, and I have the chance to take him out for adventures during holidays. Thus, he resolved to sell the ancestral home, knowing that once he left, he would never return. After completing the paperwork, the two stepped outside, and Yu Qingbo produced the cash from his backpack, having counted it multiple times the previous night. Here's the key. I won't be returning. I've packed everything I need, and sold off anything of value. I'll be taking the 11 o'clock train to Shanghai, and this will be our farewell. I hope you'll take good care of the house. Rest assured, I won't make any major changes. I'll maintain it well. Our family will be living there from now on. Goodbye then. Goodbye. Life is such that a single farewell may lead to a final parting. We are all bound by the threads of fate, and I am grateful to those who have read this. Chapter 103. Fang Yuan has passed away. Learning that Director Wang is an adept fisherman. I thought it would be a splendid opportunity to learn from you, and Wang Zhenkuan warmly initiated a closer rapport. The Municipal Bureau has been quite busy creating troubles for the Hong Kong Island department store. I had intended to consult old Yang, but since I'll be fishing with Director Wang today, I might as well inquire about the situation. Do you know the details of who is targeting which store? Wang Yinghua's directness caught Wang Zhenkuan off guard. As for the relationship between Director Wang and that store, I have not inquired. This matter seems to stem from directives issued by higher authorities. I only learned of it afterward. Moreover, the information is rather shrouded in mystery, relayed through Secretary Tong. Wang Zhenkuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. While he could manage his own affairs, he resented being approached for personal favors. It seemed unreasonable for Secretary Tong, a secretary to a municipal party secretary, to complicate matters for a small store owner without involving him. His irritation grew as he investigated the matter, discovering that Jean Kunxing was also looking into it, prompting him to invite Wang Yinghua for fishing. Secretary Tong, Wang Yinghua's expression darkened. Initially believing that only Wang Zhenkuan was causing a disturbance, he now realized the situation was far more complex. Did the municipal party secretary intend to intervene? It is indeed inappropriate for the first secretary of the municipal party committee to put a shop owner in a difficult position. Some matters are cloaked in ostensibly noble justifications, rendering such underhanded tactics unnecessary. Is this the perspective of Tong Zhanyo? Does he harbor a grudge against his savior, Yu Long? Or is he merely acting under someone else's instructions? Earlier, Wang Zhenkuan mentioned that there might be a high-ranking official involved. Though even he could not ascertain the truth of the matter, perhaps there is, or perhaps there is not. Wang Yinghua's enthusiasm for fishing had waned. However, luck can be quite elusive. Just as he was preparing to leave, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly jerked downward with great force, nearly slipping from his grip. Fortunately, his military training kicked in, allowing him to grasp the rod once more. Today, we shall see whether you pull me into the depths or I lift you to the shore. This seemingly casual remark about fishing startled Wang Zhenkuan, who understood that the director from the capital was ready to confront the situation head-on. On the other hand, Yu Qingbo sent a second telegram home, the first being a message of his safe arrival. This second telegram primarily conveyed the news of his property purchase in Beijing. The ancient, heavy, intricately carved wooden bed was merely topped with a mat and a quilt, yet Yu Qingbo lay sprawled upon it. This room was the same one previously inhabited by the elder Gu. Upon entering, he found nothing but the bed. A note left on it read, "This bed should be worth something, but it's too heavy to move, so I've left it for you. The tables and chairs in the side room are yours as well. Who told me you were such a likable fellow? The stove in the courtyard warmed the room, which had initially been a bit chilly, prompting Yu Qingbo to change into clothes from his hometown. He moved in the same day he received the keys, as the cost of staying at the guest house was negligible, but the inconvenience of constantly encountering strangers was significant, especially with a considerable sum of money at stake. What if it were to go missing? The bedding was all newly purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative. Lacking coupons was not an issue since nationwide grain coupons were now akin to hard currency. The sales clerk was positively delighted, as they had to issue fabric coupons themselves. But nationwide grain coupons were not easily obtained, particularly for families with workers traveling on business. Possessing these coupons was indeed valuable. Having been there for 2 days, aside from tidying up the room on the first day and inspecting the tables and chairs in the eastern side room, he had only ventured out for meals. The furnishings in the eastern side room were undoubtedly of good quality, although he could not discern the materials. Moving even a single chair left him exhausted, indicating their superior craftsmanship. Unbeknownst to him, the eastern side room had originally served as a storage area for furniture belonging to the elder Gu's father. After the incident, no one cared for the furniture, which had once been plentiful in the family, and some had even been taken home for firewood. Unfortunately, due to their weight, they were often despised. The old leader who moved in later recognized the value of these items, but was not greedy for Gu's belongings. He simply had them all stored in the eastern side room. Upon the elder Gu's return, he felt that the high-ranking officials looked down upon these items, deeming them worthless, and thus neglected them entirely. Now, these treasures had fallen into the hands of Yu Qingbo. In the nearby century-old alley known for its braised dishes, Quanjude, and the snacks at Huguosi, Ziguanjuan, places he had only heard of in his previous life, he visited each in turn over the past 2 days. It must be said, the food was indeed exquisite, explaining why these establishments had thrived for decades. Whether they would maintain their quality decades hence remained uncertain. After all, he had previously been too impoverished to indulge in anything beyond the communal meals at his workplace, while he savored the delightful culinary offerings of old Beijing. An unfortunate incident unfolded in a special ward at Shanghai People's Hospital. A cheerful youth, whose mouth dribbled with saliva, suddenly ceased to breathe. Pan Billion had merely stepped out to change and for another patient, and upon returning, witnessed her son staring wide-eyed at the door, his earlier grin replaced by an expression of sheer terror. Fong Yuan had passed away, and the telegram sent by Captain Fong Biyuan to Haikao was promptly relayed to Yu Qian, who hurriedly informed Zhu Tianshu and the others. Lao Zhu Laosha and Tang Jing set off in the peaceful number back to Shanghai that very day, bringing along 5 crew members, though not all could be spared due to the need for someone to oversee the shop. Upon arriving at the morgue, the sight of Fong Yuan's unblinking eyes startled them all. They were wide open, defying closure. Tang Jing attempted to gently close them, only to find it impossible. They had already become rigid. Uncle Fong, wasn't Yuanzi fine just a moment ago? Why does he look so frightened? Tang Jing's words snapped Fong Butong and Pan Billion, who had been rendered speechless, back to attention. Indeed, little Yuan was terrified. His death was not merely a recurrence of an old injury, as they had been led to believe. Someone had harmed him. Overcome with emotion, Pan Billion fainted, while Fong Butong, ignoring his wife, stormed toward the office building, demanding an explanation for his son's demise. Quick, Lao Zhu, Yuejin, follow me. Tang Jing called as he hurried to lift Pan Billion. Sage, you carry her. Su Ning, take Aunt Pan to the emergency room. Now? Chapter 104. Yu Qingbo contemplates emigration and prepares to return to his main pursuits. Yu Qingbo learned of Fong Yuan's death 2 days later when his family received a telegram from Yu Qian. The news of his younger son's property acquisition in the capital brought great joy to the family, especially to Guo Yunxiang. She was delighted that they now had a home in Beijing, envisioning the possibility of visiting and seeing Tiananmen and the imperial city. However, her happiness was short-lived, as she began to worry whether her son would return, given his new residence in the capital. Yu Qian pondered whether ere long would be deeply saddened by news of Fong Yuan's passing. Yu Qingbo himself did not feel sorrow, only a surge of fear flooding his mind. It must be Du Kong, he thought. Even the most seasoned police officer would find themselves at a loss, considering how unlikely it was that anyone would contemplate harming a person who could only lie bedridden. Yet Yu Qingbo was different. He was acutely aware of Du Kang's malevolence, having experienced it firsthand in his previous life. If Du Kang had harbored resentment toward him for decades, how could he possibly spare Fong Yuan? The notion of being incapacitated and oblivious to life seemed cruel. However, would Du Kang think the same? No, he would not. He would believe that in such a state, one would experience no pain, which was not what he desired. He wanted his enemies to endure a lifetime of suffering. Had Du Kang been privy to Yu Qingbo's current thoughts, he would have surely given him a thumbs up in approval. What frightened Yu Qingbo was the realization that with Feng Yuan's death, Du Kang's next target could very well be himself. This was not a matter of decades in the future. Laws and regulations were not yet robust, and surveillance systems were still in their infancy. Criminal acts could easily lead to numerous wrongful convictions in the years to come. Suddenly, Yu Qingbo felt regret. He regretted having purchased this property. He now perceived the domestic environment as perilous, contemplating the avoidance of fixed assets and considering immigration. Yet, lacking proficiency in foreign languages, he would struggle to survive abroad. In that moment, he felt utterly cornered, with no retreat in sight. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Du Kang was furiously hurling the cup in his grasp. He entered the military, leveraging his grandfather's connections to secure a position in the logistics cooking unit. Because everyone was aware of his influential backing, he was treated with considerable leniency. This young man understood that he represented his grandfather and was determined not to bring shame upon him. Thus he initially distinguished himself through remarkable performance. He has since been transferred to the regiment's headquarters, engaging in promotional work, which frequently necessitates his outings, granting him opportunities to interact with external leaders. Tong Zhanyo was one such contact he made during a recent trip to the municipal committee to deliver personnel documents for military-civilian cooperation. Upon discovering that the individual he met was the secretary to the first secretary, he maintained a commendable rapport. Tong Zhanyo, possessing his own channels of influence and aware of the young man's lineage as the grandson of a senior official, took a keen interest in him. As the old adage goes, the man has feelings, and the woman has intentions. A fierce flame ignites, and thus their relationship solidified into a formidable alliance. As the elder brother, it seemed reasonable to assist the younger brother in settling scores with his past adversaries. However, neither anticipated encountering obstacles. Initially, the method employed by the store personnel was appropriate, yet later on, the police handling the matter grew apprehensive. Subsequently, Mayor Wu, either intentionally or inadvertently, inquired about the situation with Tong Zhanyo, leading him to realize he had been used as a pawn. If Mayor Wu's questioning merely induced anxiety, when Wang Yinghua intervened, Tong Zhanyo genuinely regretted not having slapped himself. Others may have been unaware of Wang Yinghua's background, but he certainly was not. A direct descendant of a prominent red family from the capital, his uncle was the current first secretary of Guangdong province, a significant regional authority, and his grandfather was a general. In other words, not only Tong Zhanyo but even Du Kang's grandfather, Du Tianda, would have to yield before the Wang family. How could a mere petty figure entangle himself with Wang Yinghua? Du Kang could not fathom it. He had initially believed he was in control of the situation, with both Feng Yuan and Yu Qingbo as mere playthings he could dispose of at will. Suddenly, a plaything had stepped outside the confines and transformed into a formidable contender. It felt akin to dining on a once delectable dish only to discover a fly within, leaving him in a state of profound discomfort. At this moment, Yu Qingbo remained blissfully unaware that his inadvertent act of saving someone had inadvertently forged a solid backing for himself, prompting him to contemplate a phased immigration. In this era, leaving the country was not as straightforward as it would be decades later. Departing legally and compliantly was nearly impossible for him, compelling him to resort to unorthodox measures. Even if he succeeded, living abroad without legal status would be exceedingly arduous. Thus, he meticulously planned to secure legal identity and ensure his livelihood. The destination had to be a place where Mandarin was understood, otherwise, a language barrier could prove insurmountable. After much deliberation, he settled on Hong Kong. By 1997, Hong Kong would return to the motherland, but it was still 1980, and the Sino-British negotiations had yet to reach a conclusion. Indeed, the preconditions were still in flux, with the Falklands War between Britain and Argentina yet to unfold. Therefore, at this juncture, Hong Kong remained entirely under British cultural influence. Yu Qingbo pondered that now was not the right time to venture there. He was uncertain of the current situation in Hong Kong, yet having seen films depicting the underworld, he knew that in the late 1980s and early 1990s, the city was rife with gang activity. Was he seeking peril by going there? Moreover, he lacked sufficient capital. Hong Kong was a capitalist society where wealth equated to social standing and security. He needed to amass wealth, and the desire to do so surged within him like never before. Relying on the Hong Kong Island department store for income was implausible. The market was limited, and there was insufficient money available for him. He resolved to return to his original profession. In this new life, his initial stroke of luck had come from seafood, gathering shellfish, fishing, and going out to sea were his strengths, while engaging in commerce was decidedly not his forte. As for the notion that seafood was unprofitable, that was the case now. Following 1985, prices would soar, and current seafood prices were not uniformly low, especially in Hong Kong. Peng Dongfeng had previously mentioned having channels to ship goods to Hong Kong. Why couldn't he do the same? After a restless night, he awoke late, hunger jolting him from sleep. Little Yu went out to buy a newspaper, and Director Zhang greeted him upon seeing him. Yes, Director Zhang, are you off to a meeting? After exchanging pleasantries with Director Zhang, he turned into the nearby state-run restaurant. It was already 2 in the afternoon, well past meal times. Huaihua, what do you have left to eat? Why are you so late today? We only have 2 egg steamed buns left, and a piece of cold cabbage and tofu. The waitress, Zhu Huaihua, was now familiar to him. At first, hearing her call Huaihua made him feel as though he had traveled back to the courtyard houses. Just bring it all out. I'm about to starve. By the way, Comrade Yu Qingbo, you asked me to keep an eye on the postal stamps. This morning, the Year of the Monkey stamps were released. Bring the money. Chapter 105. The monkey stamps secured, preparing to return home. November in the capital was already quite cold. A light snowfall had fallen the previous night, and the wind had swept it away, leaving no trace on the ground. However, the temperature had dropped several degrees in anticipation of this little snow. Yu Qingbo hurriedly consumed the cabbage and tofu before rushing out. As he stepped outside, the chilly breeze prompted him to quickly button up his cotton coat. Upon reaching the shadowy corner, he noticed the faint white remnants that revealed why the temperature had plummeted so drastically. Yet, he had no time to savor the winter's coolness. Hastening towards the postal office near Beijing Station in the Dongqing district, Zhu Huaihua lived in Zibiohai Hutong in the Dongqing district, right by Beijing's largest postal point. To put it plainly, this location was the most likely to have the monkey stamps. If any postal office in the entire city had them, it would surely be this one. Yu Qingbo had previously scouted this area and was well acquainted with the route. When he learned that Zhu Huaihua's home was nearby, he struck a deal with her. Every morning, when she wasn't busy, he would pay her 1 yuan to check on the monkey stamps at the postal office. If she found any, he would pay her 5 yuan for that day. Although 1 yuan seemed insignificant, it amounted to 30 yuan over a month, surpassing her salary for half a month, so Zhu Huaihua was naturally willing. After all, she often returned home for errands. This was just extra money. As for the state-run restaurant's manager, who happened to be her uncle, could he truly dismiss her? When Yu Qingbo arrived, it was already 10 minutes to 4, and he was famished. Comrade, I would like to buy some stamps. Certainly, how many sheets? No, comrade. I specifically want the Year of the Monkey stamps, the ones valued at 8 cents each. Please give me 10 sheets. Did this even sound like coherent speech? I asked how many sheets you want, and you reply with 10 sheets and first give me 10 sheets? Is this child perhaps pilfering from his family's money? The middle-aged woman selling stamps, Zhao Xiaofeng, regarded Yu Qingbo with the eyes of a mother whose child had brought misfortune upon the family. Are you sure? Rest assured, comrade, I have brought money, he said, slamming a wad of cash onto the counter. At that moment, Zhao Xiaofeng was even more convinced that this child had stolen his family's money. Yet she had no authority to stop him. What to do? A sudden idea struck her. We don't have 10 sheets, we only have 7. The monkey stamps were typically arranged in sheets of 8 by 10, totaling 80 stamps, with each stamp valued at 8 cents. Thus, a sheet cost 6 yuan and 4 jiao, while 7 sheets amounted to 47 yuan and 8 jiao. Yu Qingbo inquired further, and Zhao Xiaofeng informed him they were indeed out of stock. After Yu Qingbo departed, Zhao Xiaofeng purchased 3 editions of the monkey stamps. Not because she could predict their value would rise, but to safeguard against the possibility that the child was sent by a parent to make the purchase. If a parent were to come looking for their child later and discovered that the child had pilfered money to buy the stamps, she could present a justification, claiming she had mitigated their losses. If the parent genuinely wanted to buy 10 editions, she could sell her 3 editions to them. However, she hadn't considered that Yu Qingbo could go to another postal outlet, nor had she contemplated the risk of being left with stamps that could not be sold. It was only the next day when the price of the stamps had surged and passers-by were offering double the amount outside the post office, that Zhao Xiaofeng realized she had unwittingly deprived the child of a portion of his potential earnings. Upon exiting the post office, he made a beeline for Jiangguimen, where he purchased 5 editions and 4 additional monkey stamps. However, as he tried to rush to the next location, he conceded defeat. It was time to close for the day, and he had missed his opportunity. Although he could still acquire them at the post office, the prices would undoubtedly be significantly inflated. He had observed others expressing their desire to purchase the zodiac monkey stamps just as he left. The common folk of Beijing, born in the city, are far from easily deceived. Their instincts are sharper than one could imagine, and they quickly catch wind of any opportunity to profit. By the time many within the postal system had realized what was happening, the monkey stamps had already sold out. Yu Qingbo was preparing to return home. Having achieved his objectives for the visit, he saw no reason to linger in the capital. As for purchasing a Sihiyuan, he had abandoned that notion. Initially, he had explored various options, hoping to acquire a spacious courtyard to wait for appreciation in value. However, upon learning of Feng Yuan's demise and considering Dukang's background, he decisively relinquished those aspirations. As for this courtyard, he would invite his parents to come stay. The safety and medical facilities available in Beijing far surpassed those in Haikao. especially since his elderly parents were not accustomed to the northern cuisine. After a couple of years, once policies in Beijing became more lenient, they could even set up a stall in Tiananmen Square. The following day, Yu Qingbo engaged in extensive physical labor at home. The gold he purchased, along with the 3 porcelain vases he had acquired, he intended to bury in his yard for security, as traveling with them was too perilous. However, winter had already begun to set in Beijing. The ground was not only hard but also laborious to dig through. It took him a full 3 days to bury his belongings beside the jujube tree in his yard, uncertain if the tree would survive the coming spring. The advantage of digging in winter is that it conceals one's tracks. He could fill the hole back in and simply splash a few buckets of water on the surface, which would freeze almost immediately, leaving no trace of what lay beneath. The next day, as he observed the roots of the jujube tree encased in ice, he grew concerned for its survival. Having secured his valuable items, he was still apprehensive about other belongings. He estimated that the large bed in his home would be worth a small fortune in a few decades, and there was still an entire room filled with old furniture in the east wing. Yet, he felt powerless. It was better to leave things untouched than to bring them to everyone's attention. In truth, he was perhaps overthinking. While antiques might hold value now, it was limited. And even these old pieces of furniture might not be worth as much as newly crafted ones. A fact that likely influenced the elder Gu Shi's willingness to gift them to him. Lastly, there was the matter of transferring money. Carrying large amounts of cash was impractical, so he opted for a remittance method. Since he lacked acquaintances in the area before his arrival, he had to take the risk of sending the money and then collecting it in person. Upon his return, he planned to transfer the funds directly to his parents and send a telegram to inform them. He was preparing to head back, but obtaining a sleeper ticket remained a challenge. He had settled for a hard seat, but he had resolved to travel back in a sleeper. Chapter 106. Observations in Guangzhou. Is obtaining a sleeper ticket truly difficult? While it might be challenging for others, Yu Qingbo was no stranger to the process. He was well acquainted with the methods for securing sleeper tickets before his arrival. The old saying goes, money can move mountains. He was confident that the procedures in Beijing were no different from those in Guangzhou. He made his way to the largest guest house near Beijing Station, and upon entering, he noticed a line of people checking in. He patiently waited at the back until those ahead of him had completed their transactions. When it was finally his turn, the middle-aged man at the front desk, appearing to be in his 50s, greeted him. Yu Qingbo casually inquired, "Good day, sir, are you busy?" As he spoke, he discreetly slid a crisp bill forward. "What is your business, kid? I've been watching you for a while. You don't seem like a guest looking for a room." Xiao Zhenbong, who had just returned from Xinjiang, was covering for his wife, who was unwell. If he were to assist with accommodations, he would have addressed him as comrade, but the way this young man spoke in a Beijing accent suggested he had other intentions. His wife worked at the guest house, and the clientele typically consisted of out-of-towners who were unfamiliar with the city, making it common for him to earn extra income beyond his salary. However, when Yu Qingbo mentioned a sleeper ticket from Beijing to Guangzhou, it left him momentarily stunned. His wife had informed him that tickets were generally split evenly. For instance, if a ticket cost 60, the service fee would also be 60. Yet here was this youth, barely older than his own son, apparently engaged in ticket scalping. Xiao Zhenbong had not considered that Yu Qingbo might genuinely need the ticket for personal use. He assumed that a child from a well-off Beijing family would not be permitted to venture out alone. After all, he managed the ticket distribution at the guest house, and obtaining one was merely a matter of making a call. It was part of his role as the head of the power supply section. Yu Qingbo had barely kept an eye on the front desk for an hour when Xiao Zhenbong returned with the tickets in hand. Train T15 was scheduled to depart from Beijing Station at 10:17 p.m., taking 35 hours to reach Guangzhou on the third morning at 9:26 a.m. Yu Qingbo received a ticket for an upper berth, priced at 42 yuan. It was not that Xiao Zhenbong was unable to secure a lower berth. It was Yu Qingbo's preference for safety. Being higher up made it less likely for thieves to reach him. The ticket cost 42 yuan, and he handed over 85 yuan, agreeing to pay double the price, with the extra yuan as a token of appreciation for Xiao Zhenbong's swift assistance. As Yu Qingbo departed, Xiao Zhenbong couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. The young man had just handed over a substantial sum, 100 yuan in total, while his own son, Xiao Yu, received only 5 yuan as pocket money each month. He began to wonder if he and his wife were too frugal with their son. But then he recalled that his wife's monthly wage was only 55 yuan, making their contributions seem generous in comparison. After all, as a department head in Beijing, his own salary was merely 210 yuan. That evening, Yu Qingbo boarded the train bound for Guangzhou. The train offered meals, albeit vegetarian, which were quite palatable: cabbage, vermicelli, and large steamed buns, all served without a ticket, but at prices 3 to 4 times higher than usual. An additional advantage of the upper berth was that he could pretend to be asleep when others spoke, making it difficult for anyone to bother him. The sleeper carriage of the train is not as fully occupied as it would be decades later. Many berths often remain unoccupied. However, these vacancies do not persist for long, as passengers frequently alight at various stops after just 2 or 3 stations. There are numerous business travelers on short trips as well. Yu Qingbo, observing the ebb and flow of people around him, found himself unable to sleep and instead lay on his bed, lost in thought. Without a mobile phone, he felt he ought to have brought a book. He was beginning to sense that he was letting time slip away aimlessly. After a considerable wait, a warm announcement finally resonated, informing them that they had arrived at Guangzhou Station in Yangqing. He hurriedly exited the train alongside the throng of passengers. Guangzhou, the capital of this open southern province, presented a vivid tableau of individuals, some laughing exuberantly, others hurrying with solemn determination. A strange sensation stirred within him, an inexplicable feeling that he could not articulate. He was unaware of what exactly was occurring. He merely sensed that he ought to contribute something to this era in which he lived, though he could not pinpoint what that might be. As the sun beat down, causing him to sweat, he suddenly realized he was still clad in a thick cotton coat. No wonder the passers-by glanced at him with curiosity. It was his own folly, not theirs. They must have regarded him as a fool. He shed the coat to reveal a thin sweater beneath. The weather today was indeed brisk, and had it not been for the wind, he would have found it rather warm, especially since he wore a short-sleeved shirt underneath. Still lost in contemplation, he sought out a guest house to stay in, changing into more suitable attire and finally feeling at ease. However, this newfound comfort came at the cost of lugging an additional large bag filled with clothes alongside his original luggage containing Beijing souvenirs. His telegram home had been sent 4 days prior, and he had no idea when his family's vessel would arrive at the Australian dock to fetch him. In Yangqing, Guangzhou, the Pearl River provided a more convenient docking point for their ship. At that time, regulations were not as stringent. A docking fee would suffice. On the following morning, he went to Aozhou Pier, but saw no sign of his family's ship. Contemplating the possibility of taking a bus instead, he hesitated, knowing the journey to Shuwen would take considerable time. Thus, he resolved to wait a little longer. If he could not return home, he might as well explore Yangqing thoroughly. This exploration proved captivating, leading him to lose track of time. He would have forgotten to check out of the guest house entirely had it not been for a gentle reminder from the front desk staff regarding his payment. Guangzhou truly lived up to its reputation as a pioneer city of reform and opening up. The city boasted fresh fish markets, vegetable markets, fruit markets, and flower and bird markets. While there remained numerous management issues along the waterfront, one could observe staff with armbands openly overseeing market operations, something other regions lacked. It should be noted that at Haikou Shoying Port, fish trade occurred informally, without any public officials involved, which meant it had yet to receive official recognition. In such circumstances, any misstep could result in legal repercussions. However, Guangzhou had already embraced free trade. Yet, Haikou had also made strides ahead of Guangzhou in some respects, particularly with the establishment of individual business licenses. With this in mind, he made his way toward Aozhou Pier, where he was relieved to find his family's ship, the Yuhang, already docked. Old Zhu, ere long, Yuan Zihe. Yu Qingbo felt a twinge of discomfort at the mention of such matters upon their meeting. Fan Yuan, our relationship is rather ordinary. Chapter 107, Old Zhu Spring. After more than a month, Yu Qingbo once again set foot on Haikou's dock. This place felt familiar, yet instilled in him a sense of insecurity. On board, Tang Jing had also shared some insights regarding the Hong Kong Island department store, leading him to realize that he had underestimated the dangers posed by Dukong. However, after one incident, the situation had seemingly quieted, leaving him perplexed. This matter felt complex, and even Xiao Hui sensed something amiss. I had instructed our old Wu and Secretary Tong to inquire, he reflected. But it seems this issue is not as straightforward as it appears. Old Wu mentioned that Secretary Tong had only ever acquiesced to the first secretary and the mayor. It was not until that evening, when Jean Kuenxing invited him to dinner, that he grasped the true reason behind the tension. At the dining table, Wang Yinghua's vehement criticisms of Tong made everything clearer. While Yu Qingbo was not entirely aware of Wang Yinghua's family background, Jean Kuenxing had casually revealed that Wang Chushi's uncle was the first secretary of Guangdong province, which prompted Yu Qingbo to approach Wang Yinghua with newfound familiarity. This revelation was akin to discovering an elephant in the room. Ignorance had been bliss, but now that he was aware, he could not afford to overlook it. As Guangdong province stood at the forefront of reform, the significance of having such a prominent figure backing him far outweighed that of leaders in other provinces. With such a heavy weight behind him, he felt emboldened against the Dukong family. He contemplated the future. 2 years later, a crackdown would commence, and after 1985, the economy would flourish, elevating the status of entrepreneurs. By then, he would not doubt that the Dukong family would think twice before acting against him. This line of thought lightened his spirit considerably, alleviating any urgency to flee. Who would wish to drift aimlessly when one could lead a life in their own home? While it is often said that home is where family resides, the reality of venturing out, even to Hong Kong, posed questions regarding whether his family could adapt and how long that adjustment might take. Come, Brother Wang, I am immensely grateful. I have no means to repay you. My gratitude lies within this wine. Wang Yinghua found great comfort in these words, realizing that this small benefactor was indeed a kindred spirit. Henceforth, they must cultivate their relationship further. Yu Qingbo was returned home by Jin Kuanqing, who already knew where he resided. Son, wake up, take off your clothes before you sleep. Seeing her youngest son, reeking of alcohol, sprawled heavily asleep, Gui Yunxiang felt a pang of sympathy. This child had gone to the capital and returned home, only to be unable to arrive independently. Now, he was brought in by others, reeking of liquor, and he was still only 16. Yu Qingbo slept soundly, not awakening until 9:30 the following morning, when only Su Ning and Li Yuejin were present at home, diligently overseeing the goods. This arrangement was akin to a holiday, as they kept watch over the stock. Has there been no fishing lately? At that time, no fishing bans were in effect, and due to technological limitations, no one monitored whether overfishing was occurring. The large yellow croaker would soon become a rare species, resulting in its exorbitant price decades later. The Ping had consistently set sail prior, with Tang Jing's group dividing into two waves, one to go fishing while the other stayed at the Hong Kong Island department store to assist. This rotation continued until Fang Yuan's incident halted operations. Yu Qingbo ventured into the warehouse to inspect the dwindling stock, preparing to lead a team to Shenzhen to procure goods. Acquiring supplies was merely a side task. He had something more pressing to attend to, his trip to Hong Kong. He had lunch at the northern cuisine of the canned food factory, where the meat sandwiches were in high demand. His parents would load a truck with canned goods each day. These cans would later grace the shelves of the Hong Kong Island department store, with Chao Hui ensuring that Yu Qian settled the payments on the spot. Though this process was somewhat cumbersome, it maximized the safety of his parents. Interestingly, outsiders also came to purchase meat sandwiches, but the exchange policy at Northern Cuisine mandated that one must trade for cans. Fortunately, the canned food factory was conveniently located across the street, allowing many to procure cans before trading them for the sandwiches. In truth, the market in Haikou has improved significantly. With minimal oversight, there are rarely any reports made. However, Yu Qingbo has enemies, and his actions are merely a precaution against potential complaints, which would undoubtedly pose complications. Ere long, look, Lao Sha gestured to the right, and Yu Qingbo was taken aback by the sight before him. Zhu Tianshui was holding Iruji ammo, yet he had not taken a bite. Beside him, a plump girl had devoured half of hers, her face glistening with grease as she savored each morsel with great enthusiasm. Zhu Tianshui, grinning mischievously, wiped the remnants from the corners of her mouth. What is going on? What else could it be? They're getting cozy, I suppose. I really can't fathom what women see in men. That foolish Zhu insists on pursuing a woman, claiming he wants to hold Gao Ming every night. Yu Qingbo glanced at Lao Sha incredulously, thinking how foolish Zhu seemed. Yet, it was Zhu who was on the verge of winning the heart of a beauty. He recalled Gao Ming, the very first customer at Beifeng Meisher who had come for Iruji ammo. With her fierce demeanor and ample figure, she certainly appeared to be a good prospect for childbearing. Zhu's taste was surprisingly commendable. Zhu is about to marry Miss Gao. But Lao Sha appears to be still oblivious, he thought, glancing at Tang Jing, who was busy assisting her parents. Yu Qingbo felt a sense of great responsibility weighing upon him. Xiaoming, eat. I'm not hungry, but I really can't eat anymore. Zhu Tianshui had bought 5 Rigiamos out of his own pocket, and with Gao Ming insisting on bartering 3 more from her canned goods, they had accumulated 8 in total. Gao Ming managed to consume 7, but when it came to the last one, she simply could not force it down, despite still salivating at the aroma. Then, she remembered that Zhu Tianshui had yet to eat. Tianshui, it seems you haven't had anything yet. Here, have this. She held out the Rujiamo toward his mouth. Observing Zhu's eyes nearly hidden behind his grin, Yu Qingbo felt an urge to kick him. Did he not notice there were others around, flaunting their affection so openly? Oblivious to his growling stomach, Zhu was enveloped in bliss, completely unaware of his hunger. Finally, as the time to return to work approached, Gao Ming reluctantly departed from Zhu Tianshui's side. All right, Zhu, tell me, how did you manage to woo her? What is the story with that girl? What do you mean? That girl? You should refer to her as sister-in-law. It turned out Gao Ming was only 18, having poor academic performance, which led her to work at the factory. Her father, the deputy director of the canning factory, was the reason she never lacked canned goods to exchange for Rujiamos. The factory had a canteen, but she preferred not to eat there. Ever since she was enchanted by the delicious Rujiamos, she always came for meals. Zhu, leveraging his shameless charm, endeavored to cultivate a closer relationship. While he might sometimes be stubborn, his innate ability to amuse women was undeniable. Lao Zhu, convinced of his prospects, went home to share the news, only to find that his parents were not only supportive but also intrigued. The following day, they secretly observed Zhu Tianshui and were immediately taken by his tall and robust stature, approving of their budding romance. A girl 3 years older is a treasure, they mused. And thus Lao Zhu's springtime romance began. Chapter 108. Zhao Lan's engagement, a trip to Hong Kong. Was Gao Ming beautiful? In a different era, she might have been considered a top beauty of the Tang dynasty. Yu Qingbo's modern aesthetic failed to find anything captivating about Gao Ming, while in Zhu's eyes, she was a flawless goddess. As the saying goes, different strokes for different folks. Perhaps Gao Ming's parents, wary of their daughter being left behind, were grateful for someone like Zhu, allowing their union to flourish. While Zhu embarked on his shamelessly blissful life, Yu Qingbo approached his recently resting parents. Father, mother, as you know, I've acquired a property in the capital, situated at number 98, Nanluo Guxiang. When do you plan to come and stay? We can visit for a few days, but if we stay there, what will become of the business and your brother's endeavors? Suddenly, Yu Qingbo recalled, oh, I forgot to mention, my brother has opened a branch of his milk tea shop near the First People's Hospital. Yu Qingbo was momentarily taken aback by his father's revelation. His wife opened a branch. Why was I not informed? Don't overthink it. I'm merely letting you know. Don't mention it outside. Your brother suspects we might attract unwanted attention. So the new shop isn't named after his wife, but instead is called Pride Boda Milk Tea, run by Long NV and her team. It's reportedly flourishing due to its proximity to a hospital and a school, alongside a stationery factory. Yu Qingbo's mouth fell agape, his mind racing with admiration for his brother's astuteness in addressing the mysterious threats to their family by separating Long NV to operate independently. Oh, by the way, I have another piece of news. Zhao Lan is engaged to a customs officer. How could so much change in just over a month? It feels like an entire regime has shifted in my absence, Yu Qingbo mused, realizing that upon visiting the milk tea shop, he would learn that Zhao Lan was indeed engaged, but not to the same person as before. This Zhang Dafei seemed to be an improvement. His gaze was filled with undeniable affection. Yu Qingbo recalled a saying from the future. If someone can keep their eyes locked on you in a crowd, they either wish to harm you or love you. Introducing Zhang Dafei to Zhao Lan, the latter noticed his polite smile, but his gaze quickly returned to her, radiating a warmth that could repel anyone who dared intrude. Regardless of Zhang Dafei's family background, he was undoubtedly the best choice among all the suitors Zhao Lan had encountered. Yu Qingbo nodded at Jiao Mei, who sighed in relief. Despite the engagement being settled, their parents had previously insisted that ere long should take a look and, most importantly, not to cause any trouble for the eldest aunt's family. Guo Debemu Han Yu believed that the prosperity of the eldest sister's family was due to ere long's efforts. Thus it was crucial for him to oversee the marriage arrangements. Guo Jialan was not idle either. Had her cousin shaken his head earlier, the engagement might have been called off. Once Jialan returned to her duties, Zhang Dafei approached Yu Qingbo for a chat. Zhang Dafei hailed from a respectable family. Both his parents were university professors. Despite suffering injuries during their careers, they had not yet reached retirement age. The supportive family atmosphere eschewed the notion of arranged marriages, allowing Zhang Dafei to pursue Jialan, leading to a mutual agreement when her parents deemed her sensible and suitable for a harmonious life. During their meeting with Guo Debemu Hongyu, Yu Qian and Guo Yunxiang accompanied them, and the discussions flowed pleasantly. Both families were pragmatic, eschewing any talk of material possessions, and thus the engagement was swiftly concluded. We're just waiting for you. Cousin, uncle and auntie are eager for you to chat with me. Your nod is all we need to proceed with the wedding and obtain the marriage certificate. Zhang Dafei had been transferred from the customs in Fujian, with his excellent performance earning him a return to Haikao, where unexpectedly, his significant life event also found resolution. Yu Qingbo suddenly realized that Zhao Lan was turning 20 during the new year, while he himself would be 16. Cousin Jiaomei, do exert yourself a bit. Strive to find someone better than your brother-in-law. Go on, Shu. Don't jest with your cousin. Sister-in-law is coming over to usher you out. Sister-in-law? This isn't quite right. How can one send guests away? Do stop it. You've already consumed 7 cups. And I fear you'll spend the night running to the restroom. Very well, you are indeed correct. Only Jiaomei, murmuring quietly, thought to herself, how can one strive for improvement when the brother-in-law came knocking at their door? The following day, Yu Qingbo set sail on the peaceful voyage. Accompanied by Tang Jing, Lao Sha, and 8 crew members, the vessel departed the harbor, heading eastward and then south, without fishing, generally making its way towards Qianghai. Upon reaching the Tantian River dock in Qianghai, it was precisely lunchtime. The catch was rather mediocre, only worth around 8 or 900 yuan. Of course, in Yu Qingbo's eyes, this was quite ordinary. However, the crew was elated. as they usually returned from the Chongzhou Strait with merely 300 to 400 yuan a day, so this was akin to 2 days' worth. Yu Qingbo privately lamented that his golden touch for fishing inherently brought luck. Not utilizing this gift felt somewhat wasteful. In the office of the CEO of Zhengxing Aquaculture, Peng Dongfeng had just concluded a vigorous 400-meter run with his secretary. A knock resounded on the door. "Would you mind opening it?" The female secretary, having adjusted her skirt, approached and opened the door, revealing a rather young lad standing outside. "Hello, I'm looking for General Peng." "Oh my, it's boss Yu. It has been quite a while. I heard you've struck it rich in Haikao. What brings you here today?" As Yu Qingbo sidestepped the secretary to enter, he wrinkled his nose, and the smile on his face diminished significantly. He hurried to the window and pushed it open. "Peng, it's just me. If sister-in-law were here, you'd be in for a rough time today." "Ah, you little rascal. Quite the clever one, aren't you? Speak. What brings you to seek your brother today?" "Brother, I know you have connections to Hong Kong. I wish to make a trip there. Of course, I won't encroach upon your business. Merely seeking to acquire a Hong Kong identity." Peng Dongfeng was momentarily taken aback, and then his mind began to race. He had underestimated this young man. His ambition was considerable. With the current reforms in the country, obtaining a Hong Kong identity would categorize him as a foreign businessman, granting him access to many benefits unavailable to locals. What a brilliant move, brother. "No problem at all. I will arrange it. We can go together, and I can provide support should you need it." Chapter 109, Zhao Mengtao returns. In these times, traveling to Hong Kong was not as straightforward as it would become in the decades to come, though it still required some procedures. Currently, a compelling reason was necessary, one that could be articulated and recognized by authorities. Otherwise, entry was impossible. The reason Yu Qingbo sought Peng Dongfeng was precisely this. If he desired to pursue illegal avenues, he wouldn't need to seek anyone's assistance. He could simply sail and seize an opportunity to cross over. Although risky, the odds of success remained high. Yet, that was not Yu Qingbo's intention. In his past life, he had lived in the shadows, perpetually fleeing misfortune. This time, he yearned to exist beneath the sun. Upon returning, the fish they caught had already been handed over to Peng Dongfeng's subordinates without any valuable cargo involved. So Peng Dongfeng need not labor over it. A few hundred yuan was insignificant to Yu Qingbo. He didn't regard it lightly. Since Peng Dongfeng had asked him to await further news, he refrained from returning to Haikao and instead sailed the peaceful voyage back to Haihe village. A decision that delighted the crew immensely. Having not returned home for quite some time, they were overjoyed to have the opportunity to reunite with their families. Notably, Li Yujin, who had just married a year ago and had been apart from his spouse for an extended period, leaped for joy, having no children yet. Each time they procured goods, whether selling in the store or fishing at sea, they received additional income. Now, each crew member had several hundred yuan in hand, a sum they had not previously spent, as they had contributed their earnings to their families during their last visit. As the peaceful voyage docked at Haihe village, Yu Qingbo suddenly noticed that the tea stall beside the purchase station was still operating. "Ere long has returned with the boat. Ere long, ere long." Many greeted him as they disembarked, acknowledging that his business had flourished and no one regarded him as a mere child anymore. "Auntie, I see you've reopened the stall." Yu Qingbo was surprised to discover that the tea stall had been taken over by the wife of the village leader, Fang Biyuan. "Well, it seems I still have food to sell." Many had wished to take over the stall, but to avoid offending anyone, his uncle decided to keep it within the village. Now we're effectively working for the village. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingbo felt a sense of relief. Regardless of who had previously disrupted his stall, it seemed that the perpetrators had not reaped any benefits. Losing a bit was inconsequential to him. As long as the wrongdoers had not profited, he felt at ease. "Auntie, what do you have to eat? Please bring me a portion." Just as he had been concerned about how to procure a meal upon returning home, he was relieved to find that the tea stall offered food. Dishes such as pig trotter rice, clay pot rice, and white-cut chicken were available, and of course, the traditional kingbuling was still served. To his surprise, there was quite a selection. He ordered one of each, primarily to sample the flavors, considering it a form of market research for his brother's and sister-in-law's milk tea shop. On his way home, Yu Qingbo found himself supporting his belly. Not because he had to finish everything he had ordered, but because he simply could not stop eating. Why were all the delicious dishes presented together? Perhaps it was the familiar flavors of his hometown that perfectly suited his palate. Yu Qingbo resolved to discuss with his brother and sister-in-law the possibility of establishing a dining brand, as there were far too many delectable dishes to let go to waste. The following morning, the village leader, Fang Biyuan, came knocking. Upon seeing him, Yu Qingbo felt a sense of dread. An aquaculture expert, he had previously expressed interest, yet had seen no evidence of expertise. "Ere long, you have finally returned." "Aye. Uncle, please don't say that. The more you say, the more embarrassed I feel for returning. As for the aquaculture expert matter, I went to the capital, but there are relevant experts there, though not without some gains. The expert needs to visit Chaozhou and Shantao for a look. Oh, Fang Biyuan, who had initially arrived with great excitement, abruptly halted. Is the capital not splendid? I've never been there. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to see Tianmen. By the way, did you not take any photos? Uncle, I haven't been there. It would be wonderful to see some photos. Yu Qingbo suddenly realized that he hadn't taken any pictures during his time in the capital. He had been so caught up in the hustle that it hadn't crossed his mind. Uncle, next time, I'll definitely take photos to bring back. Are you going again? Yu Qingbo nodded awkwardly. He dared not reveal that he had purchased a house there, fearing it might lead to his abduction. Being alone at home with no food to eat, Fang Biyuan was about to invite him over for a meal when a knock on the door interrupted them. Yu Qingbo looked up and sighed inwardly, recognizing the inexorable ties of fate. Zhao Mingtao, you've come. Seeing others present, Zhao Mingtao lowered her head and nodded. You all continue. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Fang Biyuan, with a keen sense of propriety, discreetly departed, leaving the young couple to their conversation, for he felt out of place in their lively exchange. Upon hearing of your return, I could not resist the urge to come and see you. Yu Qingbo harbored serious suspicions that a traitor lurked among his subordinates. Otherwise, how could Zhao Mingtao, who returned yesterday afternoon, have known of his arrival so early today? How are you faring? Is your living allowance sufficient? Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. Having entered her high school years, and perhaps influenced by the onset of adolescence, Zhao Mingtao blossomed into an increasingly enchanting young woman. Setting aside the shadows cast by her previous life and the malevolent influence of Dukong, she was, in truth, a fine girl, both in appearance and character. Yet, Yu Qingbo found himself devoid of any romantic inclinations towards her. After all, misfortune seemed to follow her, and associating with her would only invite a cascade of troubles. Better to keep his distance. No, ISNT at winter break. Now I finally have the time. I heard you were back, and I thought I might see if I could assist you in any way, she said, as she headed towards the kitchen. Yu Qingbo barely had the chance to protest against her offer. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhao Mingtao was taken aback. Aside from pots and pans, there was not a morsel of food in sight. What was she to cook? Fried air? Well, I just returned yesterday, and haven't had the chance to buy groceries yet. I'll go and get some, she added, as Yu Qingbo contemplated staying home to eat rather than imposing on someone else. But now that she was willing to cook, he figured they might as well procure some ingredients together. I'll accompany you, Zhao Mingtao said, turning to follow him. Yu Qingbo suddenly felt a bit awkward. Walking through the village with Zhao Mingtao felt akin to being with a spouse or a girlfriend. Nevertheless, he considered his less than stellar reputation and resolved to embrace the minor inconvenience. As they strolled along the path, the villagers did not merely gawk at them but greeted them warmly. Erlong, is this your partner? She is truly beautiful. Erlong, you should have brought such a lovely girl home sooner. Erlong, are you heading to the town with your partner? Hop on my ox cart. I'll take you both. Yu Qingbo had never felt so flustered in his life. He could hardly muster the bravado to act nonchalantly. It felt somewhat unbecoming for someone of his presumed stature. Whatever, if they think she is my partner, let us just hurry to Jai Town. It was a mere kilometer away, and acquiring groceries would be quite convenient. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on Yu Qingbo's forehead, Zhao Mingtao could not help but chuckle. You're still laughing? You ought to clarify things. Am I embarrassing you by being your partner? Yu Qingbo found himself at a loss for words, having forgotten that Zhao Mingtao had always harbored feelings for him. He handed her 100 yuan for groceries, instructing her to meet him at the intersection once she finished shopping before taking his leave. 100 yuan? Is that even necessary for groceries? Zhao Mingtao thought. But she quickly grasped Yu Qingbo's intentions. With the winter break upon them, school fees would soon be due, and it wasn't just for her education. What about her two younger sisters, Zhao Yunshan and Zhao Xiao? He might have claimed he would only cover her school expenses, but she understood that she would undoubtedly need to provide for her sisters as well. Given her frail appearance, it was evident she was living frugally. Parting ways with Zhao Mingtao, Yu Qingbo made his way to the post office. What was his purpose? To withdraw cash. Setting aside Zhao Mingtao's affairs, he knew that in the future, when Peng Dongfeng took him to Hong Kong, he would need funds. He did not dare withdraw too much, settling on 10,000 yuan. He waited at the intersection for a considerable time before finally spotting Zhao Mingtao approaching, her arms laden with groceries. Yu Qingbo felt a pang of guilt as he observed her struggle with the weight of her purchases. She had procured 3 pig trotters, a chicken, about 3 pounds of pork, and an assortment of vegetables. Yu Qingbo could hardly help but take over half of the load. Realizing he was carrying nearly 20 pounds, it was no wonder she had been slow. Upon returning home, the two were too fatigued to engage in conversation. Panting heavily as they poured themselves 2 bowls of water, gulping it down thirstily, Afterward, they exchanged amused glances at their disheveled appearances. Why don't you rest for a moment? I'll prepare the meal for you. You can cook. I'll handle the rice, Yu Qingbo replied, not wanting to appear as an idle lord while Zhao Mingtao busied herself. With no time to spare, Zhao Mingtao set to work. The pig trotters were first boiled and then stir-fried, a method she had learned from the proprietor. The chicken was seasoned and steamed whole, reminiscent of how she had seen her mother prepare it once. As for the pork stir-fry, she was familiar with that as well, though perhaps a tad too much oil was used. She also made cold dishes of bitter melon and kelp, both of which she was confident in preparing. So it seems I am but a test subject, Yu Qingbo mused, eyeing the spread of dishes before him, uncertain whether he should indulge or refrain. Ultimately, he decided to partake. Well, it's delicious, you should eat too. This was Zhao Mingtao's first attempt at cooking pig trotters, and she was pleasantly surprised by how well they turned out. The chicken was also delightful, an uncommon preparation in their region, yet still quite flavorful. Your culinary skills are quite impressive. Are you certain this is your first time preparing chicken? Whoever marries you will be fortunate indeed. Zhao Mingtao, having just taken a bite of rice, felt an overwhelming rush of emotions and could hardly swallow. Oh, here is the leftover money from the groceries, she said, placing 74 yuan and 50 cents on the table. Keep it. By the way, I meant to mention that my return time may be uncertain in the future. If you need anything, I might not be able to respond promptly. I'll leave 800 yuan for you. Should any unexpected expenses arise, you can use it. I'll hide it in the third loose brick to the right of the door in the kitchen. We used to keep the key there. If you come back and it's missing, don't worry, my family will have taken it. Just tell them I left it for you. Zhao Mingtao stared at Yu Qingbo as he spoke about this matter with such casualness, then resumed her meal, feeling a surge of emotion. 800 yuan. It was uncertain whether her family could even earn that much. Yet, her tuition for the semester was less than 50 yuan. What did this even mean? Would Yu Qingbo not return afterward? Ultimately, it dawned on her that he still looked down upon her, and tears welled in her eyes. A mix of gratitude and despair at feeling abandoned. Yu Qingbo initially believed her tears were a response to his generosity. All right, as long as you know I care. Just shed a few tears and be done with it. However, his words only made Zhao Mingtao cry harder. Lacking experience in calming a woman, Yu Qingbo considered his usual tactic, threatening that if she continued, he would make her cry even more. Yet, given that she had just prepared an entire feast for him, such a threat felt utterly inappropriate. Ere long, someone has come looking for you at the village entrance, Fang Biyuan announced. What is going on? Are you two having a spat? Fang Biyuan's words instantly halted Zhao Mingtao's tears, leaving her cheeks flushed like a monkey's backside. Good sir, if you're unclear about the situation, refrain from speaking out of turn. Who has come looking for me? As he spoke, he stood and pulled Fang Biyuan outside, turning halfway through the door to urge Zhao Mingtao. Make sure to eat well, you look too thin. With that, the two departed the courtyard. Sitting there, Zhao Mingtao reflected. So, Erlong prefers plump women. Boss Yu, our employer has informed me that the arrangements have been finalized. I am to hand this over to you. Please be at the dock early the day after tomorrow, and our boss will come to collect you. The visitor was a subordinate of Peng Dongfeng, seemingly nicknamed Shanji. Upon delivering the letter, the items were dispatched, and the mountain chicken departed without even sipping a drop of water. The Hong Kong Universal Group extended an invitation to Mr. Yu Qingbo to attend a conference on the group's groundbreaking maritime technology. Just a simple invitation letter, adorned with a plethora of official seals, some from Hong Kong and others from our side, suffices to grant him legal passage. Do not underestimate this invitation. Without substantial connections in Hong Kong, one could hardly even dream of such an opportunity. The Universal Group is, after all, the enterprise of the maritime magnate of Hong Kong. And Yu Qingbo, as learned from contemporary online novels, is merely an underling of this shipping tycoon. It seems that Peng Dongfeng possesses quite the formidable connections. Why had he not thought to leverage them before? Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Peng Dongfeng was at the dining table regretting his oversight, lamenting. How could I have not thought of this sooner? Chapter 111. The background of Peng Dongfeng. Yu Qingbo and Peng Dongfeng first traveled by boat to Shenzhen, from where they would cross the border into Hong Kong. It was evident that they were not alone on this journey. The Universal Group indeed had a conference scheduled, and they were merely seizing an opportunity to tag along. Apart from themselves, the other attendees were either technical experts from esteemed organizations or high-ranking officials, with the delegation led by a vice-governor from Guangdong province. Before departure, there was a segment for mutual introductions, during which everyone took turns to introduce themselves. However, Yu Qingbo made a conscious effort to diminish his presence and refrained from speaking. Peng Dongfeng introduced himself as the head of Qionghai Jingxing Aquaculture. Although none had heard of Jingxing Aquaculture, they naturally assumed it was a state-run enterprise due to Peng Dongfeng's age. As for Yu Qingbo, he did not seize the opportunity to speak, as the vice-governor did not grant him the chance. Little did Yu Qingbo know that the vice-governor had been speculating about him for quite some time, pondering which family he hailed from, whether he was a young master or a child of one of the attendees. Regardless of the truth, it was imperative to keep such details concealed, otherwise, the vice-governor would face difficulties in managing the delegation, particularly if others expressed dissent regarding Yu Qingbo's presence. Due to the semi-official nature of the invitation and the presence of leaders, the border inspection process was significantly streamlined. However, they were cautioned against returning with excessive items, as the scrutiny upon their return would be far more stringent. Upon finally setting foot on Hong Kong soil, Yu Qingbo was struck by the disparity. The modern-day Hong Kong rivaled the splendor of Beijing decades hence, boasting a vibrancy that was unmistakable. Greetings, everyone. I am Xing Jiajin, the vice president of Universal Group. I apologize for the delay. We've encountered some traffic, but the company bus will arrive shortly. Upon crossing the border, they were met by none other than the vice president of Universal Group. However, Yu Qingbo had no time to ponder this, as Peng Dongfeng was already pulling him aside. Peng Xiao, we are here to take you home. Erlong, let us go. In the midst of their conversation, Yu Qingbo was led towards a small sedan, while a large bus emblazoned with Universal Group was parked prominently nearby. The other members of the delegation were left in astonishment, witnessing that they had a separate vehicle for transport. Just moments ago, Vice President Xing had mentioned that a significant leader's vehicle had obstructed the bus. Was it not this very car that had come to collect Peng Dongfeng and that young lad? To their surprise, Xing Jiajin eagerly approached the small vehicle. Apologies. We were instructed by our director to collect you, and I hope we did not inconvenience your company, the driver stated, his tone respectful yet confident. I was hoping to greet Director Peng, but if it takes a bit longer, it's no trouble at all. All right, Vice President Xing, we shall take our leave now. Goodbye. The driver waved, then started the vehicle. Vice President Xing, who was that you just greeted? That was the police commissioner's vehicle. I thought Director Peng had arrived. As Yu Qingbo sat in the car, absorbing Peng Dongfeng's explanations, he began to grasp the underlying reasons for the day's events. Peng Dongfeng's uncle was the police commissioner of Hong Kong, a position equivalent to the second or third highest authority in the region. For those familiar with classic Hong Kong cinema, it was evident that prior to Hong Kong's return to the motherland, the police had referred to themselves as the Royal Hong Kong Police, yet the highest rank attainable by a Chinese individual within the force had been that of Chief Inspector. However, Peng Dongfeng's uncle was a bona fide British national. Yes, you read that correctly, Peng Dongfeng was Chinese. Peng Dongfeng's grandfather, Peng Huaqing, was quite the figure. Originally from Beihai in Guangxi, he had sought refuge in the Nanyang during the outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War. As the family flourished, the Peng clan rose to prominence. Despite enduring hardships in his youth, Peng Huaqing was an avid learner. By the time he reached secondary school, his family's fortunes had improved. Yet he remained a scholar at heart. He later pursued studies at the illustrious University of Cambridge, yes, the very same associated with Suzhima. During the summer of his second year abroad, his family arranged for him to marry, the bride being Peng Dongfeng's grandmother. Their union had been arranged prior to their births, and marrying was propelled by familial expectations, as well as a youthful yearning for companionship. Over that summer, the two became inseparable, and soon found herself expecting Peng Dongfeng's father. However, upon returning to Cambridge, Peng Huaqing, accustomed to the company of a woman, found solitude unbearable and began seeking new romantic interests at the university. It was at a dance that he encountered Diana, a pursuit that quickly turned fervent. With marriage far from his mind, with his charm and good looks, he won Diana's heart. In England, societal norms regarding relationships were more relaxed. If one fancied another, they simply cohabited, and thus the two commenced a scandalously blissful life together. Peng Huaqing, lost in his newfound happiness, neglected to return to Nanyang, unbeknownst to him, during that summer, and had given birth to his son, whom she named Peng Kuan, the very father of Peng Dongfeng. As Peng Huaqing continued his absence, and endured a life of solitude, and as the war escalated, her family resolved to return to aid their homeland. Consequently, Inez's father brought her and her nursing child, Peng Kuan, back to the mainland, with the Peng family unable to intervene. Later, Peng Huaqing acquired British citizenship and wed Diana in a church ceremony. 5 years later, at the age of 33, he welcomed a son, David Peng, with Diana. With his wife and child in tow, Peng Huaqing decided to return to his homeland in style. Upon setting foot on Nanyang, only to be met with a barrage of reproach from his father, he suddenly recalled that he had once taken a wife. Though he could hardly remember what it looked like, when he learned that it had borne him another son, he was taken aback. Diana, ever understanding, insisted that he bring it over, suggesting that she would graciously vacate her position for the sake of harmony. Despite Peng Huaqing's repeated refusals, he could not withstand the pressure from his family, who believed in polygamy. The elders insisted he bring his first wife and back, allowing Diana to assume the role of the secondary spouse. Armed with the address provided by his family and accompanied by a curious Diana and David, he embarked on a journey to reconnect with his roots. Where was N's family? They had resided in Haikou, their home before their departure to Nanyang, and upon return, they found their way back to Haikou. By the time Peng Huaqing and his entourage arrived, Peng Kuan was already off exploring on his own. The moment and laid eyes on Peng Huaqing, she was overcome with emotion, and Peng Kuan rushed over to comfort his mother. As Peng Huaqing beheld his charming eldest son, he could not help but feel a pang of affection. Ensure embodies the essence of a traditional woman, adhering to the principle of following her husband upon marriage, intending to accompany him back to the South Seas. However, the N family is reluctant to part with her, as they face a succession crisis. They had hoped for a male heir from Ensure's side to inherit the family legacy, yet now she must depart for distant shores. The protracted negotiations culminated in an agreement allowing Peng Kuan to return, provided he ensures that a son is born to inherit the N family name. Oblivious to the machinations regarding his lineage, Peng Kuan, cradling his son David Peng, remains unaware that he has been unwittingly set upon a path of family division. For 5 splendid years, Peng Kuan and his brother David Peng savored their time together, until the day arrived when David needed to pursue his education, prompting Diana to resolutely return with her son to England. As Peng Kuan matured, he fathered a son, Peng Dongfeng, who subsequently returned to the homeland to inherit the N family legacy, having been raised domestically. Though he is aware of his family's ties in the South Seas and relatives in England, he has refrained from establishing contact, particularly in earlier years when he feared the revelation of his overseas connections. Fortunately, the N family has shielded him well. With the onset of openness, visitors began to seek him out, claiming to be associates of his uncle, leaving him bewildered until he recalled the uncle in England. Chapter 112, Permanent Resident Status. The Chief of Police, David Peng, personally awaited his guest downstairs, sparking speculation about the significance of the visitor and who could possibly warrant such a prestigious reception from the chief, known colloquially as Big Brother. Indeed, the Chief of Police is the highest authority of the Royal Hong Kong Police, and historically, very few have been honored with his personal welcome, primarily governors and heads of the legislative and executive councils, alongside a select few patriarchs of prominent families. The chief's goodwill is rarely extended to others. After all, in terms of actual power, he stands second only to the governor. And while titled the Royal Hong Kong Police, they are not beholden to royal edicts. As the vehicle came to a halt, Peng Dongfeng alighted and warmly embraced his uncle, while Yu Qingbo followed closely behind. This association with the Chief of Police could potentially afford them considerable leverage across Hong Kong. The underworld and triads would have to tread carefully, for their continued existence hinges upon their perceived value. Without it, a mere word from Big Brother could extinguish their presence. Dawiping, the English name of the chief, shares a close bond with Peng Dongfeng for 2 reasons. First, he enjoyed a particularly strong relationship with Peng Kuan during their 5 years together in the South Seas. Upon his arrival in England for his studies, he faced significant ostracism due to his early absence from the country, until Peng Kuan intervened, defending him against bullies with his formidable martial arts skills, transforming him from a target of ridicule into a figure of admiration. Secondly, Dawiping was fond of Diana, who had cherished Peng Dongfeng. Their relationship was amicable, and when Diana tragically passed away in a car accident, Peng Dongfeng came to Hong Kong to mourn, weeping inconsolably, which deeply moved Dawiping. Meanwhile, Peng Huaqing's reckless behavior ultimately led to his demise from a venereal disease, taking the N family down with him. Hence, despite the chief's apparent prominence, his only remaining kin are his uncle Peng Kuan in the South Seas and his nephew Peng Dongfeng before him. Of course, Peng Kuan has 3 daughters, yet he acknowledges only the male heirs of the family. As for his own hopes of marrying and having children, he has long since abandoned them. In his youth, he was highly sought after, indulging in a reckless lifestyle that ultimately left him disenchanted with women and the prospect of fatherhood. Are you Yu Erlong? Uncle Peng. You flatter me. My nickname is Yu Erlong, and my full name is Yu Qingbo. Yu Qingbo had initially addressed Peng Dongfeng as uncle, but now he follows suit, referring to the chief as uncle as well. The matter of identity is straightforward. I shall arrange it tomorrow, but what type of identity do you desire? At that moment, Yu Qingbo realized that his situation differed from Peng Dongfeng's. He is the biological nephew, and thus his identity can be easily arranged, whereas he must be discerning in his own requests, as certain identities cannot be casually sought. The distinctions between Hong Kong resident status and permanent resident status entail differing social welfare rights. While both can be effortlessly procured by the chief, if one is entirely uninformed, there is little incentive to grant a permanent status. A mere resident status would suffice to maintain the dignity of his nephew. Uncle, I intend to apply for permanent residency, as I expect to spend a significant portion of my time here. Dao Aiping regarded him with a nod of approval. After all, it was not a significant matter. Uncle, just arrange for me to have resident status. I merely wish to pose as a Hong Kong businessman to enjoy certain policy benefits while I primarily remain elsewhere. He was unwilling to relinquish his stronghold in Cheongzhou. Brother Peng, I believe you would be best served to secure permanent residency like I am. Even if you spend most of your time abroad, it would facilitate your visits, and with this status, I could better guide you, Yu Qingbo remarked, earning a newfound respect from Dao Aiping. It would indeed be awkward for the chief to grant permanent residency to an outsider while his own nephew remained merely a resident. Moreover, Yu Qingbo's observation was astute. Dao Aiping indeed harbored intentions of establishing enterprises for Peng Dongfeng in Hong Kong. Upon hearing this, Peng Dongfeng glanced at his uncle and nodded in agreement, prompting Dao Aiping to smile in delight. At noon, Dao Aiping treated the two to an exquisite meal at a high-end restaurant. While Yu Qingbo did not form a definitive impression of the food, he was acutely aware that, moving forward, as long as he refrained from committing egregious blunders, he could navigate Hong Kong safely. The various triad factions would undoubtedly regard him and Peng Dongfeng as notable figures. Of course, he should remain cautious around inexperienced individuals. A moment of rashness could lead to dire consequences, and it would ultimately take only a word from Big Brother to rectify any unfortunate incident. In the ensuing days, Yu Qingbo was assigned to a hotel for his stay, while Peng Dongfeng resided at his uncle's home. Upon receiving his permanent resident identity card the following day, Yu Qingbo was struck by the efficiency of the process, far surpassing that of any capital city decades into the future. Armed with legal status, he no longer needed to fret over his return date, yet he swiftly pursued his objectives. First, he headed to a bank to exchange currency. He had arrived with $20,000, fortunate that there were no inquiries upon his entry. Otherwise, he would have been unable to carry such a sum. The current exchange rate was 100 to 30, meaning 30 yuan could be exchanged for 100 Hong Kong dollars. Yu Qingbo converted 18,000 yuan, acquiring 60,000 Hong Kong dollars. In that era, 60,000 Hong Kong dollars held considerable purchasing power, though not exorbitant. With that sum, he procured a 3-room house with a small courtyard. He then registered a company named East Asia Aquatic Trade. Additionally, he made time to visit a university in Hong Kong. His purpose? To seek out experts in aquaculture. To his surprise, he discovered that such specialists were indeed present, yet he found it challenging to engage them. Even gaining entry to the university's grounds proved difficult, as his Mandarin was insufficient. English and Cantonese dominated the discourse in that region. Undeterred, he immersed himself in the local atmosphere, studying the language, before heading to a bookstore to purchase literature on marine aquaculture. In doing so, he fulfilled the aspirations of his ambitions, though he would later consider seeking out aquatic experts in Chaozhou when time permitted. As the time for the return journey of the exchange group approached, Yu Qingbo arrived early at the designated pickup point where the bus had originally brought them. When the doors of the global group's bus swung open and the members of the exchange group disembarked, each laden with bags of various sizes, Yu Qingbo suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something important. Chapter 113. Professor Zheng joins the aquaculture project. Upon encountering everyone, the warmth of their greetings enveloped him. What should we call you, little brother? Where's President Peng? Why didn't he accompany you? Someone inquired. Indeed, another chimed in. The vehicle that picked us up was the police chief's car. What connection do you have with him? The barrage of questions came at him like a flurry of debris, and Yu Qingbo found it impossible to evade their enthusiasm. He had to embrace it. Hello, everyone, he greeted, and their voices gradually subsided. I am Yu Qingbo, the chairman of Haikou Island Department Store, primarily engaged in the trade of Hong Kong goods. The crowd fell silent, momentarily stunned. This young man was a chairman, an actual boss. Unlike the small business owners they often encountered in the mainland, the irony was palpable. They had all introduced themselves earlier, yet he had not followed suit. Vice Governor Yu, standing behind, gently cleared his throat and stepped forward to grasp Yu Qingbo's hand, saying, Comrade Yu, you've worked hard. At that moment, Yu Qingbo's mind echoed with the quiet murmurs of Vice Governor Yu, and he understood why the Vice Governor had refrained from introducing himself. My surname is Yu, he stated, which served as the most succinct introduction. However, in private, he was addressed as Vice Governor Yu, a title that felt somewhat awkward. Vice Governor Yu, you have indeed borne the brunt of the work, leading our group on this learning expedition, Yu Qingbo remarked, though his words lacked substantial depth. His previous experience as a security guard had equipped him with the basics of flattery, and yet, this simple comment garnered the attention and respect of Vice Governor Yu and the other members of the exchange group, especially given Yu's youthful appearance. After waiting for a while, with no sign of Peng Dongfeng, Yu Qingbo suggested to Vice Governor Yu that they should not linger any longer. Thus, under the guidance of Vice Governor Yu, They proceeded through customs, with Yu Qingbo even lending a hand by carrying a camera, as his own bag contained merely a few aquaculture books. He thought it only fitting to assist. As he held the camera, Yu Qingbo resolved to purchase one for himself next time, amidst the busyness of his thoughts. He had neglected to remember such a beneficial item. Upon stepping onto the soil of Shenzhen, a dilemma arose. He had arrived on Peng Dongfeng's boat. But how would he return? Boss Yu, we are heading to Nanyang College for a summary meeting. Would you like to join us? Someone called out to him. Absolutely. I would love to go, he replied, as he had no other plans. It would be a splendid opportunity to visit Nanyang College, a place he had yet to explore during either his past or present life. Upon arrival, Yu Qingbo quickly realized that attendees included not only their group, but also several teachers and students from Nanyang College. Vice Governor Yu took the stage to lead the presentation, primarily discussing the experiences gained from the global group. To Yu's dismay, he learned that the global group had also taken them to observe an ocean vessel exhibition. A missed opportunity he regretted. He had wished to learn about the advanced ships currently in Hong Kong. But he consoled himself with the thought that one could not have everything. Now, I would like to invite Chairman Yu Qingbo of Hong Kong Island Trading to the stage to speak. Please welcome him, the announcer declared. Yu Qingbo, feeling somewhat dazed, was summoned to the podium. What could he possibly say? Everyone else had shared their experiences from visiting the global group, while he felt like an imposter, uncertain of what to contribute. His mind raced until he finally found a thread to grasp. Hello, everyone. Unlike the rest of you who visited the global group, I diverged from the main group. My purpose was different. I explored many universities in Hong Kong, since it was already known that he had acted independently, and curiosity surrounded his endeavors. He decided to share, albeit with a light-hearted disclaimer about the authenticity of his claims. Fortunately, the aquaculture books he had perused for the past 2 days provided him with sufficient material to make it seem as though he had engaged in discussions with professors from the University of Hong Kong. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that some teachers and students from Nanyang College were busily jotting down notes below. Our Hong Kong Island Trading will be developing an ocean aquaculture project aimed at increasing the household income of coastal fishermen, striving to surpass our predecessors and create superior products, with the ultimate goal of contributing to national foreign exchange earnings. The audience erupted with fervent applause as Yu Qingbo descended from the stage, their enthusiasm palpable. It turns out Hong Kong Island Trading primarily engages in marine aquaculture. Chairman Yu, let us collaborate more in the future. One said. Chairman Yu, I'm quite interested in the kelp farming plan you mentioned. Might there be an opportunity for us to discuss it further? Another added. Chairman Yu, this is Professor Zheng from our marine biology department. He wishes to participate in the abalone farming project you just proposed. Is there an opportunity for collaboration? Yu Qingbo felt overwhelmed by the unexpected affluence of attention. It was all too much to handle. What is going on? I merely made a few casual remarks, he thought. Professor Zheng's interest in joining the project was daunting, especially since he had only tentatively suggested it. A fleeting image of Fong Buyuan's crestfallen expression flashed through his mind. Old Fong had been keen on establishing an aquaculture initiative. Surely he would support the endeavor, especially if it could be developed in Haihe Village. Professor Zheng, it's a pleasure to welcome your participation in the aquaculture project. However, I must be candid. My visit was primarily for preliminary research, and the project has not yet officially commenced. Nonetheless, the groundwork has been laid, and the proposed site is in Haihe Village, where I have already coordinated with the local government. I understand, Chairman Yu. Everything appears to be in place. The project can be initiated imminently. This is precisely when we can step in to assist. Otherwise, what would be our purpose? Reluctantly, Yu Qingbo agreed, recognizing that Professor Zheng was eager to contribute. Thus, a collaboration proposal materialized. Professor Zheng would lead a team of 7 students in the aquaculture project for an initial 6 months, with further arrangements to be determined based on the project's progress. Yu Qingbo generously offered to cover their meals and accommodations, providing an extra monthly stipend of 30 yuan for the students and 100 yuan for Professor Zheng. Both Professor Zheng and his students departed with elation, while Yu Qingbo also felt pleased to have settled into the school's guest house. The following day, Professor Zheng and his students traveled by train with Yu Qingbo to Guangzhou, then transferred to a bus heading to Xiuan, crossed the strait to Haikou, and finally made their way to Qionghai. Initially, spirits were high, but the bumpy ride soon took a toll on their faces. Fortunately, upon arriving in Haikou, Yu Qingbo had his own connections, and once they boarded the Yuhanghao, it became evident that Chairman Yu was not deceiving them. Chapter 114. Strategic Planning. A warm welcome was extended to Professor Zheng and his team, who would assist in developing the marine aquaculture project in Haihe Village. Fong Buyuan was in high spirits at the welcome gathering. The conditions of board and lodging that Yu Qingbo had promised were easily managed, as Fong Buyuan took the initiative to handle arrangements. Given that they were there to support the village, it seemed unreasonable for Ere Long to incur expenses. The village committee had vacant accommodations, and a few beds were set up to resolve their housing needs. As for meals, they decided to set up at the Dockside Tea House, which had recently transformed into a standalone restaurant, having built 3 new structures for business operations. After dining, Yu Qingbo and Fang Biyuan arrived at the brigade headquarters to discuss the status of their project collaboration. He provided funds to Professor Zheng and disbursed money to the students, which made it impossible for him to claim the project was unrelated to him. After extensive deliberation, it was decided that Yu Qingbo would contribute 5,000 yuan as the initial funding for the project, thereby holding a 50% stake, although he would only receive dividends and not partake in the management. Furthermore, the products cultivated would be sold preferentially to Yu Qingbo, who would assist in marketing them through the Hong Kong Island department store. This arrangement would also benefit the village, as even before the project commenced, Yu Qingbo's backing would ensure a safety net for the products. Yu Qingbo had his own considerations. Earning money alone was an endless pursuit, but with his involvement, the village would reap benefits, and surely, people would commend his efforts. In the future, when selecting representatives, becoming a member of the Political Consultative Conference should pose no difficulty for him. The next day, he distanced himself from Professor Zheng and the others, having entrusted the funds to Fang Biyuan, leaving the subsequent management to the village. He then summoned his subordinates for a meeting, focusing solely on the plan for fishing at sea. The future development would pivot towards maritime ventures. As for the Hong Kong Island department store, he intended to retain the Yu Hang vessel for cargo transport, which would require manpower, especially someone trustworthy to handle the finances. Regarding the fishing boats, he planned to purchase a quality vessel while he still had the funds, seizing the opportunity to generate revenue quickly. Seafood prices were currently low in his region, but he intended to transport them to Hong Kong, where market prices soared to several times that of Haikou. Previously, this had been unfeasible, yet now, with his legitimate Hong Kong identity and the endorsement of Director Peng, he doubted anyone would dare challenge him. For the boat purchase, he knew he would have to go to Hong Kong. He regretted not attending the Global Group S exchange event, having missed the chance to observe the advanced vessels in Hong Kong. However, even if he had gone, he would have lamented it since the Global Group primarily dealt with yachts and passenger vessels, not fishing boats. Tang Jing, Lao Sha, and brother Yue Jin, the 3 of you should accompany me to Hong Kong. Let us first inspect the boats, and if possible, I'll assist you in obtaining identities there. Yu Qingbo was prepared to pursue dual avenues, developing commodity retail on one hand and expanding the seafood market in Hong Kong on the other. Without competing with the existing fishing operators, he aimed to engage in foreign trade, especially during this favorable period. He recalled a television drama where Gao Qiqiang had him kill fish, a vivid memory that reminded him that venturing out could attract dangerous rivals, a scenario he wished to avoid. In the afternoon, he calculated that he had approximately 60,000 yuan, which, when converted, amounted to around 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. He was uncertain about what kind of vessel this sum could procure and resolved to see for himself. Yu Qingbo made a special trip to Dafeng village, where Zhao Mingtao was absent. Instead, he spoke with her sister, Zhao Xiao, providing her with an address to pass on to her sister, allowing for future correspondence. The address was that of the Haikou Hong Kong Island department store. Once again, Yu Qingbo and Tang Jing entered Hong Kong via the Luhu port from Shenzhen. This time, the process was much smoother due to his Hong Kong identity, allowing him to enter as a relative, which simplified matters significantly. What? You mean Yu Qingbo has left again? Yes, they crossed over to Hong Kong, and we couldn't follow. Du Kong sat with a furrowed brow, having placed people to monitor Yu Qingbo. Even when Yu Qingbo went to the capital, he had agents trailing him. However, the capital was beyond his reach, limiting his oversight of Yu Qingbo. When Yu Qingbo first visited Hong Kong, Du Kong noted his presence, but was puzzled about Yu Qingbo's intentions. Did he seek cheaper supplies? Beyond that reasoning, he could not fathom any other motivation for Yu Qingbo's visit. However, Yu Qingbo soon returned without bringing back any goods, and after receiving reports from his subordinates, Du Kong felt reassured that Yu Qingbo intended to engage in aquaculture. To his dismay, just days later, Yu Qingbo ventured to Hong Kong again, this time accompanied by others. What could be the purpose? Was he there for procurement? As the night grew long with uncertainties, Du Kong felt compelled to act decisively against Yu Qingbo. After making a phone call, he began to gather his belongings, preparing to take action, and regardless of the outcome, he was ready to assert his influence, knowing that many would be inclined to assist him due to his grandfather's standing. Yet, he felt constrained, as if every endeavor was hampered by limitations. At this moment, Yu Qingbo was likely unaware of the imminent threat posed by Du Kong. He had already arrived at the house he purchased in Hong Kong with Tang Jing and the others. Ere long, how did you become a Hong Kong citizen? Li Yuejin inquired curiously, noticing the driver's markedly different attitude towards Yu Qingbo and his companions. Soon, he learned of Yu Qingbo's newfound status as a Hong Kong resident. The following day, Yu Qingbo took them around various seafood markets to understand retail prices before heading to the docks. Tang Jing, Lao Sha, and Li Yuejin were bewildered. Hadn't they come to inspect and purchase boats? I plan to assess the local market conditions before we shift our fish sales away from the domestic scene. Where will we sell then? Lao Sha asked impulsively. Are you considering selling here? Tang Jing questioned him. We will test the waters here. But our primary focus will be northward, Yu Qingbo stated, pointing at a series of small islands on the map hanging on the wall. In recent years, the economy has flourished and the locals have become quite affluent. It would be remiss not to capitalize on this opportunity. Regarding this venture, I have no objections. Tang Jing cast a glance at Lao Sha, thinking his dissent would be futile. With everyone in agreement, Yu Qingbo continued, tomorrow, we will attend the International Maritime and Offshore Engineering Exhibition. We aim to procure an excellent vessel. Chapter 115, Young Master Bao's Fishing Vessel. The International Maritime and Offshore Engineering Exhibition showcased the latest advancements in marine vessel technology, and this year, it was fortuitously held in Hong Kong, co-hosted by the Global Group. Upon entering the venue, they found it already bustling with attendees. As they arrived, curious glances were cast their way, although Yu Qingbo had provided them with new attire. Their sportswear appeared somewhat out of place compared to the tailored suits surrounding them. However, upon observing their youth, the attendees accepted their presence, understanding it to be a familial outing for the younger generation to broaden their horizons. Upon entry, Yu Qingbo felt a tinge of disappointment. The exhibition predominantly featured ship components, with nearby presenters discussing their technical breakthroughs. Waiter, Li Yuejin called out in his newly acquired English. Are all the exhibits like this? Do you have any complete vessels on display? We wish to see entire ships. The attendant regarded them with a hint of intrigue. Having overheard comments suggesting they were the young heirs of affluent families merely visiting for leisure, now, it seemed that assumption was accurate. No complete vessels were on display, but the exhibitors had brought their own ships, and if they wished to see them, they could head to the dock. Yu Qingbo and his companions exited the exhibition and made their way directly to the dock as instructed by the attendant. This dock is a private terminal belonging to the Universal Group, typically inaccessible to the general public. Fortunately, they possess exhibition badges, allowing them entry since the port is teeming with vessels belonging to various exhibitors. Despite the unusual attire of the group, the guards permitted their entry. Yu Qingbo and his companions swiftly began inspecting the ships, as they all specialize in passenger transport. These vessels are primarily designed for carrying people, and while they may also transport goods, they lack any fishing capabilities, rendering further deliberation unnecessary for the group. As they neared the end of their inspection, Yu Qingbo felt somewhat foolish. Who would bring a fishing boat to such an exhibition? Let's go. We must devise another plan, he suggested. Just as he was about to turn away, Lao Sha's excited voice called out, Wait, Erlong, isn't that a fishing boat? Turning back, Yu Qingbo indeed spotted a large fishing vessel, measuring over 40 meters in length and approximately 10 meters wide. While the specifics of its power system remained unclear, it did not deter them from boarding to take a closer look. The security personnel had noticed their wandering and, upon seeing them climb aboard the fishing boat, 3 guards hurried over, calling out loudly for them to disembark. Come down. This isn't a new boat. Do you even know whose it is? Do you want to get into trouble? As they stepped off the vessel, the guards reprimanded them, causing Yu Qingbo to frown, not from anger at the guards, but from an inexplicable aversion to the boat's owner, who appeared rather domineering. However, he was not intimidated. He trusted that the police chief's background would command respect. What is the name of the owner? I happen to be interested in purchasing a boat, Yu Qingbo remarked. The guards were momentarily taken aback. They suddenly remembered that these young men might belong to prominent families, and it was indeed plausible for them to make a purchase. This vessel belongs to our group. Our young master acquired it a few years back, having only used it once. I've heard that our group is actually considering selling it. If you are genuinely interested, I can inquire for you, one guard replied, transforming into a salesman. Yu Qingbo was taken aback by the guard's sudden shift in demeanor. It became clear that this was a vessel owned by the Bao family, which explained the owner's assertive nature. Indeed, this large fishing boat had been acquired 3 years prior by the nephew of the boat king, Mr. Bao, as part of a debt settlement. This advanced fishing vessel was produced by the renowned German shipbuilding company, Labrador. Years ago, the young Mr. Bao, in a fit of youthful exuberance, had ordered an ultra-luxurious yacht from Labrador, with delivery promised 2 years later. However, due to internal strife within the company, the yacht was never completed, and Labrador teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, prompting them to liquidate assets. This trawler, being one of their most advanced vessels at the time, was equipped with a freezing machine, lifeboats, and processing facilities, with a reported construction cost reaching $1 million. However, many shipowners, including Mr. Bao, had vanished amidst the company's financial turmoil, leading Labrador to the brink of insolvency. When young Mr. Bao sought redress, Labrador, unable to compensate him for their breach of contract, was forced to offer him this vessel instead. He managed to acquire a ship worth 1,000,000 marks for merely 300,000 Hong Kong dollars, but soon found himself disillusioned, as they had no intention of fishing, although they had contemplated selling it. The reality was that those engaged in fishing could hardly afford such a vessel. 300,000 Hong Kong dollars was the price set by young Mr. Bao, who merely wished to recoup his initial investment. The boat had sat idle, exposed to the elements for 3 years, and this exhibition presented an opportunity to finally dispose of it. Upon hearing the guard's account, Yu Qingbo's interest was piqued. Negotiating for the vessel seemed quite feasible. Please find someone capable of negotiating. We wish to discuss this further. Upon hearing these words, the guard smiled broadly. Having served as a security captain for 2 years without opportunity for advancement, he recognized this as a chance to earn a bonus. You wish to purchase our young Master Bao's fishing boat. Let me tell you, that vessel is not inexpensive, the guard remarked, observing the group of young men before him. The more he looked at Yu Qingbo, the more he felt a sense of familiarity. As for the price, we know young Mr. Bao is asking 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. However, given the condition of the boat after years of exposure, perhaps we can negotiate further, the guard suggested. Mr. Yu, please hold on. I need to report this. Yu Qingbo, taken aback, thought, did I even introduce myself earlier? How does he know my surname? Young master. Today someone wishes to buy that fishing boat, the one from your esteemed Labrador. This is not trivial. The buyer is one of the 2 young men mentioned by the elder master, the one close to Director Peng, he relayed. Chapter 116, The Conqueror. Mr. Yu, greetings. I have long admired your reputation. Seeing you today, it is evident you are indeed a remarkable young talent. You are too kind, young Master Bao. You are the true embodiment of youthful promise, Yu Qingbo replied, surprised by the attention the fishing boat had garnered from young Mr. Bao, who personally came to discuss the matter, complicating Yu Qingbo's negotiating position. Initially, Yu Qingbo had hoped the boat would serve as a status symbol, especially since it was touted as the most advanced fishing vessel of its time. However, he soon realized that there was no place to showcase it, as no one in Hong Kong engaged in large-scale fishing. Regarding the other attendees, he felt he was diminishing his own stature in their presence. Young Mr. Bao was refreshingly straightforward. He had merely wished to impress, but with no audience, the boat was abandoned. I understand you are quite busy, but what do you think of the boat? That can be arranged. Please speak with Zhang, the steward you discussed with earlier. I simply need to get that fishing boat off my hands. Otherwise, it tarnishes our group's image. Mr. Yu, you have a good relationship with Director Peng, I presume? Young Mr. Bao shifted the conversation to his inquiry, appreciating Yu Qingbo's directness and finding it agreeable. Director Peng is my brother's uncle, Yu Qingbo replied succinctly. Qingbo, in the future, if you need a boat, come to me, whether for leisure, a yacht, or a passenger ship. I will steer clear of fishing vessels, haha. Young Mr. Bao stood, formally shook Yu Qingbo's hand, and departed. As for the uncle connection, it was evident. The last time Director Peng interacted with 2 individuals, this was surely one of them. Maintaining a good relationship with the police chief was crucial in Hong Kong, yet Director Peng was notoriously difficult to approach. Thus, young Mr. Bao presented an ideal opportunity. Of course, Yu Qingbo, who referred to himself as a younger brother, needed to cultivate this relationship carefully. After all, he was called brother, albeit not by blood. Nonetheless, the bond seemed strong, as reflected in Director Peng's demeanor. During negotiations, Steward Zhang have the price, selling the once state-of-the-art fishing vessel to Yu Qingbo for just 150,000 Hong Kong dollars. Although its former glory had faded, the vessel still retained its advanced technology, making it a leading contender in Southeast Asia. Mr. Yu, the vessel remains nameless for the time being. Initially, when it left the factory, it was intended for our little boss, but he neglected to name it, as he didn't anticipate keeping it for long. Why not bestow a name upon it yourself? Subsequently, I will have someone paint it for you before it sets sail, thus sparing you the trouble. Mr. Yu Qingbo felt quite pleased with the after-sales service accompanying the sale. How about calling it the Conqueror, a tribute to his ambition of conquering the stars and the seas? As the Conqueror slowly departed from the dock, it captured the attention of many in Victoria Harbor. Boss, the fishing boat from the Bao family is in motion. No, boss. It seems the Bao family's boat has been sold, and it even has a name now, Conqueror. Is there a major player looking to enter our seafood market? This complicates matters. A storm is brewing. We shall observe how it unfolds. Unbeknownst to Yu Qingbo, the moment the Conqueror set sail, the entire seafood market in Hong Kong grew tense. If it were merely a competition, it would be one thing. But the acquisition of the Bao family's vessel signifies that its new owner either possesses vast wealth or formidable connections. Dongfeng, my young brother. You are quite remarkable for having purchased that 40-meter deep-sea salvage and processing vessel from the Bao family. Who? Are you referring to Erlong? How does he possess such wealth? Ah, Dongfeng, pursue your ambitions freely. I can only provide you with a maximum of 1 million. Beyond that, I am unable to procure. However, let me share this. Not everything in this era can be resolved with money. Sometimes, words hold greater value, as Dawei Peng gestured to his head. You might as well seek a partnership with Erlong. Rest assured, he would be willing to proceed without your financial input. Dongfeng understood that his uncle's words held wisdom. Yet he felt hesitant to take advantage of Yu Qingbo. Perhaps there would be opportunities in the future. The Conqueror boasts dimensions of 434 meters in length, 105 meters in width, and a weight of 300 tons, powered by an engine with 126 horsepower. The vessel is equipped with a dedicated dining area and crew quarters, capable of accommodating 16 crew members, including the captain's quarters. Additionally, it features a sonar detection system, positioning systems, and radio communications, ensuring constant contact with the mainland while at sea. Yu Qingbo, Tang Jing, Lao Sha, and Li Yuejin were all thoroughly exhilarated. After all, this vessel is truly magnificent. Previously, outings at sea were burdensome, yet this ship offers entertainment, ping-pong tables, billiards, and a refrigerator, allowing them to enjoy chilled beer alongside seafood directly on board. Erlong, I hear you've acquired the Bao family's fishing boat. Yu Qingbo, unperturbed by Peng Dongfeng's arrival, remarked, Brother Peng, this is thanks to you and your uncle. Perhaps I should split the profits with you. Yu Qingbo's straightforwardness left Peng Dongfeng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although he entertained the notion of having a stake, he never truly considered claiming half. Their relationship was not particularly close. It was merely a matter of familiarity through repeated collaborations. However, in the Hong Kong territory, it is prudent to be closely aligned with the Peng family. Do not belittle yourself. Acquiring it reflects your capability. Nonetheless, the market in Hong Kong is limited. With such a large vessel, I fear. Peng Dongfeng's intentions were clear. He sought to utilize Hong Kong's channels for distribution. Feeling frustrated that Yu Qingbo seemed to be monopolizing opportunities. Brother Peng, broaden your horizons. Hong Kong is but a small place. To truly grow and strengthen, we must look internationally, particularly to the north. The north? Isn't that Japan? Peng Dongfeng suddenly felt his ambitions shrink. Very well, Erlong, your aspirations are commendable. Let us collaborate. We shall seize the Hong Kong market first, and then not only the north but also the northeast, and even the west. Opportunities abound. All right, I shall grant you half. And if we expand, I can offer you more. Yu Qingbo's words left Peng Dongfeng momentarily astonished. It was apparent that Yu Qingbo genuinely intended to share half. No need. I shan't take advantage of you. A mere 20% suffices, as you are the primary force. Thus, the two reached a gentleman's agreement, foregoing a formal contract, relying instead on their mutual understanding. With this, Yu Qingbo felt entirely at ease. With Peng Dongfeng's involvement, he feared no one in the Hong Kong market. All was in readiness. They merely awaited the wind. Very well, the wind has arrived. We still require crew members. By the way, Brother Peng, could you assist in securing Hong Kong identities for my crew? No problem. We shall return together, and you can arrange for the crew to come along. I will take care of the paperwork. However, they were unaware of what awaited them on their return journey. Chapter 117. The ambush and its aftermath the following day. Yu Qingbo and Peng Dongfeng prepared to return to Hainan, each strategizing for their respective businesses. Upon learning of this, Director Dawei Peng promptly arranged for 2 individuals to accompany them. These 2 were, in fact, elite officers from the Hong Kong police force. In essence, he had assigned bodyguards to Peng Dongfeng. Brother Zhou, Brother Niu, I appreciate your assistance this time. It's our pleasure. Observing their excitement, Peng Dongfeng chose not to elaborate further. According to Director Peng, the 2 had never ventured to the mainland and were eager for a glimpse of it. Yu Qingbo rolled his eyes. Their trip to Hainan hardly constituted a visit to the mainland. It would merely be a superficial experience. How should I address you 2, brothers? You may call me Zhou Luanfa. He is Niu Dehua. Yu Qingbo bit his lip tightly and raised his right hand to slap himself. He regretted engaging with these fools. His actions were more foolish than theirs. The 4 men each carried a bag, with Yu Qingbo's being a modest backpack containing only a camera and some snacks, while the others appeared to possess much larger bags. Upon exiting the Luhu customs, they encountered a group of individuals clad in matching attire, presumably en route to Hong Kong for some event. Yu Qingbo merely glanced up and called for Peng Dongfeng to follow. However, when he turned to look at Peng Dongfeng, he found him with his mouth agape, as if he might swallow the heavens. Simultaneously, Niu Dehua, standing beside him, hurled a large bag towards him. In a split second, Yu Qingbo instinctively dodged to the side, but as he moved, he felt a sharp pain in his left side, followed by being thrown several meters away. Ouch, murder. Yu Qingbo crashed to the ground, 3 meters away, scraping his face and arms, blood oozing from the wounds. Yet, this was not of primary concern. What mattered was that he felt utterly drained. Noticing his right hand felt damp, he raised it to find it drenched in crimson before losing consciousness. When Yu Qingbo awoke the following morning, he found himself staring at a stark white ceiling, surrounded by a pristine white blanket, with Gui Yunxiang perched beside his bed. He remained still, taking stock of his body. His face still throbbed, his left arm was bandaged, and his waist was wrapped in gauze. Assessing himself, he detected no significant issues, as he lacked strength. Erlong, you've finally awakened. Old Yu, our son is awake. Gui Yunxiang, unaware of the significance of his awakening, called out upon seeing his eyes open. Doctor, doctor, the patient in room 205 has awakened. Upon entering, Yu Qian turned and called for a doctor. When the doctor arrived, Peng Dongfeng, Zhou Luanfa, and Niu Dehua were all present. There's nothing to worry about. There are no vital injuries, should you not believe me. He did lose quite a bit of blood at the time, but he currently has no strength. He could recuperate at home. In this day and age, physicians exemplify true benevolence and skill. They do not wish for patients to remain hospitalized when they could be discharged. Their concerns stem from a desire to prevent unnecessary financial burdens on patients, as well as to conserve national resources. The assailant, apprehended, likely did not anticipate that Dehua's bag was filled with screws, leading to an unexpected disruption in his breath, after which he was swiftly subdued by Dehua and Luanfa. Erlong, I must convey unfortunate news. Henceforth, you may have to adopt the Hong Kong identity. This attack was premeditated and meticulously planned, as evidenced by the dagger, blades, and poison recovered from the assailant, indicating he intended to inflict lethal harm. Whether the target was solely you or us remains to be clarified by the authorities. I have lodged a formal inquiry with the Shenzhen government through the embassy. If this so-called openness manifests as targeting foreign enterprises, we would not hesitate to make this known through Hong Kong media. Peng Dongfeng was incensed, feeling that Yu Qingbo had taken the stab meant for him, as he could hardly fathom who would target a mere child like Yu Qingbo. Far from Shenzhen, in a base in Hainan, Dukong's countenance was grim. The subordinate reporting to him was equally shaken. Initially, he had considered himself unfortunate to be assigned to Dukong's office, but upon learning of Dukong's background, he had hoped to forge a prosperous future, only to find himself ensnared deeper. He was but a small fry from a fishing village in Shanghai. How had he become a resident of Hong Kong, and even the chairman of the Qingbo Group? No, this boy is clever. He has played a trick of substitution on me, one that I failed to perceive. The phone rang again, prompting him to answer hurriedly. Xiaokong, you have greatly disappointed me. I have previously advised you to focus on your work. With my support, you had a promising future ahead. Why did you not heed my counsel? Dukong's grandfather, Du Tianda, did not afford Dukong an opportunity to respond before abruptly terminating the call. After hanging up, Du Tianda trembled as he grasped a photograph of a young couple from his desk, tears streaming down his face. Qixuan, Xingchen, I am sorry. Father has failed to raise Xiaokong properly. It is all my fault. I can only assist him this once. Thereafter, he must rely on himself. 2 days later, Du Tianda, accompanied by Dukong, whose hands now bore silver bracelets, stood at Yu Qingbo's bedside. Chairman Yu, I sincerely apologize for my grandson's misdeeds. This incident is entirely Dukong's fault. He has been expelled from the team and will be sent to Dezanzi Farm for labor rehabilitation. I feel indebted to the nation for its nurturing, and I have decided to retire early. As for the assailant, he will face severe legal consequences. We come with no ulterior motive but to seek your forgiveness. Come here, kneel down, Du Tianda admonished, turning sharply to kick Dukong. Taken by surprise, Dukong stumbled to the ground, accidentally striking his head against the wall, leaving a bloodstain on the pristine surface. Ah, he cried out. But upon witnessing his grandfather's fearsome expression, he quickly lowered his head, muttering apologies and pleas for forgiveness. Yu Qingbo remained silent. The enmity between him and Dukong had escalated to a deadly rivalry. Ever since Fang Yuan's demise, he had realized that the adversary had no intention of sparing him. This time, he had outmaneuvered them, fortunate to have survived. But what of next time? With Du Tianda's retirement and Dukong's rehabilitation, how amusing. Old man, Dukong had previously clashed with me. I never expected him to harbor such grudges. Since he has faced punishment, I shall refrain from further comment. Hoping he can diligently study during his 3 years at Dezanzi. By then, he will be 20, a bright future awaits him. Dukong, let go of the past to embrace a better future. Du Tianda detected no insincerity in Yu Qingbo's words. They seemed genuinely aimed at Dukong's benefit. After their departure, Yu Qingbo smiled at the ceiling, pondering the next 3 years. In 83, the entirety of Dezanzi will be taken out for target practice. Do you still envision a future? Chapter 118, Arrangements before departure. Yu Qingbo spent 2 weeks in the hospital. Although he had not sustained any serious injuries, the initial wound to his waist had penetrated deeply, about 5 or 6 centimeters. By the time he was discharged, he had largely recovered, primarily awaiting a crucial outcome that had finally materialized. Upon leaving, he headed straight for Haikou, where he successfully established a joint venture between the Qingbo Group and the Chinese side at Hong Kong Baiduo. The Qingbo Group unequivocally belonged to Yu Qingbo, while the Chinese counterpart was represented by his elder brother, Yu Qinglong, who held a mere 10% stake. As for Chao Hui, due to her identity constraints, she was unable to engage in business and had to settle for a job instead. Nevertheless, her monthly salary of 300 was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of wage standards. After the meeting, he intended to expedite the transfer of their Beijing property into his parents' names. However, upon returning home, he was promptly halted by his mother. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Where do you think you're going? Yu Qingbo had not even realized that the new year was upon them. Oh no. I Haven Tea distributed the New Year gifts to the employees. You'll be too late to remember. Your father and I, before you returned, had already coordinated with Chao Hui to arrange the employee benefits, a barrel of oil, 20 jin of flour, 20 jin of rice, and a bag of fruit for each person. Hong Kong Baiduo had become the most lucrative venture, and Yu Qian and Gui Yunxiang treated it with utmost importance, frequently visiting. As for his sister-in-law's milk tea shop, they were unable to interfere, especially since their eldest son and daughter-in-law were managing it. The branch operated by Long was outperforming the main store, leaving them with no say in the matter, as it was a partnership involving multiple parties, making their involvement inappropriate. Regarding the Rujiamo northern delicacy that had already been fully entrusted to Lao Zhu, who only desired to visit when they felt like indulging. In the days that followed, Yu Qingbo remained in place. By the 7th day of the new year, the employees from the milk tea shop, the Hong Kong Baiduo staff, and the crew gathered for a meal to strengthen their bonds before returning to their posts. Notably, while most employees at Hong Kong Baiduo were male, the milk tea shop predominantly employed females, many of whom were single. Thus, such communal gatherings were greatly appreciated. In truth, the staff at Hong Kong Baiduo enjoyed favorable treatment and a respectable work environment, which made the female employees from the milk tea shop quite proactive. In such an atmosphere, how could the camaraderie falter? Yu Qingbo had no time to relish in the employees' merriment. He had already boarded a train from Guangzhou to Beijing, accompanied by his parents. With 3 sleeping berths and purchased provisions, the total was under 200, much to Gui Yunxiang's dismay. Although their younger son possessed wealth, as the saying goes, one cannot be impoverished by eating or dressing. It is the failure to plan that leads to ruin. She feared that should her younger son's business falter, life would become untenable. Upon arriving in the capital, seeing the traditional courtyard homes, Yu Qingbo took his parents to visit Tianmen and then to Donglishan for lamb hot pot, which reassured Gui Yunxiang and Yu Qian. Though they worried, they had no recourse. After all, Erlong had stated, a prince is born to a life of luxury, enjoying roast duck and hot pot. He can't always dwell on the day he may no longer be a prince. The formalities for transferring the courtyard to Yu Qian's name were completed, and Yu Qingbo presented them with a tricycle, encouraging them to set up a stall at Tianmen Square for guaranteed earnings. He also left them with 2,000 yuan before departing. Upon returning to Haikou, Lao Zhu had already completed the tasks Yu Qingbo had assigned regarding recruiting crew members. In truth, Lao Zhu had not exerted much effort. He had merely asked the previous crew members to refer trustworthy relatives and friends, with the only stipulation being integrity. Should any issues arise, the introducer would be held jointly responsible, ensuring that no one would recklessly introduce unsuitable candidates. The second stipulation is the acceptance of long-term business trips, with the conditions laid out quite clearly. Unlike the previous peaceful voyage, which allowed for frequent returns home, this time one might find themselves often traveling to other countries, potentially spending several months or even half a year away before returning home. In fact, this time 4 crew members were recruited, primarily including Xiao Feng, Su Ning, and Hua Guoping, who were to accompany the elder brother to Shenzhen to collect goods. The merchandise no longer needs to be sourced from the Chinese English street, although it is still dispatched through a storefront there, courtesy of Director Peng's arrangements. Old Zhu, given your circumstances, you ought to expedite matters and swiftly take Miss Gao as your bride. Furthermore, you need not persist in selling Rujiamo at stalls, if necessary. Establish a storefront across from the canned food factory. There's no need to limit yourself to just selling Rujiamo. Any food items can be sold. Hire staff as needed. After all, you are not short on funds. Additionally, when you have some free time, please check on the Hong Kong Island department store and the milk tea shop. Although Yu Qingbo does not reside here, he has arranged a patrol position for Old Zhu, not for any particular reason, but to instill a sense of vigilance among everyone, reminding them that the big boss is not entirely hands-off. By the way, is there still no news of Xiao Bai? Wasn't it said he had come to Haikou? Who knows? He has probably departed again. Zhu Tianshu, while speaking, pulled out a pack of double happiness cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one for himself before offering one to Yu Qingbo. Yu Qingbo shook his hand in refusal, having not noticed when old Zhu had taken up smoking. However, it was evident that he was smoking more out of a desire to appear cool rather than to ponder or worry. He chose not to concern himself with it. Everyone is growing. Old Zhu, Old Sha, and Tang Jing are no exceptions. Through their mutual influence, everyone is maturing rapidly. Having settled these matters, Yu Qingbo then paid a visit to Chao Hui's residence. This was his first formal meeting with Vice Mayor Wu, and their conversation was quite pleasant. Classmate Qiuyu, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Wu Qiuyu blinked her large eyes at him, wondering what he might say. Could it be a confession? Had he finally had an epiphany? However, to Wu Qiuyu's astonishment, Yu Qingbo suddenly produced a thick wad of cash, estimating it to be several thousand yuan. Qiuyu, here is 3,000 yuan, and this address. I also need your assistance in looking after Zhao Mingtao. He proceeded to explain Zhao Mingtao's family situation, which brought tears to Wu Qiuyu's eyes, prompting him to hurriedly hand her a tissue. Yet, as he did so, she began to cry even more vigorously. Please do not be so sorrowful. Her family situation is as it is, and no one can assist. As classmates, if we are able to help, we shall do what we can. Beyond that, it is up to her to find her own way. So, merely assisting her as a classmate? Indeed. What else could it be? Haha, worry not. I will ensure this is handled well. After hearing Yu Qingbo's explanation, Wu Qiuyu not only ceased to feel sorrowful, but became considerably more cheerful. By the way, Yu Erlong, my mother mentioned that you brought a camera back from Hong Kong. Could you take a few pictures for me tomorrow? Very well, I must fulfill your request. Chapter 119. The end of the story is actually the beginning. Once Yu Qingbo had arranged everything, he returned to Hong Kong, this time bringing several crew members along. The Conqueror fishing boat embarked on its fateful first true fishing expedition. The experience of this fishing venture would forever remain in Yu Qingbo's memory. Why, you may ask? Because of the money. The Conqueror fishing boat possessed the capability for international deep-sea fishing, yet it was a veritable money devourer, eager for long voyages. Just filling the fuel tanks alone required 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. Yu Qingbo had purchased the boat, yet with subsequent arrangements, he now had less than 20,000 Hong Kong dollars in hand, a result of a profit drawn from the Hong Kong Island department store during his last trip to Haikou. Consequently, the originally planned long voyage was altered to a nearshore fishing venture. Everyone eagerly anticipated the performance of the Conqueror. Indeed, on the day they set sail, a cheerleading squad comprising over 20 beautiful women arrived to perform an exuberant dance, while some paparazzi with cameras snapped away. Though whether they captured the ladies' wardrobe malfunctions or the Conqueror remained a mystery known only to them. Once the festivities concluded, Yu Qingbo commenced the pre-departure rituals. Although 1980s Hong Kong was steeped in Western culture, the ceremonies for setting out to sea, including worshipping Mazu and other rituals, were often more intricate than those in the mainland. Fortunately, Yu Qingbo had previously consulted with local fishermen and was familiar with all the necessary steps. He did not mind the hassle, as these were essential rites of passage for setting sail. As for their efficacy, Yu Qingbo approached the matter with a mindset of cautious optimism, believing that since he had already been reborn, the occurrence of other miraculous events was indeed plausible. The first fishing trip lasted 2 days and yielded a staggering profit of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, leaving everyone in awe. However, before the media could report on it, the Conqueror departed Hong Kong, embarking on its journey to conquer the seas. It made its presence known in various locales, from Korea to India, the United States, and even the hinterlands of Europe. Through the ocean's bounty, Yu Qingbo's wealth grew exponentially, akin to a snowball effect. Later, he ventured to England to procure additional vessels, transforming from a singular fishing boat into the world's largest fishing fleet. 3 years later, the Qingbo Group in Hong Kong emerged as a globally recognized fishing enterprise, encompassing not only seafood but also extending into seafood processing, snacks, real estate, entertainment, and numerous other industries. In 1985, amidst fluctuations in the national market, Yu Qingbo led a team to Hainan to invest in the largest aquaculture base in Hainan, which included varieties such as kelp, abalone, and prawns. In the same year, with 38 branches established, Sister Milk Tea officially launched in Hong Kong, opening their flagship store in Central. In 1987, the Qingbo supermarket in Beijing opened its doors, occupying a vast area of 450,000 square meters, with Zhao Mingtao diligently keeping pace with Yu Qingbo as he outlined his plans. First, let's ensure the current operations are running smoothly. You need not concern yourself with public relations. If Vice Minister Wu and Aunt Chow cannot resolve it, then contact Wang Yinghua. He's currently idle at the Planning Commission. Wu Qiuyu watched him descend the steps before hurriedly opening the car door. As she was about to leave, She glanced back at Zhao Mingtao, offering her a sweet smile before slipping into the car. The two had only been separated for a short time since high school. They had been classmates since elementary and middle school, and both attended Sun Yat-sen University, one studying law and the other economics. Subsequently, Zhao Mingtao, who specialized in economics, became Yu Qingbo's subordinate, while Wu Qiuyu, well-versed in law, became Yu Qingbo's fiancé. Are you truly treating Mingtao like a workhorse? She has always regarded you as her most significant man. Can you truly bear to do this? What do you mean by bear to do this? I am merely helping her out of goodwill as a classmate. Yu Qingbo's attitude left Wu Qiuyu somewhat exasperated. He always seemed so detached from affairs. Although Zhao Mingtao harbored feelings for him, it appeared that Yu Qingbo had no romantic inclinations towards her, though he was engaged to her. Wu Qiuyu could not help but see that Yu Qingbo's interest seemed to stem more from familial connections than from any genuine affection for her. If a man truly cared for you, would he be unable to express such feelings physically? She and Zhao Mingtao were inseparable confidants, sharing an unspoken bond that encompassed all aspects of their lives. Both harbored affections for Yu Qingbo, and every secret they possessed was laid bare between them, including Yu Qingbo's penchant for slightly fuller figures, his preference for mildly spicy food, and his penchant for covertly admiring beautiful women, though he would feign disinterest when confronted directly. The abundance of information exchanged between these two steadfast friends had transformed Yu Qingbo into a shared entity within their circle, prompting both women to strive earnestly to unite the trio. As the narrative approaches its conclusion, it is evident that the initial outline was far too expansive, with a staggering 80% of the plot yet to unfold. However, the dismal reception necessitated an abrupt cessation. When one's literary efforts yield less than the daily achievements of a street vendor, it becomes apparent that the story must conclude. Subsequently, Yu Qingbo invested in the establishment of a university, engaged in port construction, unearthed treasures from the sea, and acquired an aircraft carrier. In the 1990s, he even established a company in the small Southeast Asian nation of Brunei, procuring vast quantities of arms from the international market. During a time when our navy was not yet formidable, he reclaimed 3 islands occupied by hostile forces and selflessly returned them to the nation. By the time of Hong Kong's return in 1997, Yu Qingbo had already become a renowned patriotic overseas Chinese. At that juncture, Du Kong was just emerging from a prison in Xinjiang, having escaped alongside a notorious figure who would later become infamous as a serial killer by Baoshan. On one occasion, while en route to a conference in Beijing, Yu Qingbo encountered Du Kong, who brandished a knife in a robbery, witnessing Du Kang's immediate demise before his eyes. Wu Qiuyu bore him a pair of twin sons, while Zhao Mingtao gifted him with 3 daughters. The sons were registered in Beijing, growing up in a traditional courtyard, while the daughters resided in Hong Kong, where Yu Qingbo believed in nurturing them with affluence, demonstrating particular affection towards his daughters. As for Zhao Mingtao in Hong Kong and Wu Qiuyu in Beijing, both enjoyed stable and comfortable lives, devoid of domestic disputes or jealousy, as Yu Qingbo's long-term maritime existence safeguarded his fidelity. Moreover, with his immense fortune, it was inconceivable that he would limit himself to just these 2 women. The family thrived harmoniously, his career flourished, his parents enjoyed a blissful life, and he found solace in his own existence. Come, you old folks. Your heads seem a bit crooked. Oh, and don't forget to have the 2 ladies hold the children for the grandparents. Otherwise, the shot won't turn out well. Let the master and the first lady switch places. Mrs. Zhao and Mrs. Wu, please stand on either side of the elder gentleman. Good, let us all shout cheese. What a world we live in, where the wealthy can marry 2 wives, murmured photographer Old Tian as he captured the family portrait of the Yu clan. The moment was frozen in time, encapsulating a seemingly eternal happiness. Wake up, wake up. Old Yu, you're finally awake. If you're unwell, just say so, and I can arrange for someone else, came a voice. Yu Qingbo's blurry vision gradually sharpened, and the figure before him bore a striking resemblance to Du Kong, albeit aged. Glancing at his own skin, he too noted signs of aging, then surveyed the others, all clad in identical security uniforms. Captain, I feel unwell, he murmured, shutting his eyes once more, unwilling to confront the formidable visage of Du Kong in his role as captain. The story concludes here. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.